city.
A cataclysm descended from the heavens. Above the atmosphere, debris shattered and meteors plummeted, tearing through the sky to strike the planet below. The earth burned, engulfed in a fiery apocalypse as a disaster unlike any other fell upon the world. Amidst the flames and the smoke, a terrifying visage emerged. A demonic face with 3 eyes, the central one glowing a sinister crimson, loomed over the destruction. It was a calamity far harder to endure than anything humanity had ever faced in its history. A massive, unblinking eye widened, staring down with cold indifference at the devastation it had wrought. Humanity plummeted into its greatest chaos yet. The world was overrun by overwhelming existences, monstrous centipedes, armored giants, and arachnoid horrors swarmed the land, their sheer numbers turning the horizon into a nightmare of claws and steel. A chillingly simple demand arrived from an unknown civilization: surrender humanity's people or face extinction. The United Nations refused, and inside the Assembly Hall, tension hung heavy as world leaders confronted the impossible choice. A representative of the United States stood firm at the podium, his face slick with sweat, but his voice booming with resolve. He declared that the monsters were merely trying to use humans as livestock, and that they could never accept such demands. Humanity gave a name to these unknown existences that had appeared so suddenly: calamities. Enormous monstrosities rose from the sea and earth, towering over the cities like ancient gods of destruction. Desperation drove humanity to its last resort. They unleashed nuclear weapons against the overflowing tide of calamities, turning the skies into atomic fire. Yet it was futile. The calamities treated the nuclear blasts as if they were mere bonfires. A colossal octopus-like entity rampaged through the inferno, destroying the city as it danced through the flames, completely unharmed. In the ruins of a shattered city, a father clutched his child, cowering in the shadow of a gargantuan beast. The monster's single red eye bore down on them, marking the end of their world. With every sliver of hope extinguished, the world waited for its end. Then, against the burning sky, a lone silhouette emerged, gripping a massive, jagged blade that caught the firelight like a final promise of defiance. The monster lunged, its tentacles descending to crush the helpless civilians. The father squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable impact. A sudden rush of air and power startled the man. He looked up, his eyes wide with shock. A blinding pillar of light tore through the darkness. They had appeared. A warrior surged forward with lightning speed, his blade carving through the air. These were the saviors of humanity, the 13 Zodiacs. Humanity had named the 12 humans blessed by divine God saints. They stood in a circle, robed and powerful, surrounding the symbol of the constellations. However, among them was a 13th human who had awakened without the blessing of a divine God. Energy crackled around him, wild and untamed. That man was Li Jian. The past resurfaced at the Demon Tower, with a decisive battle unfolded. Li Jian faced its massive gates, intent on killing the key of the calamities, the Crimson Eyes. A man with thick facial hair and a scarred face, the Leo Saint, wept openly, tears streaming down his cheeks as he let out a pained groan of grief. Li Jian's internal monologue cut through the performance. He stared at the crying man, his expression twisting into a manic, knowing grin. He knew this was nothing but a pathetic show. Li Jian clarified the truth of that day. Though he had bet his life on the battle, he hadn't sacrificed himself willingly. The reality was a brutal struggle against the Crimson Eyes, a titan of muscle and bone. Li Jian knelt on the ground, exhausted, his blade planted in the earth. They had barely managed to defeat the Crimson Eyes, the corpse of the beast lying massive and still before him. He realized the bitter truth. The others had run off and left him there, breathless and battered. He cursed the bastards who had abandoned him after he had done the heavy lifting. Suddenly, a blade pierced him from behind. Blood sprayed into the air as the cold steel of betrayal drove through his chest. Shock washed over Li Jian's face. He gasped, unable to comprehend the sudden strike. He was shoved into the abyss. As he fell into the darkness, helpless and bleeding, he cursed them one last time. One of the allies he thought had fled had circled back, stabbed a dagger into his back, and trapped him in the worst place imaginable, a hell from which he could never escape. And as if to ensure he wouldn't get lonely, he was discarded into the nest of monsters. Above him, a gigantic eye peered down through the hole, sealing his fate. Li Jian lay broken at the bottom, sarcastically noting that he had been put together with all these large friends. Blood ran down his face, masking a delirious smile. He laughed weakly at the absurdity of it all. His body was destroyed. His left arm was severed, and his right arm hung uselessly at his side. As blue energy leaked from his wounds, he thought that perhaps it would be better to just die there. A monster's jaw opened near him, ready to feast. But something snapped inside Li Jian. His eyes focused, sharp and deadly. He refused to let it end like this. "Don't make me laugh," he snarled. Defying all logic, he stood. With his arms useless, he gripped his dagger between his teeth. Blue aura flared violently around him, illuminating the darkness. He challenged the universe itself, refusing to go down without a fight. The maw of the abyss opened wide, thousands of teeth spiraling in the dark. Li Jian stared into the void with unshakable resolve. There was no way he would die like this. He launched himself into the swarm of monsters, a lone spark of light against an ocean of shadows. He swore he wouldn't die until he had killed every single one of the bastards who had stabbed him in the back. With a final, explosive burst of speed and power, he drove forward, his rage burning brighter than the sun. "Just you wait," he screamed in the void, promising a reckoning that would one day shake the world. On a quiet evening in the city, the sky painted in hues of twilight purple. A humble establishment named Kakao Chicken sat on the corner, its warm red sign glowing against the fading light. Inside, a voice cut through the aroma of grease and spices. A man called out the name John, demanding his attention. A plate of golden, crispy fried chicken sat between them, glistening under the shop lights. The speaker urged Jian to listen carefully. Hugo Otters, the Sagittarius saint, sat with a grave expression. His face was shadowed with worry as he delivered a grim prophecy to the man sitting across from him. He was going to die tomorrow. The warning was met with a crunch. The hooded figure across the table, Li Jian, didn't seem fazed. Holding a drumstick, he chuckled and asked Hugo, whom he insisted on calling by his Korean name, Otex, why he wanted him to die so badly. Li Jian's scarred face twisted into a mischievous, feral grin as he tore into the meat. He accused Hugo of only saying that because he was currently eating 2 drumsticks at once. Hugo slammed the table in frustration. He corrected Jian, insisting his name was Hugo Otters, not Otexu. The restaurant air filled with the tension of their banter as Jian laughed off the outburst, continuing his feast. Cleaning a bone, Jian shrugged. He told Hugo that while he understood the concern, there was no need for it. He stated plainly that he wasn't going to die. Jian's eyes narrowed with confidence as he wiped his mouth. He reminded the saint that the number of calamities he had killed personally far exceeded the combined total of all 12 saints. With a smirk, he asked if it really seemed likely that he would die. Hugo fell silent, clasping his hands together. He looked at his friend with a mixture of resignation and lingering anxiety, unable to refute the man's strength. Back in time to a place of nightmares, the Demon Tower. A colossal, Gothic structure shrouded in red mist, it was the lair of the worst calamity to ever annihilate humanity. The history of this horror began on the last day of the 20th century. A massive demonic face had risen over the earth as calamities appeared from nowhere, driving humanity into a corner with overwhelming, apocalyptic power. Just as chaos and horror threatened to extinguish the human race, 12 beings descended. They called themselves the Divine Gods. These gods made a promise to humanity. They would grant the power to overcome the calamities. They gathered 12 chosen humans to receive this power and become their champions. However, something unexpected occurred during the selection. A 13th awakened individual appeared. A silhouette of raw power. This person stood apart from the others because he had received no blessing from any god. He adjusted his collar, his scarred skin hinting at a brutal past. To top it off, this unblessed anomaly possessed strength that was simply overwhelming. Even the 12 saints, backed by their divine patrons, looked on in sweat-drenched awe. This 13th figure was amazing, even when compared to the chosen heroes. Li Jian stood atop a mountain of corpses, his jagged blade resting on the ground. He had single-handedly slaughtered a horde of nightmares, standing triumphant amidst the blue flames of their remains. He looked up, his eyes glowing with an inner light. This force of nature was Li Jian. The memory moved to the aftermath of a raid. Hugo Otters, looking younger, approached Jian with a bright smile. He thanked Jian, admitting that it was only thanks to him that they had managed to conquer the Demon Tower this time. Jian sat on a rock, exhausted. He told Texu to save the lip service and just buy him fried chicken for 5 years instead. Hugo looked down at him, bemused, asking if he wasn't sick of fried chicken yet. Jian grimaced as strange, cartoonish spirits danced around him, irritating his senses. Hugo, veins popping on his forehead, reminded Jian once again that his name was Hugo Otters, lamenting that he could never get used to Jian's stubbornness. Nearby, other saints were plotting. The Aquarius Saint and another male saint discussed the potential rewards for eliminating the Crimson Eye. The man grinned greedily, suggesting that since this was the worst calamity, they should ensure they secured at least 100 billion won. Li Jian walked past them, overhearing their conversation. The male saint suggested settling for a decade-long stay in a 7-star hotel in Hawaii. They stopped, startled by Jian's sudden proximity. Jian covered his face with his hand, looking weary. He noted that several countries were on the verge of bankruptcy due to the devastation caused by the Crimson Eye. The male saint sneered at Jian. He told the scarred hero that he needed to secure a lot of money if he wanted to make deals with them. He mocked Jian, saying it was the only way he could afford to fix his ruined face and injured body. Jian walked away, his thoughts dark. He mused that while the world called them saints, in reality, they were nothing more than thugs who cared only for themselves. He paused, a thought occurring to him. He recalled hearing them conspire earlier. The two greedy saints had been whispering about delaying their arrival at incident sites. They wanted the casualty counts to rise, reasoning that a higher number of victims would pressure the governments into offering larger reward money. They laughed about it, their silhouettes demonic in the shadows. Jian's expression hardened behind his mask. He pressed forward without another word. Once the Crimson Eye was defeated, he swore he'd sever every tie with those wretched souls. The group arrived at the heart of the tower. The saints froze, their faces pale with terror. The ground beneath them seemed to burn. The Leo Saint and the others looked up in sheer helplessness at the scale of the threat before them. Towering above them was the Demon Tower's boss, a titan of fire and magma, horns curling from its head and a third eye glowing in its forehead. It was the Crimson Eye. Li Jian gritted his teeth, feeling the crushing aura. He realized the sheer pressure the monster emitted just by looking at them. The Crimson Eye roared, a sound that shook the foundations of the earth, its mouth opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth and molten energy. Panic broke out. The saints, the supposed protectors of humanity, turned their backs. They screamed to run away. In the confusion, Crimson Eye released his power. Li Jian's eyes went wide. He was shoved violently forward toward the inferno. He tumbled down the path, right into the center of the chamber where the boss waited on its throne. The ground cracked and exploded around him. A massive beam of energy descended, obliterating the platform. The cowardly saints were blown back by the shockwave, tumbling through the air as the structure collapsed. A pillar of light pierced the heavens, shattering the Demon Tower. The destruction was absolute. Debris rained down. The saints scrambled to their feet, terrified. The female saint looked back, her face twisted in horror. A massive sphere of fire began to expand, consuming everything in its radius. The lava and energy surged like a tidal wave, sealing the path behind them. Through the smoke and flames, the silhouette of the Crimson Eye remained on its throne, unbothered. The monster prepared a breath attack, energy gathering in its maw to incinerate anything that remained. The Aquarius saint stammered, paralyzed by fear. "Run away!" someone screamed. The saints abandoned all dignity, fleeing for their lives and leaving the boss room behind. Li Jian stood alone against the monster. He watched their retreating backs, disbelief turning to rage. He asked how they were supposed to fight something like that, but realized they had already chosen to run. He scoffed at their title, muttering that they dared to call themselves saints. He tightened his grip on his blade. It didn't matter anymore. He charged forward, his body wreathed in aura. He declared that in any case, the person who would defeat the Crimson Eye would be him, Li Jian. A manic, confident smile returned to his face as he dove into the fire. The clash was cataclysmic. Jian's blade met the Crimson Eye's power head-on, a tiny figure challenging a god of destruction. Darkness closed in as Jian's harsh inner thoughts surfaced. The battle had been a sham. He'd been struck, likely by a betrayer, and lured into a trap. How long had it been? What was the world like outside the tower? He dismissed the idea that time moved differently inside. Too tired to ponder metaphysics, he focused on survival, cut after cut, in the dark among the monsters. He held a dagger in his mouth, his eyes glowing in the gloom. He told himself he must keep slashing, because this place was a hellscape, a special trap designed to summon infinite calamities, a vertical nightmare, a mountain of gnashing teeth, skulls, and demons piling up to the ceiling, with Jian standing at the bottom. He fought through the swarm, a whirlwind of death in a sea of monsters. He stood amidst the carnage, steam rising from his body. He asked the void if they thought just this would be enough to kill him. Bloodied and battered, he bit down on his blade. He told them to just wait. He swore he would definitely survive this. His eye a swirling vortex of blue energy and pure hatred. He vowed to tear off the heads of those vile traitors. Time passed. The brutal truth, 20 years later. A pair of massive, monstrous feet stepped onto the stone floor. A small creature looked up and stammered, "Impossible." A man with long, matted hair and a thick beard looked down. He was unrecognizable. The creature asked how he reached this place, trembling as it realized he was the last one left. The monster cowered, begging for its life. It shrieked, asking if there was anyone out there to help, terrified of the human standing before it. The human stepped forward, crushing the ground. He wore the skull of a demon as a pauldron. He coldly told the monster to scream all it wanted. With a single, brutal motion, he obliterated the creature. Blood splattered. The man let out a long, weary breath. The man, Li Jian, wiped the blood from his face. He looked aged, rugged, and fierce. He asked himself if it was finally over. Suddenly, the tower began to quake. Rocks fell from the ceiling as the structure gave way. Jian looked up as sunlight cracked through the gloom. He wondered if he could finally get out. The ceiling collapsed completely. Jian fell through the sky, debris raining down around him as he plummeted toward the world he hadn't seen in 2 decades. The bright blue sky of the outside world came into view, overlooking a ruined city where the wreckage of a massive tower lay sprawled across the streets, dust and debris billowing into the air. On the ground, panic ensued. People screamed to run quickly as the massive structure came crashing down, crushing the highway and buildings below. 2 men were caught in the chaos. One scolded the other, reminding him that he had said not to go over there. The older man protested, asking how he could have known, as the area was supposed to be safe today. A pack of wolf-like calamities burst from the dust, eyes glowing red. The older man screamed, asking how he could have known they would meet high-rank calamities here. The young man laughed hysterically, his mind breaking. He shouted that they were goners, remembering a fortune teller who had predicted he would meet an unimaginable monster today. The wolf lunged. The older man shielded the younger one, screaming as the beast's claws came down. The young man squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for death. But the blow never came. The wolves surrounded them, growling but hesitating. The man cursed their luck. The younger man, trembling, thought of the hero from the past. He thought that if Li Jiannim had survived the Demon Tower, a calamity like this wouldn't be a problem at all. Suddenly, the ruins of the Demon Tower began to glow. The massive skull gate cracked open, emitting a blinding red light. The two men looked up, shielded their eyes from the intense radiance exploding from the gate. A massive shockwave blasted outward, pulverizing the debris and knocking the wolves and men back. The explosion cleared the area, vaporizing the immediate threats and leaving a crater of steam and dust. The two men lifted their heads from the dirt, coughing. They wondered what had just happened. The older man pointed toward the smoke, his eyes wide. He stammered to Jimin, telling him that a human was coming out of the collapsed tower. Jimin looked in disbelief. Through the steam, a muscular, naked leg stepped forward. A figure stood amidst the wreckage, bathed in the golden light of the sun. The shattered remains of the tower spiked up around him like a crown of thorns. The figure cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing in the silence. Li Jian, now free, popped his neck. He muttered darkly, asking how they dared to stab him in the back and push him into a trap. He looked up, his eye flashing with green energy, a predatory grin spreading across his face. He stretched out his hand, clenching it into a claw. "You worthless insects," he growled, declaring to the world that they were all going to die. Chaos reigned as the earth fractured. Massive shards of stone and twisted rebar plummeted from the sky, crushing the ruins below into dust. Amid the destruction, two men crouched in a crater, pale with terror. Jimin trembled, staring upward, while the older hunter shouted in confusion. Eyes wide, Jimin stammered, asking what that monstrous thing was. A massive, furred fist slammed into the beast. A demonic wolf, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light and a strange symbol etched into its forehead, roared with primal fury. Jian's feet came down like a hydraulic press, pulverizing the beast that stood in his way. The two men watched in despair. The older man couldn't believe his eyes. He noted that these were orange-class calamities, monsters that even high-ranked awakened struggled to defeat. Yet, atop a pile of slaughtered wolves, a lone figure stood. Li Jian, shirtless and radiating wild power, punched the head of a massive wolf, shattering its skull. The older man watched in awe, realizing that this man was swatting these catastrophic beasts as if they were mere bugs. Suddenly, a shockwave blasted outward from the center of the battlefield. The two civilians watched as a pillar of dust rose into the air. A beam of pure kinetic energy pierced the sky. Li Jian slammed a monster into the ground with such force that the impact created a vertical tunnel of wind and force, blowing the two spectators back. Terrified, the men scrambled backward on the ground. They screamed at the figure, asking him to wait and demanding to know why he was attacking them. Li Jian stood amidst the rubble, looking down at them. He paused, tilting his head as he muttered, asking if they were humans. Jian rolled his neck, looking around the devastated landscape. He remarked casually that it seemed things were all cleaned up now. The two men, realizing they weren't being targeted, slumped in relief, whispering that they were alive. Jimin's eyes gleaming with greed. He whispered excitedly that he thought the guy came from the tower, calling it an incredible scoop. The older man pushed back, asking Jimin what kind of place he thought the tower was. He insisted that no one could possibly come out of there alive, and reasoned that the man probably just happened to be in the area when it collapsed. Li Jian looked down at the two men bickering at his feet, letting out a confused grunt. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. Behind Jian, a colossal wolf with 3 horns emerged from the red mist, saliva dripping from its fangs. Jimin and the older man screamed, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. They recognized it immediately. It was the boss of the wolves. Desperate, they screamed at Jian, calling him Hyung, and urging him to hurry up and run. Jian merely smirked, his expression unbothered. The boss wolf lunged, its maw glowing with red lightning as it prepared to devour the small human in front of it. The beast clamped its jaws down, and a massive explosion of red energy erupted, consuming the area. The two civilians shielded their faces, groaning as the shockwave washed over them. A pillar of red light and lightning blasted into the sky, tearing through the clouds. The explosion cleared the atmosphere, leaving the sky above the city ruins burning with the remnants of the. The two men opened their eyes, patting their bodies in disbelief. They realized they were alive. Through the settling dust, they saw a back. Muscles rippled under scarred skin. Li Jian stood tall, steam rising from his body. The two men gaped. Jian stands tall between them and the inferno. With wild hair and eyes glowing amidst the shadows of his face, he stands as an unmovable statue of strength shielding the two men. The older man stared in awe, wondering if this stranger had actually protected them. Li Jian's face twisted into a demonic, satisfied grin. He spat a curse at the creature, calling it a worthless mongrel. With a burst of green energy, Jian launched himself into the air, covering himself in mana. Mid-air, he spun around, his fist cocked back. He shouted that if it was just a dumb mutt, then it should behave like one. He slammed the beast down with a thunderous command. Saiti. A beam of mana crashed from the heavens, driving the monster into the earth. Jimin and the older hunter screamed, their eyes widened in shock. Jian landed on the creature with a final, earth-shattering stomp. Silence returned to the wasteland. The massive wolf lay dead, crushed into the bedrock. Li Jian stood atop his kill, looking down at the two survivors. He wiped sweat from his brow, asking if it was really over this time. Then, he glanced down at the men. He called out to them. The two men snapped to attention, terrified, and shouted yes, in unison. Jian's eyes glowed with a menacing green mana. He commanded them to go. Trembling violently, they stammered, asking where he wanted them to go. Jian's menacing expression dissolved into a bright, happy laugh. He told them to go buy him some food. The two men stood in stunned silence amidst the ruins, processing the request. Jian scratched his head, adding that he needed some clothes, too. At the Kimbap World restaurant, the sound of aggressive slurping filled the air as empty bowls stacked up. The two men watched in horror, their souls escaping their mouths. They looked at the bill, terrified. The older man screamed internally that the man had eaten $10,000 worth of food at a fast food joint, consuming 120 servings by himself. Jian, surrounded by mountains of dishes, belched loudly. He complained that he had held back a bit, because they said they didn't have any money. The men screamed back, asking what he meant by held back. Jian picked his teeth, looking annoyed. He asked what was wrong, reminding them that they had promised to buy him everything as thanks for saving their lives. He then casually ordered another portion of ramen, causing the men to scream in protest. Jimin, watching Jian eat, finally asked the burning question. He asked what Jian actually was, a disciple, a divine cadre captain. He asked what he had been doing around the tower. Jian paused, picking his teeth. He replied casually that he had come out of the tower and just ended up there. Jimin shouted in disbelief, asking if he had really been in the tower. Jian waved it off, saying there was something he wanted to ask instead. Jimin stared at him, thinking that Jian didn't seem like a normal person. He wondered why he could sense magic power emanating from him. The older man interrupted, sounding smug. He explained that it was obviously because Jian was a disciple. He asked Jian if he wasn't also a disciple who had awakened with the blessings of a god. Jian slammed his spoon down, his expression darkening. He scoffed, declaring that the gods were worthless and demanding to know why he should ever serve such wretches. As he spoke, Jian caught his reflection in the back of the spoon. He paused. His eyes widened in shock. He jumped up, overturning the chair. He frantically demanded a mirror. The confused waitress pointed to the wall. Jian touched his face, his trembling fingers tracing his skin. He whispered a question to himself. He stared into the mirror. The face looking back was young, unscarred, and muscular. He realized his entire body had recovered. He recalled his previous state, a body covered in gruesome scars, held together by sheer will. He touched his face, thinking that those wounds would have been difficult to recover from without risking his strength. He looked down at his left arm. On his palm, a glowing green mark in the shape of a snake had appeared. He wondered what the mark was. Suddenly, the mark glowed brighter. Jian grabbed his wrist, groaning in pain as green energy surged through him. A system window appeared. You've experienced death. More windows cascaded down. You've achieved the impossible. Your existing abilities will be passed onto a new body. All achievements from the tower will be converted into experience. You've generated Zodiac skills. All unique skills and traits formerly possessed by you will be transferred and evolved. Finally, a massive snake emblem appeared with the text. You are now able to use the power of Ophiuchus. Jian closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the influx of power. With white hair and glowing eyes, Jian gasped, awakening amidst the endless cosmos. He floated in space, facing the colossal, slit-pupiled eye of a gigantic green serpent. The serpent, Ophiuchus, stared down at Jian. Jian looked at his own hand, confused by the serpent existence. He reached out, placing his hand on the giant serpent's head. Light erupted from the point of contact, a bond forming between him and the celestial beast. The light consumed them both as the entity cried out. Jian snapped back to reality, sitting on the floor of the restaurant, panting heavily. He looked at his hand, bewildered. Jimin and the older man rushed over, asking if Hyung was all right. Jian looked up, sweat dripping down his face. He asked them if they hadn't seen the snake, a super big one. Jimin looked at him like he was insane. He said he didn't see any snakes. He recounted that Jian had suddenly taken off his clothes, ran to the mirror, grabbed his wrist, and screamed. Jian looked at his hand again. He wondered if other people were unable to see it. Jimin whispered to his colleague that the guy was getting stranger and stranger. A notification pinged in front of Jian. You have become the master of Ophiuchus. A status screen appeared, showing Jian standing in a magic circle. Li Jian, 13th seat of the gods, master of Ophiuchus. Awaken name, one who pounds on all creations. Currently activated skill, Super Regeneration F. Penalty, 50% physical ability decrease. Remaining time, 1,032 hours. His body had been formed anew, restoring all damage. Jian realized his physical change was due to the Super Regeneration skill. He mused that the Saints had never told him they could see status windows like this. His expression darkened. On top of that, he realized he couldn't feel the presence of any divine gods. He smirked. Regardless of the details, his body had recovered, so he decided it wasn't a bad thing. He stood tall in his mind's eye, reaching toward a distant peak. He declared that what he had to do now was clear: kill those saints who ran away and destroy the traitor who stabbed him in the back. Jian grinned, his eyes gleaming with malice. He flexed his restored arm, feeling a thrill at the thought of tormenting those wretches. The two men cowered in the corner, paralyzed by his mana. At the ruins of the Demon Tower, police tape cordoned off the area as reporters snapped photos. A reporter confirmed that the impenetrable Demon Tower had indeed collapsed. Another remarked that the whole world would go wild over this. Reporters speculated. They wondered if it was the work of Li Jian's followers or perhaps the disciples who hated him. One reporter pointed out something strange to his colleague. He told him to look at the calamities. The reporter noted that even high-ranked disciples would have trouble with the wolf. He wondered just who in the world could take down all those monsters and bust the Demon Tower. A sudden realization hit the reporter. He wondered aloud if Li Jian had really survived. Is he back? His colleague sighed, saying he didn't know, but they would just have to wait and see. The sleek, modern skyscraper stretched upward, its glass skin catching the cobalt of the day. It seemed to drink in the sun, every pane a mirror reflecting a city that never paused. Inside, cameras flashed blindingly. Reporters swarmed a man, shouting Yang Wei-nim. They begged for his thoughts on the collapsed Demon Tower and asked if he believed there was a chance Li Jian had survived. Yang Wei, the Aries saint, stood at a podium flanked by bodyguards. He wore sunglasses and a thick coat, looking imposing. He leaned into the microphone. He stated flatly that he would have to say no comment to that. He turned and walked away. The reporters went into a frenzy, shouting for him to wait and asking what he meant by no comment. Minutes later, a car sped out of the building. Inside, a fist slammed into the armrest. Yang Wei screamed, "Dumb it!" Sweat poured down his face. He clenched his fist, trembling. He screamed Li Jian over and over in his mind, asking himself how many times he had heard that name today. He recalled the face of the man he feared. He questioned if people were really saying Li Jian was still alive, that he had survived for 20 years in that tower. He tried to convince himself it was impossible. He reasoned that there were tens of thousands of demonic beasts in there, all black ranked. He reminded himself that getting out with just the crimson eyes was a miracle. He clutched his pipe, his hand shaking, asking how one could possibly survive in there. He continued his desperate rationalization. He noted that Jian's body had already been wrecked from the recoil of his powers, and that he hadn't received any blessings from the gods like the 12 saints had. But then his eyes narrowed in true fear. He thought, if that guy really has survived, then Yang Wei bit down on his lip, terror washing over him. He realized that if Jian was back, everything would be over. Li Jian stared at the smartphone screen, its glow reflecting in his eyes as news footage of Yang Wei played. A slow, predatory smile curved his lips. He glanced at Jimin, voice low and edged with amusement. Now, then, how about I crush this guy first? High above the sprawling infrastructure of the airport, the sky was a pristine, endless blue, broken only by the contrails of a distant plane. A massive jumbo jet touched down, tires screeching against the tarmac as it taxied to a halt. A VIP had arrived. As the cabin door opened, security personnel bowed deeply, their voices trembling with reverence. They exclaimed what an honor it was to meet one of the 12 saints, welcoming Mr. Hugo Otters to the country. Hugo Otters, the saint of Sagittarius, stepped onto the stairs. He looked weary but composed, his coat draped over his shoulders as the wind tousled his hair. Descending the stairs, Hugo asked his detail where the Prime Minister was. An agent quickly bowed and informed him that the Prime Minister was waiting at his residence, and that Hugo's vehicle had been prepared nearby. With a curt nod, Hugo signaled for them to move out. The agents bowed low as he passed, treating him like royalty. Nearby officials whispered in awe, struck by his presence. One man gaped, murmuring about how dignified Hugo looked. To the public, a man like Hugo Otters wasn't just a leader. He was a chosen one, a being existing on a higher plane than the rest of humanity. A sleek, silver luxury sedan tore down the highway, carrying the saint to his destination. Inside the quiet cabin, Hugo sat with his legs crossed, staring out the window with a heavy, contemplative expression. He rubbed his temple, exhausted. He wondered if the commotion outside was due to the damn reporters again. It seemed they were always harping on the conspiracy theories that Li Jian was still alive. Suddenly, a phone vibrated on the seat next to him. The screen lit up with an unknown number. Hugo ignored it, frustration bubbling over. He shouted into the empty air of the car that it had already been over 20 years. The phone continued to buzz, persistent and annoying. Hugo glared at it, his mind drifting back to a memory he couldn't escape. In the memory, Hugo looked younger, his face pale with dread. He stood before a friend, delivering a grim prophecy. "You're going to die tomorrow." Hugo replayed the tragedy in his mind. During the Demon Tower raid, Jian had ordered him to stay outside and contain the surrounding calamities while the others went in. The memory of the tragedy weighed heavily on Hugo. During the Demon Tower raid, Jian had assigned him to remain outside and deal with the calamities that erupted beyond the towers. He remembered waiting in the snow, blood running down his face, praying that his prophecy was wrong. He had begged for Jian to return safely, but the reunion never happened. Hugo recalled the moment the other saints emerged from the tower. He had asked them, bewildered and horrified, what had happened to Jian. The other saints who had accompanied Jian had abandoned him. They returned from the depths of hell, carrying only the severed head of the Crimson Eye, leaving their savior behind. History was written by the survivors. Their achievements were acknowledged. By proclaiming the 12 saints, along with Hugo, as heroes, they secured immense power and authority over the world. Hugo remembered lying in a hospital bed, his neck braced, refusing to accept the truth. He had confronted the others, unable to believe Jian was dead. He requested a search and rescue mission multiple times. But the cancer saint, Jean-Louis Molling, had smirked at him. He coldly stated that they couldn't do that. Jean-Louis had mocked Hugo, reminding him of the sheer number of calamities that had poured out of the tower. He called the idea that Li Jian could still be alive completely nonsensical. With a cruel, knowing smile, Jean-Louis had told Hugo that if he was so worried, he could go look for Jian himself. He wouldn't stop him, but then he added a chilling whisper, but that would mean that there would only be 11 saints left. Hugo had gritted his teeth, powerless and enraged. Back in the present, Hugo's face hardened. He adjusted his collar, forcing himself to accept the reality he had lived with for 2 decades. He told himself that no matter how strong Jian was, survival would have been impossible. It was simply too late. Jian, he whispered, picturing the back of the friend he had failed. The driver interrupted his thoughts, announcing a call from the Prime Minister. Hugo snapped out of his reverie, asking what the matter was. On the screen, the Prime Minister looked shaken. He asked if Hugo had heard the news, that the Demon Tower had fallen. Hugo rubbed his forehead, exasperated. He sighed, asking if it was about that again. He stared at his phone, firm in his decision. He apologized to the Prime Minister, but stated that if he was being asked to look for Jian, he would refuse. Hugo declared with conviction that Jian died that day in the Demon Tower. He dismissed the tower's collapse as likely the work of Jian's fanatical followers. He warned the politician that if he was planning to use this issue for election votes, he wouldn't be part of it. The Prime Minister interrupted, his face grave. He relayed news just received from the Korean government. A specific call line had just rung moments ago. Hugo froze. What rang, he asked. The answer stopped his heart. Li Jian's exclusive call line. Hugo's eyes went wide, his composure shattering. He lunged forward, grabbing the driver's seat with frantic desperation. He screamed, asking if that was for real, nearly throttling the driver in the process. Stop the car, Hugo bellowed, looking like a man possessed. The terrified driver stammered a yes, sir. The car screeched to a halt, smoking tires marking the pavement. Hugo realized with dawning horror that the unknown calls he had been ignoring. He looked at his phone screen. 30 missed calls, and 1 new voicemail. With trembling fingers, he pressed play. A voice from the past, calm and terrifying, spoke through the speaker. Hey, Teksu. A demonic silhouette with glowing red eyes filled Hugo's imagination. The voice delivered a promise. I will find you and I will kill you. Good luck. Hugo slumped in the seat, terrified. Sweat poured down his face. He whispered, this voice, it can't be. Is it actually you, Jian? Hugo screamed at the driver to turn the car around immediately. The driver tried to remind him of his business in England, but Hugo roared that he didn't care about that. Back to the airport, right now. Meanwhile, at a humble Kimbap World restaurant, Li Jian grinned at a smartphone. He noted that Teksu had grown up and learned how to ignore his calls. Jimin, sitting across from him at a table full of empty dishes, asked who Jian had called so many times. Jian just chuckled, saying, you'll see. Jian turned the phone over in his hands, fascinated. He asked if this was called a smartphone, finding it interesting. He calculated the timeline. He had entered the tower in 2005. It was now 2025. He remarked that the world had become a better place. Jimin asked if this was really his first time using a smartphone, explaining he could use the internet and watch the news. Jian's interest piqued. He asked if he could read articles about Li Jian as well. Jimin nervously agreed, saying articles about Li Jian were trending and reached out to show him how to search. Jian scrolled through the search results, reading headlines about Korea's hero and the 100-minute debate on Li Jian's survival. But the comments section told a different story. Users mocked him. He was useless compared to the 12 Saints. The 12 Saints took down the Crimson Eye. Leo from America beheaded the boss. The 12 Saints carried him. Crack. The screen shattered under Jian's grip. Jimin screamed for his phone. Jian roared in fury. Who caught the Crimson Eye? Those traitors. He raged that they were the ones who got scared and ran away. Taking a deep breath, Jian tried to compose himself. He told himself to hold his anger, that this was nothing. He continued browsing on the cracked screen and saw a mention of his will. He clicked the article. It claimed that upon his death, Li Jian had agreed to donate all his properties and possessions to orphanages and scholarship foundations. Jian remembered that. It was true. He smiled, wondering if his wishes had been kept well. But the next paragraph made his blood boil. The article stated that the 12 Saints mourned him, and that Li Jian passed on all his properties, including his divine artifacts, to the 12 Saints to help save humanity. Jian exploded with rage, crushing the phone completely. I've decided. I'm going to kill all of them. He vowed to tear their bodies apart piece by piece while Jimin shrieked in the background. Jimin wept over the pile of dust that used to be his phone, thanking it for its service. Jian sat back down, contemplating his next move. He wondered what he should do. He realized that even if he announced his return, he looked completely different from 20 years ago due to his regeneration. If he went around claiming to be Li Jian, people would just think he was crazy. He decided it was best to stay quiet for now and take care of the Saint bastards one by one. Across the table, Jimin sobbed, mentioning he still had an installment plan on the destroyed phone. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Jian sensed something ominous. A system warning flashed. Warning, someone is watching you. Jian felt a familiar, irritating presence. He stood up abruptly. Jimin asked where he was going. Jian replied he was getting some fresh air. He walked out in his sandals. Through his spiritual sight, the street was filled with spirits, fiery, ram-headed entities floating in the air. Jian recognized them as household gods, godly entities controlled by the divine gods. He identified them as underlings of Ares. System messages informed him that these household gods were creating a barrier belonging to Ares, decreasing the influence of other zodiacs, and requesting a tribute. Jian scowled. These arrogant pests. He cracked his knuckles, green energy flaring around him. He muttered, asking if they dared act like this was their area when all they did was kiss the asses of the divine gods. God damn it! Li Jian, Li Jian. Voices shouted nearby. Jian flinched, thinking he had been discovered. But it wasn't for him. He saw a man and a woman walking down the street, complaining about how noisy it was because everyone was talking about Li Jian. Jian walked past them, listening. The man complained that Li Jian was all over the news. The man lit a cigarette, wondering why people gave Jian so much attention when he was a lost cause anyway. The woman laughed in agreement. Jimin and the older man, following Jian, froze. They realized the couple wore the insignia of the Gemini divine cadre. The Gemini disciple noticed Jian blocking his path. Jimin panicked, whispering urgently for Jian to come inside, terrified of getting into an argument with high-ranking disciples. Jian just stared at the disciple with dead, unimpressed eyes. The disciple glared back, cigarette hanging from his mouth. What are you looking at? Go away. Jimin and the older man huddled together, weeping tears of fear. We're screwed. Jian leaned in close, staring directly into the disciple's eyes as the smoke drifted between them. Why? You angry? The disciples asked calmly. The disciple leaned his forehead against Jian's, challenging him. If you're angry, come hit me. The woman pulled the disciple away, laughing cruelly. She told him to just go, mocking Jian by saying he was going to be scared. As they walked past, he muttered under his breath, "Coward." They walked away, arms linked. The disciple commented that losers like that were exactly the type who liked Li Jian. "For real," the woman agreed. Jian watched them go, veins popping on his forehead. He asked himself why they liked the weakest of the saints so much. He wondered if the fact that he was a saint was considered a lie in this era. Jimin sighed in relief, praising Jian for holding in his anger. He explained that those guys were from Gemini and were over A rank. But Jian had reached his limit. He grabbed his face and screamed, "Hey, you roaches!" The couple stopped and turned back, shocked. "Did you just call us names?" Jian smirked, a terrifying, predatory glint in his eyes as he cracked his knuckles. "Yeah, the two of you. A couple of cockroaches." The air on the street crackled with tension. Li Jian faced the Gemini disciple head-on, unwavering. The disciple scowled and dared him, "Say that again if you have the guts." Jian didn't back down. He mockingly, sneering at Jian. He ridiculed him, calling him a mere regular person from whom he couldn't feel even a speck of mana. In a blur of motion, Jian's hand snapped out. With one finger, Jian flicked the disciple by the face and slammed him into the pavement with catastrophic force. The ground erupted, burying the man's arrogant expression into the concrete. Debris flew through the air like shrapnel. The female companion screamed in horror as the shockwave from the impact washed over her. Jimin and the older man watched in paralyzed silence, their jaws hanging open at the sudden explosion of violence. Dust swirled around Jian as he reached out through the haze, a terrifying, feral grin plastered on his face. Behind him, the female disciple gathered magical energy, her eyes glowing with malice. She called out to him, thinking she had the element of surprise. She lunged, a spell ready in her hand, convinced he wouldn't notice an attack from behind. But Jian spun around, his smile widening as if he had been expecting it all along. He didn't punch her. He didn't kick her. He simply flicked his middle finger against the air in front of her. The force of the flick hit like a cannonball. A massive shock wave detonated on impact, sending the woman flying backward with a pained shriek as the air itself fractured. Jian stood amidst the wreckage of the street, nonchalantly. He looked down at the unconscious woman and scoffed, muttering that they didn't even amount to much. The older man stammered, pointing a trembling finger. He asked how Jian could use his abilities right in the middle of the street, terrified of the consequences. Jian looked back, genuinely confused. He asked what they were talking about, stating matter-of-factly that if he had actually used his abilities, those two would be dead. Jimin and the man exchanged horrified looks. They realized with dawning dread that Jian had just obliterated two A-rank disciples using nothing but physical strength and a finger flick. Jian paused, his attention drawn to something on the ground. He crouched down beside the unconscious male disciple, dust still rising from the man's clothes. His eyes locked onto a gold pendant around the man's neck, emblazoned with the Gemini symbol. With a sharp tug, Jian ripped the necklace off the unconscious man. He examined the jewelry in the sunlight. He realized why hitting the man had felt strange. The necklace was a divine artifact. Jian's expression darkened. He wondered why these arrogant ones held divine artifacts, relics that were meant solely for the saints. Jimin looked at him with pity and confusion, asking if his Hyung really didn't know anything about the current world. For the past 20 years, humanity had hovered on the brink of extinction, nearly wiped out by the calamities. Salvation came only through the intervention of the divine gods and the 12 saints they had chosen. But 12 people couldn't protect the entire world. To solve this, the saints gathered followers and created organizations known as divine cadres. A hierarchy was established. Those granted power by the saints were called disciples. At the top were the SSS rank saints, followed by the SS rank 10 stars, then the S rank divine cadre captains, and finally the A, B, and C rank disciples. Since the power of the divine gods stemmed from the faith of the disciples, the organizations held competitions to recruit people. Those selected were given gifts, artifacts from the gods themselves. Jian clenched his fist, processing the information. He realized the world had changed drastically during the 20 years he was trapped in the tower. Jimin stammered again, interrupting Jian's thoughts. He pointed frantically, telling Jian to look over there. Jian followed his gaze, looking up at the sky. Floating in the air were massive, spectral rams wreathed in flames. They stared down with burning eyes. System messages flooded Jian's vision. The household gods of wealth and greed, serving Ares, were enjoying the situation. They urged Jian to finish off the man and woman, desiring to see blood spilled. They promised a useful gift in exchange for the kill. The older man turned pale. He realized Jian had caught the attention of the household gods. He explained in terror that these entities were the shadows of the divine gods themselves. Opposing them was equivalent to declaring war on the gods. He begged Jian to hurry and do as they wanted. Jian just let out a sharp, dismissive laugh. Jian glared at the spirits. He recalled Yang Wei, the Ares saint, and realized his underlings were just as gluttonous. They were trying to fill their stomachs just like that greedy pig. For God's sake, Jian muttered, lifting his leg high. Mana began to swirl around him. He brought his foot down in a thunderous stomp. The pavement shattered, and a burst of blue mana exploded outward. The shockwave created a massive vortex of wind and energy, blasting upward toward the floating spirits. The fiery rams were swept away, unable to withstand the sheer physical pressure generated by Jian's strength. Jimin and the older man shielded their faces from a gale. The sky cleared instantly. The menacing clouds and spirits were blown into oblivion. Jimin lowered his arms, staring in disbelief at the empty sky. Jian stood with his hands on his hips, grinning arrogantly at the heavens. He asked how they dared to stand up to him. Jimin watched, stunned. The household gods of Ares had run away, and the oppressive barrier they had erected vanished along with them. He swallowed hard, looking at Jian's back. He knew for certain now that this Hyung was definitely not an ordinary person. Jian turned around, a bright smile on his face, calling out Jimin's name. Jimin responded with a nervous stutter. Jian pointed at the unconscious Gemini disciple sprawled on the rocks. He asked for confirmation that this thug was indeed a disciple of Gemini. Jimin confirmed it. He explained that Gemini was the divine cadre with the most influence in the country, an elite force consisting of powerful figures. Jian's eyes lit up with a mischievous, predatory gleam. He asked if that meant they all had tons of money. He leaned in, pointing at the unconscious man's outfit. He grinned widely, noting that everything the man was wearing was brand-name clothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian began to strip the unconscious disciple of his valuables. Humming a happy tune, he rifled through pockets and removed accessories, declaring that looting times were the best times. Jimin and the man watched in silence, horrified by the sudden shift from hero to bandit. Night had fallen over the city. Under the glow of streetlights, Li Jian, Jimin, and the older man stood before an apartment complex. Jimin sighed in relief, announcing that they were finally here. It had been a long, exhausting day. Jimin pointed up at the building. He explained that he lived in the apartment on the second level with no lights on. The older man waved, mentioning that his home was in the next neighborhood. Jimin bowed deeply to Jian, his voice filled with sincere gratitude. He thanked him for saving their lives today and for escorting them home. Jimin smiled warmly as he straightened up. Then he noticed Jian standing there, unmoving. He tilted his head in confusion. Jian let out a massive yawn, scratching his head. He asked casually why they weren't going in, complaining that he was sleepy. Jimin froze, a look of horror washing over his face as he realized Jian intended to follow him inside. He screamed internally, asking if this stranger was planning on mooching off of him in his own house. In the interior of a bathroom, clothes rustled as they were discarded. A muscular back appeared in the mirror's reflection. Li Jian stood before the mirror, a towel draped around his neck. He smirked at his reflection. His body was sculpted perfection, healed and revitalized. Jimin stood in the doorway, eyes sparkling with admiration. He gave a thumbs up, shouting amazing. He noticed Jian had cut his hair, cleaning up the wild mane he had emerged from the tower with. Jimin gushed, telling Jian he looked so cool now. Jian touched his new haircut, chuckling self-consciously and asking if he really thought so. Jian looked at his reflection with genuine happiness. He thought back to the past, where the side effects of his abilities caused his hair to fall out, making every strand precious. He teared up slightly at the memory of going bald like a dandelion. Now, he marveled that he could actually style his hair. What a jackpot! Suddenly, Jian's expression sharpened. He looked to the side. Oh, what's that? Hovering in the living room was a monstrous insect, a calamity with glowing red eyes. Jian asked calmly why there was a calamity in Jimin's house. Before Jimin could panic, Jian moved. His fist blurred, wreathed in green energy, and he smashed the creature out of the air. Jimin stared, jaw dropped. Jian dusted off his hands. Jimin stammered, giving a double thumbs up, amazed that Jian killed it barehanded when even professionals would struggle. It wasn't just one. Jian began swatting the air, crushing the bugs with rapid strikes. Jimin complained that they kept coming to Jian and asked if he was giving off a scent that calamities liked. Jian paused, scoffing at the absurdity. He explained that normally this meant something inside the house was drawing them in. His gaze landed on a shelf filled with ominous trinkets, a statue, a decorative mask, and a music box. Jian identified them immediately as evil artifacts, the source of the monster attraction. Jimin looked confused. He defended the items, explaining he received them directly from the Gemini saint. Jimin held up a small crystal statue with a smile, explaining that even though they weren't his, they were blessed by the saint. Smash! Jian crushed the crystal in his hand without hesitation. Jimin screamed in terror. Jian waved his hand, grimacing, saying it was disgusting. Jian picked up the black mask. He explained cold-heartedly that this mask was a divine artifact used to monitor its buyer. He pointed to the music box, revealing it stole personal information. Then he pointed to the pocket watch, explaining it was designed to attract calamities. Jimin gasped, horrified as the truth of his blessed items was revealed. Jian's face darkened with rage. He realized the saints weren't just incompetent, they were malicious. They were selling evil artifacts to civilians to steal their money and feed off them. Flames of anger erupted from Jian's eyes. He growled, getting furious just thinking about it. Jimin cowered in the background as the room temperature spiked. Just throw them all away. Jian roared, ready to purge the house. Jimin screamed in agony, thinking of the money he spent. Jimin clung to an artifact, crying, while Jian prepared to smash it. Suddenly, the electronic lock on the front door beeped. The door opened. A tall, handsome young man with reddish hair and a backpack entered. He looked at the chaotic scene, the stranger and the crying Jimin. Jian looked at the newcomer with cold eyes. "Who are you?" he demanded. Jimin, relieved, stuttered out the name Sung Jae. Cheon Sung Jae glared, his eyes darkened slightly. "Me?" Blue mana flared around Sung Jae as he declared, "I'm the owner of this house." The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with magic power. The tension broke for a moment as the three men stood in the messy room. Jian looked unimpressed. A grand, opulent estate came into view, vast gardens, marble fountains, and gilded halls announcing the wealth and stature of its owner, Yang Wei, the Aries saint. Inside, Yang Wei was sweating profusely. He asked his subordinate for confirmation. The household gods in Korea had really disappeared? The subordinate, kneeling, confirmed it. The Korean branch was in a total panic. Yang Wei looked bewildered. He wondered who on earth would do something like that. He recalled the terrifying visages of the household gods, flaming rams that served as direct subordinates to the divine gods. No ordinary awakened would ever dare to chase them out. Yang Wei barked orders. He told them to contact the other saints and find out if they had any clues. The subordinate hesitated. He reported that Sagittarius, Hugo, was still uncontactable, likely working as a mercenary in England. However, the subordinate added a strange detail. They had been told that shortly after touching down in England, Hugo had left straight away. Young Wei Bao said, "Is that so? Where to?" "His destination is Cordell." Yang Wei's face twisted in shock. Yang Wei stood in his grand hall, deep in thought. He thought of Hugo Otters. Hugo was Li Jian's best friend. A bead of sweat rolled down Yang Wei's face. He wondered if Hugo's sudden movements were connected to the rumors of Li Jian's survival. A terrifying image of a scarred, demonic Li Jian filled Yang Wei's mind. Did he really come back alive? Damn it! Yang Wei gripped a decorative statue on the railing. That's impossible. He smashed the statue in a fit of rage, startling his guards. He screamed at his men to do a proper investigation. He frantically asked about other situations to distract himself. The subordinate reported that in the place where the household gods disappeared, a disciple of Gemini was found to have fainted. The report continued. The disciple was left with only his underwear, lying naked on the streets. It was the thug Jian had looted earlier. Based on witnesses, he quarreled with a handsome man. The image showed the revitalized Li Jian smiling mischievously. Yang Wei seized on the word. Handsome. It's not Li Jian then, since his face is totally messed up. He sighed in relief, clinging to the memory of Jian's scarred face. Still, Yang Wei looked grim. The situation wasn't good. Rumors of Jian's return were spreading. He listed the disasters. The household gods in Korea disappeared. And to make matters worse, they had failed in their conquest of the Spider Queen. He clenched his fist. If this continued, his position as a saint would be threatened. He made a decision. Prepare my private jet. His subordinate gasped, asking if he was going there himself. Yang Wei stood before his throne, bathed in light. Yeah, I need to find out what exactly is happening in Korea. He lit a cigar, his expression ruthless. With my own eyes. The scene shifted to Korea, to a massive Gemini-affiliated hospital. In a hospital bed, the looted disciple lay unconscious with an oxygen mask, his stomach exposed. An elderly man with a white beard trembled with rage. Who on earth? He screamed. Dared to turn my grandson into this? The old man turned his fury on a man standing calmly in the corner. Hey you, don't worry about what happened this time around. The man in the white suit adjusted his stance. He was cool and collected. That's why the Gemini divine cadre dispatched me. Chairman. The text box introduced him, Gemini disciple, S-rank permafrost, Min Sung-hoon. The atmosphere in the apartment was thick with interrogation. Cheon Sung-jae, the red-haired disciple, glared intensely at the stranger in his home. He pressed for details, asking if Jimin was really claiming he had met the hero at the Demon Tower. Sung-ji's voice rose with incredulity. He asked if Jian really killed the calamities with his bare hands, all by himself. Jimin, standing nervously to the side, nodded vigorously, sweating as he confirmed that it was true. Jian had even beaten an A-rank disciple. Sung-jae exploded in anger, shouting that they couldn't possibly expect him to believe that. He pointed out the destruction in the room, screaming that the stranger had broken all the divine artifacts in the house. Jian whispered weakly, trying to remind him that those artifacts were fake anyway. Sung-jae demanded to know Jian's affiliation, asking aggressively which divine cadre he belonged to. Jian, leaning back with a smirk, asked if he really needed to be in one. Frustrated, Sung-jae asked which divine god he followed. Jian's expression turned arrogant as he declared he followed himself, not those 12 morons. When Sung-jae pressed him for his awakened class, Jian casually claimed to be a production class. Finally, Sung-jae asked the most important question, "What's your name?" Jian looked at him, his expression unreadable. Li Jian, he answered simply. The name acted like a trigger. Sung-jae stammered, overwhelmed by the audacity of someone using that name. Jimin panicked, sensing the rising magical pressure, and begged Sung-jae to stay calm. Blue flames began to erupt from Sung-ji's body. Sung-ji's face twisted into a terrifying grin of pure rage. He listed Jian's crimes: trespassing, breaking artifacts, and now, the ultimate insult of using that name. A massive, spectral construct of a warrior materialized behind Sung Jae, radiating immense blue energy. Sung Jae roared, asking how Jian dared to pretend to be Lee Jiannim. Jimin screamed, grabbing Sung Jae's arm in a futile attempt to stop him. He yelled that they were inside the house, and called him a crazy fucker for unleashing such power indoors. A system warning flashed, alerting Jian that the mana of the Gemini disciple was exploding. Jian watched the display with amused detachment, sarcastically commenting that it was so cool, and noting that Sung Jae was going to burn his own house down at this rate. Sung Jae activated his skill, Gaze of God. His eyes glowed with blinding teal light. His status window identified him as an A-rank awakened, the Punisher, possessing S-rank skills like witch burning. His traits included genius and idol worship. Jian observed the boy, impressed despite himself. He noted internally that using a high-rank summon at such a young age proved that Sung Jae's genius trait wasn't just for show. The blue construct roared, its mechanical face contorted in a battle cry, preparing to annihilate the intruder. Jimin screamed at Jian to run away. He frantically explained that Sung Jae was an A-rank disciple of Gemini and, more dangerously, a severe Lee Jian fanatic. Sung Jae, eyes burning with magical energy, warned Jimin to get out if he didn't want to die. He was beyond reasoning. Jian didn't move. Instead, a dark, menacing mana began to leak from him, overshadowing Sung Jae's light. He grinned predatorily, warning the boy that he'd piss himself at night if he played with fire too much. In a split second, Jian moved. It was faster than the eye could track. He bridged the gap, shattering the magical energy and slamming Sung Jae into the floor with a devastating impact that cracked the foundation. Jian stood above the defeated disciple, casually dusting off his hands. He asked the madman if destroying the whole building over a house dispute was really his plan. Jimin looked at the unmoving body of his friend, terrified. He asked if Sung Jae was dead. Jian laughed it off, assuring him that he was probably fine. Sung Jae lay on the floor, eyes rolled back in his head, foaming at the mouth, with a massive lump swelling on his forehead. Jian yawned, deciding he'd had enough excitement. He announced he was going to sleep and would wake up when he felt like it, leaving Jimin to check if his roommate was still alive. Jian opened a door to a room he hadn't explored yet. He froze. The room was a shrine. Every surface was covered in merchandise, posters, statues, and busts of Li Jian and his masked, long-haired glory. Jian asked, horrified, what those things were. Jimin reminded him that Sung Jae was a fanatic. He warned Jian not to dare go inside, explaining that Sung Jae valued this collection more than his own life. Jian ignored him. He grabbed a muscular figurine and twisted. Snap! He grumbled that he should at least take their heads off because they made him uncomfortable. Sung Jae, who had just woken up, screamed in agony as his precious figure was decapitated. Sung Jae begged the crazy lunatic to stop. John, holding a headless statue, grinned and corrected him. I'm not a lunatic. I'm Li Jian. Sung Jae fell to his knees, weeping openly, screaming as his idol destroyed his shrine to said idol. The scene shifted to a news broadcast. The anchor reported on the incident from the previous day. 2 Gemini disciples had been humiliated by a suspicious individual who had extorted their belongings and clothes. In a cafe, Hugo Otters watched the news and buried his face in his hand. With a long sigh, he knew at once. It had to be Jian. Of course, he thought bitterly. The first thing I hear after landing in Korea? A waitress approached Hugo's table, asking for his order. Hugo looked up and froze. He glared at the woman, his eyes glowing. He told Yang Wei to stop the bullshit and get out of here. The waitress's eyes glowed red. A distorted voice laughed, admitting it was no fun that Hugo found out immediately. The Aries saint, Yang Wei, spoke through the possessed woman. He greeted Hugo, noting it had been a while since they had been able to contact each other. The possessed waitress leaned over Hugo's shoulder, smiling creepily. Yang Wei suggested that since they were both in Korea, Hugo must be thinking about Li Jian too. He advised Hugo that it would be in his best interest to share what he knew. Hugo slapped the woman's hand away, disgusted. He shouted that this was why he hated Yang Wei, calling him a goddamn pervert who possessed other people's bodies. The red glow faded from the waitress's eyes. She blinked, confused, wondering what she had been doing just now. Hugo looked at her with pity. Hugo clenched his fist on the table. He cursed Yang Wei for using such trivial tricks. He resolved that he had to find Jian before anyone else did, wondering where the hell his friend was. The scene shifted to a large mart in Buchan. Sung Jae pushed a shopping cart while talking to Jimin. Jimin asked if Sung Jae really thought that Hyung was Li Jian. Sung Jae scoffed, saying it was impossible because he looked completely different. Sung Jae argued passionately. He insisted that Li Jian was a hero who saved humanity, asking if Jimin really thought a thug like the guy living with them could be him. Jimin countered, saying he saw him come out of the demon tower for sure, and that he was super strong. Sung Jae shut him down with a flat no. Sung Jae claimed he was certain because of what his father had told him. Jimin realized Sung Jae's father was associated with Sagittarius. They decided to just go pay for their groceries. Suddenly, a woman screamed, "Thief!" A man in a mask sprinted past the boys with a bag of stolen goods. Sung Jae noted the speed, deducing that the thief was a Scorpio disciple using his abilities to steal. The thief moved like a blur, snatching wallets and items from shelves and customers. Sung Jae realized that at this rate, the entire store would be emptied. The thief laughed maniacally as he sprinted away, shouting that even a saint wouldn't be able to catch him. He grinned under his mask, deciding he had enough loot and prepared to move to the next location. "Caught you." Jian appeared instantly, emerging from a blur of motion. He slammed his fist into the Scorpio disciple with a bone-jarring impact that seemed to distort the very air around them. As he locked the stunned and masked enemy in a vice-like grip, Jian smirked. The thief gasped, eyes bulging in shock. He couldn't believe someone had caught him. Jimin ran up, asking what Jian was doing there. Jian, pinning the thief to the floor with his knee, replied casually that he forgot to tell them to buy some chicken. A tall man in a black turtleneck approached. It was Min Sung-hoon, the Gemini disciple. He commented that it was impressive Jian caught a Scorpio disciple, as they were notoriously fast. Min Sung-hoon analyzed Jian, stating that his energy felt like a regular disciple. He advised Jian to call the police next time. Jian stared at him, thinking, "What's this idiot's problem?" Suddenly, the ground began to rumble. The shoppers screamed as the floor cracked and shook violently. The thief wondered if it was an earthquake. He grinned, thinking it was fortunate and that he could run away during the confusion. He scrambled to his feet and bolted. Jian watched him go, annoyed. The thief ran, thinking he had been caught by some strange bastard, but was now free thanks to the quake. Suddenly, the floor in front of him exploded. A colossal, segmented monstrosity burst from the ground. It was a giant worm-like calamity with multiple legs and mandibles. The thief froze, staring up in terror. He screamed, asking why a calamity was in the green zone. He turned to run, desperate to escape before he got caught in the carnage. He leaped into the air, trying to use his speed, but the worm was faster. It lunged upward, its massive maw opening wide. Mid-air, the thief thought confidently that even calamities wouldn't be able to catch up to him. As the thief frantically attempted to flee the scene, he found himself plummeting into the shadow of a true nightmare. It appeared that his desperate escape had led him directly into the path of a titanic monstrosity. The creature rose higher, smashing through the ceiling. Riding atop its head was a humanoid figure, a woman with spider-like appendages and multiple red eyes. The Spider Queen surveyed the chaos below, her red eyes glowing with malice. The terrifying visage of the Spider Queen watched over her new domain. Sirens blared. An automated voice announced, "Alert! This is not a drill. A calamity has appeared within the mart. All ordinary civilians, please quickly evacuate." The notification continued. With the appearance of the Spider Queen, the danger rank within the mart had been regulated to a red zone. It was a carnage as smaller monsters swarmed the shoppers. People trampled each other, trying to flee as the broadcast repeated the red zone warning. A young child stood frozen, crying, as a massive set of jaws descended toward him. A blur of motion cut through the air. Jian slammed into the monster attacking the child, his fist driving the beast into the ground with bone-shattering force. Jian dusted himself off, looking down at the terrified boy. He chided him gently, telling the kid he should watch where he was going. Jian crouched, his eyes glowing with green mana and a confident smile on his face. He reached out a hand. "You all right?" The child screamed and ran away in terror, leaving Jian hanging. Jian coughed awkwardly, retracting his hand. He muttered that he was glad the kid looked all right. He stood up, looking around at the swarm of monsters. He asked rhetorically why there were more calamities in the mart than people. Well then, a massive, spectral green snake began to materialize around him, its scales shimmering with power. Jian smiled, his eyes burning with the power of Ophiuchus. The giant snake loomed behind him, ready to strike. "Since it's been a while," Jian declared, "I'll do some warming up." A luxury black sedan sped down the highway, blurring past the cityscape as it rushed toward a developing crisis. Inside the opulent cabin, Yang Wei, the airy saint, sat reclined in leather seats. He looked incredulous, asking his subordinate to repeat the report he had just heard. The subordinate reported that a calamity had broken out at a market in Buchan. Yang Wei, sweat beading on his forehead, interrupted impatiently. He demanded to know exactly what kind of calamity it was. The subordinate hesitated before delivering the grim news. It was the Spider Queen. An image of the terrifying arachnid flashed through his mind, a monster he had failed to subjugate previously and had barely managed to seal. Yang Wei realized with horror that it must have escaped. Yang Wei gripped his knees, panic setting in. He thought to himself that taking on a red-level calamity alone would be incredibly difficult, his confidence shaking. After calamities first appeared, humanity divided them into 6 levels. Blue represented the gods' pure sanctuary. Green indicated a safe zone, where civilians could walk freely in the sunlight. Yellow meant caution, typically applied to damaged urban areas. Orange signified danger, requiring immediate evacuation as monstrous entities began to encroach. Red designated an area ruled by calamities, territory where human rule had ended and monsters reigned supreme. And finally, black, representing human extinction, the domain of apocalyptic beasts. The market in question was now bathed in a sinister red mana. With the appearance of the Spider Queen, the area had instantaneously become a red zone. The driver asked Yang Wei for orders regarding the market situation. Yang Wei stared out the window, his expression hardening into cold ruthlessness. He quietly ordered them to bury it. The driver, confused, asked him to repeat himself. Yang Wei clenched his fist. He decided that nobody could know. He reasoned that it would be a political disaster if word got out that they had suffered more damage because they failed to subjugate the monster. Sweat rolled down his face as he gave the fatal command. He ordered his men to report that all the people inside were already dead, and to send disciples to bury the building whole. At the market, the sky above the building turned an ominous, bloody crimson as the calamity's influence spread. Inside, chaos reigned. A horde of giant spiders skittered over the debris, swarming toward the trapped civilians. Min Sung-hoon, with buzzed hair, stood between the monsters and the people. Frost emanated from his body as he glared at the creatures. He cursed the fucking bugs, slamming his hands onto the floor. Ice shards erupted from the ground, freezing the hallway. "Glacial prison," he shouted. The wave of ice surged forward, encasing the swarm of spiders in jagged crystals. Min Sung-hoon, the S-rank Gemini disciple, panted heavily. He wondered if these bastards were looking down on him despite his rank. Suddenly, the ice cracked. A massive jaw crushed the frozen prison with ease. The Spider Queen screeched, shattering the glacial barrier and sending shards of ice flying toward the defenders. Min Sung-hoon stepped back, shocked that the monster had broken through his S-rank ice magic so easily. A figure stepped in front of him, radiating a relaxed, green aura. With an armful of soda cans, Lee Jian smirked and said to the ice boy, "Move it." Min Sung-hoon stared at the stranger's back, bewildered, wondering when he had arrived. Jian taunted the spiders, asking if they were trying to eat people because they had nothing else to eat. He juggled the soda cans, infusing them with his energy. With a sharp motion, he punted a soda can into the air. "Eat this instead," Jian shouted, launching a volley of cans with precision kicks. They flew like missiles, striking the spiders with explosive force. The Spider Queen's subordinate roared, its maw opening wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. A sudden burst of power ripped through the air, a single strike cleaving the monster clean in half. Jian descended, gripping his blade. He snarled, demanding to know what the monster was showing its fangs for. He landed amidst the carnage, his eyes glowing. He wiped blood from the blade, warning the damn mobs to just stay put. Jimin and his roommate Sung Jae watched in awe. The roommate pointed, mouth agape at the display of power. A system window appeared before Jian. "You've handled the calamity." Jian stared at it, processing the notification. More windows popped up. "Your Zodiac experience has risen. You've acquired new materials for production." Jian looked at the glowing light in his hand, wondering what these materials were. A crystal formed in his palm. The system explained he could produce new skills and divine artifacts with these materials. Jian wondered if his production skill had changed and decided to test it later. He clenched the crystal, satisfied. He noted that considering his 50% physical penalty, his movements weren't too bad. He grinned, thinking that at this rate, he would become stronger than when he was active 20 years ago. Min Sung-hoon watched him, trembling. He thought it was impossible. Even though the monsters were barely affected by his own S-rank magic, this stranger had taken care of them with ease. Sung Jae noticed the weapon in Jian's hand. He pointed it out, shocked to see his own dagger. Sung Jae asked Jian when he had taken it. Jian smiled nonchalantly. Min Sung-hoon stared at him, wondering where a guy like this had come from. Suddenly, realization struck Sung-hoon. He gasped, "Hey, you lay person!" Sung-hoon shouted, pointing an accusatory finger. Jian looked over, unimpressed. Sung-hoon yelled that no wonder he had a weird feeling. Jian was the criminal who had ambushed their disciples earlier. Jian feigned shock. Sung-hoon recalled the humiliation of the chairman, his grandfather, and the naked disciple. Rage filled his eyes. "Shut up!" Jian shouted, punching Sung-hoon square in the face before the disciple could finish his sentence. Jian stood over the crouching disciple, looking menacing. He asked how the bastard found out, muttering that he knew too much. Sung-hoon clutched his face in pain. Sung-hoon shot back in frustration. "How could you not know?" He glared, calling Jian a complete fool. He pointed at Jian, accusing him of beating up their disciples and stealing their clothes and badge. Sung-hoon explained that those badges were S-rank divine artifacts given only to Gemini disciples. He deduced that Jian's unreasonable strength must be coming from that gift. Jian looked at the badge in his hand, genuinely confused, asking since when he had been holding it. Jian examined the item with a scoff. "What a piece of junk," he muttered, crushing it in his hand. Sung-hoon screamed, calling him a crazy lunatic for insulting the artifact. Jian tossed the badge aside dismissively. He called divine artifacts a joke and purely ornamental. He told Sung-hoon he had been tricked by that which the Gemini saint. He mused that, even after 20 years, that shithead, which was the same bully as always. The Spider Queen, having recovered, screeched violently, interrupting the argument. Jian turned, his senses alerting him to the danger above. Jimin and his friend pointed upward in terror as debris began to fall. The ceiling collapsed. The massive Spider Queen, along with tons of rubble, crashed down toward the crowd of civilians below. Min Sung-hoon shouted that it was the Spider Queen. Jian watched calmly. Jian and Sung-hoon moved simultaneously as the monster landed. Jian charged forward, green mana trailing behind him. He shouted, "Hey!" Spider. He leaped into the air, driving his fist down toward the monster's carapace. Get lost already, Jian roared, delivering a devastating punch. The impact was cataclysmic. The Spider Queen was smashed into the floor, the ground shattering under the force of the blow. Green energy exploded outward. The civilians watched, stunned into silence by the display of raw power. Jimin and Sungjae gaped, unable to comprehend what they had just seen. Min Sunghoon stared, sweat running down his face. He whispered that it was insane. He realized that this stranger had charged ahead at the Spider Queen without using any divine artifacts at all. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Sunghoon's mind. It commanded all Gemini disciples in the mart to listen. Sunghoon recognized the voice as Divine Cadre Captain Choi Sunghyuk. Sungjae realized it was telepathy. Choi Sunghyuk, walking calmly outside, identified Min Sunghoon. He ordered him, along with Cheon Sungjae, to exit the building immediately. The telepathic message continued with chilling news. Samari's guys will be burying the building whole. The building outside was bathed in an ominous red light. Choi Sung-hyuk explained via telepathy that Yang Wei was coming personally, and they had no way to stop him. He noted that the Spider Queen was something even Yang Wei had failed to subjugate. Choi Sung-hyuk explained that the Ares clan was desperately trying to hide the truth. Agents outside channeled magic to collapse the structure. He added that it would be troubling for them if any dirt regarding their failure got out. The command came, Min Sunghoon, you have a teleport skill that was lent to you, right? Hurry up, get Cheon Sungjae and get out. Sunghoon froze, asking, you mean just us two? Sunghoon looked around. He saw the injured civilians helping each other, fear in their eyes. He saw the hordes of spiders and centipedes closing in on the defenseless people. Jian unhesitatingly launched himself into the air, interposing his body between the fleeing civilians and the towering monstrosity before him. The Spider Queen loomed over the battlefield like a mountain. Min Sunghoon could do nothing but watch Jian selfless act. Choi Sung-hyuk's voice came again, sensing the hesitation. Why? Is there a problem? No. Sunghoon lied to his superior, his eyes glowing. There's no problem at all. Amidst the ruins of the market, Cheon Sungjae argued fiercely with Min Sunghoon. He screamed that begging for help wouldn't even be enough, demanding to know what Sunghoon was saying. He pointed out the chaos surrounding them, unable to comprehend the other man's decision. Sunghoon stood with his back to them, facing the abyss. Sungjae accused him of telling everyone there to be buried alive. Sunghoon quietly replied that he knew. Sunghoon turned his head slightly, his expression grim. He asked Sungjae to think about the consequences. If they reported that the Spider Queen had appeared in the middle of the city, what would the people think? Sungjae stared at him, bewildered. What? Sunghoon continued his cold logic. He explained that the citizens would definitely rebuke the Divine Cadre. Their devotion would be shaken, and the divine god strength would weaken as a result. He argued that humanity's devotion must remain unshakable for them to receive protection. Sungjae clenched his fists, asking if he was willing to sacrifice everyone just because of that. Sunghoon held up a smartphone. He revealed that luckily, he still had a rented teleport skill left. It could transport 2 people at a time. He ordered Sungjae to come with him alone, stating that since it was an order, he would take him out specially. Sungjae refused immediately, shielding his friend Jimin. He shouted, asking about his friend and declaring he couldn't leave him behind. He added that there were still many people who hadn't been able to evacuate. Sunghoon looked at Sungjae with disdain, sweat trickling down his face. He muttered inwardly, calling Sungjae a clueless fool for pestering him in a situation like this. Ice began to form around Sunghoon's arm. He declared that he had no plans to be buried alive because he hesitated due to incompetent idiots like Sungjae. A manic, desperate grin spread across Sunghoon's face as he gathered his mana. He reasoned that he also couldn't just ignore the commands of the Divine Cadre Captain. He decided he would get rid of those burdens so Sungjae wouldn't have to worry about them. Blue mana exploded from Sunghoon. Sungjae screamed in fury, "You worthless trash!" Sung Hoon laughed, his body encased in icy armor. He taunted Sung Jae, asking if he was actually thinking of fighting him. Jimin stood frozen in fear beside his enraged friend. Sung Hoon mocked him, stating that they were on different levels. He told Sung Jae to stop being needlessly guilty and to make the wise choice. Suddenly, a massive impact struck Sung Hoon from the side. He gasped as he was sent flying. A foot slammed onto the ground where Sung Hoon had just stood. A casual voice asked, "Oh, you guys, why are you still here?" Lee Jian walked through the debris while holding a dagger in the other hand. He told them it was dangerous and advised them to get outside quickly. Sung Jae looked at Jian, relieved but frantic. He called out, "Hyung," and explained that they couldn't leave because the exit was being blocked by calamities. Sung Jae pointed at the teleport device on the ground near the unconscious Sung Hoon. He said they would either have to use the teleport or get rid of all the calamities. Behind them, the massive Spider Queen loomed, her many eyes glowing red. Sung Jae added desperately that there were also many injured people who couldn't move. And outside, the Ares disciples were blocking them off, preparing to bury the building. Jian scratched his head, looking annoyed. He muttered that this situation was a real pain, honestly. Suddenly, Sung Hoon burst from the rubble, screaming in rage. He cursed Jian, calling him a damn beggar and asking how he dared to trample him. Jian looked down at him, unimpressed. He asked what this was about, pointing out that Sung Hoon had thrown away the people to escape by himself. Sung Hoon screamed for him to shut up. Sung Hoon raised his phone, his expression contorted with madness as he shouted at the others, calling them idiots and daring them to survive on their own. He said he would escape no matter what, even if he had to do it alone. Sung Hoon activated the teleport skill, but something went wrong. Instead of vanishing, a thick web shot down from the ceiling, snatching him up. The Spider Queen had him. Sung Hoon stared in horror as he was hoisted into the air. The monster's jaws opened wide. Sung Hoon screamed as he was devoured. His phone fell to the ground, skittering across the floor. Jian watched with a cold, unreadable expression. Sung Jae and Jimin stared in shock. Jian turned to the two young men. He gave them a simple order. He would take care of this, the Spider Queen. He told them to go take care of the injured first, so they could leave immediately. Jian faced the monster, green energy flaring around him. He promised he would be done soon. Meanwhile, outside the building, red mana engulfed the structure as the barrier solidified. Yang Wei, having arrived at the scene, walked toward the building flanked by his entourage. He asked for a situation report. A subordinate informed him that the mart had been blocked off and the entire building sealed. Yang Wei frowned. He noted that it seemed to be progressing too slowly for something that had started before he arrived. His disciples strained to maintain the seal. One of them sweated, remarking that it felt like the seal wasn't working properly. He said it felt like something was blocking it. Suddenly, a massive beam of green light pierced through the roof of the mart, shattering the red barrier. The disciples were thrown back by the backlash of force. Yang Wei shielded his face. A gigantic, spectral green serpent rose from the building, its mouth open in a silent roar. The snake, energy engulfing the entire structure in a blinding explosion of power. Yang Wei looked up in terror, his voice trembling as he demanded to know what that thing was, whether it was a snake or something far worse. Inside the mart, the barriers fell. Civilians screamed and ran for the exits, shouting for help and warning of the calamities inside. But then the screams changed. People began shouting that there were still people trapped inside. Others yelled the unbelievable news. Some guy killed all the spiders. Yang Wei froze, disbelief flickering across his face. Someone had killed the spiders? That was impossible. Even he hadn't been able to do it. He pushed past his men. He decided he would have to check it himself. A subordinate tried to warn him that there could still be calamities inside, but Yang Wei dismissed it, telling them all to wait. He walked into the smoke and dust. He saw the devastation firsthand. The building's interior was shredded. "My God," Yang Wei whispered, sweat rolling down his cheek. Before him lay the carcass of the Spider Queen, slumped against a wall. Yang Wei trembled, his mind racing. How had they managed to kill that thing? Just who could have done it? He approached the massive hole in the floor where the final blow had landed. He noted that there were still traces of the battle left. Something definitely happened here. He wondered if this meant they really hunted the Spider Queen. He laughed nervously, rubbing his forehead. He muttered that this was getting bigger and bigger. He reminded himself that besides this, there was other stuff he had to pay attention to. Suddenly, he froze. A familiar, terrifying sensation washed over him. Yang Wei's gaze dropped to the walkway below, where a man in a suit stood amid the chaos. His blood ran cold. He recognized that face instantly. That man, it was him. It was Hugo Otters. He stood casually on the balcony, looking down at Yang Wei. Yang Wei screamed internally, asking why that fool was here. Yang Wei's composure cracked as panic set in. He wondered if Hugo was the one orchestrating everything. The thought, absurd as it sounded, began to feel strangely plausible. A voice cut through his thoughts, calm yet heavy with bitterness, asking if life had been more bearable without him. Yang Wei turned sharply. A figure loomed behind him, one eye glowing an eerie green through the shadows. "What's the matter, Hairball?" Li Jian smiled, his face obscured by shadow, but his presence unmistakable. He asked if Yang Wei was uncomfortable somewhere. He noted they hadn't seen each other in a while and asked why his expression was so rotten. Yang Wei's face contorted in pure terror. He stammered the name he feared most. Li Jian. Sirens tore through the night as red lights washed over the wreckage. Emergency crews flooding the scene, while medics shouted for the wounded to come forward and officers barked orders for civilians to clear out before the situation worsened. On the curb amid the chaos, two figures sat wrapped in blankets. Jimin coughed weakly, still rattled, while Cheon Sung-jae stared ahead in silence, his sharp gaze cutting through the confusion as he tried to process what he had witnessed. Sung-jae's thoughts spiraled back to the man who had faced the Spider Queen, replaying movements that were fluid, overwhelming, and impossibly familiar, leaving him wondering if that fighter could truly be Li Jian, despite the completely different appearance. A familiar voice suddenly called out his name, snapping Sung-jae out of his thoughts as he looked up in surprise. Hugo Otters, the Sagittarius Saint, approached with long strides, relief and severity etched into his face as he demanded to know why Sung-jae was there. Sung-jae froze at the sight of his father and asked when he had returned to Korea, only for Hugo to brush it aside and scold him for his attitude, while Jimin stared in open shock upon realizing who stood before them. Clicking his tongue, Sung-jae turned away in irritation, prompting Jimin to let out an awkward laugh in a futile attempt to ease the tense atmosphere. Hugo cleared his throat, recognizing that his harshness might have been misplaced given the circumstances. His posture relaxed as he told Sung-jae to let it go, noting that neither of them appeared seriously injured and assuring them that treatment would be enough. Hugo's expression hardened again as he asked the real question, whether Sung-jae had been inside the mart, and mentioned hearing that the Spider Queen had been slain, pressing to know who had done it. Sung-jae responded with a dismissive huff, turning away as Hugo's brow twitched, wondering where his son had inherited such stubbornness. Jimin turned to Sung-jae, asking if Jian Hyung would be fine. The word Jian suddenly caught Hugo's attention. In an instant, Hugo lunged forward and seized Jimin by the collar. Roaring as he shook the terrified young man, Hugo demanded to know why Jimin had said Jian Hyung and where Li Jian was, leaving Jimin stammering apologies in sheer confusion. Jimin's thoughts spun wildly as he recalled the name Jian had used before, wondering if this Saint Hugo Otters was the same man called Oh Taek-soo. Desperation spilled from Hugo as Jimin shouted that Jian was still inside the mart and that he was the one who had killed the Spider Queen, stressing that the man had clearly named himself Li Jian. Sung-jae and Jimin exchanged stunned looks, Hugo Otters demanding an explanation. Before anyone could respond, a deafening explosion ripped through the building behind them, forcing Hugo to turn away. Smoke and debris billowed as Hugo squinted through the haze, his face set with dread and resolve. Deep within the collapsing structure, The sound of heavy breathing echoed through the dust. Yang Wei, the Ares saint, stood amid the ruins, panting as red energy crackled violently around his hands. From within the haze, a calm silhouette emerged as Li Jian stepped forward, chiding Yang Wei for overdoing it. With a smirk on his youthful, unmarked face, Jian remarked that 20 years had passed since they last met, yet Yang Wei had attacked him without warning. Yang Wei stared in disbelief, fear seeping into his widened eyes as he struggled to comprehend how this could be possible. He scrutinized the man before him, reluctantly admitting that the resemblance to Li Jian was undeniable. Yet the differences overwhelmed him. The lack of scars, the altered voice, the impossible youth, and fear twisted into rage as he laughed hysterically, accusing the stranger of daring to impersonate Li Jian and mocking himself for being frightened. Jian tilted his head in genuine confusion, questioning the accusation. Yang Wei roared about knowing one's place and defying him, summoning his power and warning Jian to brace himself, only to be met with Jian's cold disdain and open contempt. With a furious scream, Jian hurled himself forward, driving a devastating punch toward Yang Wei. The blow sent Yang Wei crashing backward through multiple concrete pillars. He skidded across the ground before coming to a halt, dust exploding into the air around him. Before he could rise, a massive blast of mana slammed down from above, engulfing him in a violent explosion. Yang Wei lay buried in rubble, a pained groan tearing from him. Eyes glowing green with fury, Jian declared that people like Yang Wei only understood violence, questioning whether life had improved after disposing of him in the tower as his rage erupted. He advanced step by step, auras swelling as he accused Yang Wei of stealing his divine artifacts, his assets, and even forging his will, humming mockingly while Yang Wei trembled on the ground. Cracking his knuckles, Jian calmly announced that he intended to kill them all, beginning with a lesson for Yang Wei. He continued, vowing to destroy Yang Wei's home, his divine cadre, his artifacts, and every saint who stood with him, driving Yang Wei to scream in terror. Declaring that he would destroy everything, Jian unleashed a shockwave that shattered the imaginary palace forming in Yang Wei's mind. Gritting his teeth, Yang Wei swore he would never allow that to happen. A chilling realization set in as he recognized that Jian's words carried no bluff, and worse, that he hadn't been able to follow Jian's movements at all. The image of the monstrous, scarred Li Jian from his memories overlapped with the man before him, forcing Yang Wei to question the impossible, whether Li Jian had truly survived the tower and returned. Struggling to steady himself, Yang Wei rose and pointed accusingly, challenging Jian's identity. He began to levitate as red lightning crackled violently around him, power surging unchecked. Demanding proof, Yang Wei unleashed his full mana, red mana spiraling wildly. A massive magic circle bearing the symbol of Ares flared beneath him as countless blades of light formed overhead. An enormous avatar manifested behind Yang Wei, its presence announced as the divine god of Ares, the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor towered over the battlefield, swords floating ominously around its form. Looking up with mild interest, Jian noted that only a fragment of the divine god had appeared, his grin filled with amusement. Empowered, Yang Wei extended a finger toward Jian. Chains of red mana burst from the ground, binding Jian's limbs and locking him in place. Jian strained against the restraints, momentarily caught. Yang Wei laughed triumphantly, sneering as he asked whether they still seemed weak now. Thousands of swords filled the air, all aimed at Jian, as Yang Wei admitted he didn't know how Jian had returned from the tower. The Jade Emperor raised its massive hand as a royal skill, divine god's weapon, was invoked. Yang Wei resolved that Jian would die here as the swords fell like a meteor shower. Amid the storm of blades, Jian gazed upward with genuine awe, marveling at the spectacle. Enraged, Yang Wei screamed for him to die, pouring even more power into the attack. The relentless barrage buried Jian beneath a mountain of divine steel. The swords fused into a massive, spiked pyramid glowing with red heat covering Jian completely. Silence followed as Yang Wei panted, staring at the pile and wondering if it was finally over. Approaching the mound, he mocked Jian for surviving the demon tower only to die foolishly here. He scoffed at the notion of Jian fighting head-on after 20 years of accumulated power, deriding the idea that they had wasted all that time. Certain of victory, Yang Wei smiled. Suddenly, a green light pulsed from within the pile as the swords began to tremble. Horror flooded Yang Wei's face as he realized what was happening. The pile exploded outward as Jian burst free, his fists slamming into Yang Wei's face with devastating force. The impact sent the saint hurtling across the room, blood spraying from his mouth. Crashing to the ground, Yang Wei coughed and stared up in terror, finally voicing the question he had been denying, whether the man before him was truly Li Jian. Standing amid scattered swords, green mana raging like a demon, Jian revealed a scarred, muscular torso identical to the one Yang Wei remembered, grinning as he confirmed the truth. His eyes burned in the darkness as he declared that he had truly returned, this time for real. Li Jian stood amid the shattered ruins, pinching the bridge of his nose in open disgust as he wondered how things had gone so wrong that even Yang Wei's weapons reeked so offensively. Yang Wei stared back with blood pouring from his nose, disbelief etched into his expression as he struggled to accept that such recovery should have been impossible, even for the finest Aquarius healers. System notifications flared before Jian's eyes, announcing a near-death experience, fulfilled conditions, and the awakening of the 13th sense, prompting him to smirk and sarcastically thank Yang Wei for making him stronger. Jian stepped forward, eyes glowing as he suggested it makes a good test run, while Yang Wei, pale with terror, begged him to wait. Above them, the avatar of the Ares divine god manifested in visible distress, whining in disbelief over how Li Jian was still alive, leaving Yang Wei groaning as even his god trembled at the impossibility of it. Without warning, the divine avatar vanished amid furious curses, and Yang Wei gasped as abandonment hit him like a physical blow. Jian laughed as he beat the defenseless saint, blood spraying as Yang Wei screamed in confusion, unable to understand why a divine god would flee, only to be taunted by Jian, suggesting that new resistance was pointless. Grinning with eyes blazing green, Jian claimed mercy, promising only to return the pain he had endured, his smile described dryly as one filled with compassion. Yang Wei's screams echoed endlessly into the darkness. Before time passed inside the collapsed building, men in suits rushed toward the ruins. The arriving disciples of Ares froze in horror at the devastation, one voicing disbelief at what could have caused such destruction. Inside, the carnage was overwhelming, with massive spider and centipede corpses strewn among the rubble. Standing among it all, Hugo Otters surveyed the scene with a hand on his hip, his presence alone commanding the chaos. As his eyes glowed, Hugo sensed a familiar aura and immediately recognized it as Yang Wei's. Watching the disciples panic, Hugo reasoned this level of destruction could only be Li Jian's work. Yet he paused as he felt Yang Wei's energy lingering nearby, something clearly amiss. The disciples whispered among themselves, noting that the energy was far too faint to belong to someone still alive. Stepping forward, Hugo activated his power as flames erupted around him, politely asking the disciples to step back. He released a blast that tore through the rubble, sending debris flying as the disciples screamed. Hugo descended calmly into the crater he had carved out. Landing smoothly, he brushed dust from his suit and surveyed the area with grim focus. He called out into the emptiness, demanding to know if Li Jian was truly responsible for this mess. His eyes fell on Yang Wei's battered body lying unconscious with a note on his chest, and as Hugo read it, went to the Asshair's place, Sweat trickled down his face while he wondered what catastrophe Jian planned next. Under a clear blue sky, the Grand Ares estate, as Li Jian whistled up the steps. He gazed up at the mansion with a predatory grin, certain the divine artifact stolen from him was inside. Within the estate, tourists wandered through exhibits, snapping photos of relics like a golden ram's head and an ornate staff. Passing a golden bust of Yang Wei, Jian scoffed, mocking the man's obsession with flaunting wealth. He paused, sniffing the air as he caught the unmistakable scent of his divine artifact. Surveying the weapon gallery, he chuckled at the replicas, noting that while the clothes were familiar, the weapons themselves were cheap imitations. Suddenly, something caught his eye, drawing out a surprised reaction. Inside a glass case lay a single wooden toothpick on red velvet, labeled plainly as one used by Li Jian. Pressing his face to the glass, Jian beamed with delight, proclaiming he had finally found his precious treasure. The glass shattered, and a nearby woman gasped, pointing at the sudden act of vandalism. Red lights flashed as alarms blared throughout the building. Security guards flooded in, shouting orders and declaring a thief, directing all units to Area B. Amid the chaos, Jian stood calmly with the toothpick in hand, utterly unimpressed. Surrounded by armed guards and magic, he was ordered to surrender peacefully. Turning his back on them, Jian examined the toothpick thoughtfully. With a grin, he placed it in his hand and refused. A flick of the toothpick sent green energy erupting outward. The shockwave hurled guards through the air like discarded dolls. Jian walked through the devastation without a scratch. Rubbing his chest, he remarked that he should really use something familiar. A pink slime appeared in his hand, greeted warmly as lime, while system messages identified it as the omnificent mudball, a production-oriented divine artifact. More notifications followed, announcing the creation of a workshop and the unlocking of Creation Workshop, as Jian hugged the slime, and the potential of engraving skills was noted. Rubbing cheeks with the delighted slime, Jian suggested it was time to head out. He stopped before an ornate golden door bearing a ram's head, sensing powerful, divine mana within. Grinning darkly, he decided leaving empty-handed would be disappointing, the slime mirroring his intent. Grabbing the handle, Jian cheerfully declared it was farming time. Minutes later, Hugo rushed to the building, breathless, asking if he was too late. He looked out over the estate grounds in horror as smoke rose and civilians fled in panic. Hugo shouted desperately for Jian not to blow anything up. From the smoke, Jian emerged casually with a massive sack, complaining that he was getting hungry. Hugo screamed Jian's name. Jian looked up in surprise, recognizing him as Otek Su. Hugo sprinted forward in tears, screaming Li Jian's name with raw emotion. Posing confidently with his loot, Jian teased that Hugo must really be his friend after all. Hugo grabbed a man and shook him, yelling that he should have come straight to him if he was alive, scolding him nonstop while checking if he was hurt. Jian's expression darkened in irritation, even the slime visibly stressed. Snapping, Jian shouted at Hugo for not recognizing his face and delivered a flawless dropkick. Standing over him, Jian complained that some things shouldn't be confused and asked if Hugo wanted another beating. Hugo sat up, rubbing his face, suddenly noticing something familiar. Staring at the pink slime, realization dawned as he identified Jian's divine artifact and questioned the impossible truth. Jian laughed, asking if Hugo needed another beating to finally understand. Hugo lunged again, hugging Jian tightly. He cried openly, overwhelmed with joy that Jian was truly alive. Jian struggled uselessly in his grip. Shouting in protest, Jian wiped himself off as if contaminated while Hugo knelt, crying and affirming it was really him. A blinding light split the sky as a notification announced the appearance of the divine god of Sagittarius, drawing Jian's attention upward. A radiant, golden-haired god descended with a lyre in hand, leaving Hugo staring in shock. The deity opened his golden eyes, smiling gently. Gian and Hugo stood side by side, silently watching the descent. Apollo loomed above them, wings of light spread wide. The unsettling question lingered of why such a god had appeared here at all. From beyond the heavens, a radiant golden figure peered through a celestial gate. Apollo, the divine god of Sagittarius, calmly stroking his chin as his gaze followed Li Jian walking through the mortal realm with a slime perched on his shoulder and Hugo Otters at his side, openly questioning whether this man truly should have survived. Apollo leaned closer and murmured his suspicions to his saint, Hugo, pressing him to confirm the man's identity. Hugo asked, with unsettling casualness, how he planned to verify that this was truly Li Jian. With reckless confidence, Apollo proposed a simple test: shoot the man and observe the result. And as a spectral bow formed in his hands and a flaming arrow was drawn, Li Jian immediately felt the killing intent from above, his eyes flashing with irritation as he realized the divine god had locked onto him. Hugo panicked and grabbed Jian, just as Jian prepared to retaliate against the god, Jian shouting furiously about why that bastard was aiming at him the moment he showed up, while Hugo desperately tried to calm him, sweating as he insisted that everything was fine as long as Jian was unharmed. Jian slowly turned his sharp gaze toward Hugo and questioned what exactly Hugo meant by fine, coldly reminding him that he still owed him, leaving Hugo blinking in stunned confusion at the sudden demand. A chilling memory slammed into Hugo's mind. The voicemail left long ago, where Jian had promised to hunt him down and kill him, sending terror through his body as if he'd been struck. Jian loomed over him, a demonic aura manifesting like a shadow beast behind his back as he calmly listed everything that had been stolen from him. His house sold, his will forged, his divine artifacts gone, while Hugo shrank under the crushing pressure, realizing with horror that only the real Li Jian could be this terrifying. Jian's expression twisted into a bright, dangerously violent smile as he clenched his fist, veins bulging, and politely asked if he could hit Hugo just once. The blow landed with a thunderous crack, blood spraying as Jian's fist smashed into Hugo's head. Hugo stood trembling with a massive, steaming lump forming on his head, tears streaming down his face as he smiled in overwhelming relief, loudly thanking God that this truly was Li Jian, even as he bitterly noted how absurdly hard the bastard had hit him. Shouts erupted nearby as security guards spotted them in front of a grand building, one pointing accusingly and yelling that he had found the thief who stole the divine artifact, drawing both Jian's and Hugo's attention. Jian chuckled casually, the slime on his shoulder wobbling as he admitted he'd forgotten he was being chased, while Hugo stared at him in disbelief and demanded to know what he had stolen. Jian calmly pointed to a massive white sack on the ground and dismissed it as just a few things. Hugo's face drained of color as he recognized the contents as Yang Wei's vault, while Jian grinned proudly and asked if he hadn't done a good job. Hugo snapped, grabbing Jian by the collar and shaking him furiously as he screamed that he absolutely had not done well and called him a crazy bastard, while Jian only laughed. The security team leader stepped forward and ordered his men to seize Jian immediately, a subordinate muttering under his breath that this opponent was far beyond their level. The subordinate wiped sweat from his brow and remarked that Jian wouldn't stand a chance because they had summoned something that matched his monstrosity. The ground suddenly trembled, thump, thump, forcing Jian and Hugo to turn as Hugo stammered in confusion, wondering what was happening. High above the Ares gate, an enormous shadow fell from the sky. The security leader clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down as he announced that it had arrived. A colossal red paw crashed into the pavement, shattering concrete like glass. A system warning appeared announcing the arrival of Pishu, the household god of Ares, as a majestic red-furred lion beast roared, and the system warned that all riches and divine artifacts could be seized. The towering beast roared again, shockwaves rippling outward as its overwhelming presence pressed down on everyone nearby. Hugo looked up in despair, realizing the household god of Ares had descended personally. He urgently begged Jian to throw away the loot and run, but Jian remained unfazed, calmly telling Teksu to stay still. A confident smirk crossed Jian's face as he declared that he had a plan. He called out to the slime on his shoulder, commanding, "Lime, sword," as the slime chirped eagerly. Slime's eyes glowed as its body began to shift and reshape in a burst of light. Jian reached into the light and grasped the forming handle. With a sudden burst of speed, a dark sword shoots straight out of the adorable pink slime's mouth. Jian tightened his grip on the short, blunt sword. He swung at once, the air whistling sharply. Examining it, Jian noted that fighting a household god in this state would be troublesome. Green mana flared from his body as he commanded the weapon to reveal its true form. Hugo shielded his eyes from the surging power, stunned by the intensity. The blade erupted and transformed into a massive black greatsword wrapped in spectral chains and snakes, prompting Jian to smile in satisfaction. System notifications explained that the divine artifact had awakened through Ophiuchus, gaining enhanced sharpness, critical hit attributes, and increased attack power. Another skill activated, the 13th Sense, granting Jian sight of enemy weak points and the path of death, making him realize he'd gained something new. Jian called the skill's name aloud as his eye glowed an eerie green. Through his enhanced vision, he clearly saw the glowing weak point on the beast. With a grin, Jian shouted his intent to wreak havoc and leapt skyward with his sword raised. Hugo watched, thinking that Jian had always been like this, charging forward first and somehow overcoming everything thrown at him. A smile spread across Hugo's face as he silently cheered him on. Pishu swung its massive paw down, infused with destructive mana. Hugo's confidence wavered, and he screamed Jian's name. The dust cleared to reveal Jian unharmed, holding the beast's paw up with one hand as he scolded Hugo for screaming so loudly. Jian complained bitterly that the beast's foot smelled so bad it nearly killed him. His shadow darkened his face as he grinned savagely and asked if it was his turn now. Fear flickered across the beast's eyes. Jian uppercut the paw with his sword, sending the massive creature staggering back. Pishu roared in agony. A warning announced that the Beast of Riches had activated its abilities. The beast opened its maw, generating a powerful suction as it began devouring all nearby riches. A violent vortex formed, but Jian stood firm against the gale. He scoffed, remarking that the beast wouldn't have been beaten if it had stayed still. The trait of Ophiuchus activated as Jian raised his blade. He politely asked permission to strike just once. Calling out Snake Catch, Jian unleashed a massive wave of green viper-shaped mana. The attack pierced the beast's defenses and struck its weak point with catastrophic force. The shockwave blasted outward, throwing guards aside and nearly knocking Hugo over. Jian emerged from the fading energy, fierce and victorious. A massive trench carved through the land behind the fallen beast. Hugo stared in awe, sweat dripping down his face. He realized this was Jian at his peak. A system message confirmed the defeat of a household god and the rise of Jian's zodiac experience. Another prompt appeared asking if he wished to bring Pishu into his household, leaving Jian blinking in confusion. He approached the fallen beast, wondering if he truly possessed power once reserved only for divine gods. Jian touched the beast's nose as green mana enveloped it. The system confirmed Pishu had become a household member, the massive lion looking at Jian submissively. The beast shrank into a small, adorable winged puppy, prompting a surprised reaction from Jian. Jian grabbed it excitedly, shouting in triumph as Hugo watched in disbelief, questioning Jian's vocabulary. Hugo watched Jian celebrate with his slime and new pet, struggling to comprehend how a household god had been stolen from a divine god. A final prompt asked Jian to name his new household god, making him pause. With explosive enthusiasm, Jian shouted the name Piggy Bank, causing Hugo to collapse in utter defeat. The room shook with Hugo Otter's furious shout, his face burning with relief and lingering anger as he berated the man seated calmly before him, demanding if Li Jian even realized how worried he had been, while Jian sat on the sofa, methodically whittling a piece of wood, his dry reply cutting through the tension. Hugo had built a life, a family, and enjoyed every comfort, whereas he had been left to rot in the tower. Jian slumped onto the sofa, muttering sullenly as his words dug deep. He thought of the stark contrast between their lives, one living comfortably, one imprisoned in hell, and he hadn't recognized his best friend immediately. Pulling himself together, Jian glanced around the empty room, commenting that he supposed he wouldn't be able to mooch off Hugo here. Hugo replied indifferently that it didn't matter. Jian could stay, and besides, he lived alone anyway. Realizing he'd said the wrong thing, Jian's awkwardly patted Hugo's shoulder. Trying to cheer him up, Hugo stammered defensively about his life, insisting he wasn't divorced, though the hesitation in his voice betrayed brewing marital trouble. Wiping sweat from his brow, Hugo desperately tried to change the topic. He implored Jian to explain what had happened inside the tower, deciding not to tell his children, Sung Jae and Yuha, about Jian's return just yet, knowing they would overreact. Hugo admitted his ignorance of the events, explaining that he had been fighting calamities outside the tower and hadn't witnessed the final battle. He asked the question that had haunted him for 20 years. Why had the others returned with the Crimson Eyes head instead of Jian? Jian paused, a dark smile forming, and murmured that a sad story lay behind it. Jian's expression sharpened, pain and memory intertwining as he recounted being stabbed in the back and thrown into a trap teeming with countless calamities. He described the hellish scene, emphasizing not just the sheer number of monsters, but that the dead Crimson Eye had risen again, its multiple eyes glowing with malice, leading a horde of demons. Hugo rose, disbelief etched on his face. The Crimson Eye came back to life? Jian confirmed coldly, explaining the saints had brought back a mere fragment of the creature. A vision of the real Crimson Eye appeared, a towering, draconic nightmare wreathed in flames deep inside the tower. Jian's voice conveyed the horror as he revealed how he had eventually defeated the monstrous being. But the true terror had been the administrator of the tower, a shadow-drenched entity with countless eyes capable of reviving dead calamities. Jian recounted, slashing his way through, each step feeling like a brush with death, the memory of torture at the perverted bastard's hands making him shudder. A broken Jian standing over the administrator's corpse, utterly drained. He told Hugo that, at the end, he had collapsed, convinced he had died in the darkness. He looked at his hand, green energy pulsating. When he awoke, the monsters had vanished, and mysteriously, he had gained his current abilities. One certainty remained. Clenching his fist, energy flaring, Jian deduced that the traitor knew the demon tower intimately, setting traps and calamities with precise knowledge. Cold fury burned in his gaze as he declared he would beat the ones who stole his assets, reserving special treatment for the backstabber. Hugo watched, concerned, Jian, reasoning he needed to prepare for revenge. Standing, his body enveloped in a green aura, Jian activated Creation Workshop Level 1, summoning a workspace capable of forging anything. He explained he would manufacture the equipment needed to punish his enemies. System windows popped up, scanning for materials. Jian held the wooden horse he had carved, now glowing with latent power. The system asked if he wished to use the materials to create a divine artifact. He reviewed his inventory, corrupted essence of the Spider Queen, for magical power, a fragment of a calamity, for success and potency, and various stolen divine artifacts of Ares from Yangwei's vault. A mischievous grin spread across Jian's face as he suggested throwing everything together, holding the corrupted essence over the pile. Blinding light engulfed the room as the materials fused. A massive beam of green light shot skyward, piercing the night. The light faded, revealing the creation of a divine artifact has been completed. An ego has been produced. The imitation horse could absorb 10% of an owner's magic per hour if named, showing strong loyalty. Jian held the small red horse statue. Hugo clapped, impressed, noting that a divine artifact with an ego could grow itself. Jian smacked it experimentally. Hugo examined the object, rubbing his chin, commenting that high-grade equipment didn't usually look this unimpressive. The horse's angry vein twitched at him. Jian exploded in rage, eyes glowing red, demanding to know if Hugo realized how many materials have been sacrificed. Muttering about plans to craft gear for Hugo, Jian cooled, suggesting they forget it. Hugo immediately panicked, waving his hands. Hugo flattered Jian, praising his genius and insisting he'd only criticize the horse, not the craftsmanship, claiming he respected the artifact. Jian raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Stuffing the horse into a sack, Jian declared their next step, dealing with the Saint bastards. Hugo voiced his skepticism, arguing that luring the Saint from their fortified territories would be nearly impossible. In response, Jian didn't argue. He simply slammed a heavy, glowing golden chest onto the table with a resounding thud. Smirking confidently over the prize, he looked back at Hugo and asked, "Wouldn't this be enough to draw them out?" Hugo questioned logistics. Jian grinned, pulling a large golden chest onto the table. The safe of the Golden Fleece, Cess, capable of storing and multiplying items if a price was paid. Hugo gasped, recognizing it as a top royal divine artifact. He asked why Jian brought it out, knowing only the Ares saint could activate it. Jian laughed, teasing that Opatexu was a poor saint, so he brought this to fund them. Hugo turned red, denying he was poor. Jian explained their plan: use the safe to multiply materials, create high-grade divine artifacts, and crush their enemies. Hugo objected. No one here could activate the safe. Finette surprise coste jouer face. Hugo snapped, reminding him he was Sagittarius, not Aries. Silence fell. Jian muttered, disappointed. He thought he might manage it, but Hugo suggested another method. Casually, Jian revealed, "Damn, I already sent a declaration of war to the broadcasting station." Hugo was taken back by Jian's statement. Jian froze, eyes narrowing. "What did you send, and where?" Hugo realized the gravity, sweat forming. Grabbing Jian, Hugo demanded answers. "You crazy bastard," he screamed. At the Blue House, under a dramatic sunset, the Disciple SS watched monitors, reading a report labeling the disciples as retards, humiliated by a failed mission. Oliver, Leo, Divine Cadre Captain, mocked Gemini and Ares groups, suggesting they stick to selling charms rather than fighting calamities. A flustered Ares subordinate frantically begged the captain to watch his tongue, but Oliver remained completely unbothered. Reclining in his chair with his hands behind his head, Oliver casually gossiped about the mysterious slayer of the Spider Queen before dropping a dangerous rhetorical question with a smirk. Did the deadly Jian come back alive, or something? Choi slammed a chess piece with his mana. "Don't cross the line," his playfulness gone. Choi's Sung-hyuk laughed, mocking Oliver for being obsessed with hero stories about Li Jian. Oliver countered that if it was Li Jian, killing the Spider Queen would be easy. Choi argued that Jian only succeeded in the past because of the buffs and weapons given to him by other saints. Choi claimed that with that kind of support, they would have done better. Oliver laughed loudly, pointing out that Choi's lack of support must be why they failed to kill the Spider Queen. Choi adjusted his glasses, setting the record straight. He claimed that Ares killed the Spider Queen, thanks to the sacrifice of an S-rank disciple. Oliver smirked, impressed by the lie. He sarcastically commented on Ares having such a powerful person and said he'd love to meet them, perhaps inside the Spider Queen's stomach. The tension in the room spiked as the two captains glared at each other, their mana clashing. The president stood between them, looking stressed. The president wiped sweat from his face, cursing internally. He wondered when the Blue House had become a den for such thugs. Suddenly, a bodyguard burst into the room. He shouted for the president, announcing that something big had happened, and urged him to watch the news immediately. On the news, an anchor announced a special report. The broadcasting station had just received a mysterious package. The package contained pictures of a battered Yang Wei and a short message written in blood. "I'm back." The anchor confirmed that handwriting analysis showed a 99% match to the deceased Li Jian. Back at the safe house, Hugo screamed at Jian. Jian checked his phone, looking annoyed. Hugo demanded to know what Jian was thinking when he sent that. Jian calmly replied it was a war declaration, asking them to prepare their heads to be cut off. Hugo called him an attention seeker. Hugo paced frantically. He argued that killing Yang Wei was already a huge problem, so why would Jian announce it to the world? Jian looked up from the sofa. "Yang Wei? He's not dead." Hugo stopped. "What?" Jian sat up, smiling mischievously. He clarified that, strictly speaking, Yang Wei was alive, but not really living. Hugo looked confused and terrified. Jian held up the strange, squishy horse doll slime creature he had created earlier. Its face twisted into a goofy grin. "Tada! This is Yang Wei." Inside, the creature's thoughts shrieked in rage. "Li Jian, you crazy bastard!" A full status display of Li Jian, the Ophiuchus. He stood surrounded by lightning, holding a glowing cube. Constellation skills. Creation Workshop summons a workshop that can create anything. Gaze of a god, that allows you to see through the nature of all things. 13th sense. You gain a special perspective. You're able to interfere with the spiritual realm. Super regeneration regenerates all wounds at a super high speed. Body of 100 poisons. You are resistant to all poisons. Battle God instinct. Use up the remainder of your magic power to unleash the state of a god for 3 seconds. Jian wrestled with a writhing bundle in his hands. Hugo faced pale with uncertainty as he stammered, asking if the thing Jian held could truly be Yang Wei. From within Jian's grip, a voice screamed in agony, demanding release. Li Jian loomed over, a predatory grin spreading across his face. He explained that his recent battle had sharpened his abilities, allowing him to restrain Yang Wei's soul within the strange horse-rabbit doll. Grabbing the ears of the construct, he squeezed, eliciting terrified screams, and jokingly commanded slave number 2 to introduce himself. Hugo stared at Jian, a mix of awe and confusion on his face, wondering how soul binding was even possible. Jian dismissed the question, telling him the mechanics didn't matter. Pulling a blade from his pocket, he held it out for Hugo to see. Jian's expression darkened, eyes sharp and dangerous, as he revealed the blade had once stabbed him in the back, the weapon that had thrown him into a trap 20 years ago. Cold sweat formed on Hugo's forehead as he examined the weapon, realizing its weight. A blade that had almost killed a hero. The intricate engraving suggested it was far from ordinary. Hugo declared that since he'd been stabbed by this knife, Yang Wei wasn't the one. Jian held the doll upside down, shaking it casually, threatening that he might check how cold the Han River was if needed. Turning away, Jian casually announced his next stop, the Divine Artifact Store. Hugo, bewildered, asked why. Jian explained that Asshair, his nickname for Yang Wei, had mentioned seeing the engraving on the assassin's dagger in that store. The doll sweated profusely. Jian realized his attire was unsuitable. He asked Hugo to lend him clothes. Hugo, resigned, pointed to a closet, telling him to wear anything he found. Dressed in a new jacket, Jian prepared to leave. He told Hugo he would guard the house, addressing him as slave number 2. Hugo held the doll, baffled, asking if there was a number 1. Jian waved a lazy hand over his shoulder as he headed off, casually calling back that number 1 would see him again soon. Hugo froze, the meaning sinking in like a slap. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape, wind howling through the ruins of a destroyed building, dust and debris swirling in the air. A team of agents in black suits picked their way through the rubble, passing colossal, stone-like remains of a dead calamity, scanning with professional intensity. A woman leading the team touched her earpiece, reporting to Saintess Nim that the Ares saint was absent and the divine god's energy was nowhere to be felt, confirming the complete disappearance. Sophie Marty, The Aquarius saint, relaxed in a tub of bubbles and rose petals, smiling serenely but with sharp eyes, wondering aloud where he could have gone. Amid the battlefield's ruins, the disciple pressed her earpiece as the anxious Aquarius suggested the target might have vanished with the riches. Sophie's tone turned cold. If he'd struck a deal with another saint behind her back, it would be a serious nuisance. Adjusting her hair, her internal disdain clear, she muttered about the bald piggy. An aide tentatively suggested that the newly returned Li Jian might have kidnapped Yang Wei. Sophie burst into mocking laughter. Sophie's face hardened. She unleashed a torrent of water magic, blasting one of her subordinates away. Her aide flinched, crying out at the violence. The Aquarius disciple touched her earpiece, regaining composure and realizing she had overreacted. The Aquarius disciple quickly apologized over the comms for speaking out of turn, but Sophie dismissed it with calm assurance. Refocusing on the mission, she ordered her to stay ready. Sophie was heading to the Divine Artifact store as planned. She explained the next step, liquidating the artifacts to raise capital for the Drachma auction, an event of utmost importance. The aide interrupted urgently, stating there was a huge problem. The news struck like a sudden thunderclap. Several other saints had already applied to join the Drachma auction. Sophie froze, her polished calm splintering in an instant. The weight of the revelation settled over her like a blow. Disbelief gave way to fury. Her voice, sharp and shaken, tore through the air as she demanded what she'd just heard. At the entrance of Lion's Gym stood a massive, modern facility, its glass doors gleaming under the noonlight. Inside, muscular men worked out as spectators whispered in awe at the display of strength. Stephen Marker, the Leo Saint, stood before a barbell loaded impossibly high. A subordinate hesitated and approached. He reported the rumors Li Jian's divine artifact would appear in the Drachma auction. Stephen paused, sweat glistening. His eyes narrowed, intensity burning within them. With a burst of strength, Stephen dropped the heavy load he had been lifting the moment he heard the news. He chuckled darkly, declaring that the divine artifact had finally appeared, and it was theirs. Stephen Marker stood tall, radiating power and greed. Meanwhile, in a quiet alley, space distorted as blue sparks crackled, opening a teleportation gate. Li Jian and Qion Sungjae stepped out. Jian commented on teleportation's convenience. Sungjae explained it was usually expensive but free for Gemini affiliates. They stepped onto the bustling streets of the Divine Artifact store complex, vibrant with neon signs and traffic. Jian thanked Sungjae, noting he had found an SS rank appraiser thanks to him. Choi Sung-hyuk, Gemini captain, had discussing the man who killed the Spider Queen, instructing Sungjae to track him and promising full support. Sungjae sighed, notifications from Bastard Boss flooding his phone, demanding information about the killer. Jian noticed Sungjae's distress and asked if his boss was bothering him. Sungjae hesitated. Jian pulled dagger from his inventory, Janice's desire, handing it to Sungjae with a note that it had been fixed, warning him not to be surprised by its new effects. Sungjae looked at the weapon in confusion, recalling that it had been rusted and useless before. Jian and Sungjae continued walking as Jian explained that he had fixed it. He warned that the effects were a little different now, so Sungjae shouldn't be surprised later. Sungjae thanked him, stammering slightly. Jian then looked up, shielding his eyes from the sun. He announced that this was the place. They stood before a grand, traditional Korean building with a tiled roof and ornate wooden doors. It was the place where the SS rank appraiser resided. A passerby stopped, looking entranced. Whispers erupted from the crowd as people noticed someone stunningly beautiful in such a mundane location. Surrounded by bodyguards in suits, a woman of ethereal beauty, the Aquarius Saint, Sophie Marty, walked down the street. She radiated light, her white dress flowing around her as the crowd gazed in adoration at Saintess Sophie Marty Nim. She approached the entrance of the appraiser's shop. She told the doorman she wanted to leave some divine artifact for the appraiser before the auction. The employee looked nervous and apologized, explaining that the appraiser was currently with someone else. On the surface, Sophie smiled graciously, saying it was all right and she would wait around the area. Internally, however, a demonic visage of her screamed in fury, enraged that the appraiser dared to help another customer when she was there. She turned away, but her thoughts were focused on the closed doors. She wondered who in the world was inside. Inside the shop, Jian marveled at the display cases. He noted that since an SS rank ran the place, the prices were also SS rank. He looked at expensive items like a slaughterer, weapon, and a blood-absorbing orb. The appraiser, a man with a mustache and a monocle, held up a small golden statue. He asked Jian who had made it. Jian, confused, admitted he had made it and asked why. The appraiser, Jin Myung, loomed over the small statue, his expression intense. He asked if Jian possibly had some sort of connection with Li Jiannim. Sung Jae pointed at Jian, introducing him as a Li Jiannim pretender. Jin Myung ignored the introduction, telling Sung Jae to wait a moment as they were having an important conversation. Jin Myung strode toward Jian, demanding to know his relationship with Li Jian. Jian looked back, unimpressed, asking why. Jin Myung's eyes shone with admiration. He explained that most people didn't know this because Li Jian was so famous for combat, but he was actually a legendary producer. He gestured to a statue of a woman Jian had brought in. He claimed he had seen countless counterfeits in his life, but this was different. He could feel Li Jian's handiwork radiating from it. Jian smirked, realizing his cover was solid. He played along, saying, "Oh ho, you must know a lot about Li Jian." Jin Myung leaned in, whispering that of course he had to know. Jin Myung claimed to be Li Jian's disciple who had received his favor. Jin Myung clasped his hands together, blushing furiously. Jian's eyes fixed on the appraiser's face, flushed red, almost trembling. A faint unease crawled up his spine as he tried to make sense of the sight. His thoughts spiraled in disbelief, questioning what he was seeing and why the man before him had suddenly turned crimson. Li Jian crossed his arms, his expression unreadable as he stared at the SS rank appraiser, Jin Myung. He didn't remember ever taking on a student, challenging the appraiser's sudden emotional outburst. Jin Myung voiced his skepticism. He reasoned that considering Jian's age, he couldn't possibly be a direct student. However, he had to admit Jian's skill was impressive, almost enough to fool him. Jian clenched his fist, seriously contemplating whether he should just punch this con man in the face. Jin Myung moved behind his desk. He explained that he would show Jian the item he received after being recognized by Li Jian as a student. He placed an old, worn notebook on the counter. Jian's eyes widened. He recognized the item immediately. It was the notebook he had lost years ago. A sudden realization struck him. Could this appraiser be the newbie who had pestered him endlessly in China? He remembered a young man who was a constant pain, chasing him around so much that Jian thought he was being bothered on purpose. The memory of the young man overlaid with the weeping, middle-aged appraiser before him. Jian realized that the man sure had grown old in just 20 years. Despite the annoyance back then, Jian admitted to himself that the newbie truly had a wonderful eye for items and had even provided useful information on occasion. Jin Myung raised the notebook triumphantly, tears streaming down his face as if he were holding a holy relic. He shouted that one day, Li Jian had suddenly left his lodgings, leaving this behind, his production notes. Jian watched with a deadpan expression, thinking that he had simply lost it, only to realize this guy had actually stolen it. Jin Myung opened the book with trembling hands. He lamented that the handwriting was terrible, making it impossible to read, but he was certain it was a notebook for ideas. Overcome with gratitude, he expressed how honored he felt to receive such a precious item. The pages were filled with scribbles, heart diagrams, and chaotic notes. Jian stared at the notebook, his inner voice quietly correcting the appraiser. "That's my hit list." He recalled how, ever since his reawakening, punching things often revealed information about them. Since Jin Myung was an SS rank appraiser, Jian wondered half-seriously if punching him might yield some useful intel. After a moment of reverence, Jin Myung closed the book and slid it across the counter. With solemn generosity, he declared that this notebook would be of far greater use to a talented young man like Jian. He urged him to take it. Jian picked up the notebook, genuinely pleased. He thought to himself how nice it felt to have it back. He had written down several of his designs there, and losing it had always bothered him. Suddenly, a system notification flashed green. The sleeping notebook is reacting to its owner's magic power. The worn leather cover began to glow. The notebook will evolve into a divine artifact as a result of Ophiuchus's magic power. The book transformed in Jian's hands, emitting a brilliant light. Jin Myung gasped. He exclaimed that it was a memory-storing divine artifact, something he had never seen before, and could only stare in awe. Their awe was cut short by a frantic shout. An employee burst into the room, calling Jin Myung Nim and announcing that something urgent had happened. Jian and the appraiser both turned toward the sound. Jin Myung frowned and asked what was wrong. The employee pointed toward the entrance, panic written across his face. He announced that the Saintess was outside. Jin Myung's face hardened. Clicking his tongue, he muttered irritably, wondering why everyone was so worked up. He repeated the word Saintess, his tone dripping with disdain. Jian observed curiously. Outside, amidst a flurry of camera flashes and adoring fans, Sophie Marty, the saint of Aquarius, stood bathed in an ethereal glow. She posed gracefully, perfectly conscious of her image, surrounded by her security detail. Internally, however, her thoughts were venomous. She scowled at the crowd in her mind, wondering what these shameless people were staring at her for. This always happened whenever she left her domain. In the crowd, Cheon Sung-jae sipped a drink, watching. He confirmed it was Sophie Marty, but found her presence odd. She normally appeared only at official events, and even leaving her church was supposed to be complicated. Sophie folded her arms, her patience wearing thin. Waiting any longer was a waste of time. She decided she would meet the appraiser herself. After all, he was supposed to buy her divine artifacts at a high price to fund their auction preparations. The nerve of him to make her wait. Jin Myung aide tried to stop her, warning that there was still another guest inside. Sophie grabbed the door, her face twisting in anger. She demanded to know who this guest could possibly be for the appraiser to treat her like this. She stormed off, declaring she'd see this person's face for herself. Sophie marched into the shop. Her gaze immediately fell on the two men by the counter, the appraiser and a tall, dark-haired stranger. She froze. Her eyes widened as a blush crept across her cheeks. She let out a small, involuntary "huh." In her vision, filtered through sudden infatuation, Li Jian was surrounded by shimmering roses and sparkles. To her, he appeared devastatingly handsome. Sophie clutched her chest. Her thoughts shifted instantly. He was stunning, magnetic. She felt a dizzying urge to get closer. But reality crashed in. A monstrous vision of a colossal serpent with glowing red eyes lunged toward her, its gaping maw ready to swallow her whole. Sophie stood frozen, her pupils trembling. A primal, suffocating fear wrapped tight around her chest. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed. Her aide rushed forward in alarm, asking if she was all right. Sophie stared blankly ahead, drenched in sweat, trying to comprehend the overwhelming magic power she had just felt. It was as though hundreds of serpents had coiled around her, their presence choking and unrelenting. Panic consumed her. She scrambled to her feet, screaming that she had to leave immediately, and bolted out the door. Her frantic aide shouted after her, in confusion. Inside, Jin Myung and Jian watched the door swing shut. Jin Myung muttered, baffled, wondering why she ran out so suddenly. Jian shrugged lightly, suggesting she might have been feeling sick. A new system notification appeared before Jian. One affiliated with the Zodiacs has approached Ophiuchus without fear. Your divine power has been refined by Ophiuchus's energy. Current divine power, 35%. Jian frowned, muttering that he didn't even know what divine power meant and asked aloud if it was different from magic power. The system answered, divine power manifests as godly power and is required to use it. You can absorb divine power from gods and humans alike. If your divine power reaches 0%, your zodiac will lose influence. Prolonged depletion will weaken you. Jian clenched his fist, processing the information. He exhaled in exasperation, remarking that things just kept piling up. Turning to Jin Myung, he asked if that girl earlier really was the saintess. Jin Myung blinked at him in disbelief, asking if he truly didn't know her. She was constantly featured in news articles and disciple bulletins. Jian looked genuinely confused. Jin Myung clarified that she was Sophie Marty, the saint of Aquarius, and again asked if Jian truly didn't know her. Jian's eyes widened. Sophie? Sophie Marty? He burst into hearty laughter, tears forming in his eyes. Between laughs, he asked if that girl was really the saintess, admitting he had been wondering what all the fuss was about. Realization dawned. She must have undergone a transformation. That explained why he didn't recognize her. He conceded she looked better now, but his expression darkened as he muttered that even with a new face, her rotten heart hadn't changed. Jian's thoughts grew venomous. He divided things he disliked into 3 categories: fish bones, pests, and garbage. Sophie? She was definitely a pest. A person who valued skincare routines more than human lives. Jin Myung nodded grimly, commenting that he never understood why the world saw the saints as symbols of compassion and sacrifice when they were truly cruel and self-serving. Jian smiled faintly, realizing the appraiser knew more than he let on. Grinding his teeth, Jin Myung explained that this illusion persisted because Sophie had once been his physician. She had tried to seize the funds collected under Li Jian's name, and only government intervention had stopped her and the other saints from doing so. Rage burned through Jian. Jin Myung eyed him carefully, noting how casually Jian used the saintess's name. He asked if Jian knew her personally. Jian flashed a bright, dangerous smile, replying that of course she knew him. They were old friends. A narrow alleyway came into view, glowing under the orange hue of sunset. Sophie Marty clutched a wall for balance, vomiting from panic. Her aide hurried up to her side, asking if she was all right. A shadow loomed over her. A chilling voice whispered, "Do you really want to die?" Sophie started trembling. Her mind screamed, why did Li Jian have to come back now? She remembered that magic, overwhelming and suffocating, just like before. That feeling hadn't changed. She asked her subordinate if she had ever thought dying might be better than fainting. Startled, Sophie turned to her aide. She steadied herself, though her hands still shook, and ordered her aide to return to the shop to find out who that man was. The aide nodded, asking what to do about the appraiser. Before the aide could continue, Sophie interrupted coldly. "No, I've changed my mind." A sinister smile curved her lips as her eyes glowed with blue mana. "Just kill them all." She rationalized coldly. The appraiser was favored by Virgo, and they needed to sell their goods, but his disrespect had soured her mood. And that man, the one who brought back her nightmares, both of them were insolent fools who needed to disappear. Sophie offered her aide her divine artifact, promising to lend the goddess's power to ensure success. The aide hesitated, beads of sweat forming as she nervously reminded Sophie that using divine power in a neutral zone was forbidden. Sophie smiled serenely, though the air grew heavy with pressure. She asked softly if the aide was saying she couldn't follow orders. Terrified, the aide insisting she would never disobey, the saintess's will was the will of the gods. Sophie extended a hand, holding out the necklace. "The saintess's will is the will of the heavens," the aide chanted, accepting the artifact. The aide reaffirmed her devotion, declaring there was no way she could reject the will of the 12 heavenly beings. Behind her, a colossal, watery manifestation of the Aquarius goddess emerged, smiling serenely. Back in the shop, Jian looked up at the ceiling as a droplet fell. He frowned. Where's this water leaking from? Night settled over the city. A massive, futuristic stadium structure, the Divine Artifact Store Complex in the Center District, glowed against the dark sky, surrounded by the glittering lights of the metropolis. Down the streets, neon signs illuminated the bustling district. Cheon Sung-jae walked alone, sipping a drink, looking relaxed as he blended into the crowd. Sung-jae paused mid-sip, his eyes narrowing. What? He thought, something strange catching his attention. He looked down at the pavement. Puddles of water had formed on the ground, splashing under his feet, and he wondered why there was so much water when it wasn't even raining. Sung-jae crouched to examine a puddle. Although faint, he could feel mana emanating from the water. As he stared at his reflection, he suddenly flinched. Without warning, a massive hand made of water erupted from the puddle beneath him. Sung-jae gasped, falling backward as the liquid construct reached for him, his drink spilling and mixing with the magical water. The water twisted upward, taking the shape of a humanoid figure emerging from the ground. It loomed over Sung-jae, dripping and formless, a silent threat rising from the street. Sung-jae scrambled back, clutching his chest. What is this? He thought, his heart pounding. A scream suddenly tore through the air. Sung-jae whipped his head around, sweat beading on his face. The street had descended into chaos. Dozens of watery figures were emerging from puddles all around, surrounding civilians as people screamed, demanding to know what was happening and if this was some kind of event. High above on a rooftop, a woman with blue hair and wing-like accessories watched the panic below with a cruel smile. She chuckled as she raised her staff and invoked her spell, Mirror of Replication. The blue-haired woman, Sophie Marty, the Aquarius Saint, smirked. She noted that the ones just replicated were only A-rank disciples, but mused that if enough ants attacked together, even an elephant could be brought down. Back on the street, Sung-jae spotted uniformed figures arriving through the chaos. Hey, Saintus guards, he shouted, recognizing them. Sung-jae confronted them, angry and bewildered. He demanded to know why a battle skill was being used in a neutral zone and ordered them to cancel it immediately. The leading guard, a woman in sunglasses, brushed off his anger. She replied coldly that everything was being done by the Saint's command, so he had no right to complain, adding ominously that all of this was the will of heaven. The guard clasped her hands together as energy gathered around her. Divine artifact activation. No! Sung-jae screamed, reaching out to stop her just as light exploded from her hands. A gigantic column of light shot up from the center of the Divine Artifact Store Complex, piercing the night sky and splitting the clouds. Water surged through the streets, forming huge bubbles that swallowed civilians and disciples alike. The entire city block turned into a chaotic aquarium, people floating helplessly inside suspended spheres of water. From above, Sophie Marty watched with satisfaction. She ordered her subordinates to capture the Divine Artifact Appraiser while she dealt with the man inside the appraisal store. A violent surge of water crashed into Sung-jae. Sung-jae abruptly drew in a sharp breath as realization struck. He was trapped inside a floating sphere of water, suspended in midair. He struggled for breath as the water pressed in on him. He summoned a small blue spirit into his hand, thinking desperately that he had to get out of there quickly. His vision wavered, the world fading to haze. In that final instant before darkness claimed him, a desperate glimmer of blue mana flickered in his eyes, like the last spark of a dying flame. The scene shifted to the inside of a store, where water was leaking from the ceiling and dripping onto the floor. Lee Jian stood beneath the leak, looking up with an annoyed expression. Beside him, the appraiser Jean Myung fidgeted nervously. He asked if something was happening outside, pointing out the suspicious mana in the air. Jian looked unconcerned. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a wave of water crashed in, carrying Jean Myung with it. Jian's eyes narrowed, instincts flaring. In a blur of motion, cold steel pressed against his neck. The Aquarius disciple leveled her weapon at him, voice low and edged with warning. Don't move. Holding the blade steady, The Aquarius disciple said she bore no personal grudge against Jian, but the saintess was displeased because of him. Jian stood still, the cold edge pressed to his throat. She warned Jian in a cold, measured voice, not to do anything reckless if he didn't want to bleed for nothing. She laid out their orders. The saintess had told them to kill both Jian and the appraiser. However, she offered a compromise. If Jian apologized for belittling the saintess and bought their divine artifacts at a high price, she would speak well of him. Jian sighed, looking almost bored. He asked the appraiser if it was normal now for people to just wave knives around in public. Jin Myung trembled in terror. Jian spoke evenly, noting that in his time, no one would have dared draw a weapon so carelessly in public. The guard's blade pressed tighter against his neck, but with a sharp motion, he snapped it clean in half. Jian smiled brightly at Jin Myung. Jin Myung, have them pay for the damages. Jin Myung stared, speechless. He realized that the dagger in Jian's hand, now shattered, was actually a divine artifact of Aquarius. Jian had broken it with his bare hands. The guard, realizing her weapon was gone, shouted furiously, "I told you not to move." A massive water construct shaped like a wolf lunged at Jian from behind. Without even turning around, Jian swung his arm back and smashed the construct apart with a single backhand, the water dragon construct bursting into a splash of water. He turned toward the guard with a grin, asking if they had any more of those, and remarked that they felt pretty satisfying punch. The female guard stepped back in disbelief. He had destroyed an A-rank replication with a single strike. She realized the saintess had been right. This man was truly dangerous. Jian glanced at Jin Myung and asked if he was hurt. Jin Myung shook his head quickly. The guard thought to herself that she had to eliminate Jian here before he could threaten the saintess. She screamed and charged. "Let's see if you can block this as well." She activated the necklace artifact. Water erupted from the floor around them. She boasted that this was powered by the saintess's high-purity mana. "Orange rank summon water wolf," she declared. In an instant, massive wolves formed from swirling torrents, their liquid bodies rippling with raw magical energy. Jian looked at them, visibly pleased. "Wow, that annoying pest is giving me a feast after a long time." He called out to the appraiser, "Hey, Jin Myung." Jian picked up a heavy pair of shears and a serrated dagger from the counter, reminding Jin Myung of his earlier promise that he could take whatever he needed. "I'll be borrowing these for now," he said. Jin Myung could only stare in disbelief as Jian disappeared from sight. Jian hurled himself into the pack of water wolves, spinning like a whirlwind of blades. Water exploded in every direction as he tore through the summons. Jian let out a sharp shout as his blade cleaved clean through a water wolf's head. Droplets scattered like shards of glass under the light. He glanced at the weapons in his hands, a grin tugging at his lips. "These knives are great." System messages appeared. "You have obtained data." Oblivion calling water chalice Jian continued shredding the monsters, commenting that, as expected of that pest dogs, their materials were all a rank and above. Laughing wildly, Jian ripped through the remaining wolves. "What a haul, just from coming here to get something appraised. You have obtained data. Mirror of replication fragment. More data streamed in. You have obtained data. Nocturnality without the need to sleep. You have obtained data. Obsession toward food mentality boost trait. You have obtained data. Tenacious grip strength increased by 5%. Zodiac experience points have increased." Standing amid the collapsing water, Jian grinned. The female guard watched, shaking with fear. Unbelievable. She couldn't grasp how the saintess's summons had been destroyed so easily. "Hey!" A low voice cut through her panic. An eye glowed ominously in the reflection of her sunglasses. Jian towered over her, his face lit with terrifying excitement. "Don't tell me you're done with just this?" The guard staggered backward, her eyes widening as the truth struck her she couldn't possibly win against this opponent. If she fought, she would die for certain. She spun around and bolted toward the exit. "You won't get away with this," she shouted over her shoulder. Jian watched her flee and chuckled. People who shout things like that are never scary. Jin Myung wiped the sweat from his brow, a grim thought crossing his mind. Just as he'd suspected, this man truly was Jian. Cheon Sung-jae burst into the store, drenched and out of breath. He shouted that the Aquarius disciples had started an indiscriminate attack and that he'd barely escaped. Jian looked over with quiet composure, noting the newcomer's presence as he remarked that their work was done. Sung-jae stepped inside, his eyes widening at the wrecked storefront and the dark puddles left where the water wolves had fallen. He could only wonder what kind of chaos had just taken place there. Feeling the lingering mana, Sung-jae asked if those weren't the Sainus' summons. Jian confirmed it, adding that sending all of these against a production class like him was practically begging him to use them as materials. Sung-jae started toward the exit. Anyway, we need to get out of here before more of them show up. Wait, Jin Myung called after him, staring at Jian's back as the pieces began to click into place. He remembered the stories from 20 years ago, how he had followed Li Jian around to observe his production methods, watching him fight monsters and harvest materials. He recalled that expression Jian wore in battle, that demonic gaze, that madness-filled way of fighting. Jin Myung finally shouted what he EAS thinking. Could you be Li Jio? Jian glanced back and lifted a finger to his lips. He added a playful wink. Jin Myung burst into tears of joy, his face turning red. Jian said he would be coming back for the materials, so Jin Myung should take good care of them. He added that he had something to ask him later as well. Jin Myung bent at a perfect right angle in a deep bow. Thank you very much. Please come again. Jian walked off, his coat fluttering lightly behind him. Outside, under the quiet night sky, Sung-jae caught up and asked why the Saintess had singled him out. Jian shrugged it off, saying maybe he'd just annoyed her, but Sung-jae couldn't help wondering if Jian had unknowingly made her an enemy. Jian grinned, overflowing with confidence. Just wait. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. I'll show you something amusing soon. Night had fallen over the city, casting a cool blue hue across the skyline. In the center district, the massive dome of the Divine Artifact Store complex loomed in the background, while below it, a warm, inviting shop sign glowed softly, Cafe Eden. Its windows shone with golden light, standing out against the cold steel towers nearby. Inside, the room felt indulgent, the table overflowing with desserts. Jian dipped his spoon into the ice cream, savoring each bite with clear delight. Li Jian's eyes sparkled as he shoveled another spoonful into his mouth. He shouted enthusiastically to Cheon Sung-jae that the gelato here was really, really good, urging the younger man to eat as much as he wanted. Sung-jae held his spoon awkwardly, staring at the mountain of sweets with a nervous sweat drop. He stammered that it was fine by him, but he couldn't help asking if this was really okay, pointing out that the place was notoriously expensive. Jian recalled the moment when a golden badge had slipped from the Aquarius disciple's pocket and clattered onto the floor as she fled the scene. Jian casually picked it up. He reassured Sung-jae that it was fine, remarking that, after taking a look, it seemed like this thing could be quite useful. He held it up, inspecting it like a piece of scrap metal. Jian asked if this was called an insignia. He gripped the golden, shield-shaped badge, which glowed faintly blue, noting that it could be used like a card and could even store the skills of other gods. Sung-jae leaned in, eyes widening. Looking closely, he realized it resembled the Aquarius insignia. Panic set in as he explained that it even worked as an ID card, warning that walking around with stolen identification could come back to haunt them. Jian waved off the concern and went back to the gelato, digging in with 3 spoons at once. Through a mouthful of ice cream, he said they could figure that out after they were done eating. Sung-jae watched him, internally freaking out about whether it was really all right to keep calm in a situation like this. A voice cut in from beside their table. A man in a suit approached with an easy smile, asking Sung-jae if he liked the gelato here too. Sung-jae froze, instantly recognizing the voice. He snapped his head around with a gasp. Standing there was the Gemini Divine Cadre Captain, Choi Sung-hyuk. Choi Sung-hyuk gave a casual wave and asked if they would mind him taking a seat. Sung Jae looked terrified, while Jian kept shoveling blue gelato into his mouth, completely unconcerned. Sung Jae panicked internally, realizing this was the very superior who had been giving him such a hard time earlier. Meanwhile, Jian continued his dessert assault, oblivious to the suffocating workplace tension across the table. Sung Hyuk introduced himself to Jian as the Gemini Divine Cadre Captain, then politely asked if Jian was the person Sung Jae had mentioned. Jian paused mid-bite and replied simply, "Yeah, why?" Sung Hyuk's glasses glinted as he explained that he had heard about an incredible acquaintance of Sungji's, someone who had defeated the Spider Queen, a monster even the Aries saint, Yang Wei, had failed to subjugate. Jian swallowed and looked unimpressed. He asked bluntly what that had to do with Sung Hyuk. Sung Hyuk maintained his smooth smile, saying that discovering remarkable talents was also part of a divine cadre captain's duties. Jian paused to think. He asked what Sung Hyuk planned to offer as a bribe if he wanted to recruit him. Leaning back, Sung Hyuk dropped his bait. He revealed that one of Li Jian's 8 divine artifacts would soon be going up for auction and suggested they could discuss recruitment at their leisure while he handled the auction arrangements. Jian's hand froze, spoon suspended in the air. His playful expression vanished, replaced by a low, dangerous tone as he wondered if they were planning to auction off his belongings. Then he looked up with a feral grin, a smudge of chocolate at the corner of his mouth. He thought that Sung Hyuk really knew how to bait someone. Jian said he had nothing to lose anyway, so he would go along. He asked if the auction house was nearby, while, in the corner, Sung Jae frantically gestured for him to wipe his mouth first. Sung Hyuk shook his head in apology. He explained that since it was one of the legendary Li Jian's divine artifacts, it would be sold at a fitting venue. He smiled as he revealed the destination, the greatest auction house in the world, floating 16,000 feet above the ground, the wealthy fortress city, Drachma. The magnificent, futuristic city suspended above the clouds with mana crystal. The structure was a technological marvel, a towering white spire reaching into the sky, surrounded by floating islands and immaculate gardens. This was the stage for the Drachma Great Auction. Inside the lavish halls of Drachma, a lone woman sat on a bench, trembling. Her face was pale, her hands clasped tightly together. Sophie Marty, the Aquarius Saint. She shook as if awaiting a death sentence. "Hey!" A rough voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. A hand holding a glass of whiskey entered the frame. A large, muscular man in sunglasses, Stephen Marker, the Leo Saint, looked down at her with a scowl. He told her curtly that if she was just going to sit there shaking, she should leave because she was ruining the taste of his drink. Sophie glared inwardly, thinking he was a rude musclehead who would never learn manners, but she forced herself to endure him for now. Stephen lounged on the sofa, radiating confidence. Sophie believed he had risen even above Li Jian, and that there was no safer place than at his side. Stephen declared that the weapon once belonging to Li Jian, now up for auction, was his, and warned everyone not to even think about selling it off to anyone else. Sophie's eyes widened at his claim. Abruptly, Stephen stood. Sophie asked where he was going. He snapped that it was none of her business and told her to just sit and wait. She watched him leave, her expression hardening. Footsteps approached from the opposite direction. Taking a deep breath, she tried to steady herself. She reminded herself that this was Drachma. Whoever that man was, there was no way he could reach this place. She lifted her head, just as a shadow fell across her. A figure had stepped in front of her, and when her gaze focused, her eyes widened in disbelief. Hugo was standing there. Standing outside the glass door, sharp in a suit, was Hugo Otters. Sophie's demeanor flipped at once. She put on a sweet, practiced smile, thinking what perfect timing it was for a valuable customer to appear. Hugo paced in the hallway, clearly anxious. He wondered where Jian was, reasoning that his friend would likely show up here, given the concentration of expensive artifacts. He sighed in frustration, hands on his hips, annoyed that he still hadn't found him. "Long time no see." A voice called out, and Hugo turned in surprise. Sophie Marty stood there in her saintly robes, smiling as she greeted him and asked if he had been well, addressing him formally as Hugo Otters. Hugo grimaced, clearly uncomfortable. Sophie Marty. Sophie stepped closer, commenting that it was really difficult to get in touch with him. Hugo shifted uneasily, a nervous sweat forming under her gaze. Touching her cheek with feigned innocence, she remarked that he hadn't escaped the passage of time either, that for so long he had been the face of the saints, but he had changed quite a bit. Hugo attempted to brush past her with a dismissive wave. He told her to move aside, insisting he had no intention of talking with her. "Oh my," Sophie murmured, her eyes glowing menacingly as her smile turned sharp. She asked if he planned to ignore her and act as he pleased again, warning him that if he did, he might lose his children, just like he had lost his wife. Sophie laughed lightly, feigning innocence as she asked if his wife wasn't already practically gone anyway. Her eyes shone white with power as she twisted the knife further, asking what could be expected when a family fell apart under an incompetent head. Hugo stopped in his tracks. Flames erupted from his eye, spreading across one side of his face as his expression warped with rage. Boom! An explosion shook the corridor as Hugo unleashed his power, blasting a hole in the wall near Sophie. Hugo stood amid the smoke, his entire body wrapped in blazing fire. His glasses were gone. His eyes burned as he growled, "I told you to go away." Sophie giggled, unfazed, conjuring water in her hand. She told him to control his temper, reminding him that he had to. She asked whether he had forgotten the truce they had agreed on 10 years ago. Water swirled around her, forming a massive vortex as her gaze narrowed. She added that he should be more mindful of his status as half a saint. "Hey, Pesht!" A voice cut through the building tension. Sophie froze as terror flickered across her face. Li Jian appeared, and with a casual backhand, he shattered her water magic and sent the Aquarius Saint flying across the room. Sophie smashed into the wall, her eyes rolling back as she slumped, completely stunned. Jian landed lightly while Hugo stared in shock. Jian straightened and dusted himself off, then glanced at Hugo. "Huh, Oteksu." Hugo rushed over, and Jian demanded to know why he was there. Hugo admitted he'd been worried Jian might cause another disaster, leaving Jian genuinely offended as he repeated the words in disbelief. Jian edged back, clearly creeped out, and asked if Hugo actually liked him. Hugo yelled at him not to even joke about that. Jian spoke with raw urgency, telling him to forget that. Jian demanding to know just why the hell this girl keeps showing up wherever he go. He pointed at the cowering Sophie Marty. She was huddled on the floor, shaking violently and gnawing in terror. Jian turned back to Hugo with genuine confusion written across his face, asking if the Saintess actually liked him. Hugo followed his gaze toward the terrified Saintess, then looked back at Jian with a blank stare before muttering that Jian was hopelessly delusional for jumping to such a conclusion. Jian, a silhouette of him with glowing eyes and the number 13 etched over, labeling him as the 13th saint who's considered the strongest. Sophie Marty trembled in a darkened room. Sophie Marty, the Aquarius Saint, clutched her chest, her face drained of color. Her inner voice confessed a deeper truth. She had always said she hated Li Jian, but in reality, she was terrified of him. A nightmare image of the old, scarred Jian surfaced in her mind, a face covered in scars, a relentless personality that never forgave, and cold eyes that always looked down on her. Back to a stormy night 20 years ago at a grand castle. Lightning split the sky as rain pounded against the walls of the Aquarius Sanctuary. Inside the luxurious hall, a battered Li Jian strode in. One arm was in a sling, his body was wrapped in bandages, and he walked barefoot, radiating a terrifying intensity. Servants screamed in panic, calling his name and rushing to stop him. A headmaid stepped in front of him, her stern expression barely hiding her fear. She shouted that this was the Aquarius Sanctuary and ordered him to leave at once. Lightning flashed through the tall, arched windows, casting long, ominous shadows across the floor. Jian loomed over the maid, his eyes glowing blue in the dark. "Move," he growled, his voice dripping with menace. He brushed past her, ignoring the frantic shouts. The maid yelled after him, demanding an explanation for his intrusion. Jian kicked open a set of double doors and stepped into Sophie Marty's chamber. She stood her ground, voice trembling as she demanded to know how he dared to barge in here, and ordered him to leave. Without warning, Jian seized her by the throat. Sophie screamed as he hurled her against a pillar. He pinned her there, his face inches from hers. "Do you really want to die?" he whispered, his one good eye blazing with fury. Sophie struggled, tears welling up. She asked why he was doing this. Jian shouted back, incredulous. He had sent her to the rear to treat those wounded by the calamities, so why was she lounging around here? Crushing her wrist in his grip, he pointed toward the window. Their arms and legs looked like they'd need to be amputated. He yelled, all because they were injured while protecting her. Sophie cried out in pain as his fingers dug in. Jian dragged her toward the door. She was the one who said she would treat them. He reminded her, ordering her to hurry up and go save them. Sophie thrashed and begged him to let go. Her composure snapped. She shouted that it didn't matter if people like them died, that they should be glad to have saved her for humanity's sake. She accused Jian of looking down on the saints. As he dragged her down the corridor, she continued her tirade, complaining that they were already getting blamed as useless lately. She declared she had no intention of cleaning up whatever mess there was. Jian stopped and slowly turned, his expression dark. Sophie, sensing she had gone too far, but unable to stop, pulled her hand away and told him to get out if he understood. She wrinkled her nose, saying he reeked of sweat and that she needed to get ready for an interview. "Let me go," Sophie shrieked. Sophie glared at Jian, holding her. She demanded to know how hard he had grabbed her with that disgusting hand. Slap! Jian's palm struck her cheek in a brutal backhand, the impact echoing through the room. Her thoughts spiraled in pain. Jian scoffed that expecting a pest to understand human words was foolish, insisting that pests needed to be beaten to come to their senses. She raged that Li Jian was crude and unreasonable, reaffirming how much she despised him. In the present, Jian leaned over the chair. "You're sleeping quite soundly, pest," he remarked dryly. Sophie jolted awake, drool on her chin. "Huh," she gasped, looking around in confusion. She realized she was tied to a wooden chair with thick rope. Jian sat across from her, watching, while Hugo Otter stood behind him, looking uneasy. Sophie screamed again, the sound shaking the Gemini building outside. She thrashed against the ropes, demanding to know what they were doing and ordering them to release her at once. She invoked her status, asking how they dared treat the saintess like this. Ignoring her, Jian turned to Hugo and commented that she hadn't changed at all in 20 years, still using the exact same lines. Hugo sighed in agreement. Sophie grit her teeth, rage burning beneath her humiliation. "You think I'll just take this?" she thought. Things were not like they had been 20 years ago. She quickly formed a plan. She decided to coat her hand with acidic fluid to dissolve the rope binding her. Her eyes glowed blue as she concentrated. A restraint of this level was meaningless to her, she thought smugly. Once she escaped, she would go find Stephen Marker, the Leo saint. Slap! Jian smacked her head. Sophie yelped as her focus shattered. Jian casually blew on his fist. He told her that her schemes were written all over her face. Smoke rose faintly from his hand. He glanced down at his hand when a faint sizzle reached his ears, confusion flickering across his face as he wondered what it was. Sophie burst into strained laughter, sweat running down her face. She called him foolish and revealed that she had an acidic protection skill that activated whenever someone hit her. She shrieked with glee, claiming that the acid would melt his entire body, starting from that hand. She imagined him screaming and apologizing to Sophinim, boasting that this was Aquarius's strongest protection skill. Jian raised his middle finger. The skin glowed green and regenerated instantly. "Is that so?" Then this is my strongest reply. Full recovery. He flashed her a smile, his finger completely healed. Sophie's jaw dropped. What is that? She cried. The part that had melted was restored in an instant. This wasn't just recovery. It was absurd. Jian leaned in, his smile turning predatory. He suggested they review everything that had happened between them. Calling himself the Violent God, he started assigning hits. She was claiming to be his doctor. 1 hit. Sending thugs to the appraisal store. 5 hits. Sophie trembled, eyes brimming again. Jian asked what she had been saying to Teksu earlier. 50 hits, he decided. Sophie stammered, begging him to wait. Jian rose, hand lifted. He looked down on her, eyes cold. Waiting time's over. His hand came down in a blur. The room filled with the sounds of blows and cries. Hugo sat on a nearby couch, sipping tea and wincing with each impact. Hugo reflected that Jian didn't discriminate. He hit everyone the same, man or woman. Though, Hugo admitted, they always gave him a reason. Opening one eye, Hugo noticed something odd. Was he imagining it? It almost looked like Jian's divine status was rising with every strike. A window appeared. Divine status charging current divine status 40% as Jian delivered a heavy blow to the Aquarius Saint. Another message popped up. You have obtained special data. Saint rank. Jian smirked as he continued. Hugo wondered which divine god status Jian was boosting. Then Jian suddenly stopped. Sophie slumped forward out cold. She fainted, Jian observed, looking at the saintess drooling, eyes spinning. Another notification appeared. Divine status has been unlocked. Current divine status 50% charging required. Jian frowned at the message. He turned to the system, a frown creasing his brow as he asked what exactly divine status meant, urging the system to explain it once more. Green light flaring around him. The system explained that divine status was a godly resource used to manifest and maintain a divine god's power, and that it could be stolen from the disciples of other divine gods. If it dropped to 0, that zodiac would lose their power and, in the worst case, die. Jian think it over. He realized he could gain divine status by hitting people too. He wondered why he hadn't gotten any from hitting Yang Wei, guessing that the ability hadn't been unlocked back then. He looked at his hand and smiled. Either way, looks like I can get stronger. Hugo cut in, reminding him that he should ask Sophie about the dagger as well. Jian glanced at her limp form. He dismissed the idea, saying she wouldn't dare stab him. Besides, he had already found someone who could investigate the dagger, so it was fine. Hugo realized Jian just wanted an excuse to torment her. Jian checked his phone. Oh, time's flown by this much already, Hugo asked when he'd gotten a phone. Straightening his collar, Jian told Hugo he had to head to the auction house now and would leave the rest to him. Pointing his thumb at Sophie, he suggested Hugo could just toss her in a trash can somewhere. Jian stepped into the elevator. I'll contact you after the auction. Hugo sprinted toward the door, yelling, H-E-Y. Left alone with the unconscious saintess, Hugo sighed and wondered what he was supposed to do with her. The door creaked open. What? Did you forget something? Hugo began as he turned. He froze in place, his expression darkening as realization struck. A sharp click of his tongue followed, his thoughts bitter. Of all people, it had to be him. A massive figure filled the doorway. Broad shoulders, dark shirt, glowing glasses. It was Stephen Marker, the Leo Saint. Stephen's eyes dropped to the sight of Sophie bound to the chair. Then he looked up at Hugo, his expression unreadable but heavy with pressure. Golden lightning crackled around Stephen as he stepped forward. Hugo Otters, he rumbled. What are you doing here? The two saints facing each other down. Stephen Marker, the Leo Saint, appeared in the doorway, his tall silhouette commanding the room. His voice calm but heavy with authority. Stephen Marker adjusted his glasses, masking his unease behind a casual greeting. He remarked that it had been a while since their last meeting. Stephen smirked, his eyes glowing faintly gold behind shaded lenses. He replied coolly that it didn't seem like they were in any mood for pleasantries. Stephen Marker gestured toward Sophie Marty, the Aquarius Saint, bound to a chair nearby. Hugo asked Stephen why he had come. Stephen Marker explained that Aquarius had sought an alliance. Sophie sat slumped in the chair, drool at the corner of her mouth. Stephen glanced her way, replying that he had business in Drachma. He was simply passing through. Stephen's tone sharpened. He demanded that Hugo answer his question instead. Why was he there? Hugo retorted that his dealings in the auction house were none of Stephen's concern. Stephen pressed further, asking if Hugo, too, was after Li Jian's divine artifact rumored to appear in the auction. Hugo blinked in surprise, asking if that artifact would truly be sold there. Stephen gave a quiet laugh, incredulous. He taunted that Hugo needn't bother. Its price would be far beyond what he could ever afford. Hugo narrowed his eyes, returning the smirk. He asked whether Stephen was still collecting Jian's divine artifacts. He sneered, pointing out that Stephen had always failed to recognize Jian's true power, and yet now gathered the artifacts he made. Stepping closer, Hugo mocked that perhaps Stephen thought owning them would make him equal to Jian. The words struck a nerve. Stephen's expression hardened instantly. Golden energy erupted around Stephen, shaking the room. The ground cracked beneath him as Hugo and Jian, watching in disguise from the shadows, braced against the shock. Hugo thought grimly that Stephen always lost control when Jian's name came up. Flames of aura ignited around Hugo as he charged forward. Their clash split the air. Golden lightning collided with fire mana, their blows tearing through the walls with every strike. Stephen seized Hugo's wrist, slamming him against an invisible barrier. He growled, warning him not to act like he was something greater than he was. His grip tightened, golden light flared. He spat that Hugo was nothing but a fool pretending to stand among saints. He warned Hugo to stop bringing up Jian's name in front of him. Behind Stephen, the phantom image of a roaring lion rose, his aura taking form. He declared with fierce conviction that he had already surpassed Li Jian. Before the fight could continue, a disciple burst into the room, panic in his voice. Stephen turned, irritated by the interruption. The disciple shouted that the Gemini faction had bought up all of Li Jian's artifacts. Stephen froze in disbelief. What did you just say? He released Hugo immediately, brushing off his clothes. He muttered that he didn't have time to waste here anymore. Turning to leave, Stephen told Hugo to handle Aquarius as he pleased. When Hugo asked if Stephen wasn't planning to take her, Stephen replied that the auction mattered more. After all, they were rivals, not allies. Before stepping out, Stephen offered one last word of advice. He warned Hugo to rein in his temper if he hoped to survive. Hugo gave a crooked smile as Stephen departed. He muttered dryly that he was truly touched. Silence fell once Stephen was gone. Hugo looked down at his trembling hand. He cursed under his breath, hating his own weakness. Alone amid the ruined room, he muttered that this was why he could never measure up. The Drachma's grand auction house, a brilliant tower of stone and sorcery. Inside, auctioneer shouted, "Gemini!" The auctioneer struck her gavel, announcing that yet another of Li Jian's divine artifact had gone to Gemini. She closed the first session, promising the next would begin after a short recess. In the VIP room, Jian raised his fist in quiet triumph. Surrounded by bottles, he cheered. It was his again. Across from him sat Choi Sung-hyuk, the Gemini divine cadre captain. He smiled, congratulating Jian and telling him to enjoy buying whatever he wanted. Jian grinned, lifting a wine bottle in thanks. He mused that it was generous, inviting him to the VIP room and letting him choose freely. Choi returned the smile, saying it was only natural. They had high hopes for his talent. In the back, Cheon Sung-jae whispered nervously to Min Sung-hoon about the enormous costs. Sung-hoon sighed, face in his hand. Choi waved the concern aside. He turned to Sung-jae with a polite smile, asking if he could handle the bill since he had forgotten his company card. Though exasperated, Sung-jae agreed. He couldn't exactly refuse his superior. Jian suddenly waved a black card with a grin, assuring them not to worry. He had already paid for everything. Choi's eyes narrowed behind his lenses. That was his black card. When did Jian take it? Jian smirked, explaining that he saw Choi looking tipsy, so he paid in advance. He added lightly that a superior shouldn't make subordinates cover the bill, even by mistake. Choi forced a laugh, claiming he had planned to give Jian his personal card anyway. Internally, his thoughts darkened. This young man was sharp, maybe too sharp. He watched Jian drink, reminding himself that this was the famed rookie who had slain the Spider Queen. If handled right, any cost would be worth it. Choi leaned forward, folding his hands under his chin. He said it was time to discuss something more important. He praised Jian's talent, saying he could go beyond S rank if Jian accepted the blessing of their saint, Ares. As he spoke, faint smoke curled around Jian, an invisible, mind-soothing mist. To breathe, it was to trust its source. Choi smiled to himself, confident the spell was working. He spoke grandly. Jian could become the successor to the Ares saint, one of the 10 stars. Visions of glory filled the room, gold, trophies, honor. Choi proclaimed that Jian would gain unmatched power under Ares, and all of it freely given. He held out a hand, his silhouette distorted to appear both inviting and overpowering. "Join us," he urged. "Become a disciple of the great Ares." Jian suddenly burst into laughter. Choi froze, perplexed. Jian wiped away a tear, grinning. He sighed, saying it had been quite an amusing night. And perhaps the summary of it all was this. His tone darkened. Power surged in his gaze. He asked quietly if Choi had really just asked him to become the servant of a fallen deity. Choi paled. Why the sudden shift? He stammered, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. A knock interrupted. An attendant entered, apologizing as she delivered the purchased items. Choi seized on the distraction gratefully. He welcomed her in. She carried a finely crafted box. She congratulated them, presenting the authentic Li Jian divine artifact, along with its certificate. Jian looked at it, muttering that certificates always came with extra nonsense. Choi blinked in shock. Wait, you bought Li Jian's divine relic. Jian drew a golden necklace from the box. He reminded Choi he'd said to buy anything he wanted. It wasn't what he was after, but it turned out to be rather useful. Choi panicked inwardly. Stephen was obsessed with those artifacts. They couldn't risk offending him. He stepped forward hurriedly, telling the attendant a mistake had been made and asking her to process a refund. Crack! Lightning burst from the door. The attendant screamed as energy filled the room. The walls quaked as Stephen entered the room, and the air cracked with lightning. Stephen's thunderous voice echoed in the room, wondering who bought all the Jian artifacts. Stephen Marker appeared, rage written across his face. Who dares lay hands on my treasures? The Leo Saint's fury descended upon the stunned room. The doors exploded inward with thunderous force, sending splinters and debris flying across the hall. Light flooded the chamber as a shockwave swept through, knocking several guests off balance. Cries of alarm echoed through the opulent room. As the dust swirled, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Choi Sung-hyuk, Gemini's divine cadre captain, stared speechlessly at the destruction, his face caught between disbelief and dread. Through the haze, a figure advanced, electric arcs shattering the air around him. A voice boomed, demanding to know who was responsible. When the smoke cleared, the furious face of Stephen Marker, the Leo Saint, came into view. Stephen strode into the hall, wrath blazing from him like fire. His eyes swept across the gathering. Who dare to touch what belongs to me? He roared. Li Jian, lounging on a nearby couch, tilted his head with mild amusement. He recognized the man instantly. Stephen, he muttered, remembering Hugo's earlier warning that this saint was also after his divine artifact. Choi hurried forward, bowing deeply in apology. He stammered that the buyer must have made an innocent mistake and promised to return the item immediately. Stephen folded his arms, staring down coldly. He said that in that case, all was simple. The one who took it only needed to confess and return it. Choi exhaled in relief, thanking Stephen for his generosity. He placed a hand on his chest, thanking fate that the matter seemed resolved. But his moment of peace shattered when Stephen's expression darkened again. Without warning, Stephen grabbed Choi by the head and lifted him effortlessly into the air. Electricity crackled from his palm as he snarled if Choi truly thought he could lay hands on Leo's property and walk away unscathed. Choi's thoughts spun wildly as panic hit him. He realized Stephen had seen through his attempt to play ignorant to save money, and there would be no talking his way out now. On the couch, Jian sighed, clearly unimpressed. He told him sharply to cut it out. Leaning back lazily, Jian pointed to himself. He declared that since he was the one who bought the item, it belonged to him. If Stephen wanted it, he could buy it at a premium of 200 billion. Stephen dropped Choi and turned slowly toward Jian, his eyes narrowing to dangerous slits. Then, unexpectedly, he burst out laughing. The sound rang like thunder. "Ha ha! So Gemini isn't full of cowards after all," he said, grinning. "There's at least one bold one among you." In an instant, Stephen lunged forward, his movements a blur. "I like you," he shouted. "A man should have courage at least this much." His hand shot out, knocking Choi aside effortlessly as he charged toward Jian. Sparks leapt between them when Stephen stopped just short of Jian. Their mana pressed against each other like opposing storms. Stephen told him calmly that since fate had introduced them so dramatically, they ought to introduce themselves properly. He grinned through arcs of lightning. He said that when he met someone he liked, he always gave his introduction in the most intense way possible, full of sparks. Jian laughed. He muttered under his breath that Stephen the Brute seemed to have improved just a little. Behind Stephen, the phantom of a roaring lion materialized, shaking the air. Jian noted that as expected of Leo, Saint of Combat, his ferocity far outstripped that of Ares or Aquarius. Stephen's hand glowed as he reached toward Jian. He asked whether Jian was the kind who couldn't rest until he tore his opponent to pieces. In response, Jian summoned his own energy, a serpent of green light coiling behind him, hissing in defiance at the lion. Jian gave a half-smile. "Such a temper," he murmured as Stephen's hand came down. The collision was cataclysmic. Golden lightning and emerald mana exploded together, engulfing the room in blinding light. Sung Jae yelled in horror for Jian's safety. Choi covered his face from the flying debris, thinking despairingly, he actually destroyed him. When the shockwave faded, Stephen stood tall amid the wreckage, grinning. He told Jian it had been enjoyable, that perhaps he could live comfortably in a wheelchair from now on. But then he stopped mid-sentence. A hand had closed tightly around Jian. Jian stood before him, completely unharmed. He asked softly what Stephen thought he was doing. Jian's expression darkened into a dangerous smile. He asked if Stephen was just brushing the dust from his shoulder. Stephen's eyes widened. His mind raced. His strike had landed directly. How was this possible? Stephen's eyes widened. His mind raced. His strike had landed directly. How was this possible? Jian's gaze sharpened. He identified the skill Stephen used, rock wall break. He asked if Stephen truly believed the technique Jian himself had created would actually work against him. Dark emerald mana rolled off Jian in waves. He reminded Stephen of the time he had begged to learn that skill, claiming he'd only use it to protect others. But now, he said coldly, Stephen merely used it to flaunt his strength. Stephen stumbled back, shock turning to fear. He stuttered, demanding to know how Jian knew that, who he really was. Before either could act, a cheerful voice broke the tension. The auctioneer announced that the highlight of the evening would soon begin, thanking the audience for their patience. Both men turned toward the stage. Stephen muttered, anxious, already, while Jian blinked in confusion, wondering if another of his creations was being sold. Stephen pointed at him, making one final declaration. He said he had many questions, but the auction came first. He warned Jian to hold on to the pendant safely and promised they'd meet again once it was all over. As Stephen departed, Sung Jae hurried to Jian's side. He grabbed him by the shoulders, asking if he was injured. From the floor, Choi observed the whole exchange with wide, calculating eyes. Redirecting a saint's full power strike was impossible, even for him. So how had this man done it? He whispered quietly, confused and wary. Who exactly is this guy? On stage, The auctioneer's voice rose once more, announcing the unveiling of the night's main attraction, the divine artifact everyone had waited for. She recounted the infamous Berlin Wolf incident 24 years ago when a catastrophic entity appeared on an island in Germany. A full moon over a field of molten swords and armor. She narrated that the disaster had melted even sacred arms, and that even the 12 saints had failed to defeat it. Her tone grew reverent. At that time, she said, one man had faced the calamity and prevailed, Li Jian. And now, she announced, the weapon used in that victory would finally be revealed. In the audience, Stephen crossed his arms and watched with anticipation. A bead of sweat rolled down Stephen's temple. His grin widened. The weapon he had dreamed of was finally within reach. On a dark coastlines beneath storm clouds 2 decades earlier. A helicopter thundered through the storm. Inside, a reporter narrated live, stating they were above the island where the calamity had appeared. She reported that Li Jian had entered 4 days prior and had yet to emerge. The lifeless forest twisted by poison mists. She added that several saints had tried to enter but failed due to the miasma surrounding the island. Stephen sat, defeated, at the edge. His subordinate urged withdrawal. Stephen sat silently on a stump, frustration etched in every line of his face. He clenched his fists, wondering how Li Jian could possibly be inside fighting the beast when they couldn't even breach the border. Anger and despair tore through him. Why was that man, without divine blessing, able to surpass him? What did Jian have that he lacked? Power? Faith? Skill? Just what am I missing? He thought, until his subordinate shouted in shock. Sir, someone's coming out. Stephen looked up. That's... Reporters gasped, cameras flashing. Li Jian emerged from the mist, bloodied but walking tall, carrying a giant bone weapon and a bundle of swords on his back. The calamity was defeated. Exhausted, Jian muttered that it was unbearably hot as the world erupted in celebration. From afar, Stephen slumped to his knees. Again, Li Jian stood where he could not. Yet a small, grim smile curved his lips. He finally understood. His subordinate asked whether they should withdraw. Stephen started walking, leaving his own weapon behind. When asked about it, he said he didn't need it anymore. His disciple could keep it. He strode toward Li Jian, who now stood surrounded by onlookers. A manic grin twisted Stephen's face. Now he knew the gap between them. What I've been missing, he whispered to himself, is a weapon. Back in the present, the auctioneer unveiled the covered artifact with a flourish. She announced one of the 8 great divine artifacts of Li Jian, the weapon that felled the Berlin Wolf. Sung Jae and Choi both stared in disbelief. Jian frowned, tilting his head. What the? Stephen rose halfway from his seat, eyes wide with elation. There it is, he thought. That's the one. The case revealed a massive, gleaming bone weapon, the very relic from 24 years ago. Stephen's heart pounded. To him, it wasn't just a weapon, it was destiny. Outside, the night settled over the towering Gemini building. High above, a colossal dragon shadow curled around the spire, its red eyes glowing like embers. The dragon hissed softly, its voice carrying on the wind. I can feel it murmured. Li Jian's divine artifact, creature's sinister gaze fixed upon the auction hall. The auctioneer declared that the long-awaited moment had arrived. With a dramatic sweep, the cover was pulled away. Gasps rippled through the audience. Beneath the glass display rested a massive bone weapon, ancient in form, yet radiating divine energy. Someone whispered in awe that they had only ever seen it in tales of history. The auctioneer proclaimed it to be the greatest of all divine artifacts, both in power and craftsmanship. She raised the defining question, who would claim Big Bone? Among the crowd, Cheon Sung Jae and Choi stared dismayed. Sung Jae cursed their luck, lamenting that Jian's masterpiece might end up in unworthy hands. Sung Hoon clenched a fist, asking if they were truly powerless to stop it. In disguise, Li Jian quietly wondered what the commotion was about. He stared at the weapon with faint nostalgia. Yes, It was one of his past creations. But he quickly waved the thought aside, snapping irritably that he had no time for sentiment. He barked at Sung Jae, saying they'd deal with it later, leaving the younger man puzzled by his tone. Sung Hoon, desperate, begging his captain to intervene before the artifact was sold. Jian sighed inwardly, veins showing on his temple at their panicked whispers. The auctioneer's smile brightened. Starting price, $1 million. The crowd erupted. 5 million, 10 million, 30. In seconds, the price climbed to 50 million, the air electric with competition. Then, translucent system messages appeared before Jian's eyes. Your fame has increased. Your mana-crafted artifact is being revered. Zodiac experience increased. New stat unlocked. Fame. He blinked, momentarily stunned by the flood of rewards. He turned to the others in confusion, asking why anyone would pay fortunes for that old thing. Sung Jae exploded in disbelief, reminding him that it was a legendary weapon crafted by Li Jian himself. Sung Jae laughed softly, pointing out that there was a reason people acted like this, even if Jian couldn't understand it yet. Jewelry, tools, and weapons ignited with divine light. Sung Jae explained that all of Li Jian's divine artifacts were regarded as masterpieces beyond comparison, coveted even by saints. Sung Jae sighed, explaining that Stephen Marker, Leo's saint, was the worst case. He had spent years collecting Jian's artifacts from around the world, and because of his sheer might, no one dared contest him. Sung Hoon added under his breath that it was a shame those creations were wasting away in someone's vault. Still, at least, he said, the profits went to a state-managed account. Jian froze mid-chew, the words catching him off guard. Profits transferred into his account? For a brief moment, his imagination flared with the gleam of dollar signs. He asked, almost disbelievingly, if it applied no matter who made the purchase. Seconds later, Jian was lounging back comfortably, 3D glasses on, popcorn in hand. Excellent, he muttered. Let anyone buy it. The bidding rose like wildfire. 80 million, 90, 100 million. Then a thunderous voice split the chaos. $1 billion. The entire hall fell silent. Jian froze, a colonel hanging midair. Gasps rippled around the room. The auctioneer clenched her podium as silence thickened. Down the aisle came Stephen Marker, golden aura flaring. Did you not hear me? He barked. With a wild grin, Stephen repeated himself. He would buy it for 1 billion, and asked mockingly if they preferred 10 billion instead. The auctioneer stammered, confirming the bid at $1 billion. The crowd slumped in silence. The impossible number crushed the room's spirit. Any other bids? The auctioneer called weakly. None answered. Sung Hoon dropped his head in despair. It's over. Jian popped another piece of popcorn, utterly unbothered. The gavel struck. Sold. Big Bone goes to Lord Stephen Marker for $1 billion. Later, in the corridors, 2 janitors pushed their cleaning cart, chatting in disbelief about the absurd sale. They laughed sadly. Common people like them could only ever dream of such wealth. One sighed that it'd be nice if someone came and turned the world upside down. Suddenly they stopped abruptly. A shadow swallowed the hall. A monstrous shape passed outside the glass. The other janitors asked his friend to take back what they had just said. Back in the auction hall, Stephen raised the massive bone weapon high. The auctioneer congratulated him warmly. Leo Saint had claimed yet another treasure. The crowd erupted, chanting, Stephen, Stephen. Their hero basked in their cheers. Suddenly, the ceiling collapsed as mana and rubble poured down. Stephen looked up, startled. What the? Dark mana seeped through the hole like smoke. A monstrous figure with gleaming red eyes emerged, its voice distorted and rage-bound. I found it. From the dust, the dragon beast descended, its skull-faced head framed by scales of deep blue. Stephen braced himself as the whisper filled the room again. Li Jian's divine artifact. The creature lunged, jaws aiming to devour the bone weapon. Stephen instinctively swung the relic, blocking the attack head-on. His eyes burned with golden mana as he countered. A colossal wave of energy burst from the club, slamming into the monster and sending it flying. The impact was catastrophic. The entire floating island quaked. Even the distant Gemini tower shuddered. Stephen broke into fierce laughter. For once, I've got a calamity to thank. He swung the weapon again, glowing with pride. The audience cheered wildly. The Leo Saint looked unstoppable. But then, he froze as tremors rippled behind him. The Gemini tower was collapsing. From a nearby window, Jian, Sung Jae, and Sung Hoon watched the scene, horrified. Sung Jae shouted that the teleportation tower was falling. Outside, the gigantic spire began tilting, breaking apart over the city below. Panic erupted in the streets. On the ground, a female disciple shouted, realizing the disaster. If that tower hit, the entire floating city would collapse. An older mage barked orders, rallying the disciples to use all their mana to intercept the debris. Dozens of mages and disciples drew weapons and prepared spells, forming protective layers of light. Disciples, unleash your mana, block it at all costs. The barrier strained under the immense weight. Magic shields flickered and cracked. People screamed as fragments of the tower broke through. Then, a voice roared, "Fire!" An enormous pillar of mana surged upward, splitting the falling debris in two. The explosion blinded the disciples. "It's too much. We can't." Everything above was engulfed in mana, vaporizing into cinders. A voice resonated through the inferno, fury of Apollo. The sky blazed crimson. The crowd below stared in stunned silence. The disaster had been completely obliterated. From a light, a figure descended. Hugo Otters hovering above gently, eyes and hair still aflame. Cheers erupted from all around. "Lord Hugo, we're saved." Hugo smiled faintly, though his thoughts seethed. That reckless lion, he'll blow up the continent next at this rate. Then his expression shifted. He sensed energy from above. The charred sky split as the skull-faced dragon plummeted straight toward him. Hugo braced, summoning his flames. The beast crashed down, mist swirling around its claws. Hugo cursed quietly. "Another one? You gotta be kidding." The monster loomed, saliva dripping from its jagged jaws. Thick shadows erupted, spreading tentacles of darkness across the field. People screamed as the blackness lashed out. A young disciple was caught, the shadows engulfing her completely. Cries echoed as the dark energy devoured everything in reach. Hugo flared his mana. "You picked the wrong crowd to mess with," he shouted. He unleashed a storm of fire. Roar! But the dragon opened its maw wide to devour the flames whole. The beast struck, its skeletal fangs descending upon Hugo. The battlefield trembled with thunderous energy. The massive dragon rose from the shadows, its fanged jaws snapping toward Hugo Otters. The Sagittarius Saint stood resolute, flames crowning his head like a halo. He didn't flinch, even as the beast's teeth snapped shut mere inches from his face. Jian kicked the dragon violently, as Hugo refused to yield. With a roar full of defiance, he shouted Jian's name. Li Jian returned his shout from the battlefield. He called out to Hugo to pull himself together, his voice sharp with urgency. With a single punch, he sent the massive monster, its body hurtling backward under the shockwave. The two fought side by side, surrounded by ruin. Hugo exhaled in relief, telling Jian he had come just in time. Jian laughed, retorting that a saint shouldn't be depending on someone labeled production class to save him in battle. Jian scolded Hugo furiously, asking how a saint could lose to someone who forged weapons. Hugo shrank down in embarrassment, admitting he simply couldn't shake the feeling of being useless. Page 6. The argument carried on, fiery and fast. Jian demanded to know if that nervousness was why Hugo nearly got himself killed. Hugo retorted it was unfair to call him a runt, his face twisted in frustration. Their voices echoed even over the roars of monsters. Then, a sinister growl sliced through their banter. The ground shivered. Both saints grew still as a heavy presence spread through the smoke, pressing against their senses. A furious shout answered the silence. Stephen Marker burst into view, wielding the bone weapon and radiating golden light. His eyes, however, burned with something wrong, something twisted. Madness flickered behind his pupils. Stephen screamed accusations that they were interfering with his divine artifact experience. The words were broken and manic, veins bulging as lightning tore through the dirt around him. The colossal skeletal abomination clawed across the battlefield, its tail cutting through flames. Around them, disciples and monsters fought in chaos, trapped in a storm of violence. Jian merely stared at the newcomer, unimpressed. In a low mutter, he noted that Stephen had arrived, sounding more weary than surprised. A flicker of light caught his attention. Jian noticed something unnatural pulsing within Stephen's aura, unstable, distorted, and dangerously foreign. Stephen lunged forward, surrounded by lightning. He commanded them not to stand in the way of his performance with Big Bone. Behind him, the skeletal beast and the blue wolf Calamity leapt together, unleashed in synchronized fury. Jian watched, unimpressed by the saint's rampage, and remarked that Stephen seemed to have lost his mind again. Hugo's face went pale with realization. Stephen shouted for everyone to move or die. He struck the ground, exploding in a wave of golden lightning that split the earth apart. Lightning mana formed in the sky. Royal skill, domain of the victor. The world itself reshaped into a golden arena of storms and ruin, cutting off all paths of escape. Stephen laughed manically, his voice echoing off the dome's walls. He told them to stay put, that he would handle things his way. Energy whirled around the dome, sealing it completely. The saints inside realized they were trapped in a cage made of divine lightning. Stephen spun the bone club once, resting it on his shoulder. With an eerie calm, he declared the stage ready. He murmured that his earlier strike had been a misfire. This time, he would show what true power looked like. The blue dragon Calamity prowled, muscles rippling under its glowing skin. The distortion between beast and human power filled the space with tension. Stephen grinned wildly, tightening his grip on Big Bone. He shouted that it was time to see what the relic could truly do. His excitement bordered on obsession. The nearby disciples mistook his frenzy for confidence, cheering him on. They screamed his name, calling him the strongest saint, one who surpassed even Li Jian. Stephen barely heard them. He pointed his weapon at the blue dragon, promising judgment and retribution. With a roar, he swung the bone weapon, muscles surging with divine strength. The attack carved through the air like a comet. The impact thundered across the battlefield. Energy blasted outward in golden waves. The beast staggered but didn't fall. Stephen swung his massive bone at the dragon, but the beast didn't even flinch. The crowd's excitement faded instantly. Their eyes widened in disbelief as the unthinkable unfolded. Stephen's confident smirk wavered. The dragon growled through the weapon's grip, unharmed. The saint's voice trembled as doubt crept in. They stood still, locked in a contest of wills. Saint against calamity, strength against faith. Stephen roared in defiance, his aura bursting with raw energy. Lightning tore the floor to shreds as he pushed forward with everything he had. The dragon retaliated with a brutal swipe, throwing Stephen backward. He skidded through the dirt but refused to collapse, his pride refusing defeat. The creature, dark silhouette, loomed over him, breathing out waves of heavy malice that rippled through the air. Its monstrous scream shattered the barricades of sound. Stephen gritted his teeth as the beast charged again. The dragon landed a blow. Stephen staggered, bewildered. His attack had struck clean, but the weapon showed no reaction. He wondered if the relic itself was defying him. Outside the fight, Jian tested the dome's boundary, his hand against the glowing barrier. He asked Hugo if there was any breaking out of it. Hugo's quick answer was grim. It was a royal skill. Even he couldn't destroy it. Jian's expression darkened. He cracked his knuckles, muttering that Stephen had truly crossed the line this time. That lion, he said, would regret this once they got out. He turned toward the chaos, jaw set. He signaled Hugo with a nod, determination igniting in his gaze. He pointed toward the skeletal creature rampaging at the edge of the dome. He suggested they deal with that one first. Hugo scanned the enemies uneasily, asking if they were all calamities too. Page 39. No, they were people. Their eyes glowed red, moving stiffly like puppets, their voices barely human. Hugo explained they were humans under the calamity's control. The creature was using them as living shields to avoid direct attacks. Hugo clenched his hands, realizing they couldn't strike without risk of hurting innocents. The situation pressed heavily on them both. Jian stepped forward, shrugging as if accepting the impossible. Hugo asked if he had a plan. Jian replied casually that he'd think of one on the way. Hugo cried out in disbelief as Jian charged straight ahead, muttering that at least they now had a plan, even if it meant winging it. "Jian, in front of you!" Hugo yelled. The warning came too late. A possessed man leaped at Jian from the side, snarling like an animal. Without a hint of panic, Jian's hand lashed out, his palm colliding with the man's face. The impact froze him midair. The man thrashed violently, but Jian's grip didn't budge. His lone eye glowed faintly, filled with focus and control. Jian gave a short shout and pushed the man back, sending him flying. Hugo watched, speechless, as the monstrous skeletal creature bellowed behind Jian once more. Jian tossed his hand aside with a cocky grin. He said it wasn't that hard, glancing at the unconscious man. He confirmed the person was fine, just stunned. Hugo sighed, asking quietly how on earth he had done that. Jian shrugged, saying it was simply strength. Hugo could only gaze blankly, admitting that such force was impossible for him. Jian laughed under his breath, calling Hugo a dependable weakling nonetheless. His words were half playful, half taunting. Hugo groaned, exasperated, but said nothing more. With a steady breath, Hugo accepted it. He raised his hand, gathering golden fire once again. Determination burned away his fear. He told Jian to go ahead, that he'd handle cover fire. Jian looked back with a smirk, voice light. He praised the fiery saint for stepping up as always. Then, with a flash of green mana, Jian sprinted forward, aura blazing like a comet. He shouted for Hugo to try keeping up, the light of battle reflecting in his eyes. Hugo Otters raised his bow, the flames of his divine power wrapping around it in radiant arcs. His gaze swept across the chaos before him. He told Jian they should wrap it up quickly, his tone calm but resolute. The city lay in ruins around them. Amid collapsing streets and possessed civilians, Hugo and Jian confronted a towering skeletal monstrosity, its ribcage exposed like jagged iron spears. From the smoke, Li Jian surged into the scene. He dove headfirst in a battle, his hands cloaked in crackling emerald mana as black, writhing tendrils lashed out. A blinding column of mana erupted on impact. The sheer force of Jian's arrival sent possessed-born humans scattering and tore grooves across the earth. Without hesitation, Jian ripped through the calamity's sludge-like body with his bare hands, his expression sharp and unyielding. Each movement shredded another strand of darkness, clearing a path through the corruption. The skeletal reptile recoiled, its roar shaking the ground. Black mana pulsed from its hollow sockets, rattling the air like thunder. It lunged forward, teeth wide and snapping, but Jian was already moving, a blur of motion against the burning skyline. He weaved effortlessly between the monster's strikes, calling it a small fry as he closed in. His taunt echoed through the smoke as he charged headlong into danger. But then Jian caught sight of the crowd behind him. His eyes narrowed. The beast wasn't after him. It was going for the civilians. High above, Hugo unleashed a rain of flaming arrows, each bolt streaking across the sky like a falling star. They struck down, freeing the possessed people below. The arrows exploded into radiant flame, forming burning barriers that pushed the darkness back and protected the wounded. The fire consumed the shadows in waves. Hugo's eyes glowed fiercely as he watched them burn. Anger flickered beneath his steady expression. He stood tall among the sparks, flames crawling across his arms as he demanded, half to himself, half to the heavens, how such monsters dared to endanger the innocent under his watch. Jian caught his partner's display and laughed, calling out that this was exactly what he expected from his Teksu. He pivoted, turning his gaze toward the colossal skeleton. Mocking it as Skullface, Jian warned the creature to stop pretending it stood a chance. A sharp fracture ran across the monster's skull as cracks began webbing through its frame. The sheer power of the assault left it trembling. With a roar, Jian's fist gleamed green. He smashed through the creature's defenses, his smile wild and alive with adrenaline. In one blow, he slammed the beast upward, shouting for it to disappear. A massive shock erupted, an impact beam rising heavenward as the monster split apart beneath the strike. The skeletal dragon shattered, bursting into dust that scattered across the burning field. Jian stood over the wreckage as bones fell around him like ash. Hugo jogged over, half grinning and half sighing. He remarked that Jian had ended it faster than expected. Jian shrugged, saying that of course he did. They peered down into the crater. The people once corrupted by the beast lay unconscious but unharmed. Hugo noted that they should soon return to normal. Jian paused. Something pulsed faintly through his arm. He stared at his hand, sensing a strange rhythm in his energy as Hugo watched in confusion. A gleaming insignia, shaped like a serpent, flared onto his palm. The crest of the serpent-bearer glowed softly, sending light patterns across his skin. Jian frowned, uncertain of what to make of it. System windows flickered to life around him. Notifications filled his vision. Calamity defeated. Divine power absorption exceeded 70%. Activation available for Battle God Instinct Level 1. He studied his hand, realizing the message implied he could access a divine skill, one contingent on how much divine energy he had gathered. The corner of his lip lifted. He decided there was no reason to wait. This was the perfect moment to test it. With that thought, he accepted the prompt. A pulse of light answered him as the world seemed to shudder. Elsewhere, Stephen Marker stood on trembling knees, encircled by destruction. His breath came in sharp pants as he clutched the massive bone weapon, his confidence dimmed and sweat soaking his face. Before him loomed a towering blue-scale dragon. Stephen cursed under his breath, realizing the tide was turning against him. He stared at Big Bone, baffled at its sluggish response. He muttered that something was wrong, that the artifact refused to reveal its true strength. The dragon's radiant heat bore down on him. Stephen's eyes darkened. He questioned if even now he remained inferior to this creature before him. He struck the beast with all his might with Big Bone, but nothing happened. The disciples screamed from a distance, pleading for their commander to rise. Then one of them stopped, pointing to something beyond the battlefield. A tidal surge of power ripped open the sky, bright green mana blinding the horizon. Stephen looked on, disbelief overtaking him. How could someone tear through his royal skill like paper? Even the blue dragon hesitated. The creature's instincts flared with primal fear. It realized the terror approaching was beyond its capacity to endure. It scrambled to retreat, but Li Jian's figure had already blurred into view, descending like a meteor. Energy crackled between them as Jian landed directly in its path, his mana colliding with the dragon's malice. The air itself warped from the pressure. Jian's eyes burned golden green as he told the monster to be silent. He slammed it down with monstrous force. The ground split open from the impact, destroying entire blocks of the city. Stephen and the disciples were thrown backward, shielding themselves from the blast as waves of debris swept through the area. Pinned under dark emerald mana, the dragon thrashed helplessly, its screams twisting with horror. A flicker of awareness filled its mind. It couldn't comprehend how a human could radiate such divine dominance. Its thoughts dissolved into terror. It realized the truth. The thing before was no mere human. Jian pressed his foot on the creature's chest, asking darkly what it had just said. He kicked it downward, sending it flying through building after building until the skyline itself crumbled in its wake. Stephen could only watch, trembling. Deep down, he knew no one else could display that kind of overwhelming strength. From the dust and glare of collapsing mana, Li Jian emerged. His shadow stretched tall, and his grin was cold. He greeted Stephen mockingly, asking if the mighty lion had enjoyed dragging his name through the mud. There was no warmth in his tone, only sharp amusement. Stephen took one staggering step backward. His mind rejected what his eyes confirmed. In a panic, he screamed that it couldn't be Li Jian. Swinging wildly, he brought Big Bone down with a desperate roar. The swing stopped midair. The weapon didn't move another inch. Jian stood still, one hand raised, gripping the enormous bone club effortlessly. Stephen strained, but the relic didn't budge. Jian regarded the weapon in silence, almost amused. He remarked that Stephen had looked like he was enjoying himself with this thing. Stephen cursed under his breath as panic twisted his expression. Jian's fingers tightened. The weapon groaned under his grip. With a glaring crack, the bone began splintering inch by inch. The relic shattered completely, disintegrating in Jian's hand. He told Stephen calmly that it was nothing more than a dog bone, one far bigger than it deserved to be. Stephen screamed, his pride collapsing with the weapon. His body trembled with raw fear. Jian stepped forward, expression dark but composed. He told Stephen that since he had hit him so hard earlier, it was only fair they trade turns now. He threw his arm downward, crushing Stephen with raw power that split the earth apart. A crushing uppercut detonated like an explosion. Stephen's body soared down from the clouds, leaving a pillar of light that split the sky. His cry echoed as he vanished from the heavens, rage and disbelief mixing into a single wounded sound. Moments later, his figure plummeted back to earth, still screaming Jian's name as gravity dragged him down. Far away, in a quiet chamber bathed in sunlight, Sophie Marty stirred awake. The chaos seemed worlds apart from where she lay. Disoriented, she blinked several times, realizing something was wrong. Her arms and legs were tied, her body heavy with fatigue. Groaning softly, Sophie tilted her head and noticed a faint glow near her collarbone. An emerald sigil pulsed there, the mark of a seal, alive with quiet, unsettling power. A pillar of blinding energy tore through the heavens, its radiance swallowing the sky. The explosion carved through the land below, pulverizing earth and steel alike as shockwaves rippled outward. Amid the roaring aftermath, a single scream echoed, fading beneath the rising dust. High above, Stephen Marker plummeted helplessly through the smoke. The world spun violently around him, his body bent backward by the sheer backlash. His face twisted between disbelief and pain as he screamed Li Jian's name, leaving a streak of air behind him. At the heart of the destruction, Li Jian and Hugo Otters stood at the crater's edge. The ground beneath them was cracked and scorched, steam rising like ghosts from the debris. Hugo could only stare at the devastation Jian had wrought with his bare hands. Jian tilted his head back and laughed loudly, bidding a half-serious farewell to the lion bastard. He added, almost playfully, that it only counted if the man survived the landing. Beside him, Hugo stood slack-jawed, asking if Jian had really dropped him from that height. Jian shrugged, stating that Stephen's body was built tough. He'd live. Changing topics, Jian asked if the hostages had escaped safely. Hugo confirmed, nodding toward the distance where freed civilians wept and embraced, bathed in relief and sunlight. Jian snapped his fingers once, calling for piggy bank. A small lion-like creature with golden fur appeared instantly, floating with wings spread and a radiant grin. Jian ordered it to collect every usable scrap from the battlefield. The little beast obeyed eagerly, inhaling gold and artifacts like a whirlwind. Hugo sighed under his breath, remarking that Jian's sense of thrift was as relentless as ever. Midway through watching the bizarre spectacle, Jian suddenly remembered something. He He told Hugo they still needed to pick up a companion before leaving. As the tiny lion crunched noisily on a golden cup, Hugo asked if this companion was the kid who had lent Jian a cell phone. Jian nodded, recalling casually that the boy's name was Sung Jae. The name hit Hugo like lightning. He froze, his eyes widening as his breath caught. Jian repeated, saying he believed it was Cheon Sung Jae, someone from Gemini, with rare magic strength rivaling a divine cadre captain. He added that the boy was promising, maybe worth keeping close. Hugo's heart nearly stopped. Clutching his head, Hugo cried inwardly in despair, imagining the chaos that would follow. As Hugo's face contorted, Jian frowned, puzzled at his reaction. Inwardly, Hugo lamented all his effort. He had done everything to keep his children far away from this man's reach. Both his kids idolized Jian beyond reason. The day they met him, he thought, would be his undoing. Hugo's imagination spiraled into panic. A demonic version of Jian flashed in his mind, his two children cheering with sparkles in their eyes as their so-called idol carried them off. Hugo screamed silently to himself, "This is the end." Meanwhile, Jian remained oblivious, suggesting they contact a Gemini cadre who could use teleportation for convenience. Hugo immediately panicked, waving his hands wildly and insisting they leave right now. Hugo stopped, squinting suspiciously. He asked why Jian seemed so protective, pointing out that he'd always claimed to hate the Gemini. Hugo forced a laugh, sweat beading at his temple. Jian's expression hardened as he recalled his own past encounters with Gemini disciples, their arrogance, their pride. His irritation simmered beneath the surface. He muttered that they had been grating on his nerves lately. Hugo seized the moment, agreeing fervently that none of them mattered and they should just move on. Jian exhaled sharply, saying they weren't worth bothering with right now. Hugo relaxed visibly, quickly throwing an arm around Jian's shoulder while laughing hollowly, trying to push him toward the exit. Then it happened. A voice cried out, echoing across the ruined square. "Dad!" Hugo froze in terror. The color drained from his face. He turned stiffly, jaw trembling, while Jian looked over his shoulder. A young man ran toward them, face pale but determined. Hugo recognized that voice instantly and wished he hadn't. The signal flickered from a phone, catching up in real time. The young man on the other end suddenly realized who was standing beside his father. Jian and Hugo stood side by side as Cheon Sung Jae approached, his hands shaking, phone still clutched tight. You're really Lee Jian-nim?" he stammered. Hugo looked seconds away from fainting. Inside, Hugo screamed, "Why here, why now?" He dreaded the answer, realizing the boy might have already heard everything through the call connection. Sung Jae demanded an explanation, his eyes wide with confusion. Hugo stumbled over his words, unable to find a clear answer. But Jian's silence carried more weight than anything. Slowly, a dark haze of mana began to stir, creeping closer as it coiled around Jian's feet like a living shadow. An unseen pulse of energy trembled through the air. Dark power rose from Jian like smoke. The ground quaked as the sheer pressure blasted toward Jian. Then, something pink shot through Jian's vision, cutting the dramatic moment short. The vibrant, peach-colored slime sprang into action. Defying its harmless appearance, the creature unhinged its jaw, creating a powerful vortex that violently vacuumed the swirling dark mana of the skeletal reptile. The creature bounced away harmlessly, jiggling erratically in the air, looking perfectly pleased with itself. System text appeared before Jian's eyes. Omnificent mud bundle has gained poison resistance. Skill range expanded. Jian's expression darkened instantly. He grabbed the slime, shaking it furiously, yelling at it for eating random residue again. He demanded to know how starved it had been to swallow battlefield waste and ordered it to spit it back out. Hugo, despite the chaos, studied the slime with realization dawning on his face. He muttered that if it had absorbed something from the Calamity's remains, they could have been in real danger. Meanwhile, Sung Jae stared with wide eyes. He recognized the pink slime, Li Jian's legendary artifact recorded in history itself. Looking between the creature and the man holding it, Sung Ji's mind pieced together every clue. His breath hitched. There was no doubt now who stood before him. Emotion overtook him. Tears welled up as he trembled with disbelief and excitement, silently screaming if this miracle could be real, if the man before him truly was Li Jian. Hugo dropped his head into his hands, despair thick in his voice. The glimmer in his son's eyes said it all. The inevitable had arrived. Unfazed by the tension, Jian grumbled while continuing to wring the slime like dough, scolding it for its reckless appetite. The creature gurgled pitifully but refused to stop wiggling. Far away, above endless clouds, the sacred city of Aquarius glimmered like a jewel. Yet the golden towers trembled faintly under an unspoken tension. Elsewhere, a vast metropolitan skyline unfolded. A skyscraper marked with a lion's emblem dominated its center, the American Leo Divine Cadre headquarters. Inside a grand chamber, Leo executives gathered around a long table, the atmosphere tense and silent. At its head sat Oliver, the Leo Divine Cadre captain. His voice was sharp as he announced grimly that they had yet to locate the Castellan, Stephen Marker. He ordered immediate cooperation with Gemini, insisting they pay whatever price was required for tracking assistance. One subordinate hesitated, pointing out that Gemini might refuse after what had happened previously. Oliver cursed softly, admitting he may have gotten too flashy that day. The next report sent ripples across the table. Someone whispered that witnesses claimed the one who defeated Stephen was none other than Li Jian. Oliver slammed the table, scoffing. He said that even if Jian had returned, he would never surpass a saint. The Castellan was still the strongest. A faint murmur interrupted him, soft singing from somewhere in the room. Two subordinates swayed slightly, expressionless, as the bizarrely chanting got louder. Lions lose, shrines lose, I love John, all for John. Silence spread. Dozens of eyes turned toward the strange music in confusion. At the far end, Qion Yuha, the Leo vice castellan, lifted her head and gave a small, nonchalant smile. She apologized. The sound, she explained, came from a video playing on her phone. Yuha shrugged casually, scrolling to pause it. Her hoodie and sneakers clashed with the strict suits of her colleagues. Oliver erupted, demanding she treat the meeting seriously, reminding her that their commander's disappearance was no laughing matter. Yuha looked up lazily, her tone flat. She asked why they were even bothering to search for that man, the words biting but detached. She admitted offhandedly that perhaps that was cold of her, but added that Stephen's body was practically indestructible. He'd turn up eventually. Her colleagues gawked in disbelief. Oliver shouted that as vice castellan and one of the 10 stars, it was her responsibility to act. She ignored him, scrolling through her messages. A new text blinked at the top. Nuna, we got a new uncle now. He's super cool. The legends were true. Sung Jae. Oliver's speech faded into background noise. Yua's eyes stilled on the message. Uncle, she whispered, curiosity sparking. She stood suddenly, announcing she was taking leave for the day. Her farewell was casual but final as she walked out. Do your best, everyone. The heavy doors shut, leaving the room in stunned silence. Oliver clutched his temples, shouting in pure frustration. This was no meeting, it was chaos. Miles away, the Aquarius sanctuary rippled with public unrest. Crowds of reporters and civilians shouted at the gates for answers about Drachma's collapse, about saints, about Li Jian. Security guards lined the courtyard, shouting for space and urging the press to retreat. They said the saintess needed rest, and no further questions would be answered today. Promises of an official announcement rang out, but the voices below refused to fade. Flashbulbs stuttered across the base of the floating dome. High above, Sophie Marty peeked through her curtains. Her face was pale, eyes hollow, body trembling as the chaos below refused to quiet. She dropped the curtains, collapsing back onto the bed. Curling up with her sheets, she screamed curses at Li Jian's name. A faint glow pulsed at her collar, the mark Jian had placed there. The green light shimmered, whispering reminders of his control. She bit her nails, muttering that he would never stop until the world burned. Outside, guards shouted once more, "Make way for the Saintess." The crowd parted as another Sophie emerged, dressed in her saint robes and guarded tightly. Cameras flared. Confusion spread through the audience. Then, from her neck, a sudden green light erupted into the air. Reporters panicked, mistaking it for an attack. A voice shouted above the noise, pointing upward. A massive holographic projection shimmered into the clouds. Bright green words cut through the sky. "Who said I, Li Jian, am dead? Tell them the truth of 20 years ago." Sophie watched, hand over her mouth, horror twisting her face. She fell to her knees, drenched in terror. She couldn't speak. If she revealed the truth, the saints would end her. But if she stayed silent, Jian's fury would catch her instead. And worst of all, she realized he had never removed the explosive seal around her neck. Curling tight, Sophie screamed, her wails muffled by her sheets. Every thought turned inward, every curse directed toward the man who had destroyed her life. Somewhere far away, Li Jian sat lazily in a quiet hideout, picking his ear as if the world wasn't erupting in his name. He asked aloud whether he should make ramen. His slime bounced happily beside him, while the golden lion wagged its tail. On a flickering TV, a newscaster reported that Sophie Marty had yet to issue an official statement and remained secluded. The broadcast warned of international tension rising over Drachma's events. In a darkened room, a silhouette watched the news with quiet amusement, one hand resting under his chin. The figure smiled faintly, whispering that the world was spiraling faster than expected, and that the real storm had only just begun. The sun spills gold across the Sagittarius sanctuary, washing over the sleek stone walls of the fortress-like estate that Hugo Otters calls home. Peace and pride settle in the air like a hush before the storm. The rhythmic thwack of an arrow cuts through silence, the shot striking square in the bullseye. 10 points flawless. The archer stands steady, hands firm, the ornate recurved bow gleaming faintly in the sunlight. Lowering the bow, Hugo inspects the weapon's balance, a quiet satisfaction flickering across his face. Enclosed by green netting, he looks every bit the disciplined marksman in his private training ground. Li Jian stands nearby, hands in pockets, watching. Hugo asks how the new arrows feel. Jian smirks, tossing the question back. Hugo grins, saying they're incomparable, leagues better than that Ram guy's work. John, ever smug, agrees immediately, as if that were only natural. An arrow screams through the air, faster than breath, piercing through the target with surgical precision. 10 points, Jian remarks, too casually. Hugo blinks, sweat forming on his brow, then freezes as suspicion sparks in his eyes when he hears Jian's teasing tone. Jian now stands blindfolded, a simple wooden bow in hand. Hugo asks half-seriously if he's really supposed to shoot like this, smiling faintly from beneath the cloth. Jian admits the challenge is actually kind of fun. Hugo erupts, pointing and shouting that Jian is doing this on purpose. He demands to know why he's aiming at his target. Jian bursts out laughing, telling Teksu that annoying him is far too entertaining to resist. A straw appears, followed by a leisurely sip. Jian glances down, unbothered. Cheon Sung-jae, Hugo's son, pops out from the grass like a mischievous spirit. Ignoring his father, he cheerfully hands Jian a cold drink and a towel, greeting him as Li Jian Samson. Jian smiles, graciously accepting. Behind them, Hugo burns with outrage, his silent cry locked behind gritted teeth while Jian and Sung-jae laugh together like old friends. Hugo rushes over, demanding his share of attention, asking his son to bring him water too. Sung-jae looks at him blankly and points wordlessly toward the fridge, telling him to get it himself. Hugo stands there, crushed, as Jian offers a thumbs up, enjoying the chaos. Deciding to shift gears, Jian mentions his abilities have evolved since the battle at Drachma. He opens his status window, curious. Sung Jae peers at the strange, eel-like creature in his hand, remarking it looks like an octopus, while Hugo groans in the background about his nose. The system declares the creation of the sanctuary of the Serpent-Bearer constellation, Private Palace. In his vision, Jian stands before an ivory door entwined with serpents, though the realm remains limited in scale. It explains that the sanctuary is a domain under his constellation's power, a territory he now governs. A prompt flashes. The lower-class household member, Piggy Bank, can be moved here, and adding a human member will further enhance the sanctuary's strength. Back in reality, Jian sips his drink, eyes narrowing thoughtfully at the word human. Sung Jae checks his phone, asking if his uncle's leaving soon. He suggests heading out together, since he's got plans himself. Jian nods, realizing he's behind schedule. Jian mentions an appointment. Hugo tries to stop them, lunging forward, but ends face first in the grass. Jian simply confirms the meeting to Sung Jae and steps over the fallen saint. Throwing his jacket over his shoulder, Jian flashes that feral grin, the kind that spells trouble. He says he's got a lot of people to meet today. At the bustling city, a sign reads, Red Eye Studio / Pick Coma Chicken. Inside, Choi Sung-hyuk, Gemini's divine cadre captain, sits gracefully amid piles of golden fried chicken, flanked by stern bodyguards. His polite smile hides an agenda as he asks whether Jian intends to join Gemini. Across from him, Jian devours chicken like a man fighting a war. The waitress gapes in silent horror. Jian, mouth full, retorts that they've had this same talk before, and that he's actually busy. Sung-hyuk keeps his businesslike smile, saying recruitment never stops. His eyes watch Jian carefully, every move measured. The captain leans in, voice lowering to a silky threat. He knows about Jian's plan to use Gemini's funds to stockpile auction goods, then vanish without paying. Cheeks stuffed like a guilty squirrel, Jian freezes. Sung-hyuk's sharp grin tells him the suspicion is dead on. Wiping his mouth, Jian reconsiders. What started as annoyance now feels like opportunity. He mentally counts his unsettled scores. Aries, the pest, the proud Leo. Next, he decides, is the rotten little witch. An image fills his mind, the Gemini saint engulfed in violet light. His expression hardens. She's next. Jian speaks, agreeing to join the Gemini, divine cadre. Sung-hyuk beams, ready to finalize details. But Jian lifts a finger, one condition. He points a greasy drumstick toward Sung-hyuk's chest. That badge. Hand it over. The guards react instantly, shouting that it's sacred, a gift from their saint. Sung-hyuk is stunned while Jian just keeps chewing, telling them calmly to stay out of it. Jian explains evenly that badge grants access to real benefits, not promises. He says he's not the type to wait for rewards. He prefers something solid, now. He grins wide, raising a golden drumstick glinting under the lights, asking if Sung-hyuk can really not afford to invest in talent like his. The captain adjusts his glasses, sweating slightly, and asks for time to think. Jian taps the bone against the table, saying he doesn't have time. He's got another meeting soon. The guard's tense, fist twitching. He checks his phone. A message from nephew Sung Jae appears. Might take a bit. Jian replies easily, that's fine. Take your time. My sister might be late too. Jian responds, ok. In a tranquil cafe, Sung Jae sits by the window, tapping his phone. He thinks about how the shop's known for its gelato, hoping his uncle will like the place. He smiles, cheeks tinted pink at the thought that Lee Jian is truly his uncle. He imagines his sister's shocked face when she finds out. From his bag, he takes out a large dagger, its surface repaired and ruggedly beautiful. He hums softly, planning to ask Jian for an autograph. A hand suddenly snatches the dagger. A cold voice chides him for playing with dangerous things. The voice continues smugly, announcing Hill just confiscated for safety. It's Yoon Sherwoo, the Gemini disciple, sharp-eyed and smirking cruelly. He holds the dagger aloft. Sung Jae jumps up, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Shiwu snickers, mocking him for raising his voice at his elder. His friends laugh behind him. Sung Jae glares, anger trembling at the edges. Shiwu stands tall, hands at his hips, the stolen dagger tucked in like a trophy. They circle him. Sung Jae insists they return the dagger. Shiwu condescends, reminding him to mind his tone. This is their spot, after all. Sung Jae's fists tighten. He remembers how Shiwu always find a reason to pick fights, hiding behind rank and privilege. He restrains himself. Shiwu's father is the Libra saint, meaning untouchable. That power shields all his arrogance. Desperate now, Sung Jae shouts that they don't understand what they're holding, and they need to give it back. Shiwu's voice cuts like a whip. Sit. Gravity slams Sung Jae down, face first onto the table. The group laughs at his pain. Other customers turn. Shiwu waves them off coldly, pretending to keep order. He leans close, sneering about how much bark Sung Jae has when he can't even lift his head. Pulling the dagger out, he turns it in his hands, mocking curiosity. He asks if it's one of that Lee Jian's creations that Sung Jae idolizes so much. Then his voice drops, eyes glowing red, a venomous whisper about Sung Jae's mother. The words drip with malice. Sung Jae's rage detonates. His eyes blaze blue, a raw scream tearing free. The system resonates. Divine artifact, Janice's desire, has responded to its owner's peril. Activating random skill. The dagger ignites with radiant power. Shiwu's grin vanishes, replaced by sheer terror as light explodes in his hand. A burst of energy hurls him backward like a cannon blast. The cafe falls silent except for the crash. The cafe was violently ruptured by a blinding teal flash as the laws of space warped around the unsuspecting Shiwu Jian, found himself locked in a jarring struggle against the viscosity of the portal. Realizing with mounting alarm that the teleportation through the dagger had stalled mid-transit, he strained against the magical resistance. His form only halfway emerged. Then he drops to the floor, gasping. Sung Jae, shaking and crying, chokes out his uncle's name. And then, Lee Jian appears, blinking around in confusion. Huh? Sung Jae. Sung Jae gaped at Jian's sudden arrival and demanded to know how he'd found the place. Jian scratched his head and admitted he hadn't. He'd just been eating at a chicken joint when the dagger's consumable summon skill activated and dragged him there. The dagger rests on the floor, mana glow faintly. Jian looks around slowly, noticing Shiwu beneath him. Scanning the room, he takes in the scene, battered disciples, the frightened crowd. His tone turns icy. They tried to threaten his nephew. Emerald Mkna ripples around him. Shadows gather beneath his feet. His words rumble low, a warning not to touch his nephew. The goons quake. He cracks his knuckles and smiles darkly, promising to teach them a lesson they'll feel in their bones. For a moment, it's as if their spirits flee from their bodies under the weight of his fury. Then a memory flashes, back to Piccoma Chicken. Sung Hyuk's smile as he agreed to Jian's one condition, handing over the badge. Internally, Sung Hyuk thought the loss trivial. Once Jian was sealed under contract, he could reclaim it later. He warned Jian to use it wisely. Jian nodded, promising good faith. As papers were prepared, Sung Hyuk reached for a pen. A sudden flicker of green light glimmered in front of him. When he looked up, Jian was gone. Only a mountain of chicken remained. The waitress came over nervously and told them the bill was $790. After losing his badge, his future, and now being stuck with the cost, Sung Hyuk could only stare at her in shock and ask how it ended up that high. Chaos tears through Cafe Eden. Screams echo as shattered glass rains down, and from above, a body plummets, hurled with merciless force from the terrace. It crashes into the floor below, scattering tables, shattering pots, and smearing blood across the tiles. The Gemini disciple lies in a heap, dizzy and broken, drool streaking down his chin as the world spins violently around him. Lee Jian approaches, calm and towering. His fist drives down like a hammer, the impact reverberating through the ground. The beaten Yun Shiwu howls, demanding if Jian even knows who he's hitting. Shiwu screams, sputtering about his rank, an A-rank disciple, son of a powerful chairman. Jian doesn't blink, simply grabs and lands a kick to Shiwu's stomach. He lifts Shiwu effortlessly, then slams him again and again into the floor until the tiles crack beneath the assault. Shiwu chokes out that he's the Libra Saint's son, only for his words to be cut short by another brutal impact. Jian looks almost bored before tossing him away like refuse. Shiwu, tumbling down. Coughing and bleeding, Shiwu raises his trembling hands to plead for mercy, begging Jian to just listen. Jian's boot presses him to the floor. His gaze is cold steel. He tells the pitiful disciple to stand up. He's just getting started, and mocks his empty words. Shiwu realizes in terror that his defensive magic is unraveling, his mana tearing apart. Still shaking, Shiwu slams a hand to the ground, warning Jian not to get cocky. Azure energy flares from his body as he rises again, snarling that he won't lose to someone like this. The air splits open. An immense summoning circle glows beneath him, conjuring Polaris's bull, a roaring spirit beast of armored light. The onlookers scream, scattering. Someone yells that combat magic is being used in public. Everyone needs to run. Shiwu laughs with wide-eyed hysteria, shouting that this is what Jian gets for daring to act high and mighty. Jian doesn't move. The blue storm rages around him, yet he only sighs that Shiwu sure talks a lot. Mana energy form in Jian bare hand. Emerald fire ignites around his palm. He scoffs that he expected something impressive. This heat couldn't even warm a stove. The system chimes. Enemy magic suppressed. Skill data for Polaris's bull acquired. Shiwu screams in disbelief, accusing Jian of being a mage. Jian grins wolfishly, denying it. He's a blacksmith. The system warns the acquired data will corrupt if not turned into an artifact. Jian chooses to burn it now. Emerald flames roar to life, engulfing him. He declares he'll show how true fire is used. A colossal green bull materializes, radiating divine heat. His rendition of Polaris's bull. Jian unleashes it with a shout. A man's burning chest. Polaris's bull. Shiwu lets out an incoherent scream before the blast swallows him whole. A pillar of searing green light tears into the sky, splitting clouds and shaking the city. When the brightness fades, Shiwu is embedded headfirst into a wall, utterly broken. Jian stands over him, aura still steaming. His voice drips venom. If Shiwu ever lays a hand on Sungjae again, he'll burn him for real. Then, in a heartbeat, his expression flips. He throws Sungjae a bright thumbs up. He tells his nephew that if he ever runs into thugs like that again, just call, because his uncle's always got his back. Sungjae grins wide, yelling yes. Footsteps echo from the street. A voice calls Sungji's name. He and Jian turn to see Cheon Yuha, sprinting toward them. Nuna. Sungjae cheers. Yuha halts, eyes racing over the demolished cafe. She asks what happened, if he's hurt. Sungjae, flushed and excited, grabs her hands and insists the damage doesn't matter. He gestures dramatically toward Jian, announcing that he's finally here. Sungjae recalls the legend, the hero who conquered calamities again and again, who saved humanity from despair. Memories flicker of the two children watching TV long ago, eyes wide at headlines of that same hero's name. Young Yuha and little Sungjae sit spellbound before the screen, staring at their idol. On the broadcast, the disaster-class hero stands scarred, masked, and formidable, a survivor forged in storms. In the present, Sungjae looks at the man beside him, Li Jian, alive and towering like that childhood myth. Yuha meets his gaze, frozen. Sungjae waits eagerly for the recognition to hit. Her mind races in disbelief. Is this truly Li Jian? No way. Jian tilts his head, puzzled, as her thoughts slip free. He's way too handsome. She tries to reason it out. 20 years ago, he was scarred and battered. After enduring the Demon Tower, she expected far worse. though she admits he'd have looked admirable regardless. Clutching her shirt, she whispers that looks don't matter. It's who he is that does. Finally, she smiles sincerely, addressing him as Lee Jian-nim and saying she's deeply glad he's safe. Sung-jae cuts in, teasing that she's talking out loud. Yuha turns crimson as Jian bursts into laughter at their lively exchange. He steps forward, confirming she's Yuha and saying it's good to meet her. She bows repeatedly, thanking him for protecting her brother. Grinning, Jian waves it off. If she's Hugo's kid, then she's family too. Yuha looks up, flustered but touched. Sung-jae muttering an aside about her expression. Blushing furiously, Yuha gathers herself and asks a favor. Jian guesses she wants an autograph but agrees anyway. She exhaled nervously before speaking, her voice hesitant as she began to ask if it would be all right with him, her words trailing off before she could finish. The ground explodes. A molten creature bursts from beneath the street, spewing lava and roaring. Yuha shrieks. Jian blinks in confusion, raising an eyebrow. Was that supposed to be the favor? But Yuha doesn't answer. She draws a spear crackling with lightning and charges the lava beast head-on. Launching skyward, she shouts back for her brother and uncle to wait just a moment. Her eyes ignite with crimson light. She vows she'll make her proposal, but only after she slays this calamity. She lands running, sparks tearing from the ground under her heels. Sung-jae watches, intrigued. He notes that seeing him must have flipped her into battle mode. Jian, alarmed, asks what his sister just said. Jian's brain catches up and he chokes. Pro what? Alarms wail across the city. The sky bleeds red. Sirens blare. Calamity! Calamity! This is not a drill. Announcements order mass evacuation as colossal claws tear through towers in the distance. Above, the sky is swarmed with winged monsters. From below, sandworm pillars of flesh erupt, collapsing city blocks while wyvern flew above the city. A red dragon roars over crumbling streets, its wings blotting out the sun. As the molten creature concentrates molten lava in its mouth, Yuha becomes a storm herself, lightning spearing through beasts as she carves down enemies one after another. Debris explodes around her as she rips through every worm standing in her path. She drives faster, whispering like a mantra, quickly, quickly, quickly. Power floods into her weapon until it hums like thunder. Dragons circle overhead. Yuha's thoughts burn. Faster. I need to finish this so I can propose. She skids to a stop among the encroaching horde, glaring furiously as they block her. Electricity flares around her. She decides to end this in a single strike. Her crimson sphere crackles to life, lighting up the battlefield. She launches forward, a living beam of lightning, screaming at the monsters not to get in her way. Her eyes blaze red as she roars, "Of my proposal!" Her spear arcs wide, releasing a wave of blinding red destruction that splits the air itself. The dragon is cleaved clean in two by Phosphonous Lotus, her ultimate strike. A tower of red mana floods the skyline, a testament to her overwhelming power. From afar, Jian watches calmly, red glints dancing in his gaze. He smiles knowingly. His niece is safe, capable, and perhaps even sharper in battle than her father ever was. Yua's body tenses. Something feels wrong. A massive jaw snaps down where she stood ready to consume her. Jian dives, shoving her out of harm's way as the creature crashes into the ground she occupied seconds earlier. The three tumble amid rubble as molten debris rains down. Yuha looked up in shock, her breath catching as a single word escaped her. "Uncle?" Her cap smolders in the lava. Above them, laughter booms, a sultry voice praising his instincts, saying he's impressive for a human. Perched atop a dragon sits a horned demon woman with a whip in hand. Her smile drips with danger as she claims she rather likes him and will keep him as her special pet. The dragon beneath her opens its maw, molten fire building inside. Jian sighs, muttering about everyone playing with fire today. Still, The corner of his mouth curves upward. He needs a dragon furnace anyway if he's to forge more divine artifacts. Emerald mana ignited in his eyes, and a wild grin spread across his face as laughter burst from him. He accepted the challenge without hesitation, boldly proclaiming that the dragon would become gas burner number 1. In response, the demon woman's eyes flared a vivid crimson, delight curling in her voice as she purred her approval, then invited him to begin his training. The colossal red dragon towers over the burning cityscape, molten saliva dripping from fanged jaws. On its horned head sits a demon woman of the fantasy race, arms crossed, arrogance radiating from every motion, her smirk promising only ruin. Li Jian meets that challenge with a manic grin that borders on madness. He shouts that he'll take the beast in as gas burner number 1. The demon laughs in delight, her crimson eyes gleaming as she warns that training him will be quite the entertainment. Qion Yuha's blood runs cold. She recognizes their opponent, a member of the fantasy race, among the most terrifying of all calamities. Behind her, Sung Jae can only gape at the sight. Resolve hardens in Yuha's eyes. She starts forming a plan to intercept, only for a finger to bop her forehead. Jian stands there, amused, asking why she's overthinking things when he's right in front of her. He steps ahead of his niece and nephew, his presence cutting through the choking heat. He tells them plainly to leave this opponent to him. Their job is to secure the area and keep people safe. He looks back and smiles, saying he's assigning that task because he trusts their strength. All he asks is the same trust from them, that they'll let him handle the rest. Yuha's shoulders relax. That quiet faith from him steadies something deep inside her. She and Sung Jae shouted in unison, "Of course," their voices ringing with certainty as renewed purpose lit their eyes. The battle split in two. The siblings charged forward to support Jian, determination burning in their movements. Meanwhile, Jian flexed his hands, the crack of his knuckles echoing against the chaos. A grin tugged at his lips as he faced the waiting demon. "Let's play," he says. The demon lashes out. Her whip cuts through the air like lightning, each strike faster and heavier than the last. "More!" she cries, intoxicated by the violence. Jian slips between the blows, feet barely brushing the scorched ground. The dragon behind her exhales fire, turning the battlefield into a molten wasteland. Her grin widens, bloodlust spilling into laughter. "Struggle more," she taunts, eyes wild. A sudden flick of the whip, and Jian's body is caught, the glowing coil wrapping him tightly, pinning his arms and chest. He only looks down, unimpressed. The demon throws her head back, laughing, saying that restraining him will make breaking him even sweeter. With a tug, she flings him into the sky, the sunset burning behind his airborne figure. Then she slams him down. Again and again she whips him into the ground, into buildings, into the street, the dragon roaring in approval. Jian collides with the side of the earth, glass and concrete exploding outward. He drops to one knee amid the rubble, still bound, hair hanging over his face in silence. The air hums. With a subtle flex of strength, the bindings tore apart as if they were nothing more than paper. Rising to his feet, he leveled a flat, unreadable gaze on her and remarked that she had plenty of style, but none of the heat to back it up. Then, in a tone edged with disdain, he asked if that was really all she had. The demon's grin twists into fury. Her whole body trembles with insult. She shrieks, "Not even close," and her dragon rears back, unleashing a hurricane of fire straight toward him. The blast detonates, blowing the entire district apart in a storm of molten light. Elsewhere, Sung Jae strains under the shimmering weight of his barrier, holding off collapsing debris while shouting for civilians to evacuate. He yells at them to move faster, voice shaking but unwavering. Families thank him as they flee past. Relief flickers across his face when he sees the last of them reach the shelters. Yuha appears beside him, breathless but intact, confirming the last group safe. A tremor blasts outward. Yuha turns sharply toward the center of the battlefield, Gion's battlefield. Smoke and inferno swirl. Yuha's thoughts race. The fantasy race outclass even red-ranked calamities. She knows Gion's strength, but still fears this enemy is far beyond ordinary limits. She bites her lip, dreading that his 20 years in the Demon Tower might have left scars unseen. Her decision forms instantly. She launches forward despite Sungji's protests, saying she can't just stand by. Sungjae calls after her to hide, but she's already gone. Amid the swirling haze, the demon's grin cut through the smoke, her voice curling with mockery as she remarked that perhaps she'd gone a little overboard. Though, if he'd been reduced to ash, that was entirely his problem. Then her expression falters. Something's wrong. From within the roaring flames, Li Jian emerged without a single burn, the inferno bending harmlessly around him as if acknowledging its master. He remarked, almost lazily, that this was what true fire felt like, unlike the weak imitation conjured by that lukewarm Gemini brat. Firelight dances over his face. His expression is almost joyous, the kind that makes even the air flinch. He reaches forward into the blaze, claiming it as his new forge flame. The system acknowledges acquisition of a flame usable for divine crafting. The demon stumbles backward, disbelief etched into her every feature. Jian summons a massive hammer of pulsing mana energy, his production hammer. He grins, saying that with proper fire, there's no need to hold back anymore. The system begins attribute strengthening, random luck applied. He raises the weapon high as power spins around him, the system urging him to select a target. He chooses and smirks, lowering the hammer for the strike. The demon's smile collapses into fear. She senses something dreadful gathering and cannot tell what it is, only that it's fatal. She screams, refusing to let him finish whatever he's doing, lunging forward with murderous intent. A shout cuts through, Yuha's voice calling out her skill. Thunderclap. A storm pierces the sky and crashes down toward the demon. Yuha's jaw drops as the dust clears. The demon caught her spear barehanded, the metal sizzling against her palm as her eyes flared like burning coals. In a low, seething whisper, she breathed that the mortal had dared to challenge her. With a furious snarl, she hurled her spear forward, the impact sending Yuha crashing backward through the air. Her voice, sharp with rage, tore through the flames as she shouted for Yuha to get lost. Yuha hits the building hard, blood spraying across the wall before she collapses with a cough. The demon turns to her dragon, ordering coldly that it eat the girl. The draconic titan lunges toward the rubble. Yuha looks up, petrified as its jaws descend. But Jian appears in front of her, one hand gripping the monster's tail mid-lunge. "Where do you think you're going?" he growls, swinging it like a toy and slamming it into the street. The ground caves under the impact. The dragon groans in defeat, body smoking, scales cracked. The demon freezes, horror dawning that a human just flattened a hell lizard barehanded. Jian stands amid dust and fire, aura burning cold. "Touch Yuha again," he says, voice low, "and I will kill you." The giant serpent's pupils locked onto the demon woman of the fantasy race, its earlier fury giving way to raw, instinctive fear. She stumbles back. What is he? She wonders in panic. For the first time, she senses the possibility she might die here. Her hands clutch her face, denial consuming her. A member of the fantasy race brought low by a human. Impossible. Purple mana, energy, swirls around the demon. Her tone drops like iron. Playtime's over. From the debris, Yuha watches. The demon mana feels like a roaring world unto itself. The demon snarls, body shifting. She says she hates using this form since it's not ideal for training, but someone like him deserves acknowledgement. Her eyes flare. As an enemy, her body transforms into a blazing demonic entity, the red fantasy beast calamity, Hellwings. Wreathed in violet flame, she vows to reduce him and his kin to ash. Her voice crescendos into a scream as dark energy coalesces into the shape of a twisted skull. Hellbound, she roars, the attack swallowing the streets in pure annihilation. Yuhaji rushes into view, shouting, "Uncle!" as the blast devours everything. The city disappears in white light, a blazing dome of destruction. The demon strains to maintain her assault, funneling every drop of her monstrous energy into it, determined to erase him. But as the smoke clears, she sees him, holding the beam back with a single hand. Jian grins, remarking that this glove is turning out far more useful than expected. A system window flickers, C-grade fire-touching vinyl glove strengthened, flame resistance, random luck +1 flame resistance when eating spicy foods. The demon howls, "Impossible." She refuses to believe a simple enchanted glove could block Hellbound. Jian laughs softly, the glow around his body intensifying as microscopic wounds knit shut. His super regeneration activates. Crushing the energy in his palm, he glares upward. "You lit my city on fire," he says. "Now you'll work as my forge flame for the rest of your life." Li Jian raised his glowing hand with a chuckle, amazed that the cheap vinyl glove worked so well. The window revealed it as a fire-touching vinyl glove C, enhanced by Hellwing's flames, granting full fire resistance and, oddly, resistance to spicy food, which Jian proudly said he'd brought straight from a fried chicken shop. The demon Hellwing shrieks, lunging forward in disbelief. Her face twists into hysterical rage. She screams that it's impossible. Her ultimate skill, Hellbound, couldn't have been blocked by a piece of disposable plastic. Green light flickers behind Jian's eye as super regeneration activates, sealing every burn and bruise. His hand tightens. He tells her coldly that for setting the city ablaze, she'll serve as the fire in his forge for the rest of her miserable life. The demon recoils, trembling, not from pain, but from the humiliation. She stammers furiously, unable to fathom being degraded like this. Jian laughs, a sharp, unnerving sound that shakes the air. He asks why she calls it humiliation. "You looking down on vinyl gloves?" Leaning close, his tone dips into grim amusement. His eyes burn green. "Do you even know how handy these are when eating spicy chicken?" A new window interrupts, warning that Hellwing's impure energy is too strong for her to be added as a household member. Purification required. Jian grins wickedly, misreading the prompt. To him, purification clearly means only one thing: a purification punch. He storms the fantasy race demon woman. Each strike echoes like a cannon blast. The demon screams for him to wait, but he doesn't stop. Every blow lands with another shouted purification punch. He batters the creature relentlessly, debris flying. Between hits, he mutters in confusion, asking the poor monster why it isn't purified yet. Then the system chimes flatly, "Subject deceased." Dead subjects cannot be purified. Jian freezes mid-swing, sweat trailing down his cheek. He sighs, remarking that it couldn't even handle a little cleansing. He spots the Hell Lizard trembling nearby. With a bright, cheerful smile out of place amid the ruins, he tells it that since the main burner's broken, it'll have to take its place. 2 quick notifications appear. Calamity, Hell Lizard surrenders. Hell Lizard has become your slave. 2 quick notifications appear. Calamity, Hell Lizard surrenders. Hell Lizard has become your slave. Jian looks genuinely impressed as the creature waves a white flag out of pure terror. He opens the naming menu, listing options aloud with mischief: torch, burner, brazier grill, coal, or lizard. The panicked creature blurts out torch before he can finish. From the edge of the crater, Yuha and Sung Jae dash in, yelling for their uncle. Jian stands beside the smoldering wreck and the frightened pet, casually asking if they're hurt. Yuha nods that they're fine, but her tone turns grave. She says there's something she needs to tell him. Jian raises an eyebrow, curious. A sudden flash of memory struck him. Her earlier vow to deliver a proper proposal. Jian's eyes widened as realization crashed over him, his thoughts spiraling into frantic chaos, begging for this not to be happening. Yuha faces him, wind stirring her hair. She takes a breath and calls him uncle. Jian covers his face, bracing himself for what's coming. Instead, she asks quietly if he really sacrificed himself willingly in the demon tower. His hands drop, surprise overtaking him. Her expression sharpens. She says she's long questioned the official story surrounding that mission. She recounts what the saints told the world, that he gave up his life to save humanity from the Crimson Eye, then frowns. It never added up that the strongest among them was the only one to fall. She admits she buried her doubts for lack of proof. But after seeing today's power, she's sure of it now. Eyes wet, she tells him what her heart already concluded. He wasn't sacrificed, he was betrayed. The crater falls silent. Ji-yeon's face gives nothing away, only stillness behind heavy shadows. Then the corner of his mouth lifts. He praises her insight, calling her truly Teksu's daughter. Straightening, he answers plainly. Yeah, you're right. 20 years back, blood, blades, betrayal. A sword pierces his chest as comrades turn away. He says he was betrayed inside the demon tower. He admits one of the 12 saints who joined him stabbed him in the back. The revelation crushes his listeners. Sung-jae gasps, horror widening his eyes. Heroes had murdered their own. His voice broke as he cried out, declaring that Ji-yeon had been humanity's light, their ultimate hero. The words trembled into disbelief as he demanded to know how they could do this. Ji-yeon points at him gently, half smiling. Maybe that's why. He explains that because he outshone them all, and because he alone slew the Crimson Eye, they turned their blades on him. The remaining saints stand over his collapsing body as fire consumes the tower. They killed him to seize power once their enemy was gone. He continues evenly. Afterward, with the calamity defeated, they shaped the new world to their liking, without him in their way. He was the obstacle. Then he shrugs, almost casual again. It's still speculation, he admits, though it fits far too well. The siblings tremble with rage. Sung-jae mutters that the saints are unbelievable. The realization lands with cruel clarity. Ji-yeon was trapped in that abyss alone, while the traitors enjoyed the fame stolen from him. Tears streamed down both their faces. Sung-jae shouts that it's unforgivable, that the true savior was left to rot. Watching them, Ji-yeon's eyes soften. A rare, sincere smile breaks across his face. He rests a hand on each of their shoulders, saying warmly that their feelings are enough. There's no need for tears anymore. Sung-jae looks up at his uncle, his eyes red and swollen. Yuho wipes her face, her gaze hard with resolve. She vows to return the betrayal's debt 1,000-fold. Ji-yeon let out a slow breath and glanced at his phone, the tension in his expression easing into that familiar air of quiet confidence. With a faint smirk, he murmured that it was time to see what came next. On the screen glows the headline. Breaking news, Saintess Sophie Marty's urgent flight to Korea. Statement at 7 p.m. Ji-yeon smirks. This will be the last item on his list. Storm clouds blanket a towering skyscraper complex. Inside a vast auditorium, reporters and cameras crowd every space. At the front podium stands Saintess Sophie Marty. Flashes strobe across the hall, reporters shouting over one another for answers. Whispers ripple through the press seats. Rumors about a truth from 20 years ago. Could it be about the Crimson Eye raid? Or perhaps the Drachma incident? Another journalist speculates it's tied to talk of Lee Ji-yeon's survival. Everyone agrees the revelation will be seismic. Sophie stands alone under the stage lights, looking fragile despite her holy robes. Sweat beads on her brow. She forces a smile while her mind screams, I'm doomed. Every fiber wants to bolt from the room. Her trembling hand touches the artifact at her throat, the one Ji-yeon forced her to wear. She's certain it's some kind of explosive charm. Running isn't an option. In her mind, as she sees herself as a marionette, strings pulled by the grinning silhouette of Lee Ji-yeon. Survival means total obedience. Taking a shaky breath, she resolves to comply. If she hesitates, he'll erase her before the other saints could intervene. Facing the sea of cameras, Sophie begins. She's here to reveal the truth about the Demon Tower incident 20 years ago. Confusion ripples through the reporters. Wasn't that the Crimson Eye subjugation where the 12 saints became legends? Her knuckles whiten on the podium. She announces that the true hero who ended the Crimson Eye's rampage. She closes her eyes, breath held. Was Li Jian. For a single heartbeat, pens scraped empty lines across the page, motion without meaning, until the words finally sank in. A silence so deep it hums, then snapping chaos. What? Chairs scrape. Reporters surge to their feet. Questions flood from every direction. Is that true? Did the saints lie? Was Jian really the one who saved humanity? Sophie stands frozen at the center of the storm as realization dawns in the crowd. If the saints lied, then that means Li Jian could still be alive. Her knees nearly give out. A chill runs down her spine. Something sinister moves behind the curtain. A low, composed voice cuts through the commotion, confirming those dangerous suspicions. Yes, that's correct. But how can that be possible? Sophie turns, dread overtaking her. A shadowed figure steps into view. Her lips tremble. You're... From behind the stage emerges Jean-Louis Morin, the cancer saint. His suit gleams under muted light as malicious dark mana rises from him like smoke. He approaches with a smile devoid of warmth, remarking gently that she looks unwell. Maybe she shouldn't continue the conference. His eyes glow red beneath the shadows of his brow, the edges of his grin razor-sharp. Right, Sophie, he murmurs. The threat in his voice leaves the entire hall deathly still. The tension in the room thickened until it was nearly unbearable. The cancer saint, Jean-Louis Morin, stepped out from the shadows, each footfall echoing like the toll of a bell. Dark energy coiled around his tailored suit, his smirk razor-sharp, a predator savoring the moment before the kill. He looked down at Sophie Marty, the Aquarius saint, who trembled before him. Her holy veneer had vanished. She looked pallid and drenched in cold sweat. Jean-Louis sked softly, feigning concern, saying she didn't look well, that perhaps continuing the press conference would be unrealistic. His eyes ignited blood red under the lights. Bending closer, that smug smile curved into something monstrous. His question came edged with poison. Right, Sophie? Her throat locked as she realized who stood before her. Jean-Louis Morin, the last person she ever wanted to see, was here. Shaking violently, he reached for the microphone switch. He closed it instantly, his breath hot and venomous. Shut up, he snarled. His glare cut through her like blades. What are you trying to pull with that mic still on? His words crashed over her like a storm. He berated her with cruel precision, reminding her that her one purpose was to parade around pretending to be divine. What delusion made her think she could act out now? Sophie could only stare, numb with dread. He leaned close enough for their foreheads to almost touch. His whisper curdled into threat. If you don't want everyone watching to see me rip your mouth off, you'll stay silent. Sophie's pupils trembled, the fear rooting itself deep inside her. With an almost lazy flick, Jean-Louis pressed a button, cutting the mic feed. The world outside went quiet. Turning to the press, his demeanor switched instantly. He smiled politely, explaining that upon investigation, the saintess had been blackmailed into making false claims. Behind him, Sophie slumped in defeat, unable to even breathe properly. Projecting warmth, he told the crowd not to worry. He assured them that he would personally care for the saintess from this point on, a twisted performance of kindness masking possession. He faced the restless journalists, voice calm as he announced that the conference would end immediately. The room erupted into chaos. One reporter stood, shouting that he couldn't just shut it down. What about Li Jian? He demanded. Jean-Louis's head tilted ever so slightly, and the man's blood ran cold. The air itself seemed to darken, drenched in killing intent. A wave of black mana rippled out from the saint. In an icy tone, he said Li Jian died in the Demon Tower 20 years ago, and that was all anyone needed to know. His gaze drifted over the crowd like a predator's. Even if, by some absurd miracle, Li Jian were alive, wouldn't he have shown himself by now? A nervous voice shot back, asking who was blackmailing the saintess if it wasn't Jian. The question snapped what little patience Jean Lewis had left. More reporters joined in, demanding answers. They warned that ending things now would only deepen public suspicion toward the Saints. A few even begged for clarity. Jean Lewis muttered under his breath, his tone edged with contempt as he spat out that they were nothing but damn insects. He raised his hand. Black energy pooled in his palm, swirling like a miniature galaxy. He said coldly that they needed to remember their place. A voice rang out from the side, mocking him. Before you do that, try looking at your face in a mirror. You really going to kill reporters on camera? Jean Lewis blinked, instincts flaring, too late. A boot slammed square into his cheek. The hit sent his head whipping around, purple light bursting from the impact as his body rocketed backward. He crashed through the podium and into the back wall with a violent boom, debris flying in every direction. Sophie's scream pierced the chaos. She clutched her head, shrieking, "He's here," her mind unraveling under panic. Jean Lewis groaned, crawling from the wreckage, eyes spinning in disbelief. What the hell was that? From center stage, Li Jian landed lightly, holding something enormous and scaly. He grinned. "Been a while, rotten crab." His tone was chipper, taunting. "Still ugly as ever, huh?" He swung the massive object, a gigantic tail, down like a club. The blow shattered floor tiles and stage supports alike. Sophie gawked at the object in horror. "Pale!" The huge hell lizard sheepishly cried, its eyes watery in pain. It was Torch, the Ophiuchus household servant, once a mighty hell lizard, now wearing a pathetic sign reading, "Please do not feed." It stood miserably beside Yuha and Sung Jae. Dust settled as Jian called out sharply, "Who do you think you are? Ending the press conference early? Lost your mind, crap." Jean Lewis froze, putting it together. The weapon had been the tail of the fantasy race's hell lizard. He remembered reports of that monster being taken out almost instantly after appearing. "Was that you?" he demanded. Jian let out a scoff, chiding him for messing around with clones again. The remark struck deep, and Jean Lewis's eyes narrowed in shock. How could this man have seen through his division ability so easily? His voice dropped to a growl as he demanded to know who Jian really was. Jian tore open the front of his ruined jacket, muscles tensing beneath pale skin. "Who else?" he shouted with a fierce grin. "I'm Li Jian." The press froze. Even the cameras fell silent. The entire hall hung in disbelief. No one moved. The air itself seemed to wait. Then laughter broke, a nervous burst that spread through the crowd. One cameraman snorted, saying the guy was too young, too handsome to be that old legend. Jean Lewis chuckled darkly, regaining his poise. He admitted the stranger's fighting skill was notable, but the claim was absurd. If you're going to impersonate someone, he advised mockingly, pick one that's still alive. Without warning, Jian swung his jacket like a blade that swept across the stage. The air screamed as he swung at Jean Lewis, knocking him off his feet. The crowd dove for cover, yelling. Jian sighed in irritation, shouting that everyone there clearly needed a wake-up beating. Jian grinned. "What's everyone staring at?" He barked with wild energy. He roared for them to come at him. Terrified civilians screamed louder, misinterpreting the taunt, calling him a lunatic as they bolted to safety. Amid the mayhem, Sophie seized her chance to run. Crawling across the wreckage, she cried for help between sobs, muttering hysterically that she had to escape. She collided headfirst into a wall. Jian looked down, amused. "Running already, pest? You still haven't finished confessing." Her heart sank in despair. Jian grabbed her shoulders, fury flashing through his eyes. He demanded she spit out the truth that she ran away from the Crimson Eye, that they climbed to fame by betraying him, that her perfect face was built by science while her morals never evolved. Sophie shrieked as he pressed a glowing thumb to her forehead, calling him insane. "You're already saying everything yourself, you maniac." A system alert flared. Warning, approach of the darkest star's energy detected. Jian's head whipped toward the disturbance, instincts snapping to full alert. A surge of purple fire tore through the stage. The explosion blasted through the ceiling, reducing the entire hall to chaos. Reporters screamed, the floor buckling, smoke and screams blending in ecstatic despair. As the dust thinned, Sophie blinked through tears. "Oh my God," she whispered. Jian wondered what he did. Irritated, she shot him a look. "Don't flatter yourself. That wasn't you. It's just that idiot again making a mess." Through the haze, Jean-Louis emerged. His silhouette warped, colossal energy spilling from him like liquid night. Sophie claimed she could sense a divine presence now. Jean-Louis Morin lips twisted into a grin as he admitted the shocking truth. He finally believed this was truly Li Jian. With a shrug, he asked how Jian possibly survived the Demon Tower. Sophie trembled between them, watching two monsters about to collide. Dark wings of pure energy erupted from Jean-Louis's back as his transformation completed. His tone dripped with mock courtesy. Should he prepare a welcome party for the man who came back from the dead? Behind him, a massive demonic being materialized, its body towering over the ruined auditorium. In the golden hour of twilight at the Sagittarius Sanctuary, the home of Hugo Otters. It is a picture of modern tranquility, starkly contrasting the violence elsewhere. Inside, Hugo sighs with relief. With Sung Jae, Yuha, and the chaotic Li Jian all out of the house, he finally has a moment of peace. He decides to settle for a simple dinner of ramen. He reclines on his sofa, remote in hand, looking for something to watch on television to accompany his meal. Suddenly, the news anchor's voice cuts through the relaxation. She reports breathlessly from Sophie Marty's press conference, declaring that the situation has devolved into absolute chaos. Hugo pauses mid-bite, his eyes widening. The reporter explains that a man claiming to be the legendary Li Jian has intruded. In the background, the camera captures a blur of motion as Jian is launched through the air. The reporter excitedly notes that Jian is currently locked in a fierce battle with the Cancer Saint. The broadcast shifts to the live feed of the press conference hall. Jian charges forward with incredible speed, smashing through the floorboards, while Jean-Louis Morin, the Cancer Saint, floats ominously above, clad in his dark suit. Hugo is so shocked that ramen noodles dangle from his open mouth. He realizes the trouble has started already. The Cancer Saint has unleashed his skill. In the hall, Morin's eyes glow a menacing red. He summons a massive, swirling sphere of dark gravity, preparing to crush his opponent. The dark energy slams into the stage, pulverizing the structure. Debris flies everywhere as reporters scream and scramble for their lives, terrified by the collateral damage. Jian leaps through the dust cloud, dodging the devastation. He shouts that such weak attacks won't work on him, his body moving like a lightning bolt. Morin smirks, his hand wreathed in black energy. He announces that he has caught the intruder. A gravity well opens beneath Jian, sucking him down. He is slammed violently into the floor as the dark energy compresses around him. But Jian is not finished. With eyes burning blue, he withstands the crushing pressure, his muscles straining against the magical force. Morin looks down, sweat trickling down his face. He is stunned to see Jian resisting the attack that should have flattened him. Suddenly, a blade erupts from the floor. Jian performs an impossible acrobatic feat, balancing on the hilt of the knife with one hand, his body inverted in a perfect handstand to evade the follow-up attack. The journalists watching from the sidelines gasp in collective awe, giving thumbs up at the sheer spectacle of his physical prowess. Jian flips off the blade, launching himself into the air. He descends upon Morin with a feral grin, his fist cocked back for a devastating strike. Jian lands a heavy blow, smashing through Morin's defenses. He lands gracefully on the ground, electricity crackling around him, ready for the next engagement. He lunges forward again, closing the distance in an instant to deliver a powerful punch. Morin blocks the strike with spheres of dark energy, but he is visibly rattled. He asks incredulously if Jian has spent the last 20 years merely practicing acrobatics. Morin unleashed a storm of dark mana, jagged energy, clawing through the air as he fell back and let it crash down. Jian, unfazed by the crushing pressure, charged straight into the onslaught with his dagger in hand. Jian creates distance, then charges back in with his blade, demanding to know if this is all the Cancer Saint has to offer. The two clash in a blur of speed, Morin's dark magic against Jian's raw physical power and blade work. Morin grunts in pain as he is pushed back. Jian pauses, noticing something strange. Morin's body begins to split and distort. It is not just one man anymore. He is dividing. Dozens of clones erupt from the saint's body. Jian rips his tattered shirt off in frustration, shouting that Morin must have spent the last 20 years practicing cloning. Jian stands shirtless, revealing his scarred, muscular physique. Morin grins, taking Jian's words as a compliment to his own strength. The Saintess Sophie, caught in the crossfire, screams as she is knocked aside by the shock waves of the battle. The room becomes a tornado of dark energy and flying debris. Suddenly, the horrifying truth of Morin's power is revealed. As the clones form, the journalists in the room begin to choke. Black smoke pours from their mouths, their life force being drained to fuel the Saint's army. They scream in agony. Jian looks around, disgusted. He realizes that Morin is willing to sacrifice everyone in the room to cover up his mess. Morin walks calmly through his army of clones. He coldly states that he has decided it is more worthwhile to use the crowd to his advantage to take Jian down. Jian laughs in disbelief. He asks if Morin was the one who stabbed him in the tower all those years ago. Morin's clones multiply, surrounding Jian with a legion of smiling, malicious faces. He mocks Jian for being obsessed with finding the culprit. Morin sneers, expressing his disappointment. He finds it pathetic that the hero who saved the world would hold such a trivial grudge, calling Jian a mere thug rather than a saint. Jian points his blade at the army, his eyes blazing. He retorts that Morin sure can run his mouth for a coward who is shaking and hiding among his clones. Morin reveals the cruelty of his technique. He explains that these aren't mere clones. They're created by gathering the life force of the journalists. The unconscious bodies of the press lie on the floor, tethered to the dark magic. Morin threatens Jian, explaining that if he carelessly destroys the clones, the life force will dissipate and the journalists will die. Jian remarks that such filthy, foul tactics match Morin's face perfectly. Morin smiles, assuring Jian that those insults will be his last words. The army prepares to attack. The clones swarm Jian from all sides, a tidal wave of darkness descending with the intent to kill. Morin watches with glee, but his expression suddenly shifts to shock. A red, lizard tail whips through the air where Jian was standing. Morin stammers, unable to understand how the tail got there. Jian spins the massive tail, clearing a path. He announces that this is a new skill he acquired at Drachma. Jian locks eyes with the real Morin hiding amidst the crowd. He activates a skill. Get hit in my place. Jian punches the saint, but the skill redirects the impact. He summons Morin to use as a shield for the Serpent Bearer constellation. The skill description notes that he can summon a target he has recently touched to take the damage. Jian grabs the saint. He exposes Morin's secret. He is actually a high-rank schizont. Jian realizes that if he drowns the main body, the other clones will be dealt with. Morin is terrified, asking how Jian knew. A system window reveals that Jian's 13th sense allows him to perceive his opponent's weak points. Jian grins demonically. He tells Morin that his methods are foul, and his rotten core is vibrating so loudly that Jian would be a fool not to notice it. Jian plunges his hand into Morin's chest and rips out a glowing red crystal. He shouts, "Jackpot!" as the power surges. Morin screams as his source of power is forcibly removed. He cannot fathom how Jian found the core when not even the Gemini constellation could sense it. A giant spectral snake appears, consuming the energy. System messages confirm that Jian has acquired a fragment of the Cancer's core, containing a significant portion of the Saint's soul. A large crack forms in the Cancer constellation's power, leaving the god of Cancer greatly disconcerted. The dark energy dissipates. Sophie Marty pushes herself up from the debris, dazed. The press conference hall is left in ruins, the ceiling blown open, but the suffocating darkness is gone. The journalists begin to wake up, groggy and terrified, checking themselves for injuries and wondering what just happened. Morin lies defeated on the cracked floor. He looks up at Jian, asking what happened to him in the tower, noting that he can feel the might of a god radiating from him. Jian looks down at the defeated saint, holding the red core. He remarks that Morin is surprisingly talkative despite the beating, and promises to put the core he tore out to good use. Morin's body begins to crumble into ash. He grins maniacally, stating he will retreat for now, as he still has cards left to play. As his face disintegrates, he leaves Jian with a final, ominous warning. He might end up causing some trouble for the hero. Jian stands alone in the wreckage, pondering the threat. He knows a man like Morin wouldn't back off quietly. His phone rings. Jian sees the caller ID is Otek Su, Hugo. He wonders what his friend wants now. Jian answers, asking what's up. Hugo screams into the phone, hysterical. He yells at Jian, calling him a bastard and demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. He screams that there is no time to explain and tells Jian to get out of there as fast as he can. Hugo, sweating profusely and watching the news, explains the situation. Because Jian destroyed one of Morin's high-ranking clones, a failsafe has triggered. A barrage of missiles is about to rain down on Jian's exact location. Jian's eyes widen in shock. He looks up through the hole in the ceiling. The sky is streaked with the trails of incoming ordnance. High above the Earth, a menacing satellite weapon deploys its payload, targeting the city below. The satellite beeps, locking onto the coordinates. Jian realizes with dread that actual missiles are incoming. Li Jian's eyes widen in shock as he looks skyward, sensing a catastrophic energy descending from the heavens. The clouds swirl ominously, parting to reveal a terrifying distortion in the atmosphere. Something massive is punching through the sky. High in orbit, a sleek, black satellite shifts its mechanical plates. It locks onto its target with a cold, electronic beep. Jian, watching from afar, whispers in horror as he realizes what it is. Missiles. The satellite's bay doors slide open, revealing the glowing red heat of a weapon charged and ready to fire. A cluster of devastating warheads launches from the platform, trailing fire as they begin their terminal descent toward Earth. The beam of destruction tears through the atmosphere, painting the sky in apocalyptic hues of red and orange as it hurtles toward the Korean peninsula. A schematic flashes across the screen. This is the Mormont missile. It is revealed that after Li Jian's disappearance 20 years ago, the Capricorn and Gemini temples collaborated to create this decisive, catastrophe-class weapon. As monsters that humanity could not handle began to appear, including the Hydra-like beast shown, this weapon became essential. It became humanity's ace in the hole, a ruthless judgment from the stars designed to burn catastrophes to ashes from orbit. Jian holds his phone, his expression grim. He remarks on the pointless scale of the weapon. He realizes that Jean-Louis Morin, that treacherous scoundrel, had rigged the missiles to fire automatically if his vital signals ever ceased. On the ground, the body of Morin's clone lies lifeless, smoke rising from the hole in his chest where Jian ripped out his core. This death triggered the launch. Jian speaks into the phone, noting that high-rank schizons are identical to the original, which fooled the system. Hugo, frantic on the other end, screams that this isn't the time to be calm and urges Jian to escape immediately. Hugo wipes sweat from his brow, panic setting in. He asks what they should do, since running won't help against a weapon capable of erasing several cities. Jian stands amidst the rubble, looking at the trembling Saintess Sophie. A dangerous, confident smirk spreads across his face as he tells Hugo he has an idea. Jian's grin wild. He declares he knows exactly what to do. Sophie Marty looks at him, confused and terrified, unaware that she's about to become the centerpiece of his insane plan. The sky splits open. The beam of the Mormont missile pierces the cloud layer, bringing imminent death to everything below. Emergency sirens wail across the city. Speakers blare a warning that the missile is targeting this specific location and that this is not a drill. Everyone is ordered to flee to shelters immediately. Panic erupts in downtown Seoul. Civilians stampede through the streets. One man questions why a catastrophe-class weapon is being fired at the city. Another asks his companion if they have a teleportation skill, only to be told they are already out of range. Cheon Sung-jae and his sister stand frozen in the chaos. The hell lizard looms behind them. Sung-jae stares up in disbelief, wondering what is happening. The shockwave from the approaching missile begins to shatter the glass of the skyscrapers. The pressure is crushing. Through the blinding light, Sung-jae spots something unbelievable. He squints, recognizing the silhouette rising into the sky as Uncle Jeon. Jeon has grabbed Sophie and is launching himself upward. Sophie screams in absolute terror, demanding to know what he is trying to do. Jeon activates a skill. Using the Gemini Divine Cadre's stolen authorities, he engages Float and Teleport. He sets the destination coordinates directly in front of the Mormont missile. With a flash of purple energy, Jeon and the screaming Saintess vanish from the ground and reappear high in the atmosphere. They materialize directly in the path of the incoming orbital strike. The massive fireball fills their vision. Sophie's face contorts in sheer madness and fear. Jeon laughs maniacally, holding her in place. He yells at the pest, reminding her that she can turn anything to liquid if she puts her mind to it. He orders her to melt the missile away. Sophie screams back, asking how she is supposed to do that when they are about to crash. Jeon delivers his ultimatum. He shouts that if she can't do it, then she, he, and everyone down below will die. He tells her she spent 20 years living the good life, so it is time for her to step up. Sophie shrieks, begging him not to throw her, calling him a crazy lunatic. Jeon ignores her pleas. With a shout of miracle time, he hurls the Saintess directly at the incoming warhead. Sophie curses Lee Jeon with every ounce of her being as she flies toward her doom. The system intervenes. The Aquarius divine god descends, shocked by the dire situation her saint is in. The divine god frantically curses Jeon's insanity, but is forced to act. To save her chosen saint, she casts every buff imaginable: magic power, stamina, mental strength, defensive power, and luck. Sophie glows with overwhelming divine energy, screaming as the power surges through her. A single, crystalline tear forms in Sophie's eye as the power reaches its peak. The tear falls, glowing with brilliant blue light against the darkness of space. The royal skill Goddess's Tears activates. A colossal avatar of the water goddess appears, unleashing a torrent of mystical water to intercept the weapon of mass destruction. The two forces collide, the fiery destruction of science and magic against the divine power of water. The water engulfs the explosion, creating a massive shockwave of steam and energy. The beam is diffused, scattering into harmless light and rain over the city. Sophie floats in the air, eyes swirling with dizziness. She stammers, unable to believe she actually stopped it. Sophie falls past Jeon, plummeting back to Earth. He grins cheekily. She asks why he didn't catch her. He laughs, teasing that she is so buffed she will be fine even if she falls. Jeon looks up at the explosion. He notes that while she put up a good defense, she didn't finish the job properly. The missile has shattered, and massive fragments are now raining down, threatening to make a mess of the surface. On the ground, civilians point upward. They celebrate that the missile fell apart, but their joy turns to confusion as they realize the debris is still falling toward them. Jeon's eyes flash with a mischievous idea. He recalls that the missile was made by Gemini. He decides it is time to send the Gemini Saint a grand greeting. Back at the Sagittarius Sanctuary, Hugo stands in his apron, shocked to hear Jeon's voice in his ear again. Hugo stammers, asking what happened to the missile. Jeon cuts him off, declaring an emergency. He demands Hugo lend him the Sagittarius skill, Absolute Aim, immediately. The skill description appears, noting it allows the user to move a specified item to a desired location instantly. Hugo's eyes widen. He thinks that for Jian to be this pressed for time, the situation must be incredibly dangerous. Without hesitation, Hugo activates his power. He shouts that he is sending it all to Jian immediately. Jian catches the transfer on his phone, grinning. He thanks his slave number one. The system notifies Jian that Sagittarius has offered Absolute Aim. He has 238 uses remaining. Jian notes that this is more than enough. Floating in the sky, Jian begins to snap his fingers rapidly. He activates the skill repeatedly, targeting the falling debris. Portals open in the sky. Jian redirects the massive chunks of the destroyed missile, sending them away from the city. He muses about sending the witch her present. The civilians look up in awe as the deadly rain vanishes into magical geometric circles. A man points at the sky, shouting that the missile and its fragments have all disappeared. The crowd realizes they are alive. Cheon Sung-jae cheers, realizing his uncle has done it again. The people celebrate their survival. The Gemini Divine Cadre Captain, Choi Sung-hyuk, stares at the sky in disbelief. He cannot fathom how Jian managed to get rid of the entire Mormont missile. Suddenly, a transmission comes through to Sung-hyuk. It is from the Yin and Yang Palace, Gemini's sanctuary. The caller is Divine Cadre Captain Ken. He screams furiously at Sung-hyuk, calling him an idiot and demanding to know what he is doing with his authority. Ken reveals the disaster unfolding at their base. He shouts that right now, the Yin and Yang Palace is being assaulted by the fragments of the Mormont missile. The Gemini sanctuary under heavy bombardment. The flaming debris that Jian teleported away is raining down on their headquarters, destroying everything in a fiery retribution. High above the ground, the atmosphere inside the Chongwahe president's office was thick with panic. A government official screamed in disbelief, frantically demanding clarification on the impossible report that Li Jian had actually returned. The official continued his frantic tirade, listing the unbelievable events that had just transpired. He shouted that not only did Li Jian crash the Saintess's press conference, but he also took down the Cancer Saint and single-handedly blocked a Mormont missile that had been fired directly at Korea. Desperate for a logical explanation, the official yelled at his subordinates to say something that made sense. Suddenly, a massive, ear-splitting crash interrupted his screaming, freezing the entire room in terror. The heavy roof of the office were blasted off by a blinding explosion of emerald energy. Officials were sent flying through the air, screaming helplessly as debris scattered across the room. As the dust settled, a silhouette emerged from the destruction. A terrified official stammered, looking up in awe at the muscular figure who had just violently kicked his way into the highest office in the land. Li Jian crouched amidst the rubble, looking bored and irritated. He asked the trembling men what they were all whispering to each other about, casually inquiring if they had a problem. Behind him, Hugo Otters and Choi Sung-hyuk looked equally exhausted, dragged along by Jian's chaotic pace. Jian stood up, his eyes glowing with a menacing blue light. With a terrifying grin, he announced that he would take care of his business while he was at it. He was there to take back his money. Jian walked past the cowering staff, who were kneeling on the floor in submission. He mentioned hearing that they held the profits from selling off his belongings, a fact he had just remembered while on his way home. He explained that he had tried to access his bank account using Oteksu's authority, but he had been completely locked out. Jian sat on the edge of a desk, radiating an intimidating aura. He noted that he was sure he had given Oteksu the right to be his proxy, asking the officials if they didn't find the situation strange. The official, sweating profusely, tried to explain. He stammered that it was difficult for the Korean government to put its full faith in Hugo Otters. Jian's expression went flat and cold. He simply asked what. The official tried to justify their actions, pointing out that Hugo was still a foreigner of Australia, as the official explained that after Li Jian disappeared, The country couldn't simply put its trust in a foreign saint when they had no saint of their own. Furthermore, the official added that after a variety of incidents and accidents, the Sagittarius saint's power had weakened significantly. Because of that weakness, the official concluded, they simply put their faith in someone more trustworthy than Hugo. Jian listened to this harsh assessment with a stoic, shadowed expression. Jian pieced it together instantly. He slammed his fist into the official jaw, shattering it. He shouted, asking if the one they picked was that purple witch, realizing they had handed his assets over to the Aquarius Saint. Jian raged, screaming that he was waiting to see what valid excuse they would come up with, and that was their reasoning. The officials cowered in fear as Jian threw a massive tantrum. Jian loomed over them, his body wreathed in smoke and energy. He demanded to know who they thought they were to look down on Oteksu like that. Hugo tried to calm him down, saying he was fine, but Jian ignored him. Jian declared that it was fine for him to treat Hugo like dirt because Hugo was his servant, but he dared these scoundrels to treat him that way. Hugo's face went blank with shock and confusion at Jian's unique form of defense. Jian continued his tirade, pointing aggressively at Hugo. He shouted that Hugo had no redeeming features other than his face and was literally worthless. Hugo, with tears in his eyes, begged Jian to stop helping. Jian ignored him, screaming that even if Hugo was a penniless, absolutely broke saint, he was not someone these officials were allowed to mistreat. The officials looked bewildered, muttering that they hadn't actually said anything that severe. Jian ignored reality, screaming at them for being cruel monsters. Jian grabbed his own head in frustration, shouting that the more he talked, the more fed up he got. He turned his rage back on Hugo, asking the fool why he was enduring this kind of treatment despite being a naturalized citizen. Hugo, defeated, apologized and said it was all his fault. Jian patted Hugo on the shoulder in a mockery of comfort, telling him to be strong. Hugo cried openly, muttering that Jian was truly the worst. Jian cracked his knuckles, his expression turning demonic again. He told the officials it would be best for them to hand over his money before he went looking for it by tearing the place apart. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared on the floor. A voice commanded them to be silent. Choi Sung-hyuk adjusted his glasses, recognizing the voice immediately. He gasped in shock, saying it couldn't be her. A high-heeled foot stomped onto the ground, cracking the floor as purple mana swirled around it. Jian grinned, noting that she was finally here. Hugo looked on nervously. The Gemini Saint, Hei Eyes, materialized in all her glory, dressed in elegant robes. She coldly stated that they already owned that bank account and told Jian to just leave it be. Hei Eyes glared at Jian with glowing purple eyes. She revealed that they had already used his assets to repair the palace of Yin and Yang. She accused Jian of sending the Mormont missile's fragments raining down onto her palace. The magnificent Gemini sanctuary bombarded and destroyed by the falling debris from the missile Jian had diverted earlier. Hei Eyes screamed that because of him, the palace of Yin and Yang ended up as a complete wasteland, asking if he understood how serious the damages were. Jian looked unimpressed. She asked if she had resolved himself after what he did. He leaned in with a mocking expression, feigning ignorance. "Who are you again?" he asked. Hei Eyes' face twitched in irritation at the blatant disrespect. She declared silence, vowing to get rid of him. A massive magical formation opened up beneath them as Jian watched calmly. The government officials panicked, realizing they were going to get caught up in the crossfire. One shouted that she was communicating with a powerful spirit. Choi Sung-hyuk clenched his fist in excitement, fanboying over the incredible divination of Gemini. He announced the spirit she was summoning. A magnificent, pink-hued spirit appeared, the fairy Queen Raelican. She hovered above Hei Eyes, surrounded by butterflies and mana energy. The spirit descended gracefully, her power illuminating the room. The onlookers watched in awe. Hei Eyes laughed maniacally, introducing the spirit as second only to the celestial bodies. She asked Jian if he thought he would be able to take on such a divine being. Before she could even finish her sentence, Jian lunged forward, grabbing Hei Eyes by the throat. Hei Eyes gasped in shock. Jian smiled savagely as he gripped her. With a thunderous impact, he prepared to slam her. He smashed the legendary saint into the floor with devastating force, cracking the foundation of the building. A massive beam of purple light shot up from the Chonghuahe, piercing the night sky. Inside the crater created by the impact, Choi Sung-hyuk looked up in horror, calling out to his celestial lord. A system notification appeared. Gemini's magic power was fading. Another notification stated that Fairy Queen Raelikin was returning to where she came from. The spirit tried to fade away, trembling in fear. Jian grabbed the spirit by her antlers before she could vanish. He held her firmly, staring down at her with intense pressure. The Fairy Queen screamed, begging him to let go as she tried to ascend, but Jian held her fast. A notification confirmed that he had succeeded in capturing Fairy Queen Raelikin. Jian scolded the spirit, asking if she thought he was stupid enough to let her sneak away like that. The spirit cried and apologized profusely while Hugo watched awkwardly in the background. Jian turned his gaze toward the saintess. Choi Sung-hyuk rushed to Hei Eyes, asking if she was all right. She looked dizzy and disoriented. Jian stood behind them, holding the captive spirit like a trophy. A notification explained that, as the user lost consciousness, their magic control was released. The transformation cast by Pisces was lifted. The woman's appearance shifted, revealing she was not the Gemini Saint Hei Eyes, but a decoy. Jian laughed, pointing out that he had said it was his first time seeing her earlier. He mocked the decoy, suggesting she thought she'd win just because she had the Fairy Queen on her side. The officials watched in disbelief. Jian announced that the Purple Witch's chance was gone. Jian loomed over the cowering officials, a massive spectral snake rising behind him. He grinned menacingly, suggesting they hand back his money now. Later, Jian and Hugo walked away from the government building, which smoked in the background. They carried boxes of documents and cash. Jian was in a good mood, suggesting they get something nice to eat since he recovered his assets. Hugo, however, felt something was strange. Hugo wondered aloud why the real Hei Eyes hadn't shown herself yet, noting that she was the sort who might drop a meteor on the city if she woke up in a foul mood. Jian gave a half-hearted nod, muttering in disbelief that that was all. Jian acknowledged that he had wrecked her palace, yet she still didn't show up personally. He concluded there was only one thing that could mean. Jian grinned sharply. He stated there was no way someone as short-tempered as her was holding it in. Jian declared he had a vague idea of where she was and suggested they go pay her a visit. In the quiet, modern living room of Cheon Sungji's apartment, the atmosphere was surprisingly domestic as Li Jian suggested they eat while they worked. He sat on the floor surrounded by takeout, sharing the space with Cheon Sungjae and Cheon Yuha. Jian casually held out a wrapped burger, offering it to the young man and asking if he wanted one. Sungjae flinched visibly, looking completely startled by the sudden, casual offer from his idol. Sungjae stared at the burger in Jian's hand with an unreadable expression, seemingly overwhelmed by the mundane act of sharing a meal with the legendary hero. Recovering his composure, Sungjae politely declined, stating he would have something else. Jian shrugged it off easily and turned his attention to the others, asking Yuha and the man named Jimin if they wanted anything. Yuha, however, had other ideas. With a playful, mischievous glint in her eyes, she pointed a finger at Jian and declared that she wanted her uncle's burger. Jian was already stuffing his face, his cheeks bulging as he devoured the food with ferocious speed. Yuha beamed, shouting that it was her favorite kind. Jimin watched the dynamic nervously, sweating as he thought to himself that Yuha was acting feisty and that Hugo would likely pass out if he saw this level of familiarity. Yuha asked if Hugo wasn't coming. Jian, with his mouth still full, explained that Hugo was going to be late because Jian had asked him to handle a separate errand. With the pleasantries out of the way, Jian stood up and shifted his demeanor from casual to businesslike. He loomed over a glass display case on the floor, suggesting that it was time to start the interrogation. Inside the glass box of the Ares divine artifact sat Fairy Queen Raylekin. Jian stared down menacingly at the trapped creature. Jian commanded the creature to answer everything he asked from that moment on. The fairy, terrified by his aura, stammered a frantic agreement. Jian held up his green inventory book and threatened her with a terrifying smile, reminding her that she surely preferred the display case over being trapped inside his book. The fairy, Raylekin, agreed immediately, desperate to avoid that fate. Jian noted that the rude purple which still hadn't appeared, which he found strange. Raylekin corrected him, clarifying that it wasn't that the Gemini saint hadn't appeared, but rather that she couldn't. Jian's eyes sharpened as he deduced that if she couldn't appear, she must be trapped somewhere right there in Sungji's house. He pointed an accusatory finger at the display case, and Raylekin confirmed his deduction was correct. Jian's expression turned cold and demanding as he told Raylekin he would give her one chance to reveal exactly where the Gemini saint was hiding. Raylekin trembling, stammering with fear. Jian turned his gaze toward her, his face bathed in ominous red light as he asked if she wanted to talk, or if he should do the talking. Raylekin pointed frantically toward a shelf where a small sculpture sat. Jian and Sungjae followed her gesture. Jian recognized the object immediately as the angel sculpture that had broken previously. It sat quietly, looking like a mundane piece of art. Jian picked up the sculpture, grinning triumphantly as he remarked that he knew it, claiming he could smell a nasty stench wafting from the object. Jian recalled Jimin mentioning earlier that someone had kissed the statue, realizing now that the kiss was likely a magical act to cast coordinates for teleportation or possession. Jimin gasped, realizing the implication. Jian's eyes glowed with blue power as he activated his sensory skills, interfering with the spiritual world. He gripped the angel statue, peering directly into the soul hiding within. Inside the spiritual realm of the statue, a tiny version of the Gemini saint screamed in panic, yelling at Raylekin for selling her out. Jian held the statue like a toy, looking pleased, while Sungjae and Yuha and Jimin reacted with shock. Yuha stared at the scene, stammering in disbelief as she realized what was happening. A spectral projection burst forth from the statue, revealing the Gemini saint, Hey Eyes, in her spiritual state. She looked furious and humiliated as Jian held her vessel in his hand. Hey Eyes clutched her head, screaming in frustration that she had been caught by the one person she absolutely could not afford to face. Hey Eyes gritted her teeth, her mind flashing back to the past, thinking that if only things had worked out properly on that specific day, none of this would be happening. Her memory returned to the day the massive, Gothic demon tower collapsed, radiating dark energy. A massive explosion of white light had engulfed the tower, signaling its destruction. Back in her sanctuary garden, Hey Eyes had dropped a teacup, shattering it as she trembled, sensing a terrifying energy that sent chills down her spine. Her eyes had widened in horror as she realized the energy signature belonged to Li Jian, questioning if it was possible that he was alive. She tracked the energy, noticing that while Li Jian's return was a surprise, he was heading toward the house of Cheon Sungjae. Hey Eyes had grinned, seeing an opportunity. Since Sungji's house was already under her influence, she decided to teleport there herself to confirm Jian's status. She used her skills to move her soul and possessed the angel sculpture at Cheon Sungji's house to spy undetected. The statue had rattled on the shelf as her spirit settled into it, and she thought to herself that using the sculpture as a medium was acceptable. Suddenly, catastrophe struck as the sculpture fell and shattered. Hey Eyes screamed in agony alongside Jimin, realizing with horror that once the target of possession was destroyed, she could not release herself. Hey Eyes, trapped in the broken pieces, panicked, realizing that at this rate, she would be trapped forever. At that moment, the door opened and Jimin walked in. Hey Eyes' spirit rejoiced, thinking she was saved because he was a divine artisan who could fix artifacts. She floated around him excitedly, thinking that it was fine even if he used a cheap restoration skill, as long as he restored the sculpture to its original form. Jimin, seemingly unaware, pulled out a tube of hog glue and squeezed the adhesive onto the broken neck of the statue. Hei-Eyes watched in horror as he crudely jammed the head back onto the body. Hei-Eyes screamed in sheer terror as the possession target became a ruined mess. The crude repair meant she could not escape the botched, deformed vessel. Jian held the ugly, glued-together statue and grinned sadistically, asking how he should torment her. Hei-Eyes, desperate, yelled at Rayleigh to do something, claiming the fairy could escape her display case. Rayleigh refused flatly, arguing that escaping would only lead to being caught by Li Jian again. Yuha stood by, watching the pathetic display. Jian laughed, impressed that Rayleigh caught on quickly, and squeezed the angel statue, causing Hei-Eyes to groan in frustration. Suddenly, Hei-Eyes noticed something, and her eyes widened as she looked past Jian. She spotted Cheon Sung-jae entering the room and desperately exerted her authority as a celestial lord, commanding her loyal disciple to attack Li Jian immediately. Sung-jae pointed at himself, looking completely confused as he asked why he should do that. Sung-jae stood in his room, which was a veritable shrine to Li Jian. Standing amidst his collection, Sung-jae flatly refused, stating he didn't want to fight with his uncle. Hei-Eyes was aghast, screaming that Jian was an enemy. Hei-Eyes argued that if he was a disciple of Gemini, fighting Li Jian was a given. Sung-jae scratched his head, contemplating this logic. Jian watched with amusement, Hei-Eyes telling Sung-jae to hurry up and decide. Sung-jae made his choice instantly, stating matter-of-factly that he would just leave Gemini then. Hei-Eyes froze, her spirit floating in shock as she asked him to repeat what he just said. Sung-jae dug into his pocket, explaining that while he was affiliated with Gemini, Jian was his hero. Hei-Eyes watched in disbelief. Sung-jae gripped his Gemini badge firmly, declaring that if he had to become Jian's enemy because of Gemini, the choice was clear. He announced he would leave Gemini and drop the coin, the badge falling in slow motion past Hei-Eyes' horrified face. The coin hit the floor with a final clatter, bouncing away. The room fell silent as Jian, Yuha, and Jimin watched the coin settle. Hei-Eyes screamed in terror, warning Sung-jae that this act would trigger the divine god's punishment. A dark aura engulfed Sung-jae as Gemini's divine god became enraged. Sung-jae began to bleed from his eyes and mouth, confused by the sudden, crushing pressure. Yuha and Jimin rushed forward, screaming his name as Sung-jae collapsed, unconscious. Hei-Eyes, panicked, shouted at Sung-jae to beg for forgiveness, claiming that if he apologized and attacked Li Jian, he might be spared. She shouted that Li Jian was a wicked man not worth following. Li Jian's face was shadowed, and his teeth gritted in fury as he bellowed at Hei-Eyes to shut up. He condemned them, shouting that you people would cast anyone aside for your own benefit. He recalled how the Gemini and Capricorn leaders had conspired to bury the incompetent fools alive in the tower to save themselves trouble, claiming everyone inside was dead. In Sung-jae's mind, images flashed of Jian fighting monsters and saving them in the past, affirming that his uncle would always save those in danger. Sung-jae's internal voice contrasted the selfish saints with his true hero, declaring that his hero was Li Jian. A memory of Jian appeared, smiling and promising Sung-jae that he would always have his back. Sung-jae overflowed with mana, divine energy. He screamed at the invisible god and Hei-Eyes' spirit, warning them not to dare look down on Jian. The ceiling dissolved into a cosmic vista as the giant, celestial entity, Gemini's divine god, Freya, revealed her splendor. She gathered her magic, intending to destroy Sung-jae along with his hero. Jian looked up, undeterred, and prepared his counterattack. As Freya prepared to strike, Jian reached out toward the descending energy. Jian swiped his hand through the air, his own power cutting through the divine pressure like a blade. Freya's expression turned from arrogance to shock as her attack was interrupted. A massive beam of red light slashed through the darkness, splitting the divine energy in two, severing the abyss itself. Li Jian grinned confidently, his eyes sharp with determination as he felt the surge of a new ability activating within him. In the background, the colossal, ethereal form of the Gemini divine god, Freya, loomed menacingly, her divine power swirling in a chaotic storm of purple energy. Undeterred, Jian reached out, his hand glowing with an opposing force. With a sharp, decisive motion, Jian slashed his hand upward. A crescent of dark red energy tore through the air, aimed directly at the invisible thread connecting the divine realm to the mortal plane. His focus was absolute, intent on severing the link that empowered the god. Freya's expression twisted into shock and horror as the red blade of energy sliced through her ethereal form. The devastating royal skill stolen from the Cancer Saint, severing the abyss, took effect instantly. The beam of red light pierced through the darkness, cutting through the very fabric of her power. Far away at the beginning palace of Yin and Yang, the Gemini clan stronghold, chaos reigned as explosions rocked the compound. Buildings crumbled under a sudden bombardment of debris. Disciples screamed in panic, shouting for someone to clear away the wreckage with magic as fire and smoke engulfed the sanctuary. Gemini disciples frantically attempted to cast protective barriers, their faces twisted in strain. One disciple yelled that the fire was finally under control and ordered everyone capable of water attribute magic to gather immediately to fight the blaze. Suddenly, a disciple froze, staring at his hands in confusion as the blue magical mana surrounding him flickered and died. Another disciple, Divine Cadre Captain Ken, looked down at his own trembling hands, bewildered as to why he couldn't gather any magic power. Panic spread through the ranks like wildfire. A disciple ran up to Captain Ken, screaming that something was wrong. Ken clutched his chest, sweating profusely, realizing with dread that his connection to the source of his power had been severed. A female disciple stared wide-eyed, terror etched on her face. She screamed that she couldn't gather any magic power at all. She couldn't even sense it anymore. The realization that they had been completely cut off from their god began to set in. Ken shouted desperately, asking if they had contacted disciples from the other districts, clinging to the hope that this was an isolated incident. Another disciple reported in, pointing helplessly to a massive, deactivated gate. He yelled that they couldn't use telepathy or teleportation, and that the teleportation gateway had disappeared entirely. The infrastructure of their sanctuary was collapsing along with their powers. Another grim report arrived regarding the disciples who went to face the calamities. They were running for their lives from massive hydras and ogres, completely defenseless. The reporting disciple screamed that communication was impossible because telepathy was down and their equipment had malfunctioned in the Calamity District. The great statue of the Gemini, twins cracked and crumbled to the ground. A disciple stammered the unthinkable truth. It was as if Gemini's magic power had just vanished in its entirety. Back at Cheon Sungji's house, the impact was immediate. Sungjae collapsed to the floor, coughing up blood. Cheon Yuha screamed his name, rushing to his side, while Li Jian watched, his expression hardening. Yuha realized with horror that the Gemini divine god's magic power had vanished from her brother. Jian smiled gently at the boy. He told Sungjae that he would be fine now, apologizing that the boy was almost in danger because of him. Jian knelt beside the collapsed Sungjae. He thanked him sincerely for believing in him until the end. Sungjae looked up, blood streaming from his eyes and mouth, but his expression was one of profound relief. Tears mixed with the blood on Sungji's face as he looked at his hero with unwavering adoration. Despite the pain and the loss of his power, a wide, beaming smile spread across Sungji's face. He was simply happy to have helped. Suddenly, the spiritual form of Hei's, the Gemini saint, burst out of the angel statue. She screamed Li Jian's name in a fury, demanding to know what he had done to her. Hei's clawed at her own spectral chest, panicking. She screamed, asking why the divine god's power had completely faded away from her. The connection between Gemini's saint and Gemini's divine god had been severed. The spiritual cord connecting the two snapped, sending Hai's plummeting into the void. Divine gods expended large amounts of resources and exposed themselves to great risk when they attempted to involve themselves with this reality. Freya, in her celestial form, looked down imperiously. Because of this risk, divine gods provided a proxy, the saint, with their strength. The saint stood tall, channeling the god's power, while the disciples stood in their shadow, receiving a portion of that power. The saint acted as a transformer and transmission tower, converting the god's raw power into something usable before distributing that strength among their disciples. Hai's was the transformer, and the disciples were the electrical outlets plugged into her. Without the transformer, the power could not flow. The plugs had been yanked from the sockets. If this power vanished in an instant, it meant the connection had been cut at the source. Li Jian raised his foot and stomped down hard on the angel statue containing Hai's spirit. Hai screamed in confusion as Jian leaned in, a cruel smirk on his face, asking her how it felt to have become powerless. Jian looked at his hand, where the red energy of the Cancer saint's skill lingered. He explained that the rotten crab used this skill often to sever relationships. It was Cancer's royal skill, severing the abyss, which allowed the user to sever whatever they desired. Jian looked over at the ghost of Hai's, remarking that after mixing the skill with his own abilities, the result was quite interesting. Jian held up 2 fingers, demonstrating a snipping motion. He declared that he could even sever a contract with a divine god. He had unlocked a forbidden act, allowing him to sever anything, including memories, human relationships, and allegiances. Hai screamed in denial, arguing that there was no way the divine goddess would allow this, and warning Jian that he would bear her wrath. Jian dismissed her threat, saying that didn't matter. In fact, he was looking forward to it. Jian pointed a finger upward, his eye glowing with blue fire. He grinned savagely, stating that her wrath meant that wretched goddess would finally show herself. Hai's looked at him in sheer terror. Suddenly, a massive rift tore open in the sky above the city. Purple lightning crackled as the barrier between worlds shattered. Jian watched with anticipation, while Hai's stared in horror. Dark clouds swirled violently, illuminated by purple lightning. Birds fled the area as the pressure dropped, and the sky turned an apocalyptic shade of violet. Civilians on the ground looked up, terrified by the sudden storm as a vortex opened in the clouds, swirling ominously. A massive tornado of purple energy descended from the vortex, touching down in the middle of the city. The sheer force of the wind tore at the buildings below. The Gemini divine god had lost her saint and disciples and had become furious, choosing to face the risks and exercise her influence directly. Hai's looked on in shock as Jian stood ready. Hai's screamed, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of her god. The tornado ripped through the city streets, throwing cars and debris into the air. The destruction was absolute. From within the eye of the storm, a gigantic figure descended. It was Freya, manifesting in her full, divine glory. She radiated power, dwarfing the buildings around her. Jian stood on a rooftop, his coat flapping in the wind. He watched the god descend, unimpressed, shouting that this sure was one flashy entrance. Freya landed, her massive form towering over Jian. She was beautiful and terrifying, adorned in dark celestial armor, as she glared down at the tiny human who dared to sever her connection. The divine god's natural power began fluctuating dangerously. Freya raised her hands, gathering massive spheres of dark purple energy. Jian reached into his pocket, his expression calm, and retrieved an item he had been storing. Freya prepared to unleash her power, her face twisted in divine rage. She fired beams of purple mana, intending to obliterate everything in her path. Suddenly, Freya's eyes widened as she noticed something unexpected. Jian held up a glowing red crystal. Freya froze, recognizing the energy signature radiating from it. The crystal pulsed with power. It was a fragment of Cancer's core, and it began sucking in the divine god's power. Freya was astonished at the sight of a fragment from another divine god. Gion held the crystal high, energy swirling around it, and remarked that it was a shame he didn't have heavenly punishment with him. Gion in his prime flashed through his mind, holding a massive, jagged axe, his divine weapon. He lamented that if only he had it, he could have just blown them all away, god or not. Gion shrugged, accepting his current limitations. He summoned his creation workshop, noting the available materials, the fragment of Cancer's core and Gemini's thunderbolt. He decided it couldn't be helped. With a feral grin, Gion clutched the core. He shouted that if one had no teeth, they just had to make do with gums and prepare to craft a weapon on the fly. Blinding light exploded from his hands as he hammered the materials together using his creation skill. A new weapon materialized, a wicked black and blue scythe forged with the Cancer fragment and Gemini's lightning. However, due to Gion's current production level compared to the high-tier ingredients, its durability was very low, making it a disposable item. Gion gripped the Tempest Scythe of the Abyss, his battle instincts activating as a spectral image of the serpent bearer rose behind him. Gion leaped in the air, swinging the scythe. He slashed directly at the giant form of Freya, the blade tearing through her magical defenses. The attack connected. Freya screamed in agony as the scythe cut into her divine form. The attack was devastatingly effective against the Gemini divine god, leaving her writhing in pain and disgrace. Hei's watched in disbelief, stammering that he had injured a divine god. Yuha and Sung Jae were equally shocked, shouting that it shouldn't be possible. The scythe shattered into pieces in Gion's hands. He looked at the broken handle, clicking his tongue in disappointment, asking if this was all an improvised tool could do. Freya, humiliated and injured, lost all reason. She screamed, throwing her head back as uncontrolled energy crackled around her. A massive vortex opened in the sky again. Freya was attempting to gather all of her power to descend fully into this world, abandoning her avatar to manifest her true self, even if it risked destroying the planet. Portals opened all around her as legions of monsters, dragons, hydras, and armies of soldiers began to pour out. She was summoning her entire domain's forces. The sky filled with monsters. Freya spread her arms, welcoming the chaos as she prepared to wipe humanity off the map. Freya gathered a massive ball of fire in her hand, intending to throw it. Suddenly, a voice commanded her to stop right there. A massive pillar of golden flame erupted, intercepting Freya's attack. Li Jian watched as a figure stepped out of the fire. A man in a hooded cloak stood amidst the flames. He radiated immense power, blocking the god's advance. Yuha and Sungji's eyes widened, and they shouted in unison, realizing it was their father. It was Hugo Otters, the Sagittarius saint. Behind him loomed the majestic avatar of the Sagittarius divine god, a centaur archer wielding a bow of light. Hugo stood firm, telling Freya to stop her invasion immediately. Freya stared down at him, her purple eyes glowing with madness and recognition. Hugo glared back, his eyes burning with golden light. He warned the goddess that going any further was against the rules. The heavens themselves seemed to burn as the colossal form of the Gemini divine god, Freya. Hugo Otter stood firm, his weapon drawn and his cape billowing in the scorching wind. He commanded Freya to stop her invasion immediately. Freya's face, a mask of divine arrogance with glowing purple eyes, twisted in disbelief at the audacity of a mere saint commanding a god. Hugo glared upward, his eyes burning with golden energy. He warned her that proceeding any further would be a violation of the laws that bind them, stating clearly that going further was against the rules. A barrier of golden energy erupted from Apollo, shielding the mortals behind him. Hugo shouted for Freya to go back, reminding the enraged deity that divine gods are forbidden from interfering with the physical world in their true forms. The Gemini divine god retorted with scorn, declaring that the Sagittarius divine god, an entity she loathed, had no place standing in her way. She ridiculed Hugo, mocking the deteriorated state of both him and his patron deity, asking what they could possibly hope to achieve. Hugo closed his eyes, enduring the pressure. He admitted calmly that, of course, Sagittarius could not handle her with pure strength alone in their current state. However, Hugo opened his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. He revealed that they weren't the only ones who opposed her meddling in the mortal realm. The sky fractured as countless other entities observing the world intervened. The other gods had denied Gemini's descent, expressing their displeasure at this significant breach of the rules regarding direct interference. To protect their own territories and interests, the other constellations began to force Gemini's forces out. Above the city, a massive, complex magic circle appeared in the sky, rotating slowly and emitting a heavy, repressive mana that locked down the space. Gigantic chains of light shot down from the magic circle, targeting Freya. They acted as the enforcers of the celestial laws, binding the transgressor. Freya shrieked as the chains wrapped around her limbs. The other divine gods were imposing sanctions. To interfere further, she would have to pay a massive cost in abilities, faith, and experience. A warning flashed that continuing this path would result in total hostility from the entire pantheon. The pressure vanished. On the ground, the exhausted group, Sung Jae, Yuha, and the others, watched in awe. Li Jian looked up, unimpressed, while Hugo watched the deity fade, remarking that it was a shame. Massive golden chains dragged the struggling goddess back toward the rift in the sky. Hugo observed that it seemed the other divine gods had no intention of sitting idly by while she broke the truce. Hugo looked up at the retreating figure, taunting her. He asked if she would be able to handle any more risk than this. Freya's face contorted in pure, unadulterated rage as she realized she was being forced out. She screamed in frustration, her voice shaking the heavens as the dimensional rift began to close around her, the chains pulling her relentlessly back to her domain. The scream was so powerful it shattered windows in nearby skyscrapers. On the ground, Yuha and Sung Jae covered their ears, wincing in pain from the sonic assault of the god's voice. As she disappeared, Freya gritted her teeth, vowing that she would never forget the humiliation of this day. She pointed a finger down at the mortals, marking them. Li Jian, however, was having the time of his life. Standing next to Hugo, he flashed a rude gesture at the disappearing god, laughing and noting how angry she looked. He brazenly told her to bring her older brother along next time, too. Freya's eye twitched, blood vessels bursting from the sheer indignity of being mocked by a human as she vanished completely. The rift sealed. The massive, ethereal form of Freya faded away, leaving only the quiet sky. A series of rewarding notifications appeared before Li Jian. Because he had trampled over Gemini's pride, he had gained eminence among the entities observing the world. He had acquired a massive amount of Zodiac experience, leveling up to Hatchling Zodiac, with a special trial awaiting him at the next level. Jian received a notification. Because of the propensities he accrued, a special quest had been generated for him regarding the awakening of Ophiuchus. The adrenaline faded, leaving the group exhausted. Sung Jae and Yuha collapsed onto the pavement, sitting amidst the rubble, while the unconscious body of Yoon Sherwoo lay nearby. Li Jian threw an arm around Hugo's shoulder, praising his timing and telling him he did a good job. Hugo, looking weary, simply said he did what he had to do. Hugo's expression darkened as he looked down. He clenched his fist, thinking about what Freya tried to do to his son, Sung Jae. He thought to himself that lodging an arrow right in her head wouldn't have been enough punishment for threatening his child. Jian noticed his friend's anger. He grinned, whispering a promise to Hugo to just be patient. Jian bared his teeth in a savage smile, vowing that soon enough he would completely crush and wipe out both Freya and her brother. Hugo smiled, genuinely comforted by Jian's confidence, and thanked him. Jian suddenly remembered something. He asked Hugo if he brought the item he asked him to retrieve from the palace of Yin and Yang. Hugo reached in his gear. Hugo produced a scroll. Jian laughed in delight, snatching it. The item was the soul register, a deed documenting the contracts of every spirit affiliated with Gemini. The ghost of Raylikin floated nearby, shocked. She asked how he managed to get that, noting it should have been under maximum security. Hugo handed it over casually. Hugo explained with a grin that infiltration and stealth were basic skills for an archer, implying he broke into the enemy's sanctuary while everyone was distracted. He added that he also had the badge Jian gave him, which likely granted him access. Jian unraveled the scroll to look over the records of affiliated spirits. Raylikin muttered that he was a damn errand boy, but was visibly impressed by his skills. The scroll revealed images of powerful entities, including legendary warriors and berserkers. It continued listing heavy hitters like the giant King Jotun and the warrior King Jarl. A message appeared stating that the spirits affiliated with Gemini had declared their complete surrender to Jian, offering to become his household members or captives. Jian noticed a commander spirit locked at the bottom of the sea under the palace of Yin and Yang had also surrendered. He realized this was a mythical rank spirit, a massive asset. Jian looked at the scroll skeptically. He spoke to the spirits through the contract, asking why he should accept their surrender and demanding they show proof of their sincerity. The scroll glowed with purple light. A vortex of energy swirled open in the sky above them. A woman fell from the portal, her eyes closed, purple energy trailing off her. It was the Gemini saint, Hey Eyes. Jian shouted in surprise as he prepared to catch the falling figure. Hey Eyes and Hugo stared in shock as the body plummeted toward them. The Gemini saint, Hey Eyes, crashed onto the pavement in a heap. Hugo and Jian looked down at her, stunned that the spirits literally threw their master at him as tribute. Heise's ghost looked horrified as it was confirmed that the spirits affiliated with Gemini had offered Hei's body. Li Jian burst into laughter, clutching his forehead. He found the betrayal hilarious and declared that he would take them all in. He held the scroll, which now burned with green flame, signifying the transfer of ownership. The spirits had officially transferred from Gemini to Ophiuchus. The system asked him to name his new dependents. Jian, lazy as ever, decided that was a pain and decided to just number them sequentially. Suddenly, Hei's spirit screamed at him. She called him a nightmare and said this was impossible. Jian silenced her immediately, asserting his dominance over the situation. He held her captive, mocking her. He pointed out that her divine god had fled, and now she had been completely abandoned by both her god and her spirits. Jian's eyes glowed ominously. He warned her that it would be wise to answer him honestly now. He asked the question that had been driving him. Were you the one who stabbed me in the demon tower? Hey Eyes, terrified and crying, screamed that she really didn't know anything, asking who would stab him. Jian didn't buy it. He began to crush a blue crystal shard in his hand. He used the shard on her, causing Hey Eyes to scream in agony as mystical energy tore through her. Jian revealed that the shard was a fragment of the Tempest Scythe. He asked her sadistically if feeling her soul itself being torn apart was exhilarating. He leaned into her face, shouting for her not to play dumb and to spit out the truth. Hey Eyes wailed, tears streaming down her face, insisting again that she really didn't know. Jian threatened her with non-existence, asking if she wanted her soul tortured until she faded away. Behind him, the others watched the interrogation nervously. Hugo realized Jian was serious and looked concerned. A realization flashed through Hei's mind. She screamed a name, claiming it must have been Virgo. She claimed that since Virgo possessed heavenly punishment, it must have been him. Jian paused, considering the information, though the intensity in his eyes didn't fade. He made a decision and released the magical pressure as she screamed in pain. He created a new soul stone in his hand. He told her that she should have said that earlier to avoid the pain. He sighed, saying that since she gave him useful information, he would hand back her body. Hayeyes woke up. She touched her face, realizing she was corporal again, and stammered that she survived. She looked down. Something was wrong. Her feet were hooves, and she was wearing strange platform shoes. She looked up and saw Raylikin, in Hayeyes' original body, giving her 2 thumbs up and thanking Jian for freeing her. Hayeyes realized Raylikin was now in her body and screamed in horror. Li Jian grinned sheepishly, scratching his cheek. He said, my bad. I messed up. He apologized with zero sincerity, explaining that he ended up giving Raylikin her body instead. Raylikin hugged him, thanking him profusely, while Hayeyes, trapped in the small, antlered body, screamed, realizing her nightmare had only just begun. A modern residence bathed in daylight. Inside, amidst a chaotic pile of scrolls and a stuffed rabbit, a woman with antlers, Raylikin, complained loudly while sorting through documents. She wondered aloud if there was any point in searching for something to fix, expressing her frustration with the Aries saint. She shouted that Yang Wei was a pig and questioned what he meant by no point, pointing out the sheer number of toxic provisions and loopholes in the paperwork before her. A system window hovers in the air, detailing the sole contract as crafted by the contract specialist, Divine Cadre Virgo. The fine print reveals that Li Jian has meticulously excised every clause that allowed the Virgo saint to monopolize Yang Wei. The scrolls scattered on the floor are ancient and binding, filled with treacherous legal traps that have now been completely neutralized by Jian's hand. Li Jian stood nearby, looking pleased. Raylikin, fueled by administrative rage, asked him to give her the soul register while they were at it, promising to go over them all and raise them to SS rank. Jian casually agreed, telling her to go ahead and do that. She cheered in response. Suddenly, a faint, wailing sound drifted through the air. Jian paused, his attention drawn to the noise. He peered into a glass tank where Hayeyes' muscle-bound figures were crowded together. The sound of crying grew louder, echoing from within the container. Inside, Hayeyes, sobbing, pressed her face against the invisible barrier. She begged pitifully to be let out, its cries filled with desperation. A notification pinged in front of Jian, alerting him to new skills you can acquire. It listed the snake's contract and cryptic conditions about enduring it once, but not 3 times. Jian rubbed his chin in thought. The goat's saint and a disciple, marveling that they had finally joined Li Jian's household. A system message informed Jian that his newest household members were giving him high praise. The goat's saint whispered to his companion about the honor of joining Li Jiannim's household, though Jian's expression remained flat and unimpressed. The goat's saint gasped as Jian turned to face them, exclaiming that merely witnessing his countenance was a sight to behold. Suddenly, the air exploded with pressure as massive, spectral constructs, Hercules, a Viking warrior, and a bear, manifested behind Jian, roaring with overwhelming power. The constructs loomed over the newcomers. Hugo remarked that normally the pride of household gods was through the roof, and this was his first time seeing something like this. The giants and the goat saint stood awkwardly in the shadow, with Jian agreeing that it was the same for him. The massive Viking and the goat pointed accusing finger at St. Hugo, bellowing at him not to butt in, identifying him merely as Li Jiannim's errand boy. Hugo recoiled in shock, the label echoing in his mind. He stammered and screamed in disbelief, unable to process being reduced to an errand boy. Jian crossed his arms, smirking. He corrected the household gods, telling them he thought they were misunderstanding something. With a cruel thumbs up, Jian clarified that the man wasn't an errand boy. He was a slave. The impact of the word seemed to physically crush Hugo into the floor. The household gods roared with laughter and understanding. They realized he was a slave and immediately shifted their tone to disdain, questioning how a slave dared to stand in front of Li Jiannim. Jian waved them off, deciding to leave it at that. He turned his attention to the defectors, asking why they had abandoned Gemini's divine god and come to him. 3 brothers stammered that they couldn't stand Gemini's tyranny. Jian looked at them skeptically, asking if that was really the reason. Under his gaze, they broke down and admitted the truth. They had seen Jian overwhelming Gemini's divine god and were awed by his power. Jian smiled, remarking that he liked how honest they were. The household gods continued, explaining that it wasn't just them. He revealed that other household gods and their commander also wished to become Jians. However, they delivered bad news. Those gods were currently locked away at the bottom of the ocean beneath the sanctuary and were unable to come. Currently, because of the unknown civilization that fueled the calamities, humanity had lost over half of the world to the encroaching darkness. They noted that at a glance, it might look like the saints and the calamities were doing a tough balancing act. But in reality, humanity was in a spot where they couldn't take back the land already consumed by the unknown civilization. Jian stood in thought, analyzing the map. He deduced that if the location was at the bottom of the sea near the palace of Yin and Yang, it must be in the Pacific. He realized it should be right next to the unknown civilization, deciding he would have to check it out to see the current state of things. The household gods interrupted his thoughts, stating that regardless of the situation, they knew to kneel before him. Jian looked over, slightly confused. The three powerful, muscular figures bowed their heads and grasped hands, swearing their lives and allegiances to Li Jian. Jian smiled broadly, his eyes glowing. He accepted their pledge, saying he hoped they would get along, dubbing them the Three Brothers. Page 29. From the doorway, Qion Yuha and Qion Sungjae watched. Yuha commented that Jian really was their Samson. Sungjae pumped his fist, eyes shining. He exclaimed that Jian was slowly gathering high-ranked household gods too, calling it so cool. Yuha agreed with a casual, "Yeah, he is." Yuha's expression shifted into a terrifyingly wide, slightly unhinged smile. She whispered that she really did a good job proposing to Samson. The declaration hung in the air. The three brothers looked back in sheer horror at the siblings standing behind Jian. Jian and Hugo stared blankly, processing the words. Hugo panicked, whispering frantically to Jian, asking what that was and what she was saying. Jian looked equally disturbed. The word propose echoed in Jian's mind, growing louder and more terrifying with each repetition. The rabbit doll appeared in the background, his face a mask of shock. He reasoned that if she proposed, wouldn't that make Hugo Li Jian's father-in-law? He asked if that wasn't pretty shitty. Hugo and Jian looked equally enraged. Suddenly Hugo unleashed a massive torrent of fire in the stuffed rabbit mouth in a fit of rage. The stuffed rabbit screamed as the flames erupted around him, Hugo clutching his bow. Jian tried to intervene, sweating nervously. He told Teksu to put the bow down for now. Hugo, eyes burning with fire. He stammered that he never even got to hear his daughter say, "I like my dad" on Father's Day. He was fully engulfed in flames. A system notification stating that Sagittarius's saint is pouting. Hugo screamed in incoherent rage, launching himself into the air and firing energy arrows. Jian flinched, trying to dodge. Jian dodged a massive explosion, yelling at Hugo to calm down and calling him a crazy bastard. Hugo, eyes glowing like a demon, apologized to Jian but declared that he would die here. A notification popped up that Sagittarius's saint has used stealth. Jian looked around, confused as Hugo vanished. Encircled by roaring flames, Jian wondered if this guy was really that worked up. Then, a notification flickered before his eyes. "You're using gaze of a god." Jian closed his eyes for a split second, sensing the energy. He snapped into action, effortlessly dodging and parrying an invisible attack that materialized as a burst of light. The two clashed in a whirlwind of strikes, Hugo raining down arrows and attacks while Jian deflected them. Jian stood amidst the bombardment, looking annoyed. He began swatting the energy arrows away with his bare hands, as if they were nothing. He complained, asking if these were flies and stating they were going to annoy him to death. System notifications flooded in. "You have humiliated Sagittarius. You have accumulated tendencies. Asterisk, you have earned a large amount of zodiac experience. Jian stood in the fire, sighing at how troublesome Otexu was. Suddenly, a massive column of fire erupted. System notifications announced the royal skill, the Sun God's Ring. Jian looked up at the swirling vortex of flame, asking if Hugo didn't know what restraint was. A notification appeared saying that Sagittarius's divine god, Apollo, asked whether it was all right to do this to his own house, mentioning that a big part of the loan for Sungji's house, which was destroyed, still had to be paid off. Hugo, completely lost in his tantrum, floated in the center of the sun-like sphere, screaming at the top of his lungs. Jian watched him with dead eyes. He noted that the way Hugo was just burning down his house sure reminded him of another particular person. Jian realized he had to calm him down. Sung-jae and Yuha ran into the room. Yuha yelled at her dad that he couldn't do this. Hugo shouted back, asking what she meant by he can't. Yuha clarified that she meant Hugo couldn't do this to Jian Samchin. Sung-jae ran alongside her, looking worried. Yuha delivered the final emotional blow, shouting that her dad couldn't win against Jian Samchin anyway. Hugo froze, shattering like glass emotionally. Hugo plummeted from the sky, flailing, his bow useless in his hands as his spirit broke. Jian went in to strike Hugo as he muttered, "This guy," in annoyance. Hugo lay on the floor, looking dejected with a bandage on his head. Jian sat opposite him, arms crossed. He asked if Hugo was up now. Hugo flinched. Jian lectured him, asking why he got all riled up over some kids babbling. He asked if Hugo thought he was the kind of guy to go after his friend's daughter. He pointed out that Hugo got so riled up he was about to wreck his own house. Jian softened, explaining that the kids had trouble expressing their feelings, but they thought about Hugo plenty in their own ways. He revealed that they had bought a present for Hugo too. Right on cue, Sung-jae and Yuha entered with trays. Sung-jae asked if he was awake. They presented Yirgachev coffee and the cake that Hugo loved. Hugo trembled with emotion, sobbing as he looked at the cake slice on the tray. Suddenly, he bolted upright, screaming, "You guys!" trying to hug them, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Sung-jae whispered to Jian that they had sent the video of the fight to the reporters, just like Jian told them. Jian gave a thumbs up, praising Sung-jae for a good job. Yuha knelt on the floor, offering a tray to Jian. Sung-jae was internally screaming with joy because his uncle gave him a head pat, vowing never to wash his head again. Hugo, kneeling nearby, looked at his cake and then at Yuha's tray. Jian asked Sung-jae why there were so many strawberries on his cake. Hugo looked down at his own slice. It was missing the strawberry topping. A realization hit him. Sweating nervously, Hugo pointed at Yuha's tray and asked why his cake didn't have a strawberry. Yuha winked with a sparkle, apologizing to her dad. She cheerfully admitted she gave it to Jian. Hugo let out a soul-shattering scream. He lunged across the room while Jian casually ate the cake. Sung-jae panicked between them. The room descended into chaos as Hugo tried to wrestle Jian for the strawberry, screaming incoherently while Jian shoved him away. Raylikin sat with Rabbit Doll, stitching up the burnt doll. He commented wistfully, "The kids have finally grown up." Hugo argued with Jian. Hugo demanded the strawberry. Jian retorted that he already ate it and asked what he wanted, while Yuha hummed a tune about liking Jian, as Sung-jae cried, telling his dad not to take Jian's strawberries. An emergency alert flashed on the screen, red level calamity, divine bridge. All disciples are required to respond immediately. The atmosphere instantly shifted from domestic comedy to imminent danger. The message is an emergency summons order, commanding all disciples to respond to the red level calamity appearing now. Storm clouds gather ominously over the coast of Manila, Philippines, choking out the light. Lightning crackles across the darkened sky, illuminating a city on the brink of disaster as frantic evacuation efforts take place on the beaches below. The heavens roar as thunder and lightning intensify, the sound deafening and constant. The atmosphere hangs heavy with dread, signaling the approach of a catastrophic event that the earth itself seems to fear. On the beach, an army of armored knights stands ready, their silhouettes stark against the raging surf. Soldiers murmur anxiously amongst themselves, noting the terrifying reality of facing a red-level calamity. Despite the rising fear, some try to reassure themselves, whispering that their sheer numbers must be enough to handle the threat. A commander named Oliver rallies his troops with a fierce shout that cuts through the storm. He bellows that they should have no fear, declaring with conviction that danger is merely an opportunity for glory. He inspires his men, claiming that this victory will bring prosperity to the Liu clan and prove to the world that humanity is ready to make another great leap forward. The soldiers roar in agreement, their morale surging against the backdrop of the coming storm. He inspires his men, claiming that this victory will bring prosperity to the Liu clan and prove to the world that humanity is ready to make another great leap forward. The soldiers roar in agreement, their morale surging against the backdrop of the coming storm. In the midst of the cheering crowd, Qion Yuha stands looking utterly exhausted and unimpressed by the bravado. She rubs her temple, sighing that she just wants to go home and see her uncle. Far from the beach, a green, tent structure serves as the temporary headquarters of the Pisces clan. Inside, Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan, the Capricorn saint, sits tinkering with a complex mechanical device. He criticizes the Liu soldiers outside for being barbarous and boisterous, suggesting they are merely trying to mask their fear with excessive noise. A sinister smile spreads across Sergeyevich's face as he adjusts his monocle. He wonders aloud if the special gift he sent has arrived at its destination yet. Meanwhile, back at Qion Sungji's house, the building, heavily damaged from previous battles, is undergoing repairs as a man with a suitcase approaches the entrance. The door opens to reveal Hugo Otters, curiously dressed in a construction helmet with a towel around his neck. He greets the visitor cheerfully, recognizing them immediately despite his strange attire. The visitor is Un Yeren, Hugo's secretary. She greets her celestial lord warmly, noting it has been a long time. However, her smile falters as she takes in the destruction around her, asking why the house is in such a state. Hugo, sweating nervously, tells her not to ask, claiming it was a necessary measure. Inside, Yeren asks if Hugo has been watching the coverage of the Hausen arms raid, mentioning that Yuha has been deployed there. Hugo confirms he is aware. He points to the box she is carrying, asking what is inside. Yeren explains she found it in front of the door and brought it in, assuming it was a delivery. Suddenly, a muffled voice screams from inside the box, demanding to know where Li Jian is. The box shakes violently, startling both Hugo and Yeren. Elsewhere in the house, Li Jian is in his workshop, slamming a hammer down with force. A system notification informs him that the production tool is of a low level, causing the materials to be damaged rather than shaped. Jian stands amidst broken shards, holding a glowing hammer. He complains that it broke again, visibly frustrated by the limitations of his current equipment. Another attempt fails, shattering the material. The system warns that higher-ranked equipment is required to craft items of the desired rank. Jian curses, wondering if this is the absolute limit of the production hammer. He laments the loss of his hammer that grants achievements, a powerful artifact he used in the past. He wonders where it could have gone during the 20 years he was trapped in the tower. Jian looks at his Lime, who is sleeping nearby. He realizes it is hard to make anything higher than mid-tier divine artifacts with just Lime's assistance. He thinks ahead to his inevitable confrontation with the Virgo Saint, realizing he needs to stockpile decent weapons before that fight happens. Suddenly, a system alert warns him that a contracted member of another zodiac has secretly entered the sanctuary. Jian's eyes narrow as he senses the intrusion. Back in the living room, Hugo and Yeren stare at the box. A small, black, ram-headed statue has popped out, asking if the man standing there is Hugo Otters of Sagittarius. The statue introduces itself as Sergeyevich, greeting Hugo after a long time. Hugo is horrified. He yells at the goat, calling Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan Hobby terrible and something Yang Wei would do. Yang Wei, inside the rabbit doll, looks on in confusion. Li Jian enters the room, holding his hammer. He remarks that he heard someone secretly crawled in, noting with disdain that it was just the old goat man. The statue turns its attention to Jian. The voice emerging from it expresses relief that Jian looks healthy. Yeren gasps, realizing Li Jian is actually standing there. The statue formally introduces itself as Capricorn's Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan and asks if Jian remembers him. Jian answers instantly, Sebastian. The statue yells back in frustration, correcting him that his name is Sergeyevich. Sergeyevich, the Saint of Capricorn, specializing in production like Li Jian. It is noted that since Jian's disappearance, every prominent weapon in the world has passed through his hands. Sergeyevich explains he came looking for Jian for a specific reason. Jian interrupts by slamming his fist down on the statue's head. Sergeyevich continues undeterred, saying he wants to apologize for past events. He proposes forming a new, cooperative relationship. Jian ignores the offer entirely, casually tossing the statue into the air. Jian shouts strike as he swings his hammer, batting the statue across the room like a baseball. Hugo watches nervously, asking if it is all right not to hear him out. Jian dismisses it, claiming it will be nonsense either way. Jian scoffs at the idea of cooperation from a man who once trembled because he didn't want to give up ingredients. He suggests they watch the raid coverage instead. On the floor, the battered statue sparks and smokes. Back at the raid site, the real Sergeyevich sits in his tent, his projection having been destroyed. He grumbles that Jian is as short-tempered as always, calling him a massive pain. A soldier outside calls for the Celestial Lord, saying it is time. Sergeyevich rises, his eye glowing ominously beneath his monocle. He steps out, adjusting his gloves. He mutters that he will take a look at what the Thousand Arms looks like. A reporter broadcasts live from Manila, announcing the start of the Red Level Calamity Raid. She explains that Thousand Arms, a massive calamity Li Jian eradicated 20 years ago, has reappeared. A gigantic, multi-limbed monstrosity rises from the sea. The reporter highlights the powerful forces gathered, including the Leo clan led by Vice Celestial Lord Cheon Yuha and Captain Oliver. The Pisces clan, masters of naval warfare and transformation magic, are also present to lend their strength. The Taurus clan stands as the iron wall defending the front lines. The Aquarius clan, capable of deflecting nuclear strikes with holy power, supports the rear. Finally, the Capricorn clan has joined to produce and strengthen weapons, with the saint himself appearing in person. Back at the house, Jian watches the broadcast. He narrows his eyes at the screen, asking what that old geezer is doing over there. Hugo looks on anxiously. On screen, Sergeyevich raises his hand toward the sky. The reporter shouts that he is attempting to do something. A green light flashes, and a massive, ornate hammer materializes in Sergeyevich's hand. The reporter screams in excitement. It is Capricorn's royal divine artifact, the hammer that grants achievements. Sergeyevich poses triumphantly with the weapon. Hugo turns to Jian, shocked. He asks if that isn't the hammer Jian used back in the day. Jian's expression darkens immediately. The reporter explains that the Capricorn Saint will strengthen the army's weapons before the battle, praising his world-renowned abilities. Sergeyevich begins striking a mobile forge, enhancing the gear of the soldiers around him. Jian explodes in rage. He roars that the item belongs to him, his eyes going white with fury. He points accusingly at the TV. He rants that the goat jerk not only stole his items, but is now showing them off publicly. He finds it disgusting and decides he needs to give Sergeyevich a beating before heading to Virgo. Jian sprints toward the door, declaring he is leaving right now to punish the man. Hugo panics, trying to stop him. Suddenly, Jian stops dead in his tracks. His eyes widen as he sees something on the screen. The reporter screams that it has appeared. The broadcast shows the ocean churning violently. Something absolutely massive is rising from the depths. A massive wave crests, tossing boats aside like toys. The true form of Thousand Arms breaches the surface, a towering, nightmarish entity with countless limbs and eyes. The faces of the gathered heroes, Yuha, Oliver, and others, pale in horror as they witness the sheer scale of the beast. A transparent dome of energy surrounds the monster as it fully emerges. The dark, churning waters were violently displaced as the colossal monstrosity breached the surface, its gaping maw and segmented appendages thrashing against the storm. A system notification flashed across reality, identifying the beast as Thousand Arms and reporting with grave urgency that the danger level was now classified as red. A soldier stammers in order to prepare for battle, but another points out something strange, asking everyone to wait a second. He shouts that something is hanging from the end of one of the monster's tentacles. It is a man. A muscular, bearded man is being thrashed around violently by the monster. He screams in agony. The soldiers recognize him with shock. They stutter, asking if that is Stephen Marker. The Leo Saint, Stephen Marker, is being crushed by the monster. He screams desperately for the creature to let go of his big bone. High above the raging sea, the storm clouds part just enough to reveal a single, precarious thread of fate. A lone figure dangles helplessly from one of the writhing tentacles of the Thousand Arms calamity. On the beach below, a soldier points upward, his arm trembling violently. His face is a mask of shock and disbelief as he stammers, alerting his comrades to the impossible sight above them. The realization hits the army like a physical blow. The figure thrashing in the monster's grip isn't just a victim. It is Stephen Marker, the Leo Saint. But the dignity expected of a celestial lord is nowhere to be found. He is being shaken violently like a rag doll, yet he refuses to let go of a massive bone clutched desperately in his arms, screaming for the monster to let go of his big bone. The soldiers watch in collective horror, paralyzed by the absurdity of the scene. Their leader is fighting a red-level calamity not for the sake of humanity, but over a bizarre possession. Someone in the crowd remarks that losing a billion-dollar artifact would make anyone lose their mind, trying to rationalize the madness unfolding before them. A Leo disciple screams, his eyes wide with panic. He begs the celestial lord to come down, realizing that their leader is completely obsessed and out of control, jeopardizing the entire operation. On the front line, Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan, the Capricorn Saint, watches with a detached, cold expression. Ivan notices Oliver standing idle and demands to know what he is doing. Sergeyevich's monocle glints ominously in the lightning. He points out that both the Leo Saint and the monster are present, questioning if the troops plan to just wait there. He coldly suggests that even though he is a saint, Oliver should take charge since he possesses power comparable to a Leo, subtly manipulating the chain of command. Oliver grits his teeth, his mind racing. He sees through the old man's ploy immediately, realizing Sergeyevich is trying to steal credit by manipulating the leadership vacuum. Oliver fumes internally, thinking that the old snake is just trying to make him do the dirty work while he reaps the rewards. Taking charge, Oliver bellows to his troops. He orders all Leo disciples to consume the potions provided by Capricorn to strengthen their physical abilities. In the background, Sergeyevich watches silently as the soldiers down the glowing green liquid. The battle plan unfolds rapidly. Oliver commands the Pisces clan to use their hydromagic to improve naval maneuvers. The water mages respond instantly, casting spells like Haste on Sea, Breath of the Current, and Astra's communication with the waves, their blue magic illuminating the dark waters. Next, he directs the Aquarius clan. The healers and buffers cast survival-oriented spells, wrapping the frontline fighters in golden auras of stamina regeneration, mobility boost, and defense up, preparing them for the brutal clash ahead. Finally, Oliver orders the Taurus clan to hold the rear in a defensive formation. The heavy infantry slam their massive shields into the sand in unison, shouting a thunderous battle cry that shakes the ground. With the preparations complete, Oliver leaps into the air, leading the charge personally. He crashes down onto the wet sand with explosive force, signaling the start of the counterattack. Oliver roars a challenge to his men, asking if they are ready to go all out. He rallies the beasts of Leo, screaming for them to charge. His eyes glow with the ferocity of a lion as lightning crackles around his fists. The army descends upon the monster. From above, the scale of the conflict is breathtaking. Dozens of powered warriors clash with the writhing tentacles of the Thousand Arms, their magical attacks lighting up the stormy sea like fireworks against the darkness. Oliver activates his signature ability, Beastification. His muscles bulge, tearing through his uniform, and his features twist into something feral as he taps into the primal power of his zodiac. The system confirms the transformation, noting that he has gained the power of a wild beast. A close-up of a golden, slit-pupiled eye emphasizes the loss of humanity in exchange for raw, unbridled power. The Leo disciples follow suit, transforming en masse. They become hulking, werewolf-like creatures, lions, bears, and wolves, tearing into the enemy with claws and fangs, abandoning weapons for savage melee combat. Cheon Yuha stands amidst the chaos, her spear leveled calmly. She announces that the Leo battle squad has engaged, her voice cutting through the roar of battle as she prepares her own assault. Behind the front lines, the Aquarius support unit steps forward in unison. They clasp their hands in prayer, and there she orders all disciples to release their magic at once. A massive formation of light mana appears above them. Yuha stands ready as the Divine Cadre Alliance skill charges up, a star-shaped beacon of holy mana gathering strength to strike. The energy coalesces into the form of a gigantic, spectral lion made of mana. It roars silently, a manifestation of the army's collective will and power, burning brightly against the storm. The attack is Unleashed Night Parade of 100 Beasts. A torrent of spectral predators floods the battlefield, rushing toward the calamity like a spirit stampede. The spirit lion leads the charge, its jaws opening wide to devour the darkness. The impact is catastrophic. The spectral beasts tear into the flesh of the Thousand Arms, while red lightning crackles from the collision, illuminating the monster's agony. The monster screeches, its massive body thrashing in the water as the combined might of the Divine Cadres overwhelms it. Oliver, now a hulking Black Panther beast, grins savagely. He realizes the attack worked and shouts that now is the time to press the advantage. Suddenly, the water erupts. Massive white spikes shoot upward from the ocean. The beast formation rush in an instant. Leo's battle squad surged into the fray, fully embracing their feral natures as they charged with terrifying speed, their eyes glowing with predatory intent while arcs of golden electricity crackled around their armor and weapons. The command roared across the battlefield, ordering the troops to tear the enemy to pieces. Obedient to the cry, the Legion descended upon the colossal flank of Thousand Arms like a swarm of relentless wasps, their sheer numbers eclipsing the giant's hide as they drove their weapons into its flesh with unified, destructive force. The Leviathan shrieked in agony, its massive form writhing helplessly in the churning, dark waters. It was completely overwhelmed by the tactical swarm, its body blanketed by the attacking squad members who hacked and slashed without mercy, turning the massive threat into a victim of their relentless coordination. Amidst the slaughter, Stephen Marker is still clinging to the monster's tentacle high above, hugging his big bone for dear life. He screams at his subordinates, calling them idiots and ordering them to stay back until he retrieve his prize. Oliver, in his beast form, roars in frustration. He begs the Celestial Lord to stop talking nonsense and stay still, trying desperately to grab the slippery tentacle Stephen is riding. Stephen, delusional, shouts back that he almost has it. The chaos deepens. Oliver yells at Stephen to just leave the bone behind. Stephen refuses, screaming that he just needs a little more time. On the ground, the support units watch in despair, realizing that their leader's greed is going to get them all killed. A heavy sigh cuts through the noise. Someone mutters about the stupidity of the man above. A boot steps firmly onto the dusty ground. Cheon Yuha walks forward, twirling her spear. She looks resigned, noting that she doesn't strictly need to save him. But seeing how pathetic the situation has become, she guesses she has to step up. An Aquarius healer reaches out, warning her to wait and get buffed first. Yuha ignores him. Red lightning arcs around her body as she declares she doesn't need buffs. Her eyes glow with intense power. Yuha launches herself into the air with a single word, Godspeed. She becomes a red blur, breaking the sound barrier as she shoots toward the monster like a missile. In an instant, she crosses the sea. A massive tentacle is severed cleanly in midair, while Steve and Marker hold tight to the bone. Steven stares in shock as Yuha sliced the Calamity tentacle apart. He clutches his bone. Yuha moves so fast she is barely visible, slicing through the Calamity's defenses while Steven flails helplessly in the air. Yuha, landing gracefully on the monster's main body. She reports a successful rescue flatly. Steven lies sprawled on the creature's hide, looking dazed. With a heavy thud, Steven unceremoniously dumps into the water. He splashes down, coughing and sputtering. Steven surfaces, spitting out seawater. He looks around, disoriented, his precious bone nowhere in sight. Yuha lands on top of him, using his head as a stepping stone. She pushes him under again with a grunt of exertion. On the shore, the support mages watch in awe, unable to believe what they just witnessed. A soldier disbelief with the feat, noting that she crossed the sea and tore through a red-level Calamity in a single leap. Yuha stands triumphantly on Steven, while Steven shouting at her asking if she isn't coming down. A soldier seizes the momentum. He shouts at his troops not to just stand there. Now that the Celestial Lord is saved, he orders a full-scale assault to finish off the monster. The army roars their agreement. The battle reignites with fury. Soldiers slash at tentacles, aiming for weaknesses. They coordinate their attacks, cutting off limbs and targeting the torso with renewed vigor. A mage casts a slowing spell, freezing the monster's movements. The army swarms the creature, overwhelming it with sheer numbers and firepower. The sea churns with magic and blood. Suddenly, deep beneath the water, 3 glowing red eyes open in the darkness. The water begins to swirl. A massive whirlpool forms around the Thousand Arms. The soldiers realize too late that something is terribly wrong. A blinding light erupts from the water, followed by a massive surge of energy that knocks everyone back. Someone screams that it is a tsunami. A massive wall of water rises, threatening to wipe out the army. The Taurus defenders brace themselves, shouting to stop it. The Taurus disciples activate Iron Wall formation. A massive, golden holographic shield in the shape of a bull's head manifests, blocking the incoming wave. However, the attack isn't just water. A Taurus defender looks down in horror as the ground beneath them cracks and glows, asking if a volcano has erupted. Through the steam and chaos, a new nightmare emerges. From the portal-like opening in the sea, a second set of massive jaws and eyes appears directly in front of the defenders. A giant black monster stares at the screen, terrified. He screams that this is outrageous, asking what that thing is, noting that dealing with just one monster was already too much. The full scale of the threat is revealed. It isn't just another monster. It is a super large Calamity, rank 10,000 arms. The risk rating is red. It dwarfs the previous enemy, bristling with spikes and eyes. The massive entity looms over the beach, casting a shadow over the entire army. The soldiers look up in despair, wondering where such a monster came from. The monstrous beast loomed titanically over the horizon, its cluster of crimson eyes burning through the shadows with malevolent intensity. Unfazed by the terrifying scale of the creature, Sergeyevich stood at the precipice with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the devastation unfold with a chilling sense of composure. He murmured a low, amused expression of intrigue, seemingly pleased by the chaotic turn of events. He pulls out an old-fashioned lighter, flicking it open. He remarks casually that there's nothing they can do if a monster like that appears, condemning the soldiers to death without a hint of remorse. A voice interrupts him from behind, asking what he has in his hand. Sergeyevich, caught off guard, answers honestly that it is a detonator for the missile he set up in the waters. Realizing he is not alone, Sergeyevich spins around in panic, demanding to know who is there. Li Jian slashes through the air, destroying the detonator in Sergeyevich's hand with a single, precise strike. Sergeyevich stares at his empty hand, shaking. A knife stuck in his hand, his face twisted in disbelief as he realizes who has found him. Before he can act, the pink slime slams into him. Li Jian throws his lime, at the saint, pinning him to the ground. Lime expands, trapping Sergeyevich inside its gelatinous body. Sergeyevich struggles inside the pink blob. Jian comments that Sergeyevich is a real piece of work. Li Jian walks into view, resting his massive weapon on his shoulder. He scolds Sergeyevich, pointing out that the soldiers are struggling because of the swarm, and asks if it isn't too much to use a bomb to blow them up alongside the monsters. Jian stomps his sword, the ground cracking under his power. He tells Sergeyevich he should reflect on himself. He grins, his eyes glowing blue. He grips the hilt of his weapon, a massive, scale-covered blade. He announces that it is time for the first supplementary class Sergeyevich has taken in 20 years, declaring that he will teach him how to make octopus sashimi. He turns toward the sea, ready to face the 10,000 arms himself. High above the turbulent ocean, red mana tears through the blackened sky, crackling with raw, unbridled power. The atmosphere vibrates, heavy with the terrifying intensity of the gathering energy. Through the chaos, Cheon Yuha dives like a crimson comet. Her red spear leads the way, her body wreathed in blazing mana as she descends toward the monstrous calamity below. Yuha assesses the situation with grim clarity. Everyone has fought with all their might against the 1,000 arms, she realizes, scanning the exhausted faces below. But no one has any strength left. Her eyes narrow with determination. I have to take down the strongest monster first, she resolves, ignoring the swarms of smaller beasts. She locks her sights on the massive, multi-eyed horror thrashing in the center of the storm. I'll deal with the small fry later. Godspeed, Lotus Thread, Yuha shouts, unleashing her skills. As she accelerates, memories of her training flood her mind. I've watched Uncle Jian's 1,000-arm strategy video so many times, I've memorized every frame. In the past, Li Jian subjugated numerous disasters. One legendary battle was recorded, and even the disciples who envied him treated that footage like a Bible. It became known as the 1,000-arm strategy, a method of suppressing overwhelming numbers with sheer, decisive speed. Li Jian from the past overlaps perfectly with Yuha's current form. She mimics his fighting style flawlessly, diving into the swarm of tentacles with fearless agility. She becomes a blur of red light, weaving through the monster's defenses just as the legend did before her. She strikes with precision, her spear clashing against the monster's armored hide, creating showers of sparks that illuminate the dark waters. Her movements are relentless. She parries and slashes, cutting a path through the chaotic battlefield with singular purpose. Executing the core of the strategy, she severs the tentacles that pose the greatest threat in single, decisive strikes, clearing a direct path to the main body. With the path clear, she gathers her power for a finishing blow. A massive sphere of red energy forms around her as she plummets toward the target. The energy intensifies, transforming her into a blazing comet. Yuha prepares to deliver the final impact. She lands on the monsters, the impact sending massive plumes of water and energy shooting into the sky. Her thoughts sharpened to a single, fierce edge. If she could just get close enough to that calamity body, she could end this once and for all. She aimed for the kill. I'll drive it straight through the middle of its forehead, like a skewer. Fixing her sights on the target, she gathered every ounce of mana into her spear, channeling her full strength as she took aim at the creature's massive central eye. The spear flies true, a beam of red light piercing the darkness, promising to end the calamity in a single shot. Blazing Lotus. Yuha screams, pouring every ounce of her strength into the technique. The skill erupts, a torrent of fire and force slamming into the obstruction. The collision triggers a blinding explosion, boiling the sea around them with the release of thermal energy. But as the light fades, Yuha's eyes widen in horror. The monster is unharmed. Its massive tentacle has caught the tip of her spear, stopping her ultimate attack cold. It blocked it, she gasps in disbelief. The monster's many red eyes glow with malevolence. It exerts pressure on the spear, the sheer difference in power becoming terrifyingly clear. Yuha floats helplessly in the air, realizing she is defenseless against the counterattack. The giant tentacle whips around. Before it can smash into her with devastating force, Steven saved her. They is launched like a ragdoll, spiraling out of control through the air from the heavy impact. Pain etches across her face as she struggles to regain her bearings, the world spinning dizzyingly around her. The monster roars, its maw opening wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth, asserting its dominance over the battlefield. Despair washes over the soldiers. "What the hell do we do?" they cry out, watching in horror as their Celestial Lord and Vice Celestial Lord are beaten back. The front line collapses. No, and no. Armored soldiers scream as they are overwhelmed by the hopeless situation. "Keep fighting. Don't you dare run," a knight shouted, his voice cracking with strain as he fought to hold the line. But morale is broken. Soldiers are thrown into the air by the beasts, screaming for salvation as the Thousand Arms looms over them. Lying defeated on the ground, Yuha's thoughts drift to her hero. Uncle Jian, what would he do? She imagines him flying through the air with his great sword. If it were him. Suddenly, her eyes widen. She sees something impossible. He rockets past her, moving with incredible speed. "Uncle Jian!" Yuha cries out. Li Jian flies toward the monster with a fierce grin, leaving the stunned soldiers in his wake. The Thousand Arm notices the new threat, its many eyes focusing on the incoming torpedo of a man. Li Jian spins in the air, his blade gathering momentum. His eyes glow with blue energy as he prepares to strike. He moves faster than the monster can react, closing the distance in a split second. With a feral grin, he unleashes his skill. Mountain Pierce. He drives his weapon down with catastrophic force. The attack strikes true. A massive beam of blue energy erupts from the impact point, piercing straight through the monster's head and body. The force of the blow parts the ocean itself, creating a shockwave that clears the weather and the waves for miles around. The giant eye of the Thousand Arms goes dull, its body crumbling under the overwhelming power of the single strike. On the shore, the Pisces and Aquarius disciples watch in stunned silence. He took down the Thousand Arms in an instant. One gasps, unable to process the sight. The giant carcass of the monster collapses into the sea. "That man is incredible," a soldier stammers. Smoke billowed from the crater where he landed. The soldiers murmured among themselves, wondering if he had really flown all the way from the distant ridge to the shoreline. They could only agree on one thing. He wasn't someone to take lightly. The focus shifts to a weapon stuck in the ground, a black blade with a white snake wrapped around it, crackling with energy. Li Jian stood amid the settling dust, scratching his head as he wondered aloud if he might have thrown it too hard. Behind him, the shockwave from his own landing still rippled outward, shaking the ground in delayed protest. He lands on one of the severed tentacles floating in the water. "Li Jian," a soldier shouts. "What are you doing here?" Jian looked visibly annoyed as he shouted back at them, demanding to know why they were acting so surprised. He told them he had only come to demonstrate how to handle the octopus since they had been struggling with it so pathetically. His words left the soldiers bristling, their pride clearly wounded. One of the soldiers jabbed an accusing finger at Jian, shouting for him to shut up. He accused Jian of swooping in just to steal the last hit, insisting that they could have taken down the creature on their own. Suddenly, a massive tentacle shoots out of the water and wraps around Li Jian. The complaining soldier's jaw drops, screaming in confusion. Jian remains calm, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the truth. He is dragged violently toward the gaping maw of an even larger creature that has surfaced from the deep. As he is pulled into the darkness of the monster's mouth, Jian realizes exactly what this new threat is. Uncle Jian! Yuha screams in terror, recovering from the blast. The soldiers along the shore froze in terror once more, their eyes wide as the danger loomed closer. Some trembled, asking what they were supposed to do now, while others voiced the desperate question of whether anyone was still capable of defeating that monster. The true horror reveals itself. The 10,000 arms a mountain of flesh and eyes, far larger and more terrifying than the previous foe. The monster roars, its many eyes glowing red. Suddenly, a massive spike of blue energy erupts from within the ground, piercing upwards. Lotus Disaster. Jian voice bellows. A colossal construct of energy, shaped like a flower bud or a blade, tears the monster apart from the inside out. The soldiers on the ground watch with gaping mouths. That's the Vice Celestial Lord's ultimate technique, one stammers. But as the energy clears, it is not Yuha standing there. It is Li Jian, screaming with effort as he delivers the devastating blow, proving once and for all who the true master of the technique is. The sky splits open as a blinding column of azure energy descends, dwarfing the monstrous form beneath it. At the center of the cataclysm, Li Jian roars, channeling every ounce of his power into a single, devastating strike that pierces the heavens themselves. The 10,000 arms calamity shrieks in terror and agony, its massive, many-eyed form trembling under the overwhelming pressure of the attack. The air vibrates with the sound of its screeches as emerald mana arcs wildly around its carapace. The creature thrashes in the churning water, its tentacles flailing helplessly. The shrieks intensify, a cacophony of alien noise that echoes across the battlefield. The beast's desperate, final struggle. Jian stands amidst the chaos, spinning his spear with such velocity that it forms a solid disk of mana. He poses triumphantly against the backdrop of the stormy sky, the wind whipping his coat around him as he prepares the finishing blow. His eyes glow with a fierce, ethereal green. The air around him warps as he activates his ultimate technique, the very atmosphere bending to his will. Engulfing Wrath. A colossal beam of energy erupts, consuming the monster entirely. The sheer scale of the attack obliterates the calamity's defenses, tearing through flesh and bone alike in a blinding torrent of white and blue power. On the sidelines, the armored soldiers of the Alliance watch in slack-jawed horror and awe. Their eyes bulge and mouths hang open, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the power displayed by a single man. The massive carcass of the 10,000 arms collapses into the ocean with a thunderous splash, sending tidal waves surging outward. Steam rises from its charred flesh as a small Jian lands gracefully atop the floating remains. He strolls casually across the slippery hide of the defeated beast. He remarks that it is good the monster is big in size, reasoning that it simply means there is more for him to cut. Jian's face is partially shadowed, but illuminated by a terrifying, predatory grin. His eyes burn with intensity as he looks down at his kill. The gaping maw of the beast, now lifeless and broken, drifting in the turbulent sea. He mocks the fallen calamity, declaring that it is just an octopus in the end, regardless of whether it has 1,000 or 10,000 arms. Jian stands tall, looking out toward the horizon with a satisfied smirk. He announces to the world that he will tear the monster up into bite-sized pieces for them, inviting everyone to feel free to eat them up. Reveal of the aftermath of the battle. The colossal, circular body of the 10,000 arms drifted lifelessly in the dark waters, a single, perfectly round hole punched clean through its center, the mark left by Jian's devastating strike. A beast-kin soldier stammers in disbelief, noting that Jian defeated that monster alone. His human comrade agrees, sweating nervously as he realizes that the stories they heard about Li Jian were not just rumors. A system notification appears in the air, informing Jian of a shift in the world's perception. It states that those who do not know his name are filled with awe. The notification went on to declare that the people had begun to worship him. Around him, healers and mages clasped their hands together, tears shimmering in their eyes as they gazed at him with wordless devotion. Two armored knights stare out at the sea, watching the solitary figure standing on the corpse of a calamity that threatened to destroy them all. A broadcast reporter gripping her microphone tightly, her hands trembling. She asks the audience if everyone is watching this. Sitting on the edge of a rooftop to get the shot, the reporter shouts into the camera that a topic which will be on everyone's lips for a long time has just occurred. Massive screens on skyscrapers across the city broadcast the image of the defeated monster. The headline reads, "The hero that returned, Li Jian, has defeated the 10,000 arms." Crowds gather below, staring up in silence that is about to break. The silence shatters. A young man pumps his fist in the air, screaming in joy, while a woman beside him cheers. The city erupts into celebration. People in the streets dance and hug. Old men, young children, and workers alike celebrate the victory, relieved that the threat of annihilation has passed. The roar of the crowd echoes through the concrete canyons of the city, a unified cry of relief and adoration for their savior. The system messages continue to cascade for Jian. He is told he has gained strength from the heart of worship from people looking at him in awe. Because his actions will last in their memories and be talked about for a long time, a new power is born. The system messages continue. The Bible of the Serpent Bearer constellation has been created. Jian holds a glowing, spectral book in his hand. He reads that history has recorded the actions of the Serpent Bearer and will be passed down among humans. He realizes this is a holy book that records how he gained strength. He deduces that if he lets his disciples read this, he will gain even more power. His train of thought is interrupted by a familiar voice calling out to him. Jian looks toward the shore to see a small figure waving at him. He greets her casually. Qion Yuha waves enthusiastically, her face beaming with a bright, uncharacteristic smile, completely different from her usual stoic demeanor on the battlefield. Jian leaps from the monster's corpse and lands on the beach next to her. He asks if she is hurt anywhere. Yuha shakes her head, assuring him she is all right. Jian's eyes narrow slightly as he notices something odd. He asks Yuha what is behind her, wondering if she picked something up. Yuha tries to play innocent, sweating nervously as she asks what he is talking about. But the massive bone strapped to her back is impossible to hide. Jian teases her, noting that it looks like she likes bones too. Yuha blushes, stammering that this is for her to keep as a souvenir. Jian sighs and holds out the broken remains of a weapon handle. He explains that he broke her spear while he was using it. He tosses the handle aside and promises to make a new weapon for her shortly. Yuha's eyes sparkle with excitement, stars practically forming in them. She gasps, thrilled at the prospect of a weapon made by Uncle Jian, exclaiming that she would love that. Suddenly, a boisterous voice interrupts their moment. "Yeah, that was great." Stephen Marker, the Leo saint, appears with a maniacal expression, looking disheveled and wild. Stephen throws a playful punch at Jian while Yuha ducks. Jian casually leans back to dodge the strike. Jian looks at Stephen with annoyance, asking if he is nuts and why he suddenly shouted. Stephen, flexing his muscles, laughs and says of course he feels great. Stephen points at Yuha, scolding Jian. He reminds Jian that Qion Yuha belongs to the Leo constellation and is Stephen's direct subordinate, yet he is making her a weapon. Stephen laughs uproariously, completely missing the point. He asks if that means Jian will make him a weapon too. He beams, saying he can't help but be happy since he's going to get a new weapon. Jian stares at him with dead eyes, a vein popping on his forehead. Stephen reminds him that he was in charge of making divine artifacts for the saints 20 years ago. Jian's expression turns cold, Stephen demanding that Jian ought to make him a new weapon since Jian broke the big bone that Stephen had bought. Stephen laughs it off, claiming he will be generous and forgive Yuha for stepping on his face and stealing the big bone just now. Jian is visibly shaking with anger at the man's audacity. Jian snaps. He thrusts his middle finger directly in the Liu Saint's face, screaming a sharp insult with a shark-toothed grimace. Before the argument can escalate, a catastrophic explosion erupts behind them. A mushroom cloud of green energy and smoke billows into the sky, shaped ominously like a demonic goat skull. Stephen turns, horrified. He yells at Jian, calling it ridiculous that he is able to create explosions just by shouting. Jian screamed back, insisting it wasn't him. A strange, yellowish-green mist begins to spread rapidly from the explosion site, rolling over the battlefield like a tsunami. The mist engulfs the soldiers on the beach. Agonized screams ring out as the toxic gas hits them. Soldiers claw at the ground, suffocating and writhing in pain. One reaches out a desperate hand, begging to be saved. A Taurus disciple stands his ground, shielding himself, but realizes with horror that all the forces standing in front were caught up in the blast. He lowers his shield, confused, asking what just happened. Suddenly, a monstrous, shadowed claw reaches out from the smoke toward him. The soldier's eyes widen in terror as he stares into the face of his attacker. It is a werewolf-like beast, drool dripping from its fangs, its eyes glowing with an unnatural yellow light. The soldier stammers, asking what is wrong. The beast does not answer. It bites down hard on the soldier's shoulder with a sickening crunch. The soldier screams in agony and asks why. The smoke clears to reveal a nightmare. The Leo constellation troops have transformed into mindless beasts. They have gone berserk. They are tearing into their allies, the Taurus troops, with reckless abandon, throwing them into the air and mauling them. Yuha watches the carnage, confused and horrified. She notes that the Leo combat troops are attacking the Taurus troops and asks what caused that explosion. Jian stands with his back to the chaos, his expression dark. A voice explains that those are the beautiful flashes of the guinea pigs that he had prepared, adding with disappointment that the explosions are weak due to the small size of the subjects. A massive mechanical construct lands with a heavy thud, kicking up dust and debris. Jian and Stephen look up, shock written on their faces as they recognize the arrival. Emerging from the steam is a heavy, industrial mech suit. Sitting in the cockpit is the Capricorn Saint, Sergevich. Jian calls out his nickname, Sebastian. Perched precariously on the mech's head is Lime, the slime. It looks dizzy and sick, its eyes swirling in confusion. Jian cries out in concern for his pet. Jian shakes his fist at the mech, demanding to know what the hell he did to Lime. Beside him, Stephen is more focused on the confession, asking what Sergevich meant by guinea pigs, and if he caused the explosions where his subordinates are fighting. Sergevich waves a hand dismissively, telling everyone to calm down. He states that things haven't even started yet, and that the explosion was just the signal for the start of the main event. Jian puts the pieces together. He points a thumb over his shoulder, realizing that Sergevich is the one who caused the Leo guys to go berserk after hitting them with the fallout. Stephen is dumbfounded, asking what he just said. Sergevich laughs, his monocle glinting menacingly. He praises Jian for being quick on the uptake, as expected. He then promises to show them something more interesting. He lifts a small, golden whistle to his lips and blows. A piercing, high-frequency sound wave blasts outward. Jian and Stephen recoil against the sonic assault. The sound waves ripple across the battlefield, washing over the berserk beastkin soldiers. Their eyes glow brighter. A massive bear man and his soldiers stop their slaughter of the Taurus troops. Their heads snap toward a new target. With a roar, the entire army of berserk beasts turns and charges in a single direction. They are rushing straight for the group on the beach. A soldier screams that they are coming and begs them to stop. Stephen steps forward, trying to command his troops. He yells at them to get a grip, but the tide is overwhelming. A wolfman leaps onto Yuha, pinning her down. She struggles, gritting her teeth and calling out for her uncle. Jian is simultaneously tackled by three massive beasts. As he falls back, he hears Yuha's cry, echoing his own perilous situation. Qionyia struggles violently against the crushing weight of the beast pinning her to the ground. Its claws dig deep into the earth near her head, snarling with feral hunger just inches from her face. She grits her teeth. Chaos reigns on the beach. Li Jian is swarmed by the transformed Leo subordinates. He is kicked high into the air, surrounded by a whirlwind of claws and fangs, while Yuha's cry for him echoes amidst the turmoil. Inside the cockpit of his heavy mech, the Capricorn Saint, Sergevich, watches the scene with a sinister satisfaction. The green light of his monocle glints in the darkness as he taunts Jian. After such a rampage against the calamities, he sneers, surely even a hero has no strength left to resist this. Jian hits the dirt hard, immediately buried under a pile of hulking wolf beasts. They pin his limbs, immobilizing him completely. Sergevich declares with finality, it's checkmate for Li Jian. The beach is a landscape of defeat. Jian and Yuha are pinned under the weight of the monsters, while Stephen Marker stands frozen in the center, unsure of his next move. Sergevich's massive mech looms over them all. The saint gloats, it's nice to see you on the ground. I never thought it would feel this good to take you down. Stephen Marker explodes with rage, slamming his fist into his own chest. What did you do to my subordinates? He screams at the mech. Why aren't they listening to my orders? Sergevich leans forward, revealing the source of the chaos. You and Qionyia didn't drink the potion. A shame, he notes. The potion your subordinates drank is responding excitedly to my masterpiece, Mormont. In their current state, they will only listen to instructions given through my flute. Stephen's eyes bulge with fury. Return them to normal, he demands. Sergevich waves his hands dismissively. Calm down. Hear me out to the end if you want him men restored. In response, Sergevich throws Jian's massive greatsword on the ground, stabbing it into the sand with a heavy thud. The blade crackles with emerald mana, a silent threat. Stephen's eyes widen in recognition as he looks at the blade. That sword, he murmurs. It's Li Jian's weapon. Sergevich confirms this with a nod. Jian made it himself. Sergevich points a mechanical finger at the Leo Saint, making an offer he claims cannot be refused. Use that sword for a specific purpose, he commands. His voice drops to a cold, deadly whisper. Kill Li Jian. Stephen grips his arms, confused and defiant. Why are you trying to get rid of Jian all of a sudden? He asks. Why should I follow such orders? The mech steps closer, towering over the muscular saint. Sergevich reminds him of his leverage. You have no choice but to follow. Or do you not want your subordinates to return to normal? Sergevich extends a hand, his expression twisting into a conspiratorial grin. It's all right, he suggests. We are in a position where we can understand each other. Sergevich points out their shared burden. We have something in common, our inferiority complexes regarding Li Jian. Don't mess with me, Stephen yells. Sergevich presses the attack. Why are you so obsessed with Li Jian's weapons, if not for that reason? It is evidence of you struggling to overcome your feelings of inadequacy toward him. Sergevich recounted how Stephen had felt the overwhelming gulf in pure strength that separated him from Li Jian, a difference so vast it left him breathless and aware of his own limits. He went on to admit that he, too, had sensed the immense gap in creative power between himself and Li Jian, a difference so profound it felt almost insurmountable. A majestic, terrifying image of Li Jian stands atop a snowy mountain, looking down on them. Sergevich describes their despair. The more we struggled, the more we realized how high and sturdy those walls were, walls we felt we could never overcome. Sergevich screams in desperation and fervor. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. Sergevich roars. I'm not messed up like Li Jian. These aren't empty words. He laughs maniacally. I will back you up. I will make you the strongest weapon that has never existed before. The mech steps forward, the green gas swirling around it. If we join forces, we can overcome Li Jian. It is only a matter of time before you become the strongest among the 12 divine cadres. He gives the final order. Pick up that sword and get rid of Li Jian. The massive blade swings down with terrific force. From beneath the beast that held her down, Qion Yuha screamed out in desperation, begging the Celestial Lord not to listen. She cried that it was clearly a trick and insisted he knew better than anyone that Sergevich couldn't be trusted. Stephen ignores her pleas. He turned toward the pile of beasts pinning Jian, clutching the sword in his other hand. "Can you hear me?" she calls out to her Celestial Lord. Yuha, tears in her eyes, screams a threat. "If you touch Uncle Li Jian, I will never forgive you." Stephen stops directly in front of Jian, who is pressed into the dirt by the wolves. He raises the massive black sword. Stephen stares at the blade, murmuring, "The strongest weapon." Sergevich's face contorts with bloodlust. "End him," he screams. Stephen spins on his heel. Instead of striking Jian, he unleashes a devastating swing directly at Sergevich's mech. The impact sends sparks flying and staggers the machine. Yuha stares in shock, her eyes wide as she realizes what just happened. Sergevich recoils, furious. "You fool! Are you throwing away the opportunity of a lifetime?" Stephen screams back, "Shut up." Stephen's mana flares with lightning. "Do you really think I would listen to someone who turned my brothers into mindless monsters?" He points a finger at the mech. "I have resolved myself to overcome Li Jian. I have no time to waste on feeling inferior to him." In a show of ultimate defiance, Stephen flips Sergevich the middle finger. "Unlike you, I don't have the slightest intention of taking Li Jian's place by getting rid of him with such dirty tactics." Under the pile of beasts, Jian lifts his head slightly, listening to the speech. Jian smirks in the dirt. Stephen continues, "I have already surpassed Li Jian. I just needed a weapon." Stephen sprints toward the mech. "I'm not like you. You were in charge of making divine artifacts for the Saints 20 years ago. A guy who can't surpass Li Jian in the first place has no business trying to make me a weapon." Stephen bellows, "How the hell would a weapon made by you be better than what Li Jian made?" Sergevich's face twists in humiliation and rage. "How dare you say such things?" he stammers. The mech's arm spins up with mana. "You will regret this." Sergevich screams as he swings the weapon down. Stephen leaps into the air, wreathed in golden lightning. He brings his fist down onto the mech in a thunderous collision. The mech's arm is shattered by the impact, metal flying everywhere as Stephen punches through the defense. Sergevich looks on in horror as the beast sinks tears through his machine. Panic sets in. "Don't be conceited," Sergevich yells. The mech opens its compartments, revealing a full payload. Sergevich screams as he unleashes everything he has. Missiles launch from every port on the mech, trailing green smoke as they converge on Stephen. A massive explosion engulfs the area, a cloud of dust and fire billowing outward. Sergevich laughs triumphantly, sweating but relieved. "Even the almighty Leo is nothing in front of my masterpiece." Suddenly, a figure bursts through the smoke. Sergevich gasps in shock. A golden lion avatar manifests around Stephen. He lunges at the mech. 20 years ago, I did feel a strong inferiority complex, he admits. But I have overcome, broken past, and tested numerous limits since then. Stephen glows with power, invoking a skill. I did it all with just the single thought of surpassing Li Jian. Thunderclaw. Stephen unleashes a flurry of lightning-infused blows that tear the mech to ribbons. The blast erupted into a swirling vortex of energy that tore through the air, ripping apart the armored plating of the Capricorn suit as if it were nothing more than paper. Stephen lands a heavy blow, knocking the breath out of the old man. Standing victoriously over the wreckage, Stephen pants heavily. "You put on some really thick armor," he mocks. Sergevich groans in pain from the cockpit. Before Sergevich can recover, a hand reaches in and grabs him by the collar. Stephen flung the chest plate armor out of the wreckage, the heavy piece clattering and tumbling across the fractured ground before coming to a halt amid the debris. I was without any equipment, even when I fought against calamities. Steven yells, "Don't hide behind armor and get out." Sergevich, humiliated and beaten, screams Steven's name in pure hatred. Suddenly, a calm, bored voice cuts through the tension. "When are you guys going to be done fighting?" Li Jian asks, dusting himself off. Steven stands over the broken mech, but Li Jian is now standing casually next to him, completely free of the beasts. Both Steven and Sergevich freeze, their eyes popping out of their heads in shock. "How are you here?" they stammer in unison. Jian explains with a dark look. "I let myself get caught to see what Sebastian would say, but he was too long-winded and I got annoyed." Yuha is sitting up, safe, while the powerful beastmen lie unconscious in heaps. "The beastmen were all so weak," Jian mutters. Sergevich and Steven scream in disbelief. Jian stepped forward and, without a hint of hesitation, kicked Steven aside with casual force. Telling him to get lost, he sent Steven flying backward, the man letting out a grunt as he hit the ground. Jian looms over the terrified Sergevich, a terrifyingly cheerful smile on his face. "I have a lot of questions for you, Sebastian," he says. "Let's have a small chat." Li Jian lies face down in the dirt, pinned beneath the crushing weight of 3 massive wolf beasts. Despite the precarious position, his voice is filled with irritation rather than fear. Suddenly, a scream rips through the air. The beasts flinch as dark, oppressive energy begins to radiate. Jian taps his finger rhythmically against the ground tap, and mutters, "This is so boring." The beasts stumble, looking confused. Jian stands up casually. He looks down at them with cold, glowing eyes. "What a pathetic sight," he sneers. He clenches his fists, remarking, "I was a fool to have chosen to wait." He decides to end this farce quickly, striding purposefully toward the trembling monsters. With a terrifying roar, the beasts lunge at him in unison, claws bared and jaws snapping. Jian merely lowers his head, completely unfazed by their desperate charge. The scene blurs into a frenzy of violence. Jian moves faster than the eye can follow, his limbs trailing with mana as he batters the monsters with a barrage of kicks and punches. Blood splatters across the darkness as he dismantles them effortlessly. Jian stands amidst the defeated creatures, looking completely unbothered. He turns his gaze to the side. "When is the fight going to be over?" he asks, bored. Steven Marker, the Leo Saint, stands atop a pile of rubble in his human form, panting heavily. Beside him lies the battered, smoking wreck of the Capricorn Saint's mech suit. Jian looks at the scene with a judgmental expression. Back 20 years to a darkroom. A younger, sinister man clasps his hands together, his face shadowed. He recalls a moment before the Demon Tower raid. Li Jian will die in the Demon Tower, the man had declared with a twisted smile. Sergevich remembers the prophecy Hugo Otters received from a divine god. He sweats nervously, realizing that his prediction wasn't just a random guess, but a prophecy that predicts the future with terrifying accuracy. The memory continues. The man clarified, "I was talking about the plan that would make that death a reality." Sergevich looked up, a flicker of memory passing through his eyes. He admitted to himself that, back then, he had trembled with excitement, believing the meaning of those words was irrelevant so long as Jian was gone. Jian grabs the front of the cockpit, ripping the metal open with his bare hands like tearing paper. "No," he shouts. Jian tears the armor apart, screaming in rage. "Don't go into those stupid flashbacks. Just tell me you tried to kill me," he yells. "I don't care about what happened in the past. Give me a name now." Sergevich, cornered and terrified, tries to negotiate. "I will tell you," he stammers. "But in return, you must guarantee my safety." Before the Saint can finish his sentence, Jian punches him squarely in the face. Sergevich chokes. Jian looms over the broken man, gripping him by the jaw. "Do you still not understand the situation?" he asks, grinning menacingly. "This doesn't look like a negotiation you have a hand in." Jian's expression darkens, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. "If you waste time spouting nonsense again, I will rip out everything from your tongue to your jaw," he warns. "Who is it?" Sergevich, trembling uncontrollably, finally breaks. "Virgo," he stammers. Gian releases his grip slightly, processing the information. "Virgo," he repeats, realizing it aligns perfectly with what the witch he met previously had hinted at. Dark energy swirls around Gian as he confirms the suspicion. It is definitely Virgo, he thinks. The Virgo Saint's affiliate appears in Gian's mind, holding a purple glowing dagger. "I will have to meet Jean Myung again to hear about the investigation regarding the dagger that stabbed me," he decides. Gian turns his attention back to the present matter. "That's enough talk," he says. "Return my item." He claims ownership of the hammer that grants achievements. Sergevich looks confused. "What do I need to return?" Gian tightens his grip on the Saint's collar, shaking him violently. "Do you not want to return it?" Terrified, the Saint screams, "I will give it back. Please take it." A system notification appears. Capricorn Saint, Sebastian, has handed over the divine artifact. Gian holds up the glowing, intricate hammer, smiling broadly. "This is it." The system notes Capricorn is shuddering in regret and anger due to the loss of the hammer. Sergevich watches with a pained expression as his prize is reclaimed. Gian extended his hand, opening a swirling emerald portal that shimmered with unstable light. Noticing Sergevich's pained expression, he asked if he truly thought this was unfair. Then, with a commanding tone, he called out for the three brothers to appear. The three massive household gods appear from the portal, looking spectral and imposing. "Did you call for us?" they ask. "Bring Sergevich into your dimension," Gian orders casually. "If he resists, feel free to cut off some limbs." The beasts bow. "As you command." Sergevich watches in horror as the beasts surround him. "Household gods?" he stammers, realizing that Li Jian is controlling spirits in a way that defies the laws of their world. As the vortex pulled him in, Sergevich let out a scream of sudden realization. He cried out that Gian was no saint at all, but a newly born constellation divine. Gian turned away as the portal sealed behind him, brushing the dust from his hands as if finishing a trivial task. He told Sergevich to go and reflect on his actions, though inwardly he admitted he had no intention of ever forgiving him. On the beach, the Leo troops slowly began to regain their senses. The beastkin soldiers who had been lost to frenzy clutched their heads, blinking in disorientation as they asked what had just happened. Confusion spreads through the ranks. The soldiers look around the decimated beach. "What is all this?" they ask, complaining of splitting headaches and having no memory of their rampage. Cheon Yuha smiles brightly. "It seems everyone is back now," she tells Stephen. Stephen, back in his human form but shirtless and battered, agrees with a relieved sigh. "Yeah." The tourist disciples glanced toward Mage and asked if they thought the Leo troops would try to attack again. The Magi exchanged uneasy looks before one of them muttered that they were probably safe now. Meanwhile, the situation among the Capricorn troops had turned dire. One of the soldiers rushed up to his captain, shouting that their celestial lord had been dragged away and demanding to know what they should do. The captain clenched his jaw, cursing under his breath in frustration. The captain yanked a small device from his pocket, his expression contorted with desperation. He shouted that they had no choice but to press forward, his voice trembling with determination and fear intertwined. Suddenly, the armor of the Leo soldiers begins to glow with an ominous green light. They look down at themselves in confusion. What is wrong with the armor? A giant, glowing eye symbol appears on their chest plates. A massive explosion erupts from the armor of the frontline troops. Green fire engulfs them as they scream in agony. The Capricorn captain burst into wild laughter amid the chaos, his voice echoing over the battlefield. He shouted that they had clearly forgotten how his celestial lord had tampered with their equipment long before the fight even began. With a crazed grin, he vowed to take them all down with him. He spun toward one of his subordinates and ordered them to fire the Mormont launcher. The soldier immediately shouldered the heavy Magitech weapon, responding with a firm acknowledgement before taking aim. The launcher roared to life, releasing a blinding projectile that streaked across the battlefield. Its glowing trail cut through the smoke and debris, racing straight toward Li Jian. Jian spotted the incoming projectile and frowned in annoyance, muttering that Mormont sounded more like the name of a toy than a weapon, one that seemed to be stamped on everything these days. Gripping his newly reclaimed hammer, he said he would use his own toy to settle the fight. A system window appeared, detailing that the hammer possessed the ability to enhance and alter the forms of targets that met specific conditions. Reading the description, Jian's lips curved into a grin as he chose his target, Mormont. He swings the hammer with perfect form, striking the energy projectile midair. A burst of blinding light erupted upon impact, followed by a system message declaring that the target's form had been successfully altered. The once deadly Mormont explosive had been transformed into Mormont fireworks, sending a radiant stream of harmless light soaring into the sky. The Capricorn captain stared in disbelief as his ultimate weapon disintegrated into a burst of colorful sparks that scattered across the sky. He shouted in outrage, demanding to know how the explosive had turned into fireworks, cursing Jian in disbelief. A massive shadow suddenly swept over the Capricorn captain, and a giant, clawed foot slammed into the ground beside him. The Leo troops towered above the terrified Capricorn soldiers, their voices rising in a deafening roar as they warned them to prepare to pay the price for trying to use them. The Leo soldiers, including Stephen, watched the spectacle. Stephen laughs, boasting, "We beasts are strong and tough. While we might have fallen to mind control, such explosions won't do anything to our bodies." But before he can finish his boast, he sees the Capricorn troops running for their lives. "Hey, listen to the end," he screams, but they are already fleeing from the vengeful Leo. Stephen turns to Jian, frustrated. "I can't let the enemy go like this," he says. "Jian, do you have any decent weapons? Something big and sturdy that beats people up nicely and is nice to swing." Jian looks at Stephen, analyzing his request. Sturdy, beats people up nicely, good at swinging. A demonic red light shines in Jian's eyes. He grins widely. "I have one." Stephen pauses. "What's up with your eyes?" Stephen gets excited. "Give it to me immediately." Jian grabs Stephen by the ankle and hoists the massive man into the air. Stephen screams in confusion as the world turns upside down. "Wait, what?" Jian swings Stephen like a giant club. Blue energy trails behind the arc of the swing. He slams Stephen into the ground where the enemy troops are fleeing. A massive shockwave erupts, blasting the Capricorn soldiers away. Jian stood at the center of the devastation, one hand gripping Stephen by the leg as if he weighed nothing. With the battlefield shattered around him and the echo of his last blow still fading, he remarked casually that maybe he should try bowling next time. He looks at the weapon in his hand, Stephen's bare foot, and smiles pleasantly. Stephen face-planted in the dirt, completely battered and groggy from being used as a blunt instrument. Jian holds up Stephen's leg, inspecting it critically. Jian released his grip, letting the leg hit the ground with a dull thud. He muttered that the grip didn't feel right and declared, almost dismissively, that he wouldn't be using him again. Beneath a bruised, purple sky, the outskirts of the Western Protected Dome in the Europe Humanity Alliance country are bathed in an eerie twilight. A massive, shimmering energy barrier dominates the horizon, a fragile wall of light separating the last bastions of civilization from the encroaching darkness of the Red Zone. Inside the quarantine zone, the ruins of a once thriving city are being consumed. Thick, red, vine-like roots choke the streets, weaving through cracked pavement and crumbling infrastructure like cancerous veins. The vegetation has choked the life out of the buildings, twisting around skyscrapers and crushing concrete under its unnatural weight. The atmosphere is silent, heavy with the oppressive threat of the unknown. A silver-armored boot splashes into a puddle of viscous red liquid. Zane, the captain of the Virgo search squad, wrinkles his nose at the foul, metallic smell permeating the air. The stench is intense, he notes, his hand drifting to his weapon. It wouldn't be surprising if a disaster suddenly appeared. Stay sharp. Behind him, the squad marched in neat formation, their tension hidden beneath casual conversation about recent global events. One soldier spoke in a low voice, asking if the others had heard that Li Jian was the one who defeated the octopus disaster in the Philippines. Another soldier chimes in enthusiastically. I saw the video. Jian was in super form. The official subjugation team barely did anything in the end. The gossip spread through the ranks as another soldier chimed in with a smirk, saying he'd heard that the Leo and Capricorn forces had ended up fighting each other as well. He remarked that it was a loss on both sides, and that it only worked to the Virgo clan's advantage. Fewer competitors, after all, meant better chances for them. Captain Zane snaps, his voice cutting through the chatter like a whip. Quiet. Do you intend to chit-chat in the middle of a mission? The soldiers immediately stiffen, mumbling apologies. Zane shot a sharp glare over his shoulder, his voice cutting through their chatter as he reminded them that they weren't there to play around. Their mission, he said firmly, was to locate the missing personnel on the outskirts of the dome. At his command, the squad straightened and answered in unison, their voices ringing out with, "Yes, sir." As they ventured deeper into the ruins, Zane warns them. The crimson fog makes searching difficult. Don't get distracted. A desperate cry for help suddenly shattered the stillness, the voice trembling with panic as it pleaded for someone to save them. The soldiers froze on instinct, every head turning toward the direction of the sound. The squad looks down a ruined street choked with swirling red fog. The cries continue, sounding desperate and terrified. "It's coming from over there," a soldier points out. "Follow me," Zane orders, taking the initiative as he leads the charge toward the source of the screaming. The pleas grow louder and more repetitive as the squad rushes past vine-strangled skyscrapers. "Anyone, please, help!" They sprint through the desolate city streets, chasing the echoes of the survivor through the labyrinth of ruin. Zane slowed his pace, a deep frown forming as a chill crept down his spine. Something wasn't right. He muttered that the screams seemed to echo from every corner of the downtown district, his eyes darting around as he questioned whether his senses were deceiving him. The realization hits him like a cold bucket of water. The screams feel artificial, repeated with the exact same intonation and timing, like a machine or a broken recording. Realizing something was off, Zane's instincts kicked in. He shouted for everyone to stop, his voice cutting through the tension as he ordered the entire squad to halt at once. Zane came to a stop, his footsteps echoing into silence. He found himself alone, standing in the center of a street hemmed in by towering buildings tangled with red miasma and what looked like pulsing, fleshy vines. The air around him thickened. The earlier urgency bled away, replaced by something heavier, something wrong. He could feel it crawling up his back, a chill that whispered the simple, dreadful truth that something here had changed, and not for the better. He called out into the fog, his voice cutting through the stillness and bouncing off the unseen walls around him. He demanded an answer, calling for whoever or whatever might be out there. But the fog swallowed his words whole, and only silence came back to him. Without warning, the red fog began to twist and churn in violent motion. Zane stiffened as the air behind him seemed to bend and darken, a shape forming where there should have been none. A piercing, high-pitched sound followed, ringing through the air like metal scraping against glass, making his pulse quicken and his breath catch. From within the churning fog came a distorted voice, echoing Zane's earlier cry for help in a grotesque imitation. It pleaded, "Someone, save me," the words warped and broken, as though forced through a mouth that no longer knew how to speak. Behind the captain, the shifting roots coalesced into form, an unholy fusion of flesh and crimson veins. The mask contorted until it resembled a face, its features twisted beyond anything human. He turned sharply, and his breath caught in his throat. Before him rose a massive, fleshy abomination, its form pulsating and wet, towering over him like a living monument of corruption. His eyes widened as the creature's glistening face split open, and in a voice half human, half nightmare, it mocked his earlier cry. It begged for help, pleaded please, but the tone dripped with malice, every word twisting into something cruelly familiar. He turned on instinct, breath seizing in his chest. Towering above him stood a grotesque abomination, its flesh slick and quivering, every movement pulsating as if alive with a sick rhythm. The creature loomed like a monument to decay, its glistening face tearing open to reveal a mouth that should not exist. From it came a voice both human and wrong, echoing his own desperate plea from before. It begged for help, whispered please, but the words dripped with mockery, their tone laced with a malice so intimate it froze him where he stood. The darkness closed in, swallowing Zane whole as the creature's eyes ignited with a deep, malignant red. Its laughter echoed through the haze, shrill, distorted, and mocking, each sound tearing into what little light remained. It repeated that single word, please, stretching it into something cruel and gleeful. And in that instant, the doom of the Virgo squad was sealed. Then everything unraveled into chaos and blood. The ground trembled as crimson vines whipped through the air, slicing through armor and flesh with equal ease. What followed was a storm of screams, voices of the soldiers breaking, colliding with the creature's twisted laughter until they became one indistinguishable cry. In the heart of the red fog, it was a massacre, a bright, tranquil morning at the Sagittarius Sanctuary, within the quiet of Hugo's home. The roof still bore the scars of recent damage, a lingering reminder of the chaos that had erupted only days before. Inside, Li Jian sat at a desk cluttered with papers, his feet resting lazily on one corner. He was studying the Bible of his own making, quietly reading through its words. The first entry spoke of his return and the destruction of the sea's demons, a list of achievements that, he noted, influenced his followers and took form as divine power. He glances up with a smirk, watching the news about himself. Isn't Li Jian truly great? The news reports praising him for taking down the octopus disaster that had put the Alliance's strategy to shame. Jian glanced at the mana-infused Bible glowing faintly, a smirk tugging at his lips. He scoffed that the news couldn't seem to talk about anything but him, wondering aloud what was so impressive about taking down a few oversized octopuses. He leans back, relaxed. Although there are details to work out, the basic usage is simple. Perform feats that become hot topics. He visualizes the headlines and the public's awe, reinforcing his strategy to gain power through fame and worship. An aerial view of the ocean shows huge cranes attempting to move the massive corpse of the 10,000 arms, illustrating the sheer scale of his victory. Jian snaps the book shut. Enough staring at the Bible. I need to take care of the piled-up work. A holographic system window pops up, notifying him of a new notice. It offers him a look at Trial 6 and Enhanced Skill 1. Jian grins. This is sickeningly game-like. He reaches out and selects Enhanced Skill 1 first. The system projected a new notification. Ophiuchus's Awakening, SSS. It explained that the trial would begin once he reached Constellation Level 10 and required him to overcome 3 challenges. The listed rewards included a unique household god, an exponential increase in physical power, an awakened skill exclusive to him, and a divine artifact. Reading the details, Jian pondered whether this quest had appeared as a result of his battle with Gemini's divine god. Jian examined the details of the Trial of Strength, noting that the objective was to eliminate a being known as the demon that devours God. A restriction prevented him from using his ultimate technique, Battle God Instinct. He mused that it was unfortunate he couldn't rely on that power, but as long as the opponent wasn't a divine god or a true disaster, he figured he'd manage just fine. Jian skimmed through the next 2 trials. The Trial of Intelligence, which demanded that he acquire Secretary, and the Trial of Reputation, which required him to accept a human household as his disciple. Letting out a long sigh, he muttered that these were the real challenges, Where in the world was he supposed to find a secretary and a disciple? He decides to think about those later and clicks on Enhanced Skill 1. The system confirms that Gaze of God has leveled up and its effects have increased. Unyeren, Hugo's secretary, is busy cleaning the house, dusting a stuffed rabbit. She screams as Jian suddenly bursts into the room. Jian's voice thundered as he ordered the target to stop and look at him. His eyes began to glow with a fierce, otherworldly light as his newly acquired skill activated, Gaze of God, faith confirmation, granting him the power to perceive the level of faith within those who faced him. Jian turned his gaze toward Yeren and the rabbit doll, Yangwei. A translucent status window materialized before him, listing their faith levels in precise detail. Yeren's faith registered at 85% for Sagittarius and 81% for Ophiuchus. Yangwei's results, however, startled him. 90% faith in Aries, along with fluctuating loyalties to several others, including 50% for Capricorn and 9% for Leo. Jian read the notification carefully. It stated that when accepting a household, if the disciple's faith fell short of 100%, the constellation's authority would diminish. The warning made him pause, and he murmured to himself that absolute faith was the only option. Anything less would cost him dearly. He ponders who might have 100% faith. He imagines Hugo, Sungjae, and Yuha. He clenches his fist confidently. Not a problem. One of them can just become my disciple. I'll confirm it right now. Jian asked Yeren where Hugo, Sungjae, and Yuha had gone. Startled by his sudden question, she replied that they had all left early that morning. Jian looks disappointed. I'll have to check later then. He walks away, while Yeren looks confused by his erratic behavior. As he checks his phone, Jian receives a call. His expression shifts to a knowing smirk. The caller ID flashed the name Ji Miang. Jian answered the call with a faint smirk, remarking that it was about time Jean had decided to call. A flashback of chaos and destruction. People are screaming and running away as buildings collapse around them. Save me, a young voice cries out from the debris. Through the haze of dust, a woman, Chun Jiao's voice rang out urgently as she called to a young Sung Jae, telling him to get into the car and stay hidden until his father arrived. She frames the terrifying situation as a game of hide and seek to calm him. Once your father gets here, he will take care of the monster in one hit. She smiles gently, though her face is smudged with dirt. Until then, my dear Sung Jae, promise me you will be brave and wait for him. As the memory fades, a young Sung Jae screams, "M.O.M." In the present, Sung Jae wakes up with a gasp, his eyes wide with lingering terror. He sits up in the back seat of a car, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. He looks down at his hand, which is trembling uncontrollably on the leather seat. A hand gently covers his. He looks up to see his sister, Yuha, smiling reassuringly at him. At the wheel, Hugo glanced into the rearview mirror, concern etched across his face. He asked if Sung Jae was all right, noting that he looked as if he'd just woken from a nightmare. After a brief pause, he guessed gently that his son might be uneasy because they were on their way to visit his mother. Yuha suggested softly that it might be lingering after effect from the divine punishment and told him not to push himself too hard. Sung Jae ran a hand over his face, steadying his breath before replying that he was just a little tired. A spark of realization crossed Yuha's face as an idea suddenly came to her. She brightened suddenly and said she had almost forgotten. Now that he was awake, she handed something to him with a small smile. Yuha held a bracelet with cheerful flourish, announcing that it was his birthday present. Sung Jae blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the gesture. It is a purple bracelet. About what you asked for previously, Yuha explains. Yuha explained that the gift was a divine artifact infused with Gemini's magic power, something she had bought together with their father. Sung Jae turned the box over in his hands, smiling faintly as he joked that even if he did nothing as a divine cadre, a gift like this would probably still earn him some points. Yuha laughed, her voice bright with relief. She said she was glad he liked it and urged him not to look so gloomy on his birthday. Then, with a gentle smile, she wished him a happy birthday. Sung-jae smiles genuinely. "Thank you, Nuna." Hugo chimes in from the front seat. "Mom will be sad if you're gloomy on your birthday. Let's visit her with a smile." Not long after, they arrived at Tail Hospital. As they stepped into the quiet corridor, Sung-ji's eyes caught the sign on a door, Ward 808, Chun Jaiwoo. Inside the room, Yuha sat beside the bed, her voice gentle but animated as she talked to her unconscious mother. She chatted about recent events, mentioning with a hint of pride that Uncle Jian had managed to wound Divine Godfrey's forehead, saying he'd gotten much cooler than before. She looks at the heart monitor, her smile faltering slightly. "It would have been really nice if you were here to see Uncle Jian with us," she whispers. "We'll talk about everything else when you wake up." Chun Jaiwoo, lying still with an oxygen mask over her face. The only sound is the rhythmic beep of the monitor. The family, Hugo, Sung-jae, and Yuha, stand around her bed, a moment of quiet sorrow and unity. Hugo stood by the window, his expression solemn as the soft light framed his still figure. His phone rings in his pocket, breaking the silence. He pulls it out and frowns, surprised by the caller ID. He answers the phone, confused. Hugo finally spoke, his voice calm but edged with restraint. He said that today was an important day, one he hadn't wanted interrupted by work. Then, almost to himself, he wondered aloud why the Europe Alliance countries were contacting him through his direct line. As he stepped outside, Hugo's expression hardened, his thoughts racing with quiet irritation. He questioned why they would contact him over a simple disaster extermination request when the Virgo Saint was already stationed near the Eastern Region Dome. The caller frantically insisted to the Sagittarius Celestial Lord that they wouldn't have contacted him on a direct line if the situation were merely a typical disaster. They went on to deliver the shocking news that Virgo had already declared they had given up on exterminating the threat. Visibly stunned, Hugo demanded to know if he had heard correctly, asking in disbelief if Kevin Ajar had truly said that. The caller adds another detail. "You have met this disaster before. It appeared in Korea 10 years ago and destroyed the whole airport." Hugo freezes, his pupil dilating in realization. The realization struck Hugo like a bolt. The caller exclaimed that the blood frog had appeared again. That same accursed creature. The very nightmare that had haunted Sung-ji's dreams brought horrifyingly to life. Rain pours relentlessly over the European landscape, a somber veil casting the city in shades of gray. This is Belgium, a territory firmly under the jurisdiction of the Virgo Alliance, standing beneath a sky that seems to weep without end. The downpour hammers against the cobblestone streets and the classic architecture of the city. The relentless rhythm of the rain drowns out the usual bustle of the cafe, terrace below, emptying the streets of all but the weather itself. Lee Jian sits beneath the awning, a cup of coffee in hand, his hood pulled low. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, grumbling about the terrible timing. He stares out the window at the deluge, checking his phone with a scowl. He complains internally, wondering why, out of all days, it had to rain the one time he has an appointment. His mind drifts to a text message conversation from earlier that day, 12:32 p.m. He had sent a message to Chun Sung-jae, asking if the boy wanted to become his disciple. The reply on the screen is a polite but firm rejection. Sung-jae apologized, saying he was thankful for the offer but didn't think he would be able to do that. Jian thinks back on it with a scoff, admitting he had thought Sung-jae would definitely accept. A memory surfaces. Jian stands in a kitchen with Yerin wearing an apron. He remarks that there's still a lot about Sung-jae he doesn't know. The woman nudges him, whispering that today is Sung-ji's birthday. Jian looks surprised. In a memory, Jian chides the Yerin, telling her she should have told him about that sooner. She smiles sheepishly, explaining that Sung-jae doesn't really care much about his own birthday. Jian thinks to himself that the rascal didn't even tell him it was his special day. Back in the present, Jian stares out at the rain, his expression unreadable. He recalls that Yerin looked like she was hiding something during that conversation. He wonders if something specific happened on Sungji's birthday to cause that reaction. A voice interrupts his brooding. A man in a suit approaches the table, observing that Jian seems to be in deep thought and asking if there is something he is worried about. Jian snaps out of his reverie, looking up to acknowledge the arrival. The newcomer removes his hat, revealing a sharp mustache and a polite smile. It is Jin Myung, the SS rank appraiser and one of the 10 saints serving under Virgo. He greets Jian, noting that it has been a long time. Jin Myung sits opposite Jian, the rain tapping rhythmically against the glass between them. He apologizes for making Jian come all the way to Belgium, stating that he should have been the one to travel to Jian's location instead. Jian waves off the apology with a grin, assuring him it is all right since he had business with Virgo anyway. He adds that it was no trouble to get there, a mental image appearing of him utilizing a portal provided by the Gemini saint to travel instantly. Jian glances out the window at the cityscape. He notes that he knows this country is under the influence of Virgo, but he questions how it is possible that there are really only things related to Virgo everywhere he looks. A street lamp adorned with a banner bearing the Virgo crest. Jin Myung explains that Europe has always been heavily influenced by religions, which made the transition natural. Jin Myung continues, explaining that after the appearance of the divine gods and the establishment of the divine cadres in the world, the landscape changed significantly. A massive, golden statue depicting the Virgo saint and guardians dominates a city square, rain washing over its metallic surface. Jin Myung states that Europe essentially became a huge theocratic country. Jin Myung takes a sip of his coffee, his expression growing serious. He adds that there is a specific reason above all else for this devotion. A church steeple topped with a weather vane shaped like the Virgo symbol pierces the sky against the backdrop of a shimmering energy barrier. Jin Myung explains that because the people can see the dome protecting them with their own eyes, it is normal for their faith to become stronger. Jian raises his own cup, a cynical smirk playing on his lips. He challenges Jin Myung, noting that while the appraiser speaks with such pride about the divine gods, his internal state suggests otherwise. Jian's eyes glow with a piercing emerald light as he activates his special vision. He remarks dryly that Jin Myung's faith level seems to have weakened a lot. A system window appears next to Jin Myung, displaying his status. His faith in Virgo has dropped significantly. The description notes that his faith has weakened because he feels betrayed by his divine cadre. Jian analyzes this, thinking that for a religious fanatic like Jin Myung to suffer such a drop due to feelings of betrayal, something huge must have happened. Jian leans forward, his glowing eyes locking onto the nervous man. He utilizes the gaze of a god to confirm the faith levels. He guesses that what they are there to talk about is related to Jin Myung's divine cadre. Jin Myung freezes, shocked. Jin Myung sighs, resigning himself to the fact that, as expected, there is nothing he can hide from Jian. Jin Myung raises his hand, casting a spell. Water swirls around them, forming a protective sphere. A notification identifies it as Pisces' rental skill, Soundless Barrier, which uses water energy to block sound from traveling outside. Now secure, Jin Myung opens his briefcase. He tells Jian he will get straight to the point regarding the dagger Jian asked him to look into. He places the dagger on the table. Jin Myung confirms this is the weapon that stabbed Jian 20 years ago. A system box describes it as a dagger filled with death energy, noting that information about it has been destroyed because of an evil power. Jian stares at the dagger, his face hardening. Jin Myung reveals that he was able to read a part of the dagger's remnant memories. He prepares to deliver the result of the investigation. A flashback image shows a younger Jian being stabbed in the back by a shadowy figure. Jin Myung reveals the culprit who stabbed Jian in the Demon Tower 20 years ago is none other than the Saint of Virgo whom he serves, Kevin Ajar. At South Korea, to the sanctuary of the Sagittarius clan, Hugo's house. The modern building shows signs of damage on the roof. Inside, Li Jian stands before a purple portal, speaking to someone on the other side. He informs Raelikin, the Gemini saint, that Sung Jae rejected his offer to become a disciple, but is still staying with Gemini. Jian notes that the boy remains with Gemini even after the recent incident. Jian spoke evenly, saying he was certain Sung Jae had his reasons for making that choice. Without further hesitation, he turned to Rayleigh and issued a new assignment, his tone firm but resolute. Jian instructs her to find out why Sung Jae is with Gemini and what happened to him in the past. Before she can leave, Jian points a finger, adding one more task. He asks her to find out what his secretary does in the Divine Cadre. Rayleigh, now in her physical form, wearing casual clothes, salutes and agrees. Rayleigh lounges on a sofa, playing a handheld game. She mutters that she will ask Yang Wei or Hei Eyes about the secretary role next time, and decides to start by looking into Sung Jae first. Sung Jae, looking hesitant, interrupts her gaming. He addresses her and says he is there because he has a favor to ask. Rayleigh's face lights up with a devious grin. Internally, she screams that she is lucky and that he came at the right time. Outwardly, she maintains a cool demeanor, asking what it is. Sung Jae asks her to help him open up the passageway in Gemini's magic library that leads to the secret library. Rayleigh pauses her game, intrigued. The grand exterior of Gemini's magic library. It has a place where information on the best magics in the world is kept. The secret library, located in the highest place, contains forbidden grimoires and is restricted to only the highest-ranked disciples. The interior is vast and filled with books. Sung Jae explains that he is unable to enter the library because he previously threw away his disciple badge, and furthermore, he cannot enter the secret library because he is only an A-rank disciple. He bows respectfully to Rayleigh, pleading for her help because there is something he needs to find out within. Rayleigh raises a hand, purple magical energy swirling around her fingers. Her eyes glow with power. A portal swirls into existence in the middle of the living room. The man watches, startled by the sudden display of magic. Rayleigh gestures toward the portal, welcoming him to the archive of endless knowledge. She tells him it is not hard for her to let him into the magic library. Sung Jae gulps nervously as he stares into the swirling vortex. Rayleigh's expression turns serious. She warns him that the secret library is full of dangerous and forbidden grimoires. Before he enters, she demands to know what he is trying to find and why he is going there. Sung Jae hesitates for a moment before clenching his fist. He reveals what he wishes to find. He looks up with determination, declaring that he seeks the spirit invocation skill that allows him to summon beings from other worlds. In Europe, Li Jian sits alone on a bench in a grand, high-ceilinged train station, waiting. His face is shadowed by his hood. He thinks back to the conversation with Ji Myung. He recalls checking the records from the past few years. Jian remembers images of auctions. He notes that daggers of a similar type to the one that stabbed him have appeared in auctions from time to time. He recalls Ji Myung explaining that the appraisal of the original dagger was done by his predecessor. Ji Myung had explained that his predecessor likely felt the ominous energy and tried to trace its origins. Shockingly, the energy's signature revealed that the dagger came from Virgo. Ji Myung holds up a photo of a weapon rack. He explains this was inside Virgo's weapon storage, where weapons possessing the same energy as the dagger are lined up. He suggests that these weapons appearing in auctions is just a method of getting rid of them slowly. Jian looks at a photo of the dagger on his phone. He asks Ji Myung if he heard this information from his predecessor then. Ji Myung's face falls. He answers that he wasn't able to do that because his predecessor was suddenly murdered while in the midst of tracing the dagger's origin. He reveals the predecessor was stabbed with the very dagger he was investigating. Ji Myung points to the intricate blade in the photo. He explains there were traces that the dagger was messed with, as if someone tried to mask the ominous energy and kill the person looking into it. He adds that there is also a strong curse cast upon the dagger that he has never seen before. Jian stares ahead, his eyes intense. Ji Myung realizes that this curse was what nullified his strength in an instant 20 years ago. He concludes it is definitely related to a strong and evil existence. The dagger glows with a dark, crackling aura. Jian assesses that it is strong enough to harm not just a saint, but also a divine god. Back on the bench, Jian sits with his legs spread, contemplating the gravity of the situation. He thinks about the cancer saint, Jean-Louis Morin. He knows curses are Jean-Louis' specialty, but his curse abilities do not work on divine gods. Jian visualizes the dagger again. He notes that ominous energy doesn't belong to divine gods either. He compares it to Cancer's energy, concluding that even Cancer's power looks like nothing when compared to the energy within that dagger. A terrifying image of a red-eyed entity looming over a burning world appears in Jian's mind. He becomes sure that the attacker who stabbed him is deeply connected to the disasters of the unknown civilization. Jian brushes his hair back, exhaling sharply. He decides his immediate path. First, he needs to clear the Trial of Strength, which has a time limit. He glances at a holographic projection of the Virgo Saint. He resolves to deal with Virgo after clearing the trial. The sound of a train approaching echoes through the station. An announcement declares the train is entering the station. Jian looks up with a smile, saying, "Here it is." A massive, steampunk train engine pulls into the station, steam hissing and brakes screeching. The doors open, and a figure steps out, their long coat flapping in the wind as they descend to the platform. A montage of faces reveals the new arrivals. They are grim, determined, and heavily armed. Among them is Hugo Otters, looking serious and commanding, flanked by his elite subordinates. The platform fills with the disciplined ranks of the Sagittarius troops, stepping off the train in perfect formation. Li Jian grins, his eyes gleaming with anticipation from beneath his hood. He remarks that they are finally here. Hugo Otters marched at the head of his army, every step radiating authority. Behind him followed the elite troops of St. Hugo Otters from Sagittarius, their presence heavy with discipline and divine force. The air itself seemed to tremble with power, charged by the collective resolve and anticipation of the battle that lay ahead. The purple sky looms over a devastated city, the buildings twisted and strangled by massive, thorny vines. Flocks of ominous, black crows circle above the ruins, their eyes glowing red as they scan the destruction below. The air is thick with tension and the promise of death. Chaos erupts on the ground. Explosions of fire and light rip through the streets, illuminating the dark, vine-choked landscape. The troops clash amidst the inferno, their silhouettes dancing in the flames of a desperate battle. An urgent voice rose above the chaos, the commander's tone sharp and commanding as he ordered that all minor disasters in the area be resolved before the day was over. Below the spreading shadow of monstrous crows and the advance of unnatural vegetation, soldiers hurried to follow his command, their figures dwarfed by the magnitude of the calamity surrounding them. A boot lands heavily on the twisted roots that have overtaken the pavement. "What the hell is with these tree roots?" a soldier complains, stumbling. It makes walking incredibly difficult. The elite Sagittarius squad navigates the treacherous terrain, weapons drawn. Li Jian called out as the approaching group came in a clearer view, his tone calm, but edged with curiosity. He remarked that it was quite the coincidence they also had business with Virgo, then asked what had brought them there. The Sagittarius troop leader turned at the familiar voice, momentarily startled, before replying that their presence stemmed from a recent request received by Sagittarius. The Sagittarius leader went on to explain that their division had received a commission to handle several localized disasters with only a select group of elites. For the time being, he added with a faint, wry smile, they were operating much like mercenaries. The leader continued, explaining that their celestial lord had gone personally to meet with representatives of the Europe Alliance to finalize the details. Hugo stand in a formal chamber, clasping hand with a government official as their agreement was sealed. Jian is incredulous. "Did you really accept the commission without even knowing the details?" The leader admits, "Our celestial lord was the one who accepted it. There's a special circumstance regarding the disaster this time." It was said that this monster had long coveted the divine powers granted to Li Jian's god, driven by envy and hunger for that celestial strength. The Sagittarius leader looked to Jian, his tone cautious yet heavy with meaning, as he asked whether Jian had heard of something called the Blood Fog. At the Europe Alliance Government Assembly Disaster Countermeasures headquarters, a sleek, modern building standing in stark contrast to the ruins outside. Inside, a government official briefs Hugo. As its name suggests, the Blood Fog exudes a crimson fog and devours the soul and vitality of living creatures near it. He explains, showing an image of the monster on a screen. It is estimated to have appeared within the Europe Alliance country around 10 days ago. Hugo sat back in his chair, skepticism clear in his eyes. He questioned why they weren't following standard procedure, gathering the divine cadres to handle the matter, and asked why such a dangerous approach was being taken instead. The official adjusts his glasses, his expression grim. The Blood Fog is known as the subdued disaster to the public. It is something that must not appear again. Hugo challenges him. Is that true even though it has already devoured more than 5,000 people so far? The official laughs, nervously, sweating. The divine cadres stopped counting the numbers a few decades ago, he reveals callously. Hugo leaned forward, pressing the matter further. He demanded to know what Virgo was doing and why Kevin Ajar had yet to act. The official hesitated before revealing that Virgo had, in fact, already made their move. He explains they have mobilized high-ranking divine cadres and numerous troops several times. The official's tone turns dark. Despite their efforts, they have all been annihilated because of the crimson fog exuded by the Blood Fog, which causes intense status abnormalities. Virgo soldiers choking and dying in the red mist. It is the worst match for Virgo, who is specialized in close combat, the official notes. Additionally, he adds, the Virgo Celestial Lord is now dealing with a similar rank disaster in the Northern Sea. It is quite hard for him to return quickly to the sanctuary from his current location. Because of these complications, we are breaking the norm this time round and are seeking help from the other divine cadres, the official explains. The official spreads his arms, concluding his pitch. After looking for several divine cadres, we chose Sagittarius because it is a mercenary divine cadre, which has quite a bit of freedom to move about. The official then revealed his trump card, his tone turning carefully persuasive. He asked whether the Sagittarius Saint was cooperating with Li Jian, adding that the alliance had been deeply impressed by Jian's actions in the Philippines. Finally, he made his request clear, for them to hunt down the Blood Fog on the alliance's behalf. Hugo stares at the official, his expression unreadable but intense. Hugo sensed something sinister beneath the surface, certain the official wasn't telling him the whole truth. Inwardly, Hugo scoffed at the explanation. The proud and arrogant Kevin Ajar would never permit outsiders to interfere in his domain for something like this, he thought. He'd sooner die than allow it. A grim thought crossed Hugo's mind, suspicion tightening his expression. Could those Virgo bastards be planning to use the Blood Fog to eliminate both us and Li Jian? He stands up, his fists clenched. They're definitely up to something here. But despite knowing it's a trap, Hugo sits back down defeated. The official watches him closely. A troubled memory surfaced in the official's mind of a private conversation with his superior. With visible apprehension, he had stammered to ask if it was truly acceptable to involve Sagittarius and Li Jian in the unfolding situation. He had further questioned, with a sense of dread, whether the decision-makers were oblivious to the notorious volatility of the Virgo Celestial Lord's personality. The superior whispering to the official. It is okay, he says. Just tell him that Blood Fog has appeared. Once he hears that name, he won't be able to reject the request. Sagittarius' disciple reveals the tragic truth. The Celestial Lord's wife was lost to the Blood Fog. Jian listened in silence until a detail caught his attention. He asked if the Celestial Lord's wife they mentioned was Chun Jaiwu. The leader gave a firm nod in confirmation, saying that was correct. The leader explains that she is Chun Jaiwu, Hugo Otter's wife, as well as Yuha and Sungji's mother. They only met after Li Jian got trapped in the Demon Tower, so Li Jian has never met her. Yaren's voice softened as she went on with the story. She explained that while Chun Jiawu had tried to protect Sung Jae from the blood fog, both she and the first disciple, a divine cadre captain, had lost their lives in the process. Jian's expression darkened as he asked quietly if that first disciple was Li Jae-won. Yaren confirms it. Did you know him? Jian replies, of course I did. Jae-won used to carry stuff for us 20 years ago, behind me and Hugo. To think the porter became a divine cadre captain. Jian looks down, saddened. This explains why Hugo avoided talking about his family, he realizes. I can't believe Hugo went through something like that. In a flashback, he sees himself teasing Hugo about divorce, now realizing how insensitive he was. Jian frowned thoughtfully before asking what kind of disaster the blood fog truly was. Then, almost as an afterthought, he muttered that Hugo wasn't the man he used to be, that all his fooling around had only made him weaker. He recalls the past, training with Hugo. I know how good Hugo is since I taught him how to fight. Jian's tone hardened as he spoke, recalling the past. He said that when Hugo had been at his prime, he was someone Jian had trusted to guard his back. Was he really expected to believe that a man like that had been brought down by some disaster he'd never even heard of? Among 12 saints shows Hugo standing tall among them. Jian's confirms that the past Hugo was one of the strongest among the 12 saints. Jian's gaze sharpened, his patience wearing thin as he demanded the truth. He ordered them to tell him exactly what Hugo had gone through. The leader sighs. It is not an easy topic to talk about, but since it is you, I will tell you. The squad gathers around to listen. The leader begins the story. The horrifying incident happened 10 years ago on Sungji's 7th birthday. Chun Jiawu spoke enthusiastically into the phone. She affectionately confirmed to her husband, Hugo, that she had just arrived in Korea, exclaiming that it had been almost 2 years since they had last returned to the country. Sung Jae let out a small yawn and stretched. Meanwhile, Chun Jiawu's voice carried over the phone. She said she was close to completing the anti-disaster prototypes, thanks to Li Jian research notes and weapon blueprints Hugo had passed along to her. Chun Jiawu is on the phone with Hugo, laughing. Sung Jae even came out to fetch me in the middle of the night. I almost cried because I was so touched. He made it to the airport thanks to Jae-won, who went through all that trouble. Standing beside Jiawu was Li Jae-won, still carrying the bright energy of his younger days. With a cheerful laugh, he assured her that he was fine and added that young Master Sung Jae had been eager to see his mother as quickly as possible. In the waiting area, Sung Ji's stomach growls. Mom, I'm hungry, he complains. Jiawu smiled softly and asked if that was so, then pointed toward a nearby McDoria restaurant, suggesting they grab a burger from there. Before she could move, Jae-won quickly offered to go instead, insisting she stay behind with the young master while he picked them up. Jiawu thanked Jae-won with a warm, sincere voice before he turned to leave. As Jae-won walked away, faint murmurs from nearby passers-by reached Sung Jae's ears, brushing against the edge of his attention. One of the passers-by muttered an apology to someone, calling him brother. Nearby, 2 men were locked in a heated argument. One of them scolded the other sharply, demanding if he understood what he had just done, his voice edged with anger. He reminded the man that he had told him to hold on to it, not to release it here. The other man's face grew pale as he stammered in panic, insisting he hadn't known it would turn out this way. The first man cut him off with a harsh command, warning him to stay quiet and run while they still could. His voice trembled with urgency as he shouted that if they delayed any longer, they would die too. Without another word, both men broke into a frantic sprint, their footsteps echoing as fear drove them away. Back at the seats, Jiawu suggests to Sung Jae, let's wait here since Jae-won said he'll buy the burgers. Without warning, the lights began to flicker, once, twice, each pulse sharper and more unnerving than the last, as if the room itself were struggling to breathe. Then the lights died altogether, plunging everything into absolute darkness. Jiawu's head snapped upward, a sharp breath escaping as his eyes strained against the void, searching for even the faintest trace of light. Outside, the airport lay swallowed by darkness, every terminal and runway buried beneath the shadow of a blood-red sky. The air grew thick, heavy with an unseen tension, and in that instant, the world seemed to hold its breath, as if something terrible had just awakened. A ripple of panic spread through the travelers as voices rose in confusion. People glanced around anxiously, demanding to know what was happening and why the lights had gone out. Amid the growing murmur, one man's voice cut through the dark, questioning how an airport could lose all power in the middle of the night. Sung Jae pressed himself against his mother, his small voice trembling as he told her the lights had gone out. Beneath their feet, something began to gather, a faint, red mist seeping across the floor, thickening with each passing second like a living stain. Jae-won stood frozen, the bag of burgers slipping slightly in his grip as he glanced back toward the waiting area. The question formed in his mind, what was happening? But the words never made it past his lips. A sudden, piercing chill crept up his spine, stealing his breath. His eyes widened as dread took hold, instinct warning him that something unspeakable was drawing near. Beyond the wide glass panes of the terminal, something vast was watching. Enormous red eyes filled the window, its gaze unblinking and alien as thorn-covered vines writhed across the blood-colored sky behind it. Jae-woo's stomach dropped as the scale of it all sank in. This wasn't a nightmare. Turning to Jae-won, she managed to speak, her voice low and strained, saying that things had just turned really bad. The bag of burgers drops to the floor, spilling its contents. The glass exploded inward with a deafening crack as the blood fog, a towering titan of destruction, forced its way into the terminal. Shards rained across the floor like deadly rain, and the air was instantly swallowed by crimson haze. Pandemonium erupted. Jae-won shouted their names, reaching through the chaos for Jae-woo and Sung Jae, but the world around him was already dissolving into a nightmare of red mist, screaming metal, and ruin. Chun Jae-woo shields her son, Sung Jae. Debris rains down around them. She looks up in terror as a shadow falls over them, her arms locked protectively around the boy's head. The blood-fogged disaster tears through the airport. In a final, desperate act of self-sacrifice, Jae-won fling Jae-woo and Sung Jae away from the encroaching doom. As the colossal, crimson jaws of the calamity loomed overhead to consume them, he ensured their safety by forcefully pulling them out of the monster's trajectory. Consequently, while the two were flung clear of danger, Jae-won himself plummeted directly into the abyss. Sung Jae screams out for Jae-won, his face streaked with tears and blood. His mom holds him back, screaming in anguish as they witness the horror unfolding before them. Lee Jae-won looks back at them one last time. Despite the massive maw of the beast closing around him, he offers a thumbs up and a brave smile, trying to reassure the child even as he faces his death. Sung Jae stares out. Tears flow like a river, dilated with malice. Jae-woo covers Sung Jae's eyes with her hand. "Don't look," she screams. She presses his face into her hand, shielding him from the gruesome sight of Jae-won being devoured. A wet, sickening crunch resounded through the haze as the creature's massive jaws clamped shut. The sound lingered, heavy and final. Thick strands of blood and saliva slid down its lips, glistening in the dim light, as it swallowed its victim in a single, grotesque motion. The airport stood in ruins, its once bright terminals reduced to jagged outlines swallowed by smoke and flame. Firelight flickered across the shattered glass and twisted metal, painting the wreckage in shades of red and black. The calamity moved through what remained like a living storm, wild, relentless, and beyond comprehension. Somewhere amid the chaos, a single terrified voice rose, crying out that it was a catastrophe, that the thing had devoured a person whole. Armed police on the ground stare up in paralyzed fear. A massive tentacle whips through the air. "Contact the Divine Cadre immediately," a captain orders, his voice cracking with panic. Jae-woo drags Sung Jae into a crevice between the roots of the monster, hiding in the shadows. "Mom," Sung Jae stammers. "Don't touch my mother," he fiercely whispers, his eyes wide with desperation. She scooped him in her arms and ran, her breath ragged as every step echoed through the shattered terminal. Behind them, the monster surged forward, its enormous eye tracking their every movement with terrifying precision. Then came the roar, deep, colossal, and earth-shaking, rolling through the ruins like thunder that promised nothing but destruction. A massive explosion of dust and debris erupts behind them as the monster smashes the ground where they just stood. All around them, voices blurred into a frantic chorus of terror. People cried out, shouting for help, for someone to save them, their words breaking into sobs as the world collapsed piece by piece. The air was thick with fear, every scream merging into the sound of ruin as the ground trembled beneath their feet. Jiawoo pushed Sung Jae toward the wrecked car, her face pale but determined. Her voice cut through the noise as she shouted for him to listen carefully. He had to hide inside the vehicle, she told him, and wait there until his father came. She tries to keep her voice steady for his sake. "Think of it as playing hide and seek," she says. "Make sure you don't get caught by the monster. When your father comes, he will take care of it in an instant." She managed a faint smile, one steeped in both love and unbearable sorrow. Her voice softened as she spoke, telling him that until then, until his father came, her dear Sung Jae would have to wait. Tears streaked down her face as she choked out her final plea, begging him to promise that he would be brave and wait for his father. Before the words had even faded, a monstrous tentacle coiled around her neck, its surface slick and pulsating, tightening with a strength that stole her breath and cut her voice short. Sung Jae cried out, his voice breaking as he screamed for his mother. The sound tore through the chaos, raw and helpless, just as the darkness closed. Sungji's internal monologue reveals his deepest regrets. "I just wanted to see my mom as soon as possible." A memory of a happy birthday party surfaces. A 7-year-old Sung Jae stands on a chair, surrounded by smiling adults. "I just want to talk about fun stuff because it had been a while since we all gathered." Sung Jae sits in the car, sobbing uncontrollably. He buries his face in his hands. "It's all because of me," he cries. "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Mr. Jovon." Outside the shattered car, the red vines of the blood fog slithered across the pavement, their movements deliberate and unsettling. They crept closer, weaving around the vehicle until it stood encircled, trapped within a living cage that pulsed like a predator ready to strike. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from above, cutting through the gloom. A massive pillar of fire crashes down, incinerating the vines and blasting a crater into the street. Hugo Otters, the Sagittarius saint, stands amidst the flames. His body is wreathed in fire, his eyes glowing with fury. "Are you all right?" he shouts. Sung Jae looks out the window, tears in his eyes. "Dad!" Hugo stands barefoot on the scorching ground, looking like an avenging god. Hugo rushed to the window, his voice tight with worry as he called out, asking if Sung Jae was hurt. Through the glass, he saw Sung Jae in tears, sobbing as he cried out desperately for his father. Through his tears, Sung Jae wails the names of his lost mom and Jowon. Hugo freezes, the flames around him flickering as the words hit him like a physical blow. Hugo looks at his own hand, trembling slightly. "I'm too late," he whispers, realizing the truth. He places a hand on the car door, facing his son. The shadow over his eyes hides his grief, but his posture screams of suppressed rage. A ring of fire erupts around him as he steps onto the corrupted ground. He lifted his gaze toward the towering blood-fogged disaster, fury radiating from every inch of him. In an instant, his entire body flared with a blazing aura, the light crackling with raw power. His voice tore through the air as he screamed in rage, words soaked with pure hatred. Hugo launches himself into the air, a streak of fire cutting through the red mist. He reaches the back of the monster. There he sees a grotesque sight, a massive, bulbous sack on the creature's back, filled with hundreds of unblinking eyes. Hugo realizes that the people it killed are trapped within the huge tree-like structure on its back. Amid the writhing mass of trapped souls, his gaze fixed on a familiar face. Chun Jaiwu was entangled within the creature's flesh, her eyes closed in an eerie stillness that resembled sleep. The sight struck Hugo like a blade, and he cried out her name in anguish, his voice echoing through the chaos. He forces himself to stop. Calm down, he thinks. There might still be a way to save her. I can pull her out. He reaches toward her, desperate to reclaim his wife from the beast. He shouted for her to wait, promising he would free her in no time. But just as he reached out, a vast shadow swept over him, blotting out the light and freezing him mid-motion. The creature's head pulsed with a sudden surge of power before releasing a burst of high-speed energy aimed straight at Hugo. The air distorted around the blast as it tore through the space between them. Hugo grunts, thrown off balance by the surprise attack. His face engulfed in flames, he roars at the new enemy. Don't get in my way. As Hugo battled against the blood fog, faint voices began to seep into his mind, broken, pleading whispers that begged for help, for salvation. The cries tangled together until they became unbearable, each one echoing with despair. When he looked up, he saw them, the faces of the lost, etched into the monster's pulsing flesh, their twisted expressions of agony staring back at him. The sight tore at his focus, dragging him into their suffering even as the creature pressed its attack. He hears a specific voice pleading for help. He turns, his eyes widening in horror. Taking advantage of his distraction, a massive tentacle spears Hugo through the chest. He coughs up blood, impaled midair. The blood fog let out a guttural, rasping sound that almost formed words, its voice trembling through the air like a low growl. It taunted him, remarking that he looked delicious, someone blessed with a god's power, ripe and tasty. As it spoke, thick crimson vines coiled around Hugo's body, their grip tightening with a slow, deliberate hunger. The monster's voice deepened, vibrating through the air as it promised to devour him whole. Its vines surged with crushing strength, wrapping tighter until Hugo felt his divine power being ripped away, consumed by the creature's greed. The force was unbearable. Bones creaked under the pressure, light drained from his body, and a raw scream tore from his throat as his power was siphoned into the hungry, pulsing mass. Inside the car, Sung Jae presses his face against the glass, screaming for his dad as he watches his father being crushed. Suddenly, golden geometric shapes slash through the air, cutting the darkness. A massive lightning bolt strikes the monster from above. The creature shrieks in pain as the heavens open up on it. Hugo falls from the monster's grasp, freed by the attack. Glowing bubbles float down gently, carrying the civilians who had been trapped. They land safely on the ground. A voice echoed from above, dripping with scorn as it mocked Hugo's condition. The words cut through the air, sneering at the pitiful state he had fallen into. Hey Eyes, the Gemini saint, descends, her hands glowing with purple magic. I have taken out the people who were stuck in the tree with my magic, she announces. The cavalry has arrived. Hey Eyes, along with Stephen Marker and Yang Wei, descend upon the battlefield. We will attack the disaster, they declare. Hugo lay sprawled across the dented hood of a car, his body battered and streaked with blood. Blinking through the haze, he lifted his head in confusion and asked why they were there, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Haley, the Scorpio saint, descended beside him in a swift motion, her presence steady amid the chaos. She asked if he was all right, concern breaking through her composed voice. Hugo stared at her in disbelief, his breath catching as he demanded to know why she was there too. Haley moved to support him, steadying his weight with a firm grip as she spoke. She explained that she had rushed to gather reinforcements after hearing about the powerful disaster's appearance. A faint edge crept into her tone as she added that they hadn't come out of goodwill. They were only here to keep the disaster from spreading into their own territories. The reinforcements launch a coordinated assault. Stephen charges up his physical strength. Ares Saint prepares a curse, and Hey Eyes readies a spell. Let's end this in one go. Hey Eyes unleashes a gravity spell, crushing the space around the monster. The Ares Saint creates powerful mana blades, and Steven delivers an electrifying punch. This violence is music to my ears. Steven shouts, "Go all out." Explosions of magic and force tear into the Blood Fog disaster. In a terrifying display of dominance, the Blood Fog countering the Saint's offensive, unhinging its massive jaws to reveal a dark abyss. The creature created an overwhelming vacuum. Instead of striking true, the combined energy attack of the Saints was caught in the vortex. The beam of light was violently twisted from its path and relentlessly sucked down into the monster's gaping mouth, swallowing the assault whole. Haley helps the injured Hugo walk away from the blast zone. Both look exhausted but relieved. However, the monster's eye snaps open, glowing with renewed power. Steven looks back, stunned. "What the hell is happening?" he asks, realizing the monster devoured their attacks. The monster's flesh knits itself back together. It's regenerating. Steven curses. The Blood Fog fully reforms, looming over the tiny figures of the Saints. It roars, a wall of sound and pressure that blows them back. Steven shouted at Hey Eyes to deploy the barrier, his voice strained with desperation. Hey Eyes, already drenched in sweat, snapped back that she was just about to do it, her hands trembling as he worked under the mounting pressure. She casts Magic Barrier. A purple dome of energy erects around them, just as the monster strikes. The monster slams its massive body against the barrier. The shield cracks under the immense weight and power. Beyond the barrier, the city was being devoured by a wave of expanding red energy, the disaster spreading like wildfire across the ruins. Cracks shimmered through the protective dome as its glow flickered. The barrier was beginning to fail. Hey Eyes fought to keep the spell intact, her jaw clenched and sweat beading along her brow as the strain mounted. She admitted through gritted teeth that the barrier would not hold much longer at this rate. A sudden burst of golden light tore through the darkened sky, illuminating the battlefield below. From within the radiance, a massive spectral hand emerged, clutching a perfectly balanced scale that shimmered with divine authority. A resonant voice echoed through the air, announcing the activation of the skill, Golden Rules Branches. The golden construct descended from the heavens with staggering force, its radiant form slamming into the ground and pinning the monster beneath it. The creature's energy recoiled on impact, its violent surge instantly neutralized beneath the weight of the divine power. From the heart of the golden light, a woman descended gracefully, her presence serene, yet commanding from the wreckage like a goddess, her gaze unwavering as she asked in a calm, measured voice what they thought they were doing. Giselle Lawrence, the Libra saint, hovered above them, her expression composed yet edged with cold disdain. Her gaze swept over the group as she remarked that saints of their caliber should not be so easily shaken by a mere disaster. Hugo's voice faltered as he spoke her name, disbelief written across his face. He turned to Haley, demanding to know if she had summoned the Libra saint as well. Haley quickly shook her head, insisting that she had only called the other three. Giselle's eyes glow with golden mana as she analyzes the creature. The monster flinches under her gaze. Giselle issued a sharp command to Gemini, ordering her to use teleport to hurl the disaster away. Hey Eyes blinked in disbelief, her voice rising in shock as she demanded what Giselle had just said. Giselle's tone turned cold and precise as she explained that they had all seen how the creature absorbed their attacks. She stated that defeating it now was impossible. It could steal their powers, just as it had done to Sagittarius. To prevent that, we will teleport it far away, she orders. I don't care if you send it deep underground or into boiling lava. Giselle's voice carried an unyielding authority as she issued her next command. To prevent the creature from absorbing any more power, she ordered them to teleport it as far away as possible. Her tone hardened as she added that it didn't matter where, whether deep underground or into molten lava. Hey Eyes protested, her voice tight with frustration. arguing that if they sent the creature away, it would only resurface later. Giselle met her objection with detached indifference, replying that it didn't matter. What mattered was that it would no longer be here. Hugo staggered forward, one hand pressed against his chest, his voice breaking with desperation as he shouted in defiance. He cried out that the creature had devoured human souls. The people they had rescued were nothing but empty bodies now. His voice trembled with fury as he insisted they had to destroy the monster if they wanted to reclaim those lost souls. There could be more people whose bodies are stuck inside, he argues. I will help out as well. Let's take it down properly. Blood trailed from the corner of Hugo's mouth as he straightened, his body trembling but his eyes blazing with resolve. Through ragged breaths, he declared that he could still fight. Giselle ignores him completely. She glows with power, enforcing her will. The monster's eye widens in fear as it senses the incoming displacement. Giselle stood at the center of a radiant storm, golden chains of light coiling around her like celestial bindings, the unmistakable manifestation of Libra's authority. With measured grace, she raised her hand and began to cast the spell. Giselle's voice rang out sharply, cutting through the chaos. She commanded them to act at once, urging Gemini to use her teleportation before it was too late. The space around the monster begins to warp and crack. The creature screeches, realizing it is being banished. Heiai screams in exertion as she activates the mass teleportation skill. Hugo lunged forward, his arm outstretched as a raw, desperate scream tore from his throat. The cry of no echoed through the air, carrying every ounce of his anguish as he pleaded for them to stop. A blinding flash of white light engulfed the monster, swallowing its form in an instant. Then, a clear system message echoed in the aftermath. Teleportation was a success. When the light faded, silence settled over the ruins, leaving Hugo standing alone amid the devastation, the weight of his failure pressing down on him. A somber reflection on the past. On that fateful day, the world turned its back on one man. Hugo Otters, the Sagittarius saint, bore the full weight of public scorn, while the other saints, who merely banished the disaster to an unknown location, were hailed as heroes. Hugo was left to shoulder the blame for the failure alone. A news broadcast fills the screen, the anchor's expression grave. "We are reporting on the Blood Fog incident," she announces. Behind her, footage plays of a city engulfed in smoke and destruction. The Chiron reads, "Blood Fog incident. 10's dead." The report continues. Early this morning, the blood fog that decimated the airport was finally stopped by the saints. An image displays the victorious silhouettes of the divine leaders waving to the crowds. However, the anchor notes, until those saints appeared, a significant number of people were injured. Giselle Lawrence, the Libra saint, is shown giving an interview amidst a flurry of camera flashes. She speaks with a practiced, detached air. "We simply did what we were supposed to do," she claims, feigning humility, though we are upset that we weren't able to reduce the number of victims further. The streets, where the public's reaction to Sagittarius is violent and unforgiving. Angry citizens pump their fists in the rain, screaming criticisms. The reporter explains that Sagittarius, responsible for protecting Korea, is being harshly criticized not only for failing to stop the disaster, but for incurring more victims through inadequate handling of the situation. Two civilians being interviewed, their words dripping with disdain. One mentions hearing that Hugo couldn't even protect his own family and got injured himself. They conclude that he is too incompetent, which is why the people can no longer trust him. The atmosphere is heavy with grief. After apologizing to the country, Hugo Otters visits the group memorial altar for the victims. He stands alone on a podium, bowing deeply in a gesture of profound shame and penance. Rain pours down on the outdoor memorial service. Hugo stands silently before the altar, his head bowed. Despite his presence to pay respects, the reporter notes that throughout the service, the citizens kept throwing harsh criticisms at him. A grieving family member screams at Hugo's back. She yells that they trusted him to protect them and demands to know what the hell he was doing before the other saints arrived. She cries out that her family members died because of him. The crowd surges forward, held back by riot police. Their faces are twisted with hate and sorrow. They shout, asking how he dares to appear there. Hugo stands motionless, absorbing their rage. The screams intensify, becoming desperate pleas. The families claw at the air, begging him to bring their loved ones back alive. The demand echoes repeatedly. Bring my family back alive. The scene cuts to a sleek, modern living room where the news is being watched on a large screen. Stephen uses a remote to turn the TV off, stating he can't watch it anymore. The room is occupied by several saints. Haley asks Stephen Marker, the Leo saint, why he turned it off, saying she was watching it just fine. The group lounges on expensive furniture, insulated from the chaos outside. Stephen sits with his arms crossed, looking annoyed. He asks if the public really has to go after Sagittarius like that. Sophie Marty, the Aquarius saint, sits beside him, agreeing that the backlash is indeed too much, though her tone suggests mild pity rather than outrage. Yang Wei, the Aries saint, files his nails unbothered. He remarks that while it is unfortunate, someone had to be responsible for the victims. He suggests looking at the positive side. If Sagittarius's influence is affected, it will be easier for the other divine cadres to enter the Korean market. Ivan Kruger, the Taurus saint, stands on the stairs with a drink, watching the saints. He chuckles darkly, mocking Stephen. He points out that Stephen looked so good waving at the citizens earlier, and asks if he is starting to feel pricked by his conscience now. Ivan turns, a smug grin on his face. He calls Sagittarius foolish and a half-wit, claiming Hugo was made a fool of because he didn't possess any royal divine artifacts. Ivan continues his arrogance, stating that if Hugo wasn't capable enough, he should have just asked them for help from the beginning. Jean-Louis Morin leans against a wall and corrects Ivan. He tells the Taurus saint that what he just said was wrong. Jean-Louis explains with a sinister expression that Hugo isn't a half-wit, but a quarter-wit, revealing that the blood fog had already taken away half of Hugo's powers during the fight. Ivan bursts into laughter at the correction, admitting he said the wrong thing. In the foreground, Stephen Marker clenches his fists, veins popping in anger at their callousness, while Sophie looks on silently. Stephen stands up abruptly and left the room in frustration, pulling Sophie with him, startling her. He yells that this is damn frustrating and storms out of the room. Sophie, murmuring that she wonders if Hugo is all right. Stephen, looking out at the rain, remarks that they will have to observe Hugo for a while. Stephen turns to her, asking a pointed question. He asks if she wasn't jealous of Chun Jaiwoo, Hugo's wife. He admits he is surprised she is reacting with such concern right now, given her history. She looks at her reflection in the glass. She admits openly that, of course, she hates Chun Jaiwoo. Her expression softens into melancholy. She clarifies that while she hates the woman, she didn't want this fate for her. Stephen sighs heavily, crossing his arms. Sophie's face filled with complicated emotions. Stephen looks out at the rain-soaked city. He says that while he feels bad for Hugo, he feels even worse for the kids involved. The rain continues to fall on the three figures standing before the building: Hugo, his aide, and another official. Reporters, undeterred by the weather or the mood, snap photos aggressively. They shout questions, asking Hugo to share how he is feeling and if he feels sorry toward the citizens who are criticizing him. A reporter shoves a microphone into Hugo's face, demanding to know when he intends to hold the funeral for the families. Hugo looks down, his face a mask of pain. Another reporter yells about rumors. They claim the victims have been sent to a hospital under Scorpio, Tail Hospital, to cover up the incident and demand an explanation. Hugo's aides block the press, pushing through the crowd. They announce that Hugo will explain everything during a press conference later that day. They state he is on his way to visit the patients now and ask for no further questions. Inside the hospital corridor, Hugo walks with a heavy slump to his shoulders. He asks his aide, Yeren, where Jae-won is. The gruesome reality of the battlefield. Jae-won's body hangs from the mouth of the slain monster, dripping with slime. Yeren explains that because they discovered his body much later, they're still transporting him to the hospital. She notes that the disaster reportedly vomited the victims it couldn't swallow before it met Hugo. She realizes the grim truth. Yeren said they probably only found him so late because the Divine Cadre captain was likely the last one to get eaten. He orders that once Jawan arrives, he and the others must be moved to the ICU. He expresses gratitude that Haley allowed them to use her hospital out of goodwill. Yeren stops walking, tears welling up in her eyes. She trembles with emotion. She shouts at Hugo, calling him saint. She insists there is no need for him to take on all the blame. She reminds him that he lost his family too and that he fought the disaster as well. She begs him not to keep quiet and to tell the whole world what really happened. Hugo stops, but doesn't turn around. He recounts his belief that people could have been saved. He insists that if the blood fog was captured, they could get the souls back. He says, yeah, there's a way to save them. Yeren argues back, tears streaming down her face. She explains that telling the victims' families they didn't die, their souls were stolen, we just need to capture the fog, acts as torture. She tells him that giving them hope without promises is cruel. Hugo stands in the dark hallway, sweating and looking broken. The questions haunt him. Who? When? How? With what methods? He admits he lost almost all his powers. He acknowledges that even the other saints weren't able to find a way to deal with the disaster. He recalls Hei's casting the teleportation spell. He admits that is why there was no other choice but to send the disaster to an unknown location. Yeren grabs his arm, pleading with him. She asks who among the saints would risk their own powers and life to fight the disaster just to get back the victims' souls. She questions if they could even win. She points out that despite this, Hugo is being hated by everyone right now, even though he didn't do anything wrong. Hugo gently pulled away, his expression shadowed with guilt. When she began to ask why, her voice trembling, he stopped her with quiet resolve. He admitted that there was no mistake. He bore the blame for what had happened. He stands apart from her, staring at the floor. He confesses that it is because he was weak that he couldn't protect them. He admits he wasn't able to keep his promise with Jian to protect Korea. He accepts the hatred, saying there is nothing he can say no matter what the criticisms are. He turns to her, forcing a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. He says he knows it is frustrating, but he needs to bear it. He thanks Yeren for worrying about him. He then says he needs to go to Jaiwa now, worried because only Sung Jae and Yuha are there. Yeren watches him walk away, whispering Celestial Lord, as tears fall down her face. Suddenly a hand reached out to Yeren. She saw Stephen next to her, with his hand on her shoulder. He explains to Yeren that the reason Hugo moved the victims to the hospital instead of holding a funeral was because he believed they might wake up. But he admits there is no way to save those people right now. The room is filled with unconscious patients. Stephen states he won't give up on them, because the moment he gives up on saving these victims, it would be the same as giving up on his wife and the Divine Cadre captain. Hugo walks alone down a dark hallway, carrying the weight of his hope. He arrives at the door to Ward 808 again. He reaches for the handle. Sung Jae called out for his mom. Sung Jae face shadowed. As Sung Jae whispers, "I'm sorry." Young Sung Jae huddled in a hospital chair, knees pulled to his chest. He thinks to himself, if I didn't whine about being hungry. Sung Jae is whining for food in a chair, while his mom looked concerned. He thinks if they had left the airport immediately, his mother and Uncle Jae-won would have been fine. He curls up tighter in the chair. He believes his dad could have defeated the disaster and everyone would have been safe. Tears stream down his face as he sobs, apologizing over and over, believing it is all his fault. Hugo hand reaches for the door handle from the outside. Sung Jae cries out, "Mom." He stands outside the door, tears streaming down his face, biting his lip to keep from sobbing aloud. He is unable to enter. Present day, Hugo realizes that at that time, he should have told Sung Jae, who blamed himself, that it wasn't his fault. But he admits he couldn't show his son the side of him breaking down. At the campfire with Lee Jian, Hugo sits with his head down. He tells Jian that he thinks Sung Jae still believes it is his fault. The group of disciples crying around the fire, moved by the story. Bathed in the warm glow of the campfire, Jian thoughtfully mused aloud, questioning if he had perhaps overstepped by asking something unnecessary. Sitting across the flickering flames, Hugo dismissed the concern, solemnly admitting that it was a truth he would have been compelled to reveal to Jian eventually. Hugo, trying to smile, admits he was flustered when Jian asked about the past immediately after arriving. Jian tells Capricorn to stop crying because it's annoying, while Capricorn wails that the tears just keep coming. Hugo expression serious and determined. He declares that in any case, now that the blood fog has appeared again, they need to resolve the old debt. Hugo sits by the fire, looking up at his friend. He vows to destroy it once and for all this time. Hugo faces intense resolve. He swears he will make sure of it. Elsewhere, in the ruins of the city, the blood fog monster looms. The monster reveals it senses the remaining powers of the sun god, Sagittarius, have come to it. The monster's massive eye glows in the darkness. It notes that since the snake god's power, Jian/Ophiuchus, has come to this place as well. The monster rises, a terrifying silhouette against the destroyed skyline. It declares, "I will swallow." The blood fog fully manifested, a demonic entity of roots and malice. It finishes its thought, both the city and them. The city streets a hellscape of fire and twisting roots, where the Sagittarius elite troops clashed fiercely with Crow. Root monstrosities as flames licked the buildings and glowing arrows carved through the encroaching vines. Hugo Otters standing in the chaos, his coat billowing as he sharply ordered his troops to gather the new disasters into one place and burn them all so that none would survive to cause trouble later. In the middle of the carnage, a disciple approached Hugo with almost comical politeness, offering him a can of soda and asking him to drink while commanding, leaving Hugo bewildered as he still accepted the drink. As he took a sip to refresh himself on the battlefield, Hugo noticed more disciples closing in with the same earnest concern in their eyes, all intent on taking care of him despite the ongoing fight. Another disciple stepped forward with a box of premium chocolates, insisting that Hugo eat to keep his energy up, and Hugo, sweating from the awkwardness more than the heat, could only stammer an uncertain thanks. Soon it turned into a flood, with soldiers swarming him from every direction, arms full of snacks and treats, their devoted smiles leaving Hugo literally running out of hands to hold everything. The gifts piled onto him in a shower of candy, sweets, and energy bars until he struggled under the weight, forcing out a shaky thank you as he was completely overwhelmed by their sudden affection. Hugo asked them what was wrong with them, wondering if it was because he had shared his story of suffering earlier, but the soldiers cheerfully denied it, insisting they just wanted to give him presents and promising to widen the search radius as they left him buried in snacks. Li Jian then appeared beside the mountain of loot, casually ripping open a bag of chocolates with his teeth and telling Hugo to just eat what they were giving, while Hugo sighed as Jian happily devoured the tribute. Jian paused mid-chew when a voice reached his ear, and he immediately recognized it as Raylikin's, speaking directly into his mind. Raylikin told him she had just finished speaking with Sung Jae and wanted to update him on what she had learned, asking if he was free to talk. Jian's expression hardened as he asked what Sung Jae was doing, and the scene shifted to show the standing before an imposing structure. Within the Gemini jurisdiction, Sung Jae stood inside a grand glowing archway, breathing a relieved sigh as he realized he had successfully entered the Gemini Magic Library's secret library. He clenched his fist, his determination clear, as he focused on the specific knowledge he had risked everything to obtain in that forbidden place. His gaze burned as he fixed on his true goal, Spirit Invocation, the forbidden magic said to summon beings from other worlds. He remembered the choice that bound him there, recalling how he had told his uncle he would leave Gemini, yet had stayed solely because this one spell kept him in the lion's den. The nature of the skill spun through his mind, a terrifying power that could tear through the barrier between dimensions. Heart-pounding, Sung Jae clutched his chest and reasoned that if the skill could call beings from other worlds, then it might also be able to call back a human soul. A painful image of his mother, Chun Jaiwoo, Lying comatose in a hospital bed filled his thoughts, and he reminded himself of how desperately he wanted to do anything he could to save her. He thought of his Uncle Jawan, wrapped in bandages and broken, and was driven by guilt and the need to help the two people who had lost their souls while protecting him. With fierce resolve, Sung Jae swore that he would reclaim all of their souls, and the souls of everyone else sacrificed on that tragic day. His conversation with Raylikin, showing her surrounded by magical energy as she listened to his desperate plea. Raylikin lifted her hand, purple mana coiling around her arm as she granted him the authority he needed to proceed. A system notification confirmed the authorization to enter the secret library with the Fairy Queen's authority, and Sung Jae brightened with gratitude as he thanked Raylikin. She regarded him with gentle sympathy, acknowledging that sharing his story must have been difficult and telling him not to push himself too hard before vanishing into a portal. Left alone in the vast, silent library, Sung Jae stared up at the towering shelves and told himself that this rare chance could not be wasted. He reached for the World Tree's Grimoire, SS, only for a system prompt to block him, stating the loan cost and contribution points, his current balance, and suggesting that divine artifacts could be offered to make up the difference. Looking down at his wrist, he made a quick decision and removed the bracelet Yuha had given him for his birthday, declaring that he would donate it to the Divine Cadre. The bracelet dissolved into energy as the system confirmed the donation and the large point gain, and with just enough to spare, he managed to loan the World Tree's Grimoire, leaving his remaining points barely above zero. The book glowed in his hands as he opened it, and a system message stated that the knowledge inside was being poured directly into his mind. Runes and magical glyphs swirled around him like a storm of light, and he cried out as the torrent of information crashed into his consciousness. Desperately turning through the radiant pages, he finally found what he sought on page 1467, Spirit Invocation, Conversation with the Dead. As he focused on the spell, a shadow fell over him. Someone was watching from the darkness between the towering shelves. Without warning, a force yanked the grimoire from his hands, and Sung Jae gasped in shock as it was stolen away. A smug voice remarked on the difficulty of the book, and a man stepped out from the shadows with the grimoire casually in his grasp. Sung Jae glared at the intruder, immediately recognizing him as Yoon Sherwoo. Sherwoo held the book with arrogant ease and sneered, mocking Sung Jae for appearing in such a place when he had not shown himself during Gemini's earlier chaos. Pressed for time, Sung Jae lunged forward and snapped that he could not afford to waste a single moment, demanding the book's return. Sherwoo pretended innocence, questioning why Sung Jae was so upset before lightly agreeing that he would give the book back. With a playful flick of his wrist, he used magic to split the grimoire into multiple floating copies and taunted Sung Jae by asking which one was real. Blue flames surged from Sung Jae's body as his patience finally broke, and he growled in fury at Sherwoo's cruel game. Sherwoo laughed and feigned fear, claiming Sung Jae was only acting bold because he had Lee Jian behind him. Then he produced a necklace with a scale-shaped pendant, and smirked as he implied that Sung Jae's father and uncle were on the verge of being torn apart. Back at the raid site, Hugo and Jian were sitting on a tree outcrop as Hugo calmly knocked an arrow and aimed toward the sky. He released a brilliant arrow of light that shot upward, piercing through the clouds. The arrow burst into a massive flare that illuminated the battlefield. A disciple announced that it was the signal to return for the day. Another remarked that he disliked fighting disasters in the dead of night. The command to return echoed out to all disaster search teams, and a communications officer began calling roll, asking Group A to respond first. The leader of Group A touched his temple and calmly reported that Group A was all good. The officer then contacted Group B, and a hooded figure confirmed that Group B was also all good. When the officer called out for Group C, the radio answered only with static and silence. He tried again, his voice tight with unease. Then came the sight, just a bloodied hand jutting from the rubble, and a boot attached to a corpse ensnared in red roots. The officer's tone became strained as he repeated the call, but deep down, he already knew no one was left to answer. A static-ridden whisper finally answered, begging for help and pleading to be saved, and the officer's eyes widened in horror as a chilling, inhuman rasp followed over the comms. Moments later, a massive surge of energy erupted from the ground with a deafening blast, drawing the officer's startled gaze. Li Jian was already seated on a nearby ledge, his eyes glowing eerily in the darkness as he watched. Both Jian and Hugo felt the atmosphere twist at the same time, sensing that something terrifying had awakened. Hugo's grip tightened around his bow until the veins in his hand bulged. Jian whispered his name, telling him to calm down. Hugo began to lose control as flames exploded from his body in response to his rage, and Jian warned him that he was pushing his power too far. Jian fixed him with a stern gaze and told him to keep his mind clear, saying he should let anger fuel his strength but never allow it to consume him. Hugo sucked in a deep breath and pressed a hand to his face, admitting that he wanted the same thing, but that it was much easier said than done, before promising that he would try. Jian looked down at the streets below, now completely swallowed by writhing red tentacles, and declared that this was revenge 10 years in the making, warning everyone to brace themselves. The scene shifted to a quiet street under the dome, where a solemn statue of Virgo stood watch. An elderly man in a cap looked up, confused by something drifting through the air above him. Red petals, or strange energy flakes, fell from the sky like an eerie imitation of autumn leaves, and as the man wondered if it was already fall, the ground behind him split open and a massive tentacle vines burst forth. The tentacles slammed into the street with crushing force, and outside the dome, Hugo and Jian heard the rumble. Hugo questioned the noise while Jian realized in shock that it was coming from inside the dome. Outside, the city lay under siege as enormous tentacles towered the saints, ripping up streets and pulverizing buildings. The devastation was total, with the tentacles thrashing uncontrollably and crushing everything unlucky enough to be in their path. More and more tentacles surged upward, transforming the city into a nightmarish jungle of crimson flesh. Amid the chaos, a gigantic jaw opened wide and roared at the sky. Jian dove straight toward it without hesitation. Hugo screamed Jian's name as Li Jian hurtled through the air and drove a powerful kick into the monster. Jian landed on the creature's jaw with electricity crackling around him and stared into its eye as he coldly asked if it was the one he was looking for. His expression turned deadly as he demanded to know if this was the monster responsible for leaving his friend and his friend's son drowning in grief. He then slammed his foot down, smashing the creature's face into the ground with overwhelming force. Blood splattered across Jian's face, but his gaze stayed locked and furious, utterly unmoved by the gore. The monster recoiled, and its full, towering bulk came into view, making Jian look tiny before it as he let out a dry, sarcastic remark. Recovering, the beast twisted into a grotesque grin, bearing rows of jagged teeth while its red eye glowed with murderous intent. Jian stood calmly, one of its massive tentacles wrapped around his legs. He remarked that this thing was clearly no mere small fry disaster, accepting the scale of the enemy before him. Yun Shiwu smirked with open condescension, saying that the only reason Sung Jae could act so boldly was because he had Li Jian behind him. Shiwu switching to a mockingly concerned tone as he gripped a golden necklace with a scale pendant, exclaiming that Sungji's father and uncle were about to be torn apart, while the artifact in his hand began to glow ominously. He thrust the glowing artifact forward, releasing a blinding wave of golden light that rushed out and swallowed the shadows in the room. Sung Jae raising his arms to shield his eyes, gasping as the sudden brilliance engulfed his vision. Sung Jae's eyes opened idio to what he was seeing. The vision widened to show a colossal, fleshy sphere wrapped in swirling energy, the blood-fog disaster, and Shiwu chuckling darkly as he remarked that Sung Jae had seen that monster before. Sungji's face turned pale, his eyes trembling as he whispered the name Bloodfog. The memory deeply still haunted him. Sherwu grinning almost maniacally as he gripped the golden chain tighter, reminding Sung Jae that it already warned him both Li Jian and Sagittarius would die, because the blood fog was obsessed with devouring constellation powers. Li Jian, standing casually atop one of the monster's huge red tentacles and remarking that this clearly was not just some minor disaster as he stared it down. Blood fog growling in a low, earth-shaking voice, declaring that it would devour Jian's power while Jian walked calmly toward its vast, tooth-filled maw. Jian laughing as explosions flared around him, saying that the creature was dreaming quite big if it truly thought it could devour his power. Hugo at his side, Bao aimed, while Jian taunted the monster by asking if it really believed anything standing in front of them would be so easy to swallow. Jian shouted at the greedy monster. He landed with crushing force, carving a crater into the ground as mana hissed from his body and dust billowed outward. A system notification stating that super regeneration had activated and that his wounds were healing, as the damaged skin on his foot knit together in an instant. Jian summoned his hammer, the divine artifact crackling with green mana, and calling the monster a toad as he asked if it meant to devour both people and cities. Hugo and the Sagittarius elite troops form a line with their bows drawn, and Hugo declared that they had come specifically to ruin the monster's feast. Jian and Hugo then charged forward side by side, their forms framed by lightning and magic, and Jian pointed at the beast, saying it had been eating things it never should have and that he would rip its stomach apart that day. Jian's movement was a streak of blue light, cutting through the air as he rushed straight for the disaster's body. He gripped the handle of the hammer that grants achievements, his eyes glowing emerald with power as he prepared to strike. Jian shouted for a size up. The hammer responded, expanding instantly into a titanic weapon that dwarfed Jian himself as he swung it downward. A massive column of mana slammed into the monster, parting the air and creating a shockwave that rippled through the battlefield. The impact was direct. The monster's giant red eye bulged in pain as the force of the blow crushed down upon it. Jian was sent flying backward by the recoil of his own attack. The monster reeled in pain from the hit. Hugo seized the opening. He drew back the string of his bow, a golden arrow manifesting with intense solar energy right to the blood fog eye. He unleashed a barrage of light arrows. They rained down like meteors, striking the monster's hide and exploding on impact, illuminating the dark sky. Hugo shouted in satisfaction, noting that the attacks were effective. He then commanded his troops to prepare a second round, while the Sagittarius elites behind him readied themselves with weapons in hand. A system notification announced that the Ares rental skill, dimensional weapon storage, had been used. Hugo reached into a dimensional rift, pulling out new arrows. He explained that these arrows absorbed the mana of constellations. Hugo hurriedly warned his subordinate, shouting that they must use divine artifact arrows and not arrows made with skills. The monster might absorb the latter. The disciples acknowledged the warning. The troops took aim, their bows bent to the limit, ready to unleash another volley. Hugo screamed for them to fire, and a wall of golden projectiles rose into the air, turning the night into brilliant daylight for an instant. The arrows found their mark, piercing the monster's thick skin and exploding. The creature roared in agony as the holy energy burned it. Massive spikes erupted from the ground, attempting to impale the flying Sagittarius troops, but they maneuvered through the chaos. Jian vaulted over the writhing roots and complained that the roots were a real problem, calling a new item from his inventory as he moved. He threw a small object into the air. A system notification announced the summoning of the divine artifact, Omnificent Mudball. Jian called out for Lime and ordered it to transform into scissors. Lime, the pink slime, chirped in acknowledgement, a transformation symbol appearing on its body. In a flash of light, the slime transformed into a pair of large black, serrated blades. Jian caught the transformed weapon, now resembling a huge scythe, grinning fiercely as he suggested they do some pruning. He brought the weapon down with tremendous force, shouting at the monster as he delivered the blow. The blade extended with magical energy, slicing cleanly through the dense barrier of tentacles that shielded the main body. Xian spun through the air, his scythe moving so fast it became a blur as he shredded the regenerating vines, while Lime, still part of the weapon, looking dizzy from the relentless spinning. He unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, carving a direct path toward the monster's core. Lime, having reverted to its slime form, looked disoriented and dizzy. Xian lunged forward, his blade flashing in a clean, decisive arc. The strike crossed itself mid-swing, forming an X-shaped gash that tore deep into the monster's face. The creature reeled back, its scream rattling through the air as dark fluid sprayed across the ground. He landed in a dramatic, grounded stance, now holding two blades, with a monster collapsing in the background. The massive bulk of the blood fog slumped to the ground, bleeding heavily. The Sagittarius troops cheered, believing they had defeated it. Yet murmurs of doubt started to spread as some soldiers wondered aloud if the fight had really ended so quickly only because Li Jian was overwhelmingly strong. Hugo lowered his bow, his expression wary. He thought to himself that something was off, unable to believe it would end so easily. He looked around and pointed out that the strange phenomena, the roots and the red sky, had not disappeared, saying it was far too soon to assume that everything was over. Back to the library, where Sung Jae watched the projected battle, clenched his fist in triumph, and celebrated that his uncle and father had defeated the blood fog. He turned to Shiwu with a confident smirk, saying it was unfortunate for him, because even though he had planned this out, his uncle and father had proved much stronger than expected. Shiwu chuckled darkly, admitting that Xian wasn't too bad and that an eagle was better than a young crow. However, he revealed with a sinister smile that while he admitted he underestimated them, the real fight hadn't even started. His eyes glowing, Shiwu asked if Sung Jae knew why the blood fog was so obsessed with eating. He explained it was because the monster was able to turn what it ate into its own power. Sung Jae stared at him, confused and horrified, realizing the implication. Shiwu held up the scale artifact again, asking if they should enjoy the show again. The broken body of the monster began to glow and mutate. On the battlefield, Hugo's troops panicked. One soldier shouted that it was impossible, pointing out that the monster was regenerating. The creature's flesh bubbled and reformed, rising higher than before. A soldier stammered, calling for the celestial lord to look at the dome. Hugo looked upward, his eyes widening in shock at the sight above. The protective energy dome above the city was turning red. Hugo realized the dome was being eroded by the blood fog. Xian, standing near the regenerating beast, swung his massive scythe onto his shoulder. He leaped into the air again, bringing the weapon down in a heavy chop. Xian's face was set in a grim frown as he looked down at the pit below. He stood at the edge of a massive tunnel the monster had created. He wondered how it got past the dome, realizing it had used a petty trick. He figured the monster's strategy. It had used plant roots underground to bypass the barrier and indirectly erode the dome from the inside. Xian turned his head as a massive presence loomed behind him. The disciple leader screamed for everyone to raise their bows again, sensing the immediate danger. The regenerated monster erupted from the ground, towering over everything. It moaned that it was still hungry and needed to eat more. Back in the library, Shiwu laughed maniacally. He shouted that even the blood fog needed time to devour the whole city. But now, that dome was no longer a shelter for humanity. It had become the blood fog's ration storage. Sungji's face twisted in horror as the realization hit him. The people inside the dome were trapped with the monster. Shiwu spread his arms wide, reveling in the chaos. He declared that since there were way more people there than at the airport tragedy, they could look forward to a good show. He announced that it was now time for Scene 2. The blood fog disaster looms ominously over the battlefield, a grotesque mountain of flesh and teeth. A low, guttural growl reverberates from within, the creature moaning that it is still hungry and needs to eat more. Its many eyes glow with a sinister red light as it towers over Li Jian. Yun Shiwu throws his head back and laughs maniacally. He stands triumphantly, his expression twisted with malice. He gloats that he found out even the blood fog takes a while to devour a whole city, his voice filled with cruel amusement. Shiwu continues his villainous monologue, grinning broadly. He declares that the dome, once a shelter for mankind, has now become the food storage for the blood fog. He taunts Jian, telling him to look forward to it because the number of humans to be devoured is completely different from the time at the airport. Sung Jae watches Shiwu with a mixture of shock and dawning horror. He murmurs Shiwu's name, noting that since earlier, Shiwu has been talking like he witnessed the airport incident firsthand. Sungji's eyes widen as the pieces fall into place. He stammers, asking Shiwu not to tell him. Suddenly, a panicked whisper interrupts. A man hiding behind cover scolds someone, calling them an idiot and asking if they have any idea what they've just done. A meek voice apologizes, calling the other brother. Sung Jae peeks over the edge of his cover, confused by the new voices. The two men, the Libra twins, hiding behind a pillar. One of them is furious, whispering that he told the other to keep it with him, not unleash it here. He complains that he didn't know this would happen. The twins bicker in the shadows as Sung Jae watches them from his hiding spot, his suspicion growing. Sung Jae confronts Shiwu, his voice trembling with rage. He demands to know if Shiwu caused that incident back then as well. Shiwu's face is cast in shadow, his eyes wide and unblinking. Shiwu covers his mouth with his hand, stifling a laugh. His shoulders shake with suppressed amusement. A dark chuckle escapes him. He mocks Sung Jae, sarcastically praising him for finally figuring it out. He insults Sung Jae, saying he doesn't know if he is smart for figuring it out now or stupid for taking so long. He admits that he almost died of frustration trying to hide it for 10 years. Shiwu threw his arms wide, laughter spilling from him in wild, unrestrained bursts. He mocked Sung Jae with a sharp edge of cruelty, congratulating him for finally realizing the truth. His tone dripped with bitter amusement as he reveled in the weight of Sung Jae guilt. Shiwu's expression turns deadly serious as he leans in. He challenges Sung Jae, asking what he is going to do now that he knows Shiwu was the culprit of the airport incident. He taunts him to tell the cops or report it to the world, inviting him to do whatever he wants. Shiwu laughs again, a crazed look in his eyes. He speculates that Sungji's dad probably figured out who did it by now, but he mockingly laments the situation, pointing out that the culprit is the son of the Libra saint, the world's highest-ranked divine cadre and the strongest in the world. Shiwu grinned, a smug glint flickering in his eyes as he taunted Sung Jae. He asked what someone like him could ever hope to do against the son of the Libra saint, his tone dripping with arrogance as he flaunted his untouchable status. Sung Jae shouts back, appalled. He reminds Shiwu that countless people were sacrificed and asks if he feels no remorse. Shiwu dismisses the lives lost with a cold smirk, asking if he is implying he should be punished. He callously states that the victims were just unlucky. Fury consumed Sung Jae as he shouted a curse at Shiwu, his voice trembling with rage. In one swift motion, he summoned a weapon wreathed in light, its glow flaring as he leveled it directly at the murderer who stood before him. Shiwu flinches, surprised by the sudden aggression. Sung Jae glares at him, asking if he is scared, his face contorted with fury. Shiwu stammers, asking if Sung Jae is going to summon Li Jian right here. Asking in panic, what about the blood fog? Sung Jae ignores him. A flash of light erupts as he activates his summoning skill. Shiwu screams as he is blown back by the force. Shiwu cries out in terror, claiming he has experienced this before as he shields his face from the blinding light. But as the light fades, Shiwu realizes something is wrong. He pauses, noting that the figure emerging is not Li Jian. Suddenly, Sung Jae charges through the light and tackles him. Shiwu crashed to the floor. Sung Jae lands a heavy head, but sending Shiwu sprawling. Sung Jae stands over him, brandishing a glowing artifact that looks like a sword handle. He reveals that it was just simple light magic and calls Sherwu a fucking pussy. Sherwu lies on the ground, dazed. Grimoires fall grimoires on his head. Sung Jae quickly gathers the books, deciding to take all the grimoires and run before Sherwu wakes up. As he picks them up, his eyes catch sight of something in Sherwu's hand. Sung Jae rips a necklace from the unconscious Sherwu's grasp. It is a golden cross pendant. Sung Jae realizes that Sherwu used this artifact to revive the blood fog. He reasons that if it can revive the calamity, it should be able to be used to take it down as well. He considers his next move. He knows he has to get to Europe where the blood fog is, but he feels helpless because he can't use skills without divine artifacts. Sung Jae steels himself, his expression hardening. He decides that worrying is only going to waste time. His eyes glow with blue magical energy as he makes his decision. He opens the World Trees Grimoire. He flips through the pages, reasoning that if he uses the mana from the grimoires, he can use teleport. Sung Jae focuses, channeling the energy. The system announces he is using the skill teleport. Back at the devastated city, a massive explosion rocks a building as a giant tentacle smashes through it. The Sagittarius archers unleash a volley of fire arrows, raining destruction down upon the red roots. The skill, Rain of Fire, unleashed a storm of blazing arrows from above. Each bolt struck the blood fog's enormous body in rapid succession, detonating on impact. The creature recoiled, trying in vain to shield itself from the relentless barrage. Li Jian sprang into motion, his blade erupting with radiant energy as he activated his skill, slashing branches. With swift, calculated movements, he cleaved through the tangle of thick vines, each stroke slicing cleanly as light trailed in the wake of his blade. Jian moved like a whirlwind, his blade flashing in a flurry of precise strikes. Each motion tore through the calamity's defenses, the force of his assault cutting a path through its chaotic form. Lightning crackles around him as he descends from the sky, carving a path through the monster's flesh. A massive beam of energy cuts across the battlefield, clearing a wide swathe of destruction. The blood fog shrieks as Jian tears into it, ripping it apart from the inside. Jian lands, wiping sweat from his brow. He remarks with a satisfied grin that was a nice cut. Suddenly, the ground erupts. Tentacles burst forth, smashing the pavement and sending debris flying. Thick vines surged toward Jian, coiling and snapping like serpents. A massive tentacle vine lashed out and struck him with crushing force. The system flashed a warning in his vision. His left arm had sustained significant damage. Jian is pinned by the tentacle. The system announces that super regeneration has been activated, but immediately warns that the calamity, blood fog, is decreasing his physical abilities. The effects of his regeneration are reduced to half. Jian struggles against the constricting limb, his body glowing with emerald healing energy as he fights the suppression. He looks up into the sky, seeing a blinding light. Hugo screams Jian's name, telling him to get back. A massive fireball descends, engulfing the area where Jian is trapped. Jian bursts from the flames, his left arm fully restored. He delivers a powerful punch, shattering the tentacle holding him. A beam of pure energy shoots down from the heavens, striking the monster and illuminating the battlefield. Jian lands next to Hugo. He clicks his tongue, annoyed, Hugo noting that the ominous aura feels familiar. Jian confirms that it is the aura of the Army of the Crimson Eye, something they could only see in the Demon Tower. 20 years ago, the Demon Tower appeared with the major invasion of the Crimson Eye. There were many speculations about its purpose, but one thing was sure. The calamities inside the tower were a whole different class than the average calamities. It was pointless to give the horrifying elite monsters ranks such as red or black. The blood fog looms over Jian and Hugo. Jian concludes that they were impossible to raid. Jian activates his 13th sense, his eye glowing as he assesses the enemy's weakness. He analyzes the monster's internal structure. He sees 3 cores. The most active core is a clump of the soul and life power of its victims. He realizes it is accumulating more soul and life powers from elsewhere, using its branches and roots. Xion traces the roots downward. He asks where it is getting them from and realizes with horror that they lead to the city within the dome. He turned to Hugo and explained that the monster had turned the dome into its storage, insisting that they needed to destroy it because it was now a prison holding everyone inside, leaving Hugo stunned. Hugo immediately ordered all Sagittarius forces to fire at the dome and destroy it, and the soldiers responded to his command. The monster's eyes glowed with renewed malice as it growled that it would not allow them to do so. Tentacles erupted again, lashing out at the archers as soldiers screamed while being ensnared. Hugo shouted to his men, while Xion prepared to confront the monster directly. A complete nightmare of red roots and devastation, with the monster's presence spread throughout. Faces embedded in its flesh screaming for help, begging to be saved. More faces appeared, pleading that they did not want to die and calling for rescue. Two soldiers stared at the trapped souls in horror, the souls whispering for someone to get them out of there. A familiar face emerged among the writhing flesh, crying out to be saved, and a soldier recognized it and screamed. Hugo watched the grotesque spectacle with twisted fascination as Xion stand next to him in fury, realizing that the monster was mimicking its victims. Xion glared at the calamity and remarked that this creature truly knew how to drive someone mad with anger. He then declared that he was going to beat it down, while the monster grinned back at him with rows of sharp teeth. At that moment, a portal opened in the sky above the city. Sung Jae fell out of the portal, screaming as he plummeted toward the ground. He crashed through the canopy of a red tree and let out a pained grunt. He hit the pavement hard and groaned, asking where he was and cursing that the Libra Rosary had altered his teleportation coordinates. He looked down at the key in his hand, confused by the strange changes it was undergoing. He then noticed a faint glow emanating from somewhere nearby and wondered if something was there. He froze as his eyes widened in shock and horror at what he saw. Before him stood a grotesque monument, a towering tree made of flesh and roots with a glowing golden circle embedded in its trunk, leaving Sung Jae staring up, paralyzed by the sight as he wondered what it was. The teleportation ended abruptly and dropped Xion Sung Jae onto cold tiles. His eyes widened in disbelief, and shock turned to raw horror when his mind finally registered what lay before him. In front of him rose a monstrosity that had long since abandoned any resemblance to nature. A colossal tree woven from twisted flesh, roots, and muscle, its blood-red canopy breathing out thick crimson fog that poisoned the air, and he could only stammer in confusion as he asked himself if this abomination could even be called a tree. At its base, the ground had become a graveyard, with bodies strewn lifeless across the pavement, half claimed by encroaching roots, and he stood alone amid the horror, grimly realizing that, terrible as it was, this was exactly where he needed to be. He studied the red leaves and the enormous trunk that exhaled the fog, quietly concluding that this towering organism was the source of the red fog saturating the area. He wondered if this could be the main trunk of the blood fog itself, and as the toxic air swirled around him, a golden light from the Libra Rosary in his hand spread like a barrier, blocking the corruption and allowing him to stand untainted in the middle of the disaster. Walking through the carnage with footsteps that crunched over debris and bodies, his expression hardened into cold fury as he decided that this tree was the direct culprit behind the massacre of everyone lying dead around him. Behind him, a massive fleshy root stirred and twisted awake, reacting to the presence of a living intruder in its domain. He did not flee. Instead, his fingers tightened around a dark grimoire, and blue mana surged to life around his grip like a promise of retaliation. Power flared as he drew on the grimoire's mana, and behind him a gigantic spectral blue avatar, a construct of the Gemini Temple, took shape and radiated overwhelming force while he stood rooted in rage, declaring that he was acting because of what stood before his eyes. Far away, at the outskirts of the West Protection Dome in the Europe allied countries, Drones circled a massive red barrier, while an official broadcast announced that the region had become a disaster zone after the sudden appearance of a calamity. Inside a command center, a fist slammed down on a desk as a high-ranking official cursed Yoon Sherwoo by name, spitting out the words in furious disbelief. Leaning over the desk with veins bulging in his neck, the official raged that Sherwoo never seemed to understand the concept of moderation. His anger quickly twisted into panic as he shouted about the consequences, demanding to know what Sherwoo thought would happen when the entire world learned the truth after he had escalated the incident on such a scale. A grim realization settled over him as he understood that the public must already be sensing that something was fundamentally wrong with what they were being shown. On the news, a comm report identified the calamity as the blood fog, notorious for causing mass casualties, and pointed out that it was also the primary suspect in the recent missing persons case at the Virgo Sanctuary. The Libra saint, Giselle, sitting on her throne with a cold, unreadable expression while the report continued, explaining that the interior of the dome was now filled with poisonous gas produced by the blood fog. Elsewhere, the Cancer saint watched the same broadcast on a laptop, a twisted smirk tugging at the corner of the mouth while coffee was sipped, and the report explained that, with unknown dangers lurking beyond the gas, rescue teams could not enter. In a dark room, Raylikin sat clutching the rabbit doll, wide-eyed and anxious as the broadcast soberly concluded that there was no way to predict how many civilian casualties this incident would claim. The transmission suddenly changed as the drone's camera caught movement. It drew closer to the red barrier just as a tremendous impact shook the dome. A figure then crashed through the top of the dome and plummeted toward the city within, turning every eye to the sky. Lee Jian, with his slime accompanying him, fell from above with weapon drawn, and the voices behind the broadcast faltered in shock as they tried to comprehend who, or what, had just entered the dome. Jian struck the ground in a shockwave that shattered the fleshy roots beneath him, and he complained with a sharp grin that the stubborn monster was only giving him more work to do. From below, Hugo Otters cried out Jian's name, his shout edged with terror as he took in the scale of the enemy and the risk. A disciples then yelled a warning to the celestial lord to watch his back, as the monstrous shadow swelled behind him. A gigantic hand formed of muscle and roots came crashing down, swatting Hugo out of the air with devastating force. In that single blow, Hugo's divine artifact, the blade wind that protests against spiderweb, shattered into fragments that scattered like broken glass. Hugo coughed up blood and screamed from the crushing pain as the impact slammed him into the ground. Seeing his friend on the brink of death, Jian shouted Hugo's name and hurled himself toward him without hesitation. As he landed, tendrils and branches surged toward him, wrapping around him from all directions, and he cursed the branches while horror crept into his eyes. Within the glowing red roots, human faces stared back at him, twisted in unending terror and misery. He clenched his jaw and sliced through the writhing roots in a desperate attempt to free the trapped souls embedded within. The roots reacted faster than he expected, snatching him mid-air and tightening around him as he struggled and spat out that using human hostages was a truly vile, unforgivable tactic. Around them, the battlefield dissolved into pure chaos as explosions of energy collided with the thrashing roots, tearing apart buildings and streets alike. The Sagittarius disciples were pinned down amidst the destruction, calling out to Li Jian as a single enormous red eye opened beneath the mass of the tree, gazing up at them. The monster spoke with a guttural, mocking laugh, declaring that they were as weak as expected and promising to devour every last one. Without warning, a bolt of lightning crashed down from above and struck the monster's body, searing its flesh. The creature recoiled, all its many eyes turning upward in shocked pain. It growled in a voice that made the city tremble, demanding to know who dared to interfere with its branches. Another explosion of energy fell like a meteor, ripping deep gouges into its flesh. Sung Jae had entered the fray, guiding the massive blue Gemini construct as it drove a crushing punch into the root system. standing amidst the storm of unleashed mana. He shouted in fierce defiance that something like this would not be allowed to continue, and he tore at the roots with the construct's colossal hands. Tears streaked down his face as he clutched the golden cross and cried out that all this suffering had been caused by something like this accursed existence. A memory of his mother's tearful smile flashed through his mind, and he called out for her. The image of his father, Hugo, stubbornly fighting on the edge of death followed, and he cried out for his father as well. Then came the memory of Li Jae-won, giving a simple thumbs up, and Sung Jae called out to his uncle. Behind those faces, he saw again the countless civilians collapsing in the streets, and he included all those unnamed people in his desperate cry. He roared, pouring every drop of grief and rage into the construct, repeating that all of this horror existed because of something like this monster. The blue avatar's fist crashed down on the blood fog with such force that a shockwave of blue light rippled outward. The monster screamed, its huge maw thrown open as lightning scorched its distorted flesh. It recovered with frightening speed, and its red eye blazed with hatred as it spat out a curse at the filthy insects defying it. The blood fog surged upward, leaping high above the ruined city in a desperate attempt to reach its core. Far above, Sung Jae was already striking at the glowing heart of the creature, his attacks tearing through it as the monster thrashed wildly in defense. The creature surged forward, tearing apart the streets in its path as it charged. One Sagittarius disciple pointed toward it and shouted that the monster was suddenly running toward the dome, voicing confusion about its new objective. Hugo dragged himself free of the rubble, blood still dripping from his lips, and glared at the retreating beast, swearing that he would not let it escape. He ordered his disciple Goat to lend him a bow, announcing that he would use the last resort they had prepared, and Goat responded without hesitation. The monster reached the edge of the ruined city and thrust its hand toward the red barrier of the dome, clawing against the energy field. It paused as a blinding light formed high above it. From that light, a colossal arrow descended, a pillar of condensed sunlight that slammed down with overwhelming force. The arrow pierced straight through the monster's head and jaw, pinning it to the ground as it gagged, spewing blood and light from its mouth. Hugo stood with a jagged, monstrous bone bow in his hands, explaining that he had held this back earlier for fear of interfering with Jian, but that he had finally brought it out and asking how it felt to have an arrow the size of a pillar driven through its body, as a system notification confirmed the withdrawal of the divine artifact Axis arrow. Golden flames wrapped around his body, and with a feral grin he remarked that a small arrow would not have been nearly sincere enough, so he had prepared a truly massive one. He did not stop there. Numerous gigantic spears of light formed in the air around him as he vowed to nail the monster's limbs to the ground. Those spears launched forth and struck the calamity with the crushing impact of falling meteors. Hugo then shouted that the moment had come and ordered everyone to fire, filling the sky with arrows and binding devices unleashed by his disciples. The projectiles descended in a storm of radiance, pelting the creature with relentless force. The blood fog roared as its entire form became wrapped in countless cables and magical restraints, forcing it down and pinning it to the earth. The Sagittarius disciples pulled with everything they had, shouting that it was bound and that everyone had to hold tight. They were told not to be greedy for more and simply to keep the monster restrained, even as they struggled and cursed its overwhelming strength and size. They braced themselves on the lines, shouting at one another to stop complaining and pour every ounce of strength into holding it. One disciple shouted that the monster would just continue regenerating, making any damage pointless, and that their only option was to keep it restrained no matter what. The monster's enormous eye twisted to glare toward the sword-like arrow pinning its head, and it choked out another insult at the insect's daring to defy it. A bolt of lightning then struck the metal pommel of the giant arrow, and the energy surged straight into the monster's brain, drawing a piercing scream of refusal. Sung Jae, at the controls of the blue construct, had seized the hilt of a huge arrow and shouted for the monster to disappear from his sight as a warning flashed that Virgo's mana was clashing dangerously with Gemini's mana. He ignored the pain and the warning both, driving the construct beyond its limits and forcing the lightning deeper into the wound. The energy detonated, engulfing the blood fog in a torrent of blue and white light, so intense it devoured its entire form. The explosion swallowed the surrounding city block, washing everything in a searing white brilliance. As its body unraveled, the Calamity's thoughts crumbled into despair, lamenting the power it had painstakingly gathered and crying out for the city it had claimed. It dissolved into light with one last regret, mourning the souls it had planned to offer to its unknown masters, while the massive dome above began to crack and shatter under the force of the released energy. The world dissolved into blinding white light. The massive dome that had imprisoned the city shattered, its energy dispersing into the atmosphere like a broken spell. From the heart of the devastation, the blood fog released a guttural roar of pure despair, insisting that this could not be happening and crying out that all the power it had painstakingly gathered was slipping away along with the city it possessively called its own. The monster's thoughts were a chaotic spiral of loss. It realized that all the souls it needed to offer to them were escaping. Below, the glowing blue dome fractured completely, exposing the ruined metropolis to the open sky. From the severed, writhing branches, the imprisoned souls were released. Ethereal shapes drifted upward, their faces locked in one last silent cry before dissolving into the ether, at last freed from the grotesque prison of flesh. On the ground, the Sagittarius disciples watched in stunned awe and confusion, with one shouting that the souls struck by the branches were disappearing and another staring at the collapsing barrier, asking in disbelief who could possibly have managed to bring down the dome. The massive trunk of the blood fog tree crumbled, raining debris down upon the scorched earth. Amidst the settling dust and broken stone, Sung-jae lay motionless on his back, dwarfed by the scale of the destruction he had caused. His eyes eventually fluttered open, and he let out a groan as he wondered hazily whether he had passed out. Memory snapped back into place in an instant, and he lurched upright in a panic, his gaze whipping around as he remembered the monstrous tree and demanded to know where it had gone. His eyes found the ruined stump of the creature in the distance, and he exhaled in relief, quietly thanking his luck that it had actually been destroyed, only for pain to shoot through him as he glanced down at his own hand. His hand was a blackened, charred mess. The Virgo divine artifact, the golden cross he had used, was shattered in his grip. He wondered if his hand was in such terrible shape because he had pushed himself too hard to destroy the tree. Sung-jae lay back down, the adrenaline fading, letting the exhaustion wash over him as he considered the cost of what had just happened. He told himself that it was over now and gazed up at a night sky no longer obscured by barriers, softly noting that, with the dome gone, he could finally see the stars again. Despite his bruises and burns, a grin spread across his face, and he covered his eyes with his arm as a broken, breathless laugh escaped him, realizing that he had actually pulled it off. Then his eyes snapped open, pupils constricting as an overwhelming pressure sank onto the world again, crushing any sense of relief. Far off between the skyscrapers, a pillar of apocalyptic fire erupted upward, turning the night into a harsh, artificial day. The explosion widened, devouring entire city blocks, and a dire system warning described the power of the sun god bursting out of control. As the beam of concentrated solar energy swept through the city, Sung-jae was abruptly wrapped in a protective sphere. A notification noted that the snake scale barrier, the defensive skill of the divine artifact Janus's Desire, had activated to shield its user. The beam incinerated everything in its path, making concrete and steel sag and run like melted wax. Sung-jae curled into himself as fire surged over the barrier. An assistant message reported that the deadly heat had been successfully blocked, but that the snake scale barrier's effect had been completely exhausted and was fading away. The shield shattered, leaving him exposed, and he stood amid the inferno, staring at the flames in confused shock, muttering that they felt similar to his father's fire, yet carried a completely different, unfamiliar presence. The truth struck him like a physical blow, and he whispered to himself that what he was realizing had to be impossible. He looked out over the city and saw that it had been completely melted, the once towering buildings now slumped and glowing with heat like remnants of a star-struck landscape. Structures buckled and collapsed, their strength erased by the unimaginable temperature until they were little more than molten silhouettes. On a slab of shattered earth, the disciples of Sagittarius huddled close, their bodies trembling from shock and exhaustion. One of them spoke in a wavering voice, trying to piece together the chaos, describing how an enormous wave of fire had surged across the battlefield and swallowed everything in its path. Their instincts turned toward their leader, and they called out desperately for the Celestial Lord as Hugo Otters stood at the edge of the platform, bracing his body against the blistering heat to shield them. Hugo was battered and bleeding, and he ground his teeth as he cursed the blood fog for forcing them into this state. He recognized the nature of the attack and realized that the calamity was wielding the Sagittarius power it had stolen from him as if it belonged to it. Shouting over the roar of the flames, he demanded to know whether his disciple Goat was still alive. Goat, haggard and barely standing, answered that he had managed to survive somehow. Goat admitted that it would be difficult for their side to continue fighting and asked the Vice-Celestial Lord to overlook their retreat, insisting he had at least protected their comrades, while Hugo stood firmly in front of the group, silently accepting their limit. The monster emerged again, its rocky body glowing with molten heat and its eye burning with borrowed solar power. Above the city, a gigantic sphere of solar flame formed in the air, looking like a blazing eye staring down at Sung Jae. Sung Jae recognized it as the Eye of the All-Seer, a Sagittarius skill his dad used, but he realized in horror that the energy now radiating from it was nothing like it should have been. The monster's voice boomed across the ruined streets, calling out to the lone figure amid the flames as it identified Sung Jae as the one who had destroyed its branches. Hugo went pale when he understood who that figure was, cursing in shock and wondering why his son had appeared here while praying desperately that Sung Jae had not been the one to blow apart the dome. The monster let out a thunderous roar, its voice thick with hatred as it hurled a torrent of flame toward Sung Jae. It snarled, calling him vermin and swearing it would devour him alive, its fury burning as fiercely as the fire it unleashed. The blast obliterated the ground where Sung Jae had been standing, molten debris and spiraling fire ripping through the air. When the flames finally died down, he was still there. The blood fog shrieked in fury, enraged that its inferno had failed to erase him. Its massive form shifted, killing intent surging as it prepared to strike. For a moment, he could only stare at the oncoming inferno in stunned disbelief. Before Sung Jae could steady his breathing, an overwhelming presence crushed down on him. Through the drifting smoke and falling ash, the creature closed the distance in an instant. His body tensed as dread crept into his chest. This wasn't just a monster attacking anymore. This felt like the blood fog itself bearing down on him. Sung Jae screamed and flung his hands up in a futile attempt to shield himself. Before the blood fog could close its jaws around him, Hugo appeared in a flash, intercepting the strike. With sheer force, he caught the creature's gaping maw in his bare hands, straining against its crushing power, keeping it from devouring his son. Sung Jae cried out to his father, his voice cracking with raw fear. The monster's jaws froze wide open by Hugo Otters, who stood braced within its mouth. Every muscle in his body burned with effort as his bare hands pressed against the massive teeth, keeping them from closing. The creature let out a low, guttural growl of irritation, calling him a half-hearted archer and snarling that he was in its way once again. Its eye flared with cruel intent as it decided that it would simply eliminate Hugo first, while a system warning signaled that a wicked, unknown energy was gathering. Blood spilled from Hugo's mouth, but his eyes burned with stubborn defiance as a system notification reported that flame barrier had been activated. A protective sphere of fire burst outward around Sung Jae, shoving him away from the epicenter of danger, and he looked around in shock, realizing he had been forcibly pushed back. The monster roared for Hugo to disappear and unleashed a point-blank blast straight into him. Sung Jae screamed in denial and reached out helplessly as he watched his father swallowed by the monster. Hugo's own scream cut through the roar as the energy ripped into him. Through the fiery haze, the monster's eye gleamed with vicious satisfaction. The creature then raised its huge fists and drove them down, intending to crush whatever remained of Hugo into dust. Sung Jae could only watch with tears streaming down his face, whispering a broken plea for it not to be happening. Sung Jae called out for his father again, his voice breaking with panic. But there was no reply. Hugo was gone, swallowed whole and buried somewhere within the blood fog's writhing mass. The monster threw back its head and erupted into wild, thunderous laughter. Its voice echoed through the ruined city as it proclaimed with manic triumph that it had at last consumed the power of the sun god. Without warning, an emerald-colored blade emerged from the earth. Jian surged forward with blinding speed, his blade gleaming as he prepared to sever the creature's limb in a single, decisive strike. Moving like a storm of blades, Jian unleashed his lethal skill, Bingsu Mixer. A surge of powerful mana erupted from his weapon, slicing through the air before crashing against the creature with explosive force. With cruel amusement, it taunted Jian, claiming that even if he fought now, the remaining power of the sun god had already become part of its own strength and promising that it would devour him soon as well. Jian, undaunted, smashed through the rock and debris to press his attack, his blades flashing. He spun through the air, carving a clear path toward the monster, and shouted down at the darkness below that things were far from over. Calling Hugo's name, he reached toward the depths from which his friend had disappeared. In that darkness, Hugo drifted in a silent void, wondering if he had ended up inside the disaster's stomach because he could not feel anything at all, weighed down by the bitter sense that he had ultimately failed. He thought with self-loathing that he had not managed to take revenge on the blood fog, nor save Jaiwoo and Jawon, and that all he had done was show a pathetic side of himself to Sung Jae and Yuha as he asked if this was truly how it ended. Within that emptiness, a small light appeared, a swirling orb of golden fire, and he recognized it as a fragment of the power that had been stolen from him. He stared at it and thought that the power he had been so desperate to reclaim was right in front of him. Yet he could do nothing, knowing that if he could seize it, he would be able to fight the blood fog once more, and he let his hand drift weakly toward it. His vision blurred as his consciousness faded, and his memories began to slip away like distant echoes. He wondered again if this was the end, and tried to console himself with the idea that he had at least fought well, but a single question cut through the numbness. What he had been fighting for, and an image of his family, Jaiwoo with his son in her arms and himself holding his daughter, seared itself into his mind. An old moment replayed in which a hand held up a photograph and a voice commented that it had been a long time since the family had taken a picture together. He remembered Jaiwoo showing him the photo on a phone and asking what he thought of it. He recalled her gentle smile as she asked if they all looked good in the picture. In the void, Hugo's eyes snapped open again, and he ground his teeth, refusing to let the darkness close over him. He raged inwardly at the notion that the monster might think he would simply fall here. He reached out for his lost power and swore that if he let things end this way, he would be too ashamed to face his family or Jian, refusing to let this be what they remembered of him. With that resolve rekindled, he reached out once more toward the swirling core of light, telling himself he had to reach it no matter what. He strained every fiber of his being, urging himself on and insisting that it was just a little farther. His fingers finally brushed the flames, and a system message declared that he had touched the fragment of the Sagittarius divine god, the master of the great light. The light burst outward, and another message announced that the fragment of the sun was trying to become his source of power once again. A warning flared that the fragment had been tainted by some unknown wicked power for too long, and that he needed to beware of backlash. But he ignored it, as a final notice confirmed that he had absorbed the fragment of the sun, and power surged violently through his broken body. Hugo screamed as the force threatened to tear him apart from within, realizing that his body might not be able to withstand it. The energy erupted in a burst that shattered the darkness encasing him. Through the blinding light, a figure dove toward him, calling his name in a desperate shout. Li Jian broke through the remaining barrier, screaming Hugo's full name as he reached for him. His hand closed around Hugo's with unyielding grip. Jian grasped Hugo's arm and hauled him up from the abyss, their bodies twisting through the air as the violent currents of red and black mana collided around them. Amid the roaring chaos and clashing energy, the two stood side by side once more, together at the very heart of the storm. 30 years ago in Saudi Arabia, the landscape was a desolate ruin, consumed by chaos as massive worm tendrils erupted from the earth, destroying the city. A younger Hugo Otters tumbled through the air, screaming in panic as the ground beneath him was upheaved by the monstrous entities. He crashed into the sand with a heavy thud, rolling across the desert floor, while debris from the ongoing destruction rained down all around him. Disoriented and choking on dust, he scrambled through the swirling sandstorm, coughing and gasping as he tried desperately to regain his bearings in the blinding chaos. Then a vast shadow fell over him, and he froze instinctively, wide-eyed with the primal certainty that a predator had fixed its attention on him from directly behind. From beneath the shifting sands, a colossal sandworm burst upward, its massive body tearing through the ground. In one swift motion, it launched Hugo high into the air, its gaping maw opening wide beneath him. As he plummeted back toward it, Hugo let out a desperate scream, the echo swallowed by the roaring wind. He crashed into the creature's gullet, swallowed whole and smothered by the suffocating darkness within. The stench of decay and mana rot filled his lungs as he cursed under his breath, a bitter thought clawing at his mind. Was being devoured by a calamity truly how his life was meant to end? Hemmed in by the pulsing, fleshy walls of its throat, his thoughts turned bleak as he lamented that he had never imagined he would die as a monster's meal, and that the cruelest part was leaving the world without ever even getting married. Suddenly, he felt a tremor ripple through the creature's flesh, an unsettling vibration that hinted at chaos unfolding outside. The walls around him quivered, and faint bursts of mana shock waves pulsed through the monster's body. Something was happening out there, something violent, and it was closing in fast. Just as the darkness threatened to swallow him whole, a blinding light cut through the gloom. The creature's body was cleaved open from above. Its flesh tore apart with a deafening crack, and through the massive gap, Hugo caught sight of the brilliant blue sky, and a lone figure standing against it, wielding an enormous weapon. He could only stare upward, wide-eyed, his disbelief frozen in that moment between terror and awe. The rescuer peered down through the torn remains of the beast, a cocky grin tugging at his lips. With his weapon resting against his shoulder, Li Jian called out, voice laced with teasing disbelief, asking what kind of fool could already look so ready to die when he was still very much alive. Jian extended his hand through the gaping wound in the creature's body, his grin never fading. Well, he said, voice steady despite the chaos around them, since I've come all this way, I might as well drag you out myself. Hugo reflected that Jian had always been like this, and in the present day, amid the chaos, Li Jian once again reached his hand out, shouting Hugo's name as he refused to let him go. A massive surge of magical energy roared through the air as Jian floated, calling out that Hugo still had a mountain of things left to do and demanding to know how long he planned on staying down. The memory of the past overlapped in which Jian, still confident, had shouted Hugo's name while pulling him back from death's edge. Hugo observed that Jian had always appeared in front of him like this, worried, hand extended, ready to save him each time he fell. Reality snapped fully back as Jian clung to Hugo's hand high in the sky, surrounded by a storm of red and black energy, refusing to let him be swallowed by the abyss. On the ground, Sung Jae shook his father's limp body with mounting terror, begging him to wake up. Jian landed heavily beside them, and Sung Jae, panicking, shouted that his dad had fainted, prompting Jian to move in and insist that he would examine him. Jian's eyes shone with ethereal blue light as he activated his 13th sense to read Hugo's condition in detail. The diagnosis revealed that Hugo had absorbed the sun's fragment, which had been contaminated by energy from an unknown civilization, and that, although he had completed the absorption and purified the taint, he was now suffering severe backlash. Jian realized in shock that Hugo had regained the power that had been stolen from him when he was trapped in the frog's stomach. Cracking his neck, Jian reassured Sung Jae that there was no need to worry because Hugo would recover with time, muttering to himself that the recovery was happening precisely because Hugo had eaten something that fell on the ground. He turned his back to father and son, summoning a weapon wrapped in crackling electricity, and told Sung Jae that his father was not the kind of man to go down easily, instructing him to help take care of Hugo. When Sung Jae asked what he intended to do, Jian launched himself into the air, calling forth a massive, luminous blade as his expression hardened into something predatory. Without hesitation, Jian dove straight toward the half-regenerating frog Calamity, his mana flaring as he tightened his grip on his weapon. "Guess I'll have to beat the living daylights out of you first," he shouted, plunging headlong into the fray. Jian shot upward like a blazing comet, propelling himself through the air toward the monster. The force of his ascent split the wind around him, leaving a streak of light in his wake as he closed the distance in an instant. The Calamity recoiled, stunned that such overwhelming force could come from a single human. Jian plummeted like a meteor, channeling his power directly into the creature and triggering a shockwave. He tore through the frog's defenses with a pair of enormous blades and shouted that this monster was the very reason the world had looked down on his friend, adding furiously that because of it, Sung Jae had never experienced a proper birthday. With his face twisted into a fearsome grin, he hovered over the beast's eye and demanded that it pay the price for everything it had caused, while the monster stammered in fear. He then changed weapons, summoning the hammer that grants achievements, and taunted the creature by asking if it was running out of energy now that it seemed to be struggling even to regenerate. Jian brought the massive hammer down with apocalyptic force, stating that all that remained was its true core. The blow struck dead center, cracking the monster's shell and sending a brilliant flash of light erupting from its chest as it shrieked in agony. As its body gave way, the frog's thoughts twisted in disbelief. It couldn't comprehend that everything was ending, that it was being torn apart without earning anything in return. Blood burst from its wounds in violent sprays, each pulse marking the last defiance of a creature that refused to accept its own destruction. Even in its dying moments, the creature's mind clung to spite. It realized that fragments of its body, its roots and branches, still reached far beyond the battlefield. With fading consciousness, it devised one last act of malice, determined to let its corruption spread even in death. With its final breath, the creature made a cruel decision to take others with it into death. A surge of violent energy burst from its collapsing form, and its tentacles whipped about in a frenzy. The ground trembled as the writhing limbs smashed through broken walls and shattered steel, sending the surrounding ruins crashing down in a storm of debris and red mist. With its final, hate-filled roar, the creature conceded one bitter truth: that Jian, the master of the snake, might live through this. The thought burned in its fading mind, twisting into a snarl of resentment as darkness finally consumed what remained of its consciousness. The creature's voice thundered through the ruins, proclaiming that the half-hearted archer would perish beneath the collapsing city. Its words seemed to carry power, and as they faded, the ground gave way. Massive chunks of debris tore free from above, crashing down toward the unconscious Hugo and the trembling Sung Jae trapped below. All around them, entire sections of the city gave way. Towers split apart, and slabs of steel and concrete plummeted like an avalanche from above, threatening to bury father and son beneath the weight of the collapsing world. Then Jian stood atop the monster's head, and he told the frog that it was mistaken about something. With a fierce smile, he stated that Oktexo might not be the cleverest man, but he was not weak, and warned the monster never to look down on the one friend who had always stood at his side. Below, as rubble falls down toward two, then golden light began to shine from Hugo's body. Everything collapsed at once. Buildings, shattered stone, and heavy steel beams raining from above. The destruction roared down toward the father and son, stopping only a hair's breadth away from crushing them beneath its weight. The light condensed into a singularity of radiance that rapidly expanded. Then a blinding column of golden light erupted upward, tearing through the sky with unstoppable force. It pierced the clouds and split the darkness apart, flooding the night with brilliant radiance as everything caught in its path was obliterated. The earth trembled beneath its power, and for an instant, the ruined city was bathed in the light of something both divine and terrifying. Across the city, reporters covering the disaster shielded their eyes and shouted questions about what was happening. The column twisted into a tornado of solar energy, dominating the ruined city's skyline. In various command centers, officials shouted over one another in panic, demanding to know what was now occurring at the site of the ruins. News reports soon followed, describing a massive column of fire that continued to erupt from the site. The reporter's voice trembled slightly as she explained that the phenomenon showed no signs of stopping, its blazing light visible even from miles away. In a quiet living room, Raylikin watched the screen, captivated by the spectacle. Nearby, the tourist saint in a bathrobe sipped coffee and squinted at the brightness, complaining that it was too much for the eyes. The Libra saint sat on her throne, her expression unreadable as the golden glow filled her chamber. Reporters on the scene stammered that it looked like daytime despite it being the middle of the night. A headline announced that the sun had risen, identifying the phenomenon as the royal skill sun god's ring. Cheonya was sprinting down a corridor before bursting into a room and shouting to the Scorpio saint, Haley, that her dad and Uncle Jian were in Europe, to which Haley calmly replied that she already knew. Haley sat before a large crystal ball and explained that she knew because she was watching it unfold through that very crystal at that moment. Her gaze remained fixed on the image of the golden flames. She remarked that the situation had involved many twists and complications. Even so, she confirmed that Hugo had finally regained the power he had lost, while high above the ruins a lone figure floated at the center of the flames. Hugo Otters, now wreathed in fire and radiating a strength and majesty greater than ever before. He descended gently down, and Sung Jae stared up at him in awe, whispering "Dad," as if afraid the vision might vanish. Sung Jae smiled warmly at his dad and cried out in relief that he had finally awakened. The battered frog Calamity, still clinging to existence, glared at Hugo with its remaining eye and roared that the power he was using belonged to it. It lunged forward, screaming for Hugo to give that power back. Vines shoot up. Hugo did not flinch. The attack collided with a wall of intense heat and light. Hugo lifted his hand toward the sky, his body trembling but his resolve unbroken. Radiant waves of solar energy gathered around him, swirling into his palm like a rising sun. Every ounce of his remaining strength compressed into that single moment as he prepared one final, devastating attack. When a monster tried to strike with its branches again, Hugo commented almost calmly that the branches were troublesome. He rose into the air, surrounded now by countless spears of radiance. He unleashed them in a blazing storm. The devastating power of his skill, nature's splendor, summoning a blinding torrent of radiant energy. The massive, dark vines of the blood fog were instantly overwhelmed by the brilliance, observed to be scorching and incinerating into ash as the light consumed them completely. The pure light engulfing the monstrous vines completely. They writhed and shrieked as the radiance consumed them, burning away like brittle paper in a roaring flame. For a moment, the world was filled with nothing but blinding light. Nearby, Jian explained that nature's splendor was a power that burned everything the user rejected, and in that same moment, he smashed his blade into the calamities, addressing the frog directly and saying it was unfortunate for it. It had wanted to devour everything, but in the end it had failed to take anything away from them. With his eyes glowing, he admitted he would have liked to be the one to finish it, but revealed that the one who would truly get rid of it was not him. A system notice appeared stating that Get Hit in My Place had activated, and Jian switched positions with a target he had recently touched. In a flash, Jian vanished, and Hugo appeared mid-strike where Jian had been. As Jian plummeted from the monster's massive form, he reached out with a strained voice, calling for his friend. From below, Jian shouted for him to finish it, and Hugo met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian teleported his swords to Hugo's side. Acting on instinct, Hugo caught them midair and drove both blades straight into the monster's eyes. A deafening roar erupted as the creature convulsed, its cries echoing through the ruins in a mix of rage and agony. Hugo didn't stop. Fueled by rage and exhaustion, he drove the blades into the monster again and again, each strike heavier and more feral than the last. Blood burst from the wounds in thick, steaming torrents, splattering across as the creature writhed beneath his relentless assault. A memory surfaced in his mind of a hand reaching for a hospital room door and his son apologizing to his wife, telling her he was sorry. Within that memory, a young Sung Jae sat curled in a hospital chair, sobbing that if he had not complained about being hungry, if they had just left the airport sooner, things might have been different. Jae-woo lying in a hospital bed as Sung-ji's voice insisted that she and Uncle Jae-won would have been fine. Sung-jae alone in a dark room, crying that if his father had not been held back, he would have been able to kill the calamity and everyone would still be all right. The boy buried his face in his knees, insisting through tears that everything was his fault. In the present, as the arrow left the bow, Hugo spoke firmly to his son in his heart and said no, that it had never been Sung-ji's fault. The arrow streaked forward like a shooting star judgment. It struck the calamity and swallowed it within a massive sphere of light. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted, its force towering above the ruined landscape. The blast swept through the devastation in a flood of blinding light and searing heat, cleansing the area of the lingering calamity and scattering the remnants of the monster into nothingness. The explosion rose high above the shattered city, a blazing pillar of destruction that consumed everything in its wake. Its force rolled outward, sweeping through the ruins and burning away every trace of the calamity until only silence and falling ash remained. Hugo sat on the ground, breathing hard but victorious. Jian remarked that he had sent that frog monster off in suitably dramatic fashion. Jian commented that he had not expected things to get this out of hand. Hugo studied the crater and asked if it was really over. Jian pointed out that the core had been completely destroyed and the body turned to ash, leaving nothing more to be done. Jian remarked that if the calamity could revive even after this, it would never have needed to come all the way here to eat souls. Instead, it would be sitting comfortably among the highest-ranked calamities, acting arrogant about it. Hugo gave him a soft smile and thanked him, admitting that Jian had helped him a great deal this time. The two friends sat beneath the open sky, and Hugo expressed his gratitude once again. Jian extended his fist with a smirk and asked if Hugo intended to leave it at mere words, adding that he would actually praise him for what he had done today. Calling him a rascal, Jian told him he had done great, and they bumped fists as Hugo returned the sentiment. Then Jian remembered something and told Hugo he had found something while fighting the frog, prompting Hugo to ask what it was. Jian revealed a glowing blue orb and explained that he had discovered it while searching for the monster's true core, leading Hugo to wonder how he had pulled something that large out of his pocket. Jian laughed that the frog had been saving up quite diligently, and when Hugo, still confused, asked what it was, Jian told him to wait and see. He activated both 13th sense and gaze of a god, revealing the orb as the soul-sealed jade, the crystal where the calamity had stored the souls it had absorbed. Jian began channeling Ophiuchus's power into the jade, his form wrapped in the aura of a massive serpent, while a warning indicated that the jade might not withstand the strain. Cracks spread across its surface as the system reported that it could no longer imprison the souls, and that the trapped souls were now being. The orb shattered completely, and thousands of streaks of light shot upward into the night like a reversed meteor shower. Hugo stared up, stunned, and asked what he was witnessing. Jian watched the ascending lights with quiet satisfaction, explaining that he had released all the souls the frog had devoured, and that everyone who had been rendered unconscious by it should soon awaken. A voice asked in disbelief if they would truly be able to wake up. Sung Jae rushed over, breathless, and echoed the question, asking if they would really wake up. Jian looked at the streaming lights and answered that of course they would. Once the souls returned to their original bodies, everyone would awaken, and he specified that this included Sungji's mother and Jawon, everyone. Sungji stared at him in speechless emotion as tears gathered in his eyes. Turning to Sung Jae, Jian noted that the boy's birthday had been just a few days earlier, then raised his hand and guided the soul lights into a dazzling pattern in the sky, admitting that he was a little late. The lights spiraled across the heavens like fireworks, illuminating the broken city, and Jian smiled brightly at Sung Jae as he wished him a heartfelt happy birthday. An explosion of raw power. Stephen Marker descended from the sky like a thunderbolt, bellowing the name of his technique, Thousand Arms. He declared with righteous fury that he, Stephen Marker, would not overlook those who dared to endanger humanity, and, more importantly, his big bone. Energy crackled around him as he unleashed arbitrary lightning, darkening the sky while bolts of electricity rained down upon a massive aquatic beast, ripping through water and flesh alike. Soldiers below looked up in terror and awe, screaming as the shockwaves from the Leo Saints' devastating assault battered their position. Debris and water erupted skyward as the monster's enormous carcass collapsed into the ocean, and amidst the chaos, Stephen landed triumphantly on its remains, his gaze locked on a single prize. He raised the massive polished bone high in victory, tears of joy streaming down his face as he shouted that he had finally reclaimed his beloved big bone. Feeding the bone, he declared possessively that it belonged to him and that he would treasure it forever. He'd treat the bone like a cherished infant, hanging immobile over its crib, spoon-feeding it protein powder, and cooing affectionately. In a sunlit park where Stephen strolled happily with a heavy chain leash in hand, the giant bone dragging along the pavement at the end, and he cheerfully asked Big Bone if it enjoyed their walk. The peaceful scene suddenly erupted into battle as stick-figure versions of Li Jian and Hugo Otters appeared. They roar a challenge to Stephen and demand to see who is truly the strongest. A massive impact sent them flying backward. Jian cried out in defeat, admitting they had lost and conceding that Stephen was number one. Explosions rocked the city behind them as Stephen ran desperately for his life, shouting for Big Bone to hurry, while the bone had sprouted legs and sunglasses and dashed alongside him as Big Bone warned him not to get caught in the blast. Blinding light engulfed them, and Stephen watched Big Bone with a stoic, sunglass-clad grin. Stephen reached out, overcome with emotion, and screamed that Big Bone was his greatest partner. Stephen Marker asleep in a bed in a ridiculous pose with his bone. A sharp sound pierced the air, and Stephen's eyes snapped open in shock as he sensed someone nearby. He bolted upright, a stick-figure Cheon Yuha running off with his bone, and screamed her name while wailing that she could not take Big Bone and demanding she return it immediately. Disoriented and frantic, he thrashed in the bed, screaming incoherently. He let out one final confused roar as gravity reasserted itself. He tumbled out of the bed, flailing wildly from Li Jian grip, who stood smirking as Stephen crashed down. Stephen hit the floor with a heavy thud. He scrambled upright immediately, eyes bloodshot and terrifying, bellowing the name of his precious bone. Silence fell over the room as Stephen sat panting on the bed, surrounded by disciples and subordinates staring in shock and confusion at their leader's bizarre outburst. The tension broke as the disciples cheered that the celestial Lord was finally awake and marveled that he had survived. And when Stephen asked what was happening, one explained that he did not remember being struck by the 1,000-armed surprise attack during the hunt and had been unconscious ever since, prompting Stephen to ask how long he had been out. The disciples whispered awkwardly among themselves about his bone obsession before deciding to ignore it entirely and agreeing it was not worth mentioning. Stephen's face hardened with grave seriousness as he ordered them to listen carefully because he needed everyone to do something for him right away. The disciples tensed nervously, sweating as they braced for a command about counterattacks or war while wondering why he looked so intensely serious. Stephen stared ahead with burning focus, and the disciples inwardly questioned if they were about to attack Li Jian or seek revenge on Capricorn. With utmost gravity, Stephen commanded them to retrieve Big Bone from Cheon Yua's room immediately. The disciples' faces fell into utter exhaustion and disbelief as they groaned in unison about the troublesome T-Bone. They immediately gave up on him, with one ordering the others to put him back to sleep before he caused more trouble, and as they dragged the struggling Stephen back to bed amid his screams to be released, two others calmly drank coffee while discussing whether to tell Vice Celestial Lord Cheon Yua that he was awake. One dismissed the idea, asking if she would even care since she had rushed off the moment a mission involving Li Jian's 8 great divine artifacts appeared. The other agreed, noting she had headed into dangerous Scorpio territory despite the risks, and remarked with a dark smirk that she was incredibly stubborn. The door burst open as a disciple rushed in shouting for the divine cadre captain and announcing that people were waking up, leading the captain to assume he meant Stephen until the messenger clarified otherwise. The messenger specified that he meant the victims attacked by the blood fog who had been unconscious for 10 years. Hospital rooms bathed in sunlight showed comatose patients sitting up in confusion as the messenger confirmed they had all regained consciousness. The phenomenon was global, with people waking everywhere as families wept in joy over their loved ones opening their eyes. Rows of hospital beds where patients stirred and reunited with doctors and relatives. A news anchor reported the miracle, asking if everyone remembered the blood fog victims from 10 years prior and confirming that reports worldwide showed thousands awakening from comas. A live reporter stood amid the ruins of the Europe West Protection Dome, announcing that hero Li Jian and the Sagittarius Divine Cadre had defeated the blood fog calamity after fierce combat. Studio pundits discussed the event, one noting it was unusual that every single victim had recovered while the other called it nothing short of a miracle. The news played on a large screen in a luxurious dim room, where several figures watched silently as the report stated those not yet awake were expected to stir soon. A man on a sofa scoffed at the ridiculousness and addressed a battered figure, pointing out that he had lost the blood fog given to him specifically to kill Li Jian and Hugo. Yun Taewoo continued berating his brother Yun Sherwoo, reminding him he had also lost the Libra rosary from their mother and created a disaster that spiraled wildly out of control. Taewoo leaned back with a drink, his expression icy as he emphasized that worst of all, Sherwoo had let the Gemini grimoire get stolen too. Standing over his brother, Taewoo said he could understand if someone competent like Choi Sung-hyuk had taken it, but asked incredulously how it had to be Cheon Sung-jae who outplayed him, adding that Sherwoo had even been beaten badly. Sherwoo, broken, looked down fearfully and whispered a weak yes when Taewoo asked if Cheon Sung-jae had done that to him too. Taewoo gripped a bottle of expensive Libra Salute 21 liquor, his knuckles whitening. With a furious shout, Taewoo smashed the bottle over Sherwoo's head, glass shattering and liquor spraying as Sherwoo screamed in agony. Sherwoo curled up, groaning while Taewoo looked down in disgust, telling him he had always been useless and constantly disappointed their mother. Taewoo ground his boot into Shiwoo's head and demanded how he planned to clean up the mess, warning that if the awakened victims named them, their cover-up would collapse, and Shiwoo begged for help since Taewoo was involved too, and thus equally at risk. Taewoo sighed in frustration, rubbing his temples before ordering them to track Lee Ji-yeon first to erase traces and locate his position. Shiwoo wiped blood from his face and asked what Taewoo himself planned to do. Taewoo announced he was going to Scorpio's hospital. Gazing out at the city, Taewoo explained they could bury the airport incident by eliminating the patients in Korean hospital beds. The view returned to the West Protection Dome outskirts where smoke still rose from the battle ruins. Hugo Otters stood amid rubble on a phone, thanking the other end before hanging up as Lee Ji-yeon and Sung Jae waited nearby. Ji-yeon asked what the hospital said, and Hugo reported people were waking one by one, but that Ji-won and Jaiwoo had not yet stirred. Ji-yeon smiled reassuringly, explaining their souls had been captive so long that returning to their bodies would take time, but he had infused his power to guide them safely back. Turning to Sung Jae, Ji-yeon told him to return now to see his mother and Ji-won. Sung Jae hesitated, blushing as he stammered, "What about Ji-yeon and his dad?" Hugo's eyes widened in surprise as he pointed to himself, inwardly thrilled that Sung Jae was concerned for him, while Ji-yeon looked confused and Sung Jae averted his gaze embarrassed. Hugo coughed awkwardly and stammered his son's name. Crossing his arms to seem cool, Hugo gave a rambling explanation that he had prioritized Sungji's safety but maintained divine cadre dignity, expressing gladness things were normal and interpreting Sungji's concern as respect, then stating he and Ji-yeon had unfinished business. Sung Jae replied bluntly okay and opened a grimoire as blue light enveloped him for teleportation. Ji-yeon burst out laughing at Hugo's speech, leaving Hugo pale and embarrassed. Ji-yeon grinned that it was still great progress, suggesting Sung Jae distanced himself out of self-blame and embarrassment, and Hugo sighed, watching where his son vanished. At Tail Hospital, a large medical facility, a burst of blue energy materialized on the quiet street outside. The light faded, revealing Cheon Sung Jae standing tall, clothes tattered from battle but determined. He gazed up at the building, thinking just a little more and he would see his mom and Uncle Jae-won. He stepped forward, then paused, glancing at his ragged clothes and deciding he should not arrive empty-handed. He resolved to get flowers at least and ran across the peaceful street toward a shop. A shadowed figure remarked that Scorpio had a surprisingly decent hospital. Yoon Tae-woo stepped into partial light, hooded and masked, scoffing it was inferior to Libra facilities but acceptable. Adjusting his hood with cold eyes, Tae-woo muttered they should have chosen patients better instead of keeping coma cases 10 years and wondered where that brat was. Images of Chun Jaiwoo and Lee Jae-won lying in their hospital beds flashed through his mind. Tae-woo remarked that he was sure the brat would appear eventually if he messed with his family. Unaware of the predator waiting for him, Cheon Sung Jae walked happily, clutching a large bouquet of bright red carnations, a soft smile on his face. The Western Dome in the Europe Alliance was described lying in complete ruins, with smoke rising thickly from the shattered cityscape as evidence of the calamity that had torn through it. Recovery operations were underway as soldiers, disciples, and rescue teams navigated the debris, carrying wounded survivors and clearing collapsed structures to manage the aftermath. A reporter interviewing Sagittarius disciples, one of whom stammered with exhausted relief into the microphone that he was overjoyed they had defeated the calamity, while his colleagues watched with weary smiles and frazzled expressions. Near a makeshift medical tent, chaos unfolded as a bandaged man shouted directions for the injured toward aid. Soldiers maintained order, and civilians alongside disciples rushed to assist. Inside a vast hall turned field hospital, rows of cots overflowed with the wounded, the staggering number of casualties filling every available space. Lee Ji-yeon, sitting at a makeshift bar amid the ruins, nursing a drink and sighing that the situation was tough, while Hugo Otters sat beside him agreeing about the surrounding disorder. Ji-yeon reviewed system notifications confirming he had overcome the trial of strength, earning physical enhancements, the evolution of his body to divine status, and new entries in the Bible. Act 2. The Saint of Sagittarius admires the master of the snake. And Act 3. The serpent-bearer takes down the god-devourer and frees the soul of mankind. He reflected internally that this completed the trial of strength, leaving only the trials of fame and intelligence ahead, which required finding a capital and scribe, but decided those could wait. His attention fixed on a small dark shard on the table, and he admitted to himself that he had not expected this object to surface again. The shard was identified as belonging to an unknown civilization, discovered within the frog calamity's core alongside the sealing orb, its ominous purple glow pulsing faintly. Jian pieced together that its presence in the frog meant the one who stabbed him in the demon tower was the same force controlling this calamity. Spinning a coin thoughtfully, he considered how all clues pointed suspiciously toward Virgo, yet felt it was too neatly arranged to be genuine. He flicked the coin skyward, deciding that the truth did not matter for now. Clenching his fist with a predatory grin, he resolved that answers would come if he simply beat them out of those responsible. Jian asked if Jian had finished organizing the site, to which Hugo confirmed he had done as much leadership as possible. Jian suggested they hunt Virgo immediately, but Hugo, bandaged and weary, slumped onto a stool and proposed a break, reminding him not everyone had Jian's invincible endurance. Jian jabbed a finger accusingly, complaining that people today were weak compared to his era when calamities never gave them a moment's rest, only for Hugo to dismiss him bluntly as a boomer. Jian then asked suddenly why Hugo had not followed Sungjae back to Korea. Jian sipping his drink with a melancholic expression, Hugo admitted he lacked the courage and right to face his wife Jaiwoo and friend Jaewon yet, saying he needed to prepare his mind first. His gaze sharpened as he added that many unresolved matters still demanded attention. Virgo's involvement was named first among them. Staring at his bandaged hand, cradling a broken cross artifact, he included the unresolved issue with Libra. The shattered cross rested in his palm, embodying betrayal and lingering conflict. From her distant throne, the Libra Saint Giselle observed the two saints, her gaze sharp and unreadable. Her voice carried through the air, calm but unyielding, as she demanded that Hugo make his choice, the decision that would determine everything that followed. Her shadowed face bore a cruel smile, as she said it did not matter either way. Back at the bar, Hugo clenched his fist and stated this was separate from the victory over Bloodfog, vowing to uncover the true culprits behind his family's suffering. Jian listened closely as Hugo continued that Sungji's account suggested more people were involved, promising to expose everyone responsible, and when Jian simply asked, and Hugo pressed on, slamming his glass against Jian's in a fierce toast. Hugo declared he would carve justice through all their foreheads, drawing laughter from Jian, who said it had been ages since he saw that fire in Hugo. Jian suddenly shouted at nearby Sagittarius disciples to return to Korea immediately, leaving them bewildered. One protested their remaining duties, but Jian dismissed them, saying he had only fought with them due to past ties. He stated bluntly they would only hinder the Libra confrontation, so he did not need them, leaving the disciples crestfallen. Jian pointed specifically, sparing only the slicked-back-hair disciple to stay while ordering the rest away, and Goat pointed to himself in surprise. Goat blushed, believing he had earned the hero's recognition as his colleagues admired him. Hugo stared blankly at Jian, knowing his friend simply wanted an errand runner. Jian then asked if Hugo had sent Sungjae back alone, warning that threatened parties might target him now. Hugo leaped up in alarm before Jian calming, assuring it was fine because he had arranged insurance. Hugo eyed the silver coin in Jian's hand and asked what it meant. The snake-emblazoned coin reminded Jian of giving it to Sungjae. Sungjae asked what the coin was as Jian handed it over. Jian smiled with glowing eyes, calling it another birthday gift while activating gaze of a god. Sungji's status showed 300% faith in the serpent bearer. The coin enabled propagation and subordination, allowing him to bind one human as a subordinate after a test for great reward. Jian told Sung Jae he would need it soon. He gripped the coin tightly. Carrying flowers down the corridor, he recalled his uncle's warning about needing it soon. A woman burst from her room, shouting for Mom that Dad had woken up. Inside, a wife wept joyfully as her husband stirred. Sung Jae watched stunned from the doorway. Realizing other victims were awakening, he hoped his mother and Jawon would follow soon as a doctor announced another recovery. Commotion erupted with a man shouting, "No fighting here," amid screams, alarming Sung Jae. A black boot kicked a man aside as Sung Jae watched the commotion. A flame-wreathed figure taunted finding him after such effort. Sung Jae recognized Yoon Tae-woo and cursed him. Libra's S-rank Yoon Tae-woo smirked, Sung Jae asking what Tae-woo was doing there and mocking if Sherwoo had fled and exposed him. Tae-woo warning Sung Jae to respect elders before darkening and saying Sung Jae irritated him. Tae-woo descended with a thunderous impact, unleashing a catastrophic surge of mana that bathed the scene in blinding light. Sung Jae was sent hurtling backward, his defensive blue aura buckling under the sheer weight of the assault. In the violence of the collision, the bouquet of roses slipped from his grasp. Tae-woo looked down and pressed Sung Jae, blocked it despite A-class rank. Clinging on, Sung Jae demanded why attack a civilian hospital. Tae-woo confirmed he knew it was the blood fog victims' ward. He asked coldly who permitted their awakening. Tae-woo with glowing fist charged, shouting they should have stayed down. Sung Jae blocked with blue energy barrier, teeth gritted. The clash exploded outward, demolishing the hospital side. Elsewhere, the Europe Alliance Government Congress of Measures Against Calamities convened. An official apologized for squandering their chance to eliminate Lee Ji-yeon and implicate Virgo. The superior dismissed it, noting they had damaged Virgo's reputation and that he would return soon for proper welcome. The phone lit up as he urged preparation. Heavy footsteps echoed at the hallway. Doors burst open. A blue-armored figure stumbled in asking the official what happened official. Virgo St. Kevin Ajar was furious at Lee Ji-yeon handling Virgo Territory's calamity. Back at the bar, tipsy Ji-yeon and flushed happy Hugo relaxed as Ji-yeon called drunk Hugo bothersome. The heavy door to the office burst open with a violent crash, startling the man in the suit behind the desk. He recoiled, shouting in confusion as Kevin Ajar, the Virgo Saint, stormed into the room. Virgo Saint, face twisted in indignation as he roared at his subordinate, demanding to know why Lee Ji-yeon had handled the calamity in their own holy territory. Kevin, the strongest swordsman of mankind, Crescent Moon's proxy, Silver Knight of the Frosty Wind, and Commander of the Cold, the distant, untouchable leader of the Virgo Holy Order. Under his command, the Virgo Holy Order commanded a force rivaling even Libra. He is a titan among all saints. Despite his background, skill, power, and striking appearance, Kevin harbored fragile pride, with few triggers capable of shattering his icy demeanor, though one enraged him above all else. "How dare he enter my territory?" Kevin screaming, clutching the air with trembling armored fingers, eyes wide with fury and disbelief. He demanded an explanation as the administrative official stammered for words. Kevin cut him off, clutching his chest as if pained, yelling that he knew they had reasons, but could not fathom why it had to be Lee Ji-yeon of all people. His composure fully shattered as he ranted that 20 years of hero worship after dying in the Demon Tower should have sufficed, demanding why Ji-yeon had to return and steal attention again. Kevin wailed dramatically, burying his face in his hands, while two female knights whispered. The recruit noted it was her first time seeing such emotion from the commander, and the veteran said she would not understand after so short service. The veteran explained Kevin's long-standing fixation on Lee Ji-yeon, a rivalry born of good intentions that had twisted over time, and revealed the truth when asked. Despite all titles, Kevin had never beaten Ji-yeon in combat. Memories of past humiliations flooded the veteran mind, including Ji-yeon stealing glory by landing the killing blow on a calamity just as Kevin prepared his strike. She recalled Kevin watching Jian dominate news interviews, proclaiming humanity's salvation, while Kevin crushed his coffee cup in frustration from the sidelines. Even petty moments stung, like a Saints dinner where Jian scored a perfect 100 on karaoke, leaving Kevin screaming. Those losses fueled undying resentment, though he admitted their fights always grew strange midway, vowing never to forgive Jian. The Knights watched their leaders outburst awkwardly, unsure how to respond to the legendary swordsman's childish display. The official tried de-escalating, pleading for calm, and noting the inquisitorial squad was already seeking Jian, suggesting they wait for contact, but Kevin rejected it outright, declaring he would confront Jian personally if he remained nearby. Adjusting his glasses with cold sweat beating down his cheek, the official realized he could no longer control the Saint. Internally panicking, the official understood any chance of smoothing the situation had vanished. Kevin stormed out, cape flowing, declaring he headed for Jian's location as the official trailed behind, thinking he needed to buy time. The official offered to escort, claiming knowledge of Jian's likely spot while secretly holding a small device behind his back. Elsewhere, a hooded man on the phone smirked at Kevin Ajar's speed. Musing the Saint must fear Jian to arrive faster than expected, subordinate asked him for orders. The hooded Pirio ordered his troops to move fast as armored Virgo inquisitorial squad soldiers prepared to advance through ruins. The squad burst onto the scene, shouting for everyone to freeze. They faced absurdity. Hugo Otters on a makeshift stage, gripping a microphone, sweat-drenched as he screamed to the crowd, asking if they believed him, met with roaring affirmation. The squad stared, jaws dropped at the bizarre spectacle. Hugo preached passionately about Li Jian and Sagittarius's greatness and feats, bending backward dramatically. The enraptured crowd cheered wildly as Hugo led chants affirming belief in their victory over the abandoned calamity and proclaiming the Virgo, Saint eunuch. Hugo struck a pose, screaming perfect as flames of fervor erupted around him. He activated drunken song and dance, summoning a glowing sun god's looped sigil bathing the crowd in golden light as they chanted Li Jian and Sagittarius fanatically. The atmosphere crackled with tension, electric with the crowd's cries for Hugo's name echoing through the hall. Outside, the squad struggled to regain control, shouting for silence as the noise swelled into a frenzied roar. Virgo Knights trembled in rage, one stammering appalled at the evangelism in their holy territory. A male inquisitor unsheathed his sword with a sharp metallic ring, his expression twisted in disdain. Pointing the blade forward, he barked an order to purge the disgusting spectacle before them, his voice cutting through the chaos like steel. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist smashed into his face with brutal force, cutting him off mid-breath. The impact sent a shock wave through the air, snapping his head to the side and silencing everything around him for an instant. The Inquisitor flew into a wall, shocking his comrades. The Inquisitor was sent hurtling backward, crashing hard into the wall with a thunderous impact that echoed through the chamber. His comrades froze in disbelief, their eyes wide as the dust settled around his crumpled form. Li Jian stood beer bottle in hand, eyes red with irritation, growling at the interruption. A system noted Sagittarius's illusory show strengthened Ophiuchus' faith. Drunk Jian told Knights they did well, but warned them to leave before Ophiuchus's owner grew angry. The male Inquisitor recovered, charging that even a saint could not evangelize in Virgo territory. Before he could even finish speaking, he was struck again, this time with a punch that landed harder, delivered with an almost bored disbelief, as if his opponent couldn't be bothered to take him seriously. Hooded leader shouted at his subordinate, calling him foolish for forgetting they avoided fighting Jian. Bowing to beer-chugging Jian, the man apologized for the rudeness. He introduced himself as Pirio, Virgo Inquisitorial Squad Captain and Divine Cadre, stating they lacked time for formalities. Pirio pleaded desperately for Jian's strength against Virgo, Saint Kevin Ajar. Pirio tone carried both urgency and frustration. Jian, for Jian helped to get rid of him. Heavy double doors burst open elsewhere. Kevin Ajar stormed a room shouting for Li Jian. He stumbled into a fully packed restaurant, the sudden intrusion startling both waiters and patrons. Conversations halted mid-sentence, chairs scraped against the floor, and all eyes turned toward him in shock. Realizing error, Kevin apologized hastily and dashed out. Frantically checking rooms, Kevin cursed, wondering where Jian hid, noting fifth wrong spot as subordinates trailed embarrassed. Kevin paused in visible confusion, questioning internally why he was losing his way despite knowing the target's exact location. Clutching his forehead with a frustrated grunt, his gaze hardened as he worked through the logic. He concluded that if the error didn't lie with him, then the answer was undeniably obvious. Something or someone was interfering. He eyed the glass's official suggesting next location. Turning his shoulder menacingly, Kevin addressed him directly. Leaning close, eyes glowing, Kevin asked where his glasses were, as the official smiled, nervously feigning ignorance. Locking eyes with him, Kevin noticed a faint glint flicker across the man's pupil, something unnatural shimmering deep within. Without hesitation, he slashed his blade upward, slicing straight through it in a single, precise motion. The official sweated as red cracks spread from his eyes. Shattering echoed, neutralizing Scorpio's eyes of the lost skill hidden in lenses. Knights gasped, realizing the deception. Kevin glared, deducing time buying to let Inquisitorial Squad reach Jian first. Holding blade to weeping official's neck, Kevin demanded goal and Jian's location, advising truth was wisest. Radiating a terrifying aura of freezing mana, Kevin stood with his blade encrusted in jagged ice, his eye glowing with lethal intent. He delivered a gruesome ultimatum, coldly stating that the specific number of pieces he would carve the official body into depended entirely on the answer he received. In Virgo's second daughter's palace courtyard, an explosion rocked. Knights charged, cursing the intruder. Jian tore through with scythe, blurring blue light, as knights fell screaming disbelief at human overpowering. Grabbing a knight's head, laughing maniacally, Jian noted excitedly divine artifact abundance. System awarded Zodiac experience and highest quality fabric for high official kill. Li Jian roared with savage intensity, his voice booming over the destruction as he vowed to carve his enemies apart and harvest every last piece of them for his own use. As the floor tiles shattered under the force of the assault, Pirio's subordinate watched in horror, stammering to ask if such brutal treatment of another faction's officials was even sanctioned. Pirio, however, observed the carnage with cold calculation. He dismissed the concern, reasoning that since the targets were loyalists to St. Kevin, it was strategically advantageous to let Sir Li Jian purge them immediately amidst the chaos of the civil strife. Virgo Domain had spiraled into absolute chaos, with the Holy Order fracturing into hostile factions due to the complete erosion of faith caused by St. Kevin's outrageous leadership. Amidst this turmoil, Pirio stepped forward to declare a rebellion against the crumbling hierarchy. He announced that the Inquisitorial Squad had officially resolved to forcibly end the Saints' tyranny, grimly stating that they required everyone's assistance to see the revolution through. Hugo observed the proceedings with deep skepticism, noting that the act of dragging an outsider into their internal conflict betrayed just how dire the situation within the Virgo faction had become. He realized the severity of their collapse was far worse than anticipated. Furthermore, he expressed sheer disbelief at the terms of the alliance, mentally reeling at the audacity of the fact that they had actually pledged heavenly punishment as the reward for intervention. Heavenly punishment, Jian's signature weapon, was renowned as the finest armament that symbolized him. Hugo's mind flashed back 20 years to the desperate struggle at the Demon Tower, the very place where Li Jian was said to have lost his legendary weapon. A wave of shock washed over him as he realized the Saint of Pisces had been right all along. The rumor was terrifyingly true. The Virgo faction was indeed concealing heavenly punishment within their territory. As the pained cry of his enemy faded into silence, Li Jian stood triumphant amidst the debris, his heavy blade resting casually on his shoulder. A system notification materialized before him, formally declaring that he had successfully defeated Virgo's high-ranking official. The message further confirmed that, as a result of his victory, the massive doors to the Divine Artifact storeroom were now unlocked. Pirio pointed, confirming heavenly punishment inside. "Stop!" Li Jian screamed as Kevin Ajar panted at hall entrance. Jian turned slowly. Breathless, Kevin glared, saying he found him and relished seeing Jian's face. Saints faced off, energy crackling. Jian agreed. It was ridiculous asking if 20 years had passed. In the vast sunlit hall of the Virgo sanctuary, Kevin Ajar, the Saint of Virgo, spread his arms wide and calling out to the intruders that it had been 20 years, his voice dripping with menacing sarcasm as he confessed he never thought he would be so happy to see them. Kevin's gaze shifted to the men before him, scoffing that Li Jian had brought the Sagittarius fools along, and he addressed Hugo Otters directly, noting it had been a long while Hugo and Jian stood side by side with unimpressed expressions. His eyes narrowed on a hooded figure behind them, recognizing the traitor who had betrayed him, and his voice dropped to a cold whisper, accusing them of allying with Li Jian to eliminate him. With a cold smile, remarking it was a relief since he no longer needed to hunt them separately, promising to deal with all of them right there. As Kevin advanced, his confidence wavered briefly, his eyes falling to the sanctuary floor. The pristine, checkered tiles lay strewn with the broken bodies of his armored guardians, the Virgo temple's household gods reduced to scrap heaps by the intruder's effortless defeat. Kevin's composure broke entirely as he screamed in raw rage, demanding to know who had done this. He roared again, questioning which fool had destroyed their household god, while the culprits, Hugo, Li Jian, the traitor, and a disciple, standing in a guilty line, avoiding eye contact. Everyone pointed accusingly at Li Jian. He muttered in feigned shock that he could not believe these rascals, as they pointed at him in a silent circle of blame. Kevin dismissed the farce, declaring it gave him one more reason to crush Li Jian, blue energy swirling around him as he prepared to strike. With a fierce shout, Kevin lunged forward, unleashing a wave of freezing energy. Massive ice shards erupted from the ground, a glacial torrent meant to obliterate everything in its path. The spikes ravaged the sanctuary, exploding outward with devastating force. Through the freezing mist, a burst of fire countered the assault, and Kevin watched warily as his attack met roaring flames. Hugo stood amid the melting ice and fire, gazing thoughtfully at Kevin and noting that, upon reflection, Kevin possessed the light. Hugo Otters stumbled forward, face flushed red and hiccuping loudly, declaring that would have to go through him first to reach Jian, while Jian noted irritably that Otexu was still hungover. Hugo summoned a fiery aura to muster dignity. Kevin shouted that he had heard Sagittarius regained his powers, but warning Hugo not to think that would stop him. Hugo raised a trembling hand, conjuring a massive light construct above his palm, beginning a menacing declaration. Hugo summoned the divine artifact Axis arrow from his storage, proclaiming grandly that no one knew the outcome until the end, as 3 enormous light arrows materialized behind him. With a mighty roar, he seized one giant arrow, poised to hurl it. He flung the arrow like spear projectile with full force straight at the Virgo Saint. Kevin stood unmoved, shouting back that Hugo truly believed such tricks would work, and swung his blade to intercept the massive arrow. A direct Hugo shout, collision erupted in a blaze of light and energy filling the space between them. Hugo pumped his fist excitedly, asking if they had gotten him, while his skeptical disciple watched and disinterested Jian spoke on the phone. Urgently into the phone, Jian said there was no time to explain and ordered them to hurry to the front of Yolnyo Palace near the Divine Artifact storage. Kevin emerged unscathed from the smoke, glowing blue, announcing they would now begin in earnest as he gripped his sword with both hands, power surging. Jian hung up and strode past his allies, telling them to stay back. Massive weapon on his shoulder as he remarked that since Kevin was so eager, he would handle him personally. Kevin grinned wildly, shouting it was perfect that Jian finally stepped up, while disciples offered aid only for Kevin to yell this was Saint's business and to stay out of adult matters. In the ruin hall, Kevin declared he had waited 20 years for this chance to defeat Li Jian, as Jian scoffed at his grand dream. Kevin propelled forward, cracking the ground beneath his boots. Their weapons met in a blinding clash of sparks, Jian shouting for them to have some fun. Kevin blocked but staggered under the immense force, as Jian noted surprise that he withstood the blows. A system warned Jian his physical enhancement was only 76% complete, limiting full abilities. Clicking his tongue, Jian found it unfortunate, while Kevin taunted him to hit harder or face escalation. Chilling cold enveloped Jian, sword per notification, as Kevin pressed with frost-glowing sword. Jian blocked, but his ground-cutting scissors shattered under the intense freeze. Shards flew as Kevin exploited the gap, blade reaching across Jian's chest. The air shrieked as a blinding arc of azure death cut through the darkness. Kevin's ice blade fell with executioner precision, meant to end the fight in one stroke. Acting on pure instinct, Jian hurled himself backward, the freezing slash missing him by inches as its aura burned across his skin. As he tumbled away, one thought struck him with chilling clarity. Hesitate for even a moment longer, and he would have been split in two. Kevin pursued relentlessly, cursing and swinging down, but Jian reflexively kicked the blade flat, deflecting it to Kevin's shock. Jian flipped back into a crouch as disciples watched the blur in awe. Kevin dove from above with a downward thrust, screaming Jian's name. Jian rose from dust grinning, electricity crackling around his fist. Kevin realized too late the counterattack. Jian shattered a massive ice block, hurling debris at Kevin for separation. Dust cleared, revealing Jian wielding a new stone hammer, glowing blue, the hammer that grants achievements. Kevin's eyes widened in disbelief that Jian summoned such a heavy weapon so swiftly. "Don't drop your guard in a fight," Jian shouted, kicking Kevin straight to the face. Kevin lost footing. Jian leaped, taunting Whitehair to give his all, asking if this was all Ji got from a 20-year grudge. Kevin laughing that the hit woke him up. Kevin balanced with a feral grin, declaring this was the true Li Jian, and that warm-up's ended. He throws his sword into the ground. Eyes glowing, Kevin asked Jian to let him go all out. A colossal blue light column engulfed Kevin as he drew a pure light energy, sword made of ice. Hugo and Goat watched terrified, stammering that Kevin had finally drawn it. Atop the hammer, Jian grinned that it had been ages since seeing that icicle, wondering why Kevin toyed with a fake sword while hiding the real one. Kevin smiled confidently, agreeing it was a weapon not often revealed. He unveiled the Royal Divine artifact Frost Winter, floating amid absolute zero aura, announcing round 2. Jian crouched unfazed on his hammer as Kevin asked how he felt, pointing out Frost Winter froze not just surroundings, but Jian's limbs. Kevin mocked that Jian had grown lax, his skills dulled after 20 years trapped. There was no respite. Before Jian's feet could even find purchase on the ground, Kevin was already upon him. With eyes burning with grim determination, Kevin drove his weapon forward. The blade, etched with luminous runes, became a streak of azure light that pierced the air in a single heartbeat. Jian's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, the distance between life and death vanishing in an instant as Kevin's roar echoed through the chaos. "Take this." Hugo and Goat could only watch in horror, their screams tearing through the air, Li Jian, as the fatal strike descended. But the devastating blow struck nothing but empty air. Faster than the eye could track, Jian had vanished like a ghost. Before their hearts could beat again, a presence loomed directly behind them. The tension shattered instantly as Jian, standing completely unharmed and looking utterly bored, tilted his head at his terrified allies. with a deadpan expression that mocked the gravity of the situation. Surprising Hugo and Goat, Jian leaped back up to the battle. Mid-clash, Kevin's rage turned to confusion, sensing something amiss. He groaned, mind racing in disbelief. The system showed "Get hit in my place" activated, Kevin mentally screaming Pirio's name, Pirio, bleeding stammer why. Jian hammered relentlessly, shouting Pirio had bothered him long enough. Jian's roar cut through the air, his fury ignited by Pirio's hollow boasts of divine allegiance. The traitor spoke proudly of his sacred cadre, but the truth betrayed him. A flicker on the status screen revealed Virgo faith at a mere 3% and Libra at 97%. Realization flickered in Pirio eyes. In a single, searing motion, Jian struck, comes crashing down in righteous judgment at the false believer. Home run, Jian bellowed, blasting Kevin and Pirio across the sanctuary. Impact shattered a wall. Peering through, Jian's eyes lit up, exclaiming there it was. A massive chained crystal hovered in the hidden chamber, heavenly punishment. The crystal pulsed with power, a giant axe embedded within, awaiting its claimant. Deep within the recesses of the temple, where the legendary object, known as the heavenly punishment, hovered in suspension, chains of light bound a massive, crystalline prism, inside of which a formidable weapon was sealed. A heavy, ancient axe locked within the ice-like prison, emanating a cold, dormant power. On the floor of the chamber, Kevin Ajar, the Virgo saint, coughed violently, blood staining his lips. Nearby sat his traitorous subordinate, looking down at him. Kevin cursed Li Jian. Jian turned his gaze to the fallen saint, mocking the pathetic look on Kevin's face. He scoffed at the irony, remarking what a joke it was to think that the person who betrayed Li Jian at the Demon Tower would eventually get betrayed by his own subordinate. Kevin, confused and in pain, stammered, asking what the hell he was talking about and questioning the accusation that he had betrayed Li Jian. Hugo stood over him, his shadow looming large. He yelled at Kevin not to feign ignorance. He accused Kevin directly, stating that he was the one who stabbed Jian at the Demon Tower and pushed him into the trap. Kevin struggled to rise, screaming that it was nonsense. He shouted at the Sagittarius not to try and frame him. Hugo grinned, asking if Kevin was still trying to deny it. He sarcastically praised Kevin, saying that since he had deceived the world for 20 years, this much acting must be a small feat for him. Kevin, enraged, shouted for him to shut up, declaring he wouldn't allow himself to be insulted any further. Kevin attempted to draw his blade to strike, but his body seized up. He gasped, cursing as his limbs failed him. Suddenly, glowing ropes of energy materialized from thin air, wrapping tightly around Kevin's body. The traitor watched calmly as the saint was bound, remarking that this was why things should have ended with the blood fog. Kevin looked at the bindings in shock, recognizing the technique. He realized with horror that these were Libra's skill, Golden Rules branches. The traitor held up a golden scale artifact, his eyes glowing with a sinister light. He declared that now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to get rid of everyone here. A system notification announced that Libra's exclusive skill, Equivalent Exchange, had been used. A prompt asked for the payment to the divine god of balance and justice, Astrea. A massive, spectral scale appeared behind the traitor. With a manic expression, the traitor announced his offering. He shouted that he would be offering the Saint of Virgo, Kevin Ajar, as payment. Electricity crackled through the air as the ritual began. The traitor screamed the final words of the offering while Kevin watched the giant scale descend toward him. Refusing to be a sacrifice, Kevin gritted his teeth and shouted Frost Winter. He summoned a blade of pure ice in his left hand, aiming not at his enemy, but at himself. With a desperate cry, Kevin swung the ice blade down, severing his own right arm to break the connection to the ritual. The traitor recoiled in shock, his eyes widening as he witnessed the gruesome act. He watched in disbelief, realizing Kevin had cut off his own arm. Kevin collapsed to the ground, panting, while the traitor stood stunned by the resolve of the saint. The Virgo disciples, witnessing their master's mutilation, screamed out, "Saint!" in horror. The traitor's shock turned into laughter. He found it incredible that Kevin made the decision to cut off his own arm in an instant. The severed limb floated into the center of the glowing ritual circle. The traitor laughed maniacally, clutching his face. He called Kevin's flustered look a masterpiece. He admitted that thanks to that sacrifice, Kevin was able to avoid becoming the offering to the divine God himself. Kevin's female subordinates rushed to his side, supporting him and asking if he was all right. Kevin clutched his stump, cursing in pain and frustration. A notification appeared. Equivalent exchange has been activated. It confirmed that the right arm of Virgo's saint, Kevin Ajar, had been offered. The space around them began to warp and tear, turning blood red as the unknown dimension was deployed as a reward for the offering. The traitor's face split into a twisted grin, half of it seemingly consumed by the cosmic energy. He remarked that while it was a pity only one arm was offered, that was enough for an offering. Suddenly, Li Jian leaped into the fray, swinging his massive hammer down toward the traitor. Jian smashed his hammer into the ground, unleashing a torrent of mana and blue energy that tore through the floor toward the enemy. The energy wave rushed toward the traitor, but the dimensional shift was already taking hold. Power twisted into a chaotic void of red and black. The traitor smiled smugly, stating it was too late. He welcomed them to the unknown dimension. All at once, the ground split open and the heavens tore apart as monstrous hands of twisted flesh and bone burst forth from both earth and sky. Their movements warped the air itself, clawing at reality until the landscape twisted beyond recognition. In moments, the world around them had become a living nightmare. Above them, the sky had vanished, replaced by a vast, swirling vortex that radiated pure dread. It churned like a living storm of stars and shadows, casting its eerie glow over an enormous temple of alien design rising from the ruins below. The air trembled, heavy with the weight of something beyond mortal comprehension. The Virgo disciples looked around in terror, asking how this could be happening and what on earth this space was. Li Jian looked around, his expression darkening. He recognized the dark and unpleasant energy, wondering if it could be what he thought it was. The traitor stood atop a staircase, spreading his arms wide. He laughed, asking them how they liked this side of hell. He declared that this was where all of them would die. The female knights charged forward, screaming at him to shut up. They yelled at him for causing the saint to cut off his arm and offering it to a god, vowing to make him pay. They unleashed their attacks, shouting that this was Virgo's highest-ranking skill. "Frost Crescent," they cried, their swords crossing to create a massive cross of freezing energy. However, the attack dissipated harmlessly against the massive, fleshy hands that rose to block them. The knights froze, asking what? And wondering why this thing was here. Behind them, Kevin slumped, holding his head. He whispered that he couldn't do it. The knights looked back at him, in confusion. Kevin looked at his remaining hand, trembling. He said he couldn't garner his strength. He realized with horror that his link to their divine god had been cut off. Hugo and his subordinates panicked, realizing it was the same for them. They couldn't use the power of their divine god either. They questioned how a mere disciple could use such a high-level authority to block them. The massive, monstrous hands began to close in on them from all sides, creating a cage of flesh. The ground beneath them shattered. Goat, Hugo, and the others fell into the abyss, screaming. The traitor laughed from above. He explained that this was the isolated dimension made from Libra's authority. He taunted them, saying that in this place, they wouldn't be able to receive those divine god powers they trusted so much. As they fell past giant, grotesque monsters, the traitor shouted that it didn't matter if they were a saint. They were nothing but normal humans here. He told them to experience their own powerlessness and disappear from this world. Li Jian did not look powerless. He dove straight down, heading directly for the traitor. The traitor scoffed, drawing in artifacts. He shouted that it was futile. Before he could reach the traitor, The colossal hands shot out from the shifting ground, seizing him with bone-crushing force. Their grip tightened, holding him in place as if the world itself had decided he would move no further. Jian gritted his teeth, looking at his transformed limb. He cursed these darn arms. He realized this wasn't an ordinary calamity he was facing. The traitor laughed, telling Li Jian to say hi to his old enemies. The traitors asked if Jian had forgotten them. He revealed that these arms were the ones that harassed Jian for 20 years, the ones that dragged him to the gate of death within the demon tower. Jian's eyes narrowed as he realized what this was. The traitor continued, explaining that this wasn't some half-assed, undefeatable monster like the Blood Fog, which had forcefully activated its power. Before them rose a grotesque wall composed of countless writhing limbs, blinking eyes, and gaping mouths whispering in unison. The traitor's voice rang out with twisted pride as he revealed the truth, that these abominations were the true undefeatables, the ones who had once stood beside the Crimson Eye within the Demon Tower. The scene shifted abruptly to the Korea Scorpio Calamity Incident Specialist Hospital. Smoke billowed from the building. Cheon Sungjae, thrown against a wall, panting heavily. He cursed, unable to believe that all his attacks were blocked. Yoon Tae-woo, the Libra S rank, stood casually, surrounded by golden ropes. He smirked, reminding Sungjae that he already said it was useless. Tae-woo bound Sungjae giant, spectral blue fist in ropes. He asked condescendingly if Sungjae thought the difference between an A rank and an S rank could be overlooked that easily. Sungjae grunted in pain. Tae-woo clenched his fist, intensifying the pressure. He taunted Sungjae, saying things might be different if he were Yoon Sherwoo, but Sungjae was no match for him. Tae-woo unleashed a burst of energy, blasting Sungjae backward. Sungjae screamed as he flew through the air. Sungjae smashed through a wall, crashing into the next room with a sickening thud. He groaned, lying amidst the rubble of the broken wall. He looked up, realizing where he had landed. His eyes widened in shock. He was in a hospital room. A woman lay in the bed, hooked up to machines. Sungjae realized it was his mom's hospital ward. Tae-woo stepped through the hole in the wall, holding a black book. He noted with feigned surprise that this was Sungjae's mother's ward. Sungjae panicked, realizing Tae-woo had his grimoire. Tae-woo kicked Sungjae viciously in the stomach, sending him flying across the room. Sungjae coughed up blood, incapacitated on the floor. Tae-woo held up the grimoire, mocking it. He asked if Sungjae even knew what it was, noting it wasn't just a pile of papers that gave out mana. He looked down at the beaten boy and insulted him, saying if that was all he saw, he guessed there was a reason why an A rank was all he'd ever amount to. Tae-woo began to channel energy into his hand. He told Sungjae to stop struggling and give up already. With a cruel smile, he told him to make sure to grab onto his mother's hand as he went to the afterlife. A massive blast of energy tore the outer wall of the hospital room apart. The floor tilted dangerously. The building collapsed. Sungjae screamed as he and his comatose mother fell out of the hospital room, plummeting toward the ground below amidst the debris. The hospital exploded into chaos as its outer wall shattered outward. Debris and glass rained through the air as Cheon Sungjae and the others were hurled out by a tremendous force. Gravity seized them, pulling them down. Amid the whirlwind of broken glass and concrete, Sungjae fell helplessly, his wide eyes reflecting the imminent crash below. The wind roared around him as panic flooded his mind. He understood that falling like this meant certain death. The faces of his loved ones, Uncle John, his sister Yuha, his father, flashed through his memory. Realizing there was no one to save him, he spiraled into despair, lamenting his powerlessness. His dagger's ability was depleted. He had no grimoire, no mana, nothing. The ground loomed closer, a merciless blur of gray. Sungji's heart pounded with terror as he cried inwardly, wondering what he could possibly do before death met him. Then, amid the fear, a spark ignited. As he grabbed his mother, he mentally struck himself, scolding his weakness and demanding he pull himself together. If there was no one else to rely on, he told himself. Then he would rely on his own strength. Memories of resilience surged up. Uncle Jian fighting relentlessly in the Demon Tower, his father surviving even inside the blood-fogged stomach. Sung Jae steeled himself. He too would not give up. He would protect his mother with his own hands. A luminous green system window opened before his falling form, announcing that Ophiuchus welcomed him, the one whose mind refused to yield. The system declared that he now possessed the qualification to attempt the trial of Ophiuchus. It asked if he wished to receive the power of immortality and face his enemy. Confused yet desperate, he wondered if this was truly the test to become one of Ophiuchus's disciples. Without hesitation, he accepted, voice shaking with resolve. He said he didn't care about the details. He would do anything. He begged for one thing only in return. As darkness rushed up to meet him, a radiant aura wrapped around his body. He cried out, not for survival, but for the power to protect someone just once. High above, Yoon Tae-woo peered down from the hole he had torn in the hospital. His expression hardened in confusion as he noticed something stirring below. He frowned, muttering in disbelief. It seemed impossible. The boy still had mana left. Below, within a crater of shattered pavement, Sung Jae landed safely, cradling his unconscious mother. A brilliant blue aura swirled around him. Taiwu's eyes widened in shock at the impossible sight. The air warped. Massive, grotesque arms of wood and muscle burst forth, enclosing Sung Jae in their grasp. A sinister laughter thundered, mocking that both the saint and Li Jian were nothing remarkable. Pirio laughing with manic delight. He jeered that all his preparations had been unnecessary for such an easy victory. Pirio looked upon the battered heroes struggling nearby, Kevin ajar among them, and sneered. Even insects, he said, wriggled when stepped on. He demanded that they show him their struggle. The giant hands tightened, forming a cage. Pirio mocked their helplessness, saying their resistance would only make their defeat look pitiful. He called out to Li Jian, asking whether he would struggle or surrender. Pinned beneath the crushing pressure, Li Jian grit his teeth. He replied evenly that giving up would be easier, but this arrogant opponent simply talked too much. A sharp grin cut across his face. He echoed the words back. Me? Give up, forcing Pirio waver. In a low, powerful voice, Jian recounted his battles, fighting without divine help, standing alone against the Crimson Eye, enduring 2 decades trapped within the Demon Tower. Not once, he said, had the thought of giving up ever crossed his mind. Jian bristled with anger, scoffing that Pirio thought victory was assured just because he had gathered a few undefeatables. Emerald lightning flashed in Jian's eyes as he shouted, his voice like thunder. He told Pirio not to delude himself. This situation wasn't even close to a true crisis. Pirio snarled, raising a golden cross shining with ominous light, vowing to end Jian's arrogance once and for all. He channeled immense energy, declaring he would fulfill Jian's wish for destruction. The sky split open, bathed in cosmic purple, as titanic hands of divine force descended. He invoked the authority of Libra, his power surging beyond control. Yoon Tae-woo, wreathed in green energy, lunged forward for the kill. But before his strike landed, a burst of blue power erupted. Sung Jae appeared between them, intercepting the attack with blazing force. His fist ignited in azure fire as he countered, launching a devastating blow that shattered the air between them. Tae-woo was thrown backward, crashing through debris, his expression one of pure disbelief. Amid the wreckage, Sung Jae stood tall, his body surrounded by blue flames. He answered the unspoken taunt. He would never give up. He clenched his fist, voice steady with emotion. He said he had lost too many things he cared for simply because he was powerless, and he refused to repeat that fate. His gaze softened as he looked at his mother, lying safely nearby. He thought of his uncle Jae-won, still confined to a hospital bed. A roar erupted from his throat, raw and resolute. He shouted that he would protect everyone, no matter what. A shimmering notification appeared before him. He had overcome the trial of reputation. He was now the first disciple of Ophiuchus. The Bible itself updated with a new inscription, Book of Legion. It proclaimed that its records could now be invoked through authority. A radiant pillar of light speared down from the heavens, scattering shadows and tearing apart the distorted space. Pyrrho screamed in confusion, shielding his face from the blinding brilliance. Through the light, spectral hands emerged, breaking apart the saint's constructs. Onlookers cried out, calling Gion's name. The light descended, crushing the grotesque hand with divine force. The pillar of light cracked the fabric of the world like fragile glass. From within, a bare foot stepped onto the earth, fractures spreading from its weight. Gion's voice murmured that this must be what it meant. Gion stepped forward, smoke and light parting around him. His back, marked by strength, as he faced Pyrrho. He declared that this was the meaning of authority, of manifesting the words inscribed in the Bible itself. The system's cited Book of Legion, chapter 6, verse 1, Legion, who existed in the beginning, destroyed the tower that imprisoned him and walked out by himself. Gion approached, voice calm but deadly. He said he would have loved to finish this fight right here, but there was something more important he needed to do first. Pyrrho stared in confusion. His eyes then caught a vast crystal, bound in chains, suspended in light, the heavenly punishment. It cracked open. In shock, Pyrrho muttered that the divine artifact storage had materialized because the dimensional boundary had broken. Gion brushed past him, ordering Pyrrho to step aside as he throws him out of the way. He reached into the ice, gripping the handle of the weapon entombed within. Pyrrho could only watch in horror as Gion pulled at it through sheer brute strength, something beyond reason. The weapon broke free with a resonant clang. Gion smiled faintly, familiar warmth flickering in his expression. He noted that he hadn't forgotten its feel, not after 20 long years. He greeted it softly. As the dust cleared, Gion stood revealed, holding his colossal weapon, Heavenly Punishment SS, one of the 8 great divine artifacts forged by his own hand. He looked upon the axe with grim affection, saying it seemed restless. After all, it had been 20 years since it had tasted battle. Above him, an enormous shadow descended as the saints. Gion raised the axe high, his aura flaring with unstoppable force. He stabbed the hand reaching out for him. He instructed the Pyrrho coolly, if he intended to fight, he should at least fight properly. He swung. A razor-edged wave of mana screamed forward, cleaving the descending hand in two. The strike carved through the battlefield, splitting the ground and the ruins in its wake. The energy wave continued forward, obliterating everything it touched. The enormous construct shattered completely, sliced down the middle. The aftermath of Gion's strike was cataclysmic. Where solid ground had once stretched, a gaping canyon now split the battlefield in two. The land itself shredded and reshaped by the raw, unrestrained power of his attack. Amid the devastation, Gion stood unscathed, energy pulsing from his frame. Pyrrho stammered. Gion turned to the trembling Pyrrho, his voice low and cutting. He asked if the man truly belonged to Libra, and then, with quiet irony, quoted his own words back at him. Even insects wriggle when they get stepped on. So show me. How will you struggle? Gion lifted his axe once more, eyes burning with fierce light. He said that unlike some, he respected those who refused to give up. Towering over his foe, he asked the final question, his tone like judgment itself. What will you do now? Will you give up? The world seemed to split apart. A massive fissure tore through the dark, rocky landscape, illuminated by a blinding column of blue light that pierced the heavens. Debris floated in the anti-gravity of the magical fallout, marking the site of a catastrophic impact. Gion stood amidst the destruction, his body crackling with blue electricity. He looked down with a terrifyingly wide grin, asking the figure beneath him what he was doing. Pyrrho sat slumped against the rubble, trembling uncontrollably. Gion mocked him, asking if he wasn't one of those people from the famed Libra. He threw Pirio earlier taunt back in his face, demanding to see how the insect would struggle now that he was the one being stepped on. Jian raised his massive weapon, the heavenly punishment, high above his head. He declared that unlike someone he knew, he actually liked people who didn't give up. With the blade poised to strike, he offered the traitor a choice. Would he give up, or would he struggle? Pirio's face contorted in panic. He screamed for his subordinates to stop Jian, activating a golden cross artifact that glowed with a sinister light. In response to the artifact, the surrounding darkness materialized in hundreds of massive, purple demonic hands, grasping at Jian from all sides. Jian simply tightened his grip on his weapon, unfazed. With a single, fluid motion, Jian swung. A wave of blue energy slashed through the air, creating a geometric rift in the fabric of the dimension. The slash connected, tearing through the demonic hands and the very space they occupied with an explosion of light. Jian leaped through the chaotic energy, moving faster than the eye could follow, descending upon his enemies like a meteor. A massive, spectral hand crashed down unto him. The impact was absolute. Before Pirio could celebrate, a beam of energy cleaved the hands perfectly in two, blue lightning arcing between the separated halves as the structure began to collapse. Jian hung in the air, silhouetted against the light, holding his axe. He affirmed that this was exactly how it should be. His laughter echoed through the battlefield, dark and manic. He shouted that it had been a while since heavenly punishment had a taste of calamities, and that the weapon would love this carnage. Below him, the Virgo saint, Kevin Ajar, stepped forward, his sword glowing with starlight. He announced his attack, 7 moons of meteor, while Hugo Otters prepared a supporting strike, calling out heavenly punishment splendor. The attacks merged into a divine cadre combination skill, known as Storm Splendor. A golden vortex swirled in the sky, raining down destruction alongside jagged spires of ice. A shift in the world's balance. The unknown dimension had been broken, and the link with the divine gods, Sagittarius and Virgo, was back online. The heroes stood victorious amidst the settling dust. Kevin, Hugo, and their disciples struck dramatic poses, shouting that Virgo and Sagittarius were back. Jian, standing between them with a look of pure disgust, told them to shut up. He complained that it took them long enough to come back and criticize their lame poses. Pirio, witnessing this, fell to his knees in disbelief. He couldn't understand how Jian was able to do all of this when the link with the divine god should have been cut. Realizing the tide had turned, he decided he needed to escape. Pirio, desperate to escape, Kevin called out to him. Pirio, who had been attempting to flee, froze as Kevin launched his blade at him, screaming that this was payment for his lost right arm. Kevin Ajar dashed forward, releasing his ice mana. Pirio groaned as he blocked the attack with a goo of black shadow spike from his mouth. The impact was heavy, forcing Kevin to brace himself against the dark energy. He was pushed back, skidding across the ground, realizing the familiarity of the skill being used against him. Jean-Louis' shadow loomed over Pirio, twisting into a demonic grin. He whispered that he didn't want them to meet like this. Kevin looked up, his suspicions confirmed. He declared that it was indeed Jean-Louis. Kevin shouted the name Jean-Louis Morin. The Cancer Saint stood enveloped in dark aura, greeting Kevin casually. He claimed he had urgent business with Pirio. Jean-Louis grabbed Pirio by the face, lifting him into the air. He asked if Pirio had been thinking of running away after being ordered to get rid of the heroes. Pirio screamed in terror as dark energy began to consume him. Jean-Louis offered to give him one more chance as golden light started to engulf Pirio. A ritual circle formed on the ground, glowing ominously as Jean-Louis began a dark incantation. He whispered into Pirio's ear that he would put him up as an offering to their divine god. He commanded Pirio to become a calamity and complete his mission to the end. A system notification announced that the Cancer Saint had used the Libra loan skill equivalent exchange, putting Pirio up as an offering. Chains erupted from the ground, binding the screaming man. Jian watched the grotesque transformation with disinterest. He turned to Kevin, confirming the guy's name was Pirio. Kevin asked if Jian wanted to give the monster a nickname. The monster grew to a colossal size, a multi-limbed abomination of purple flesh and eyes. Jian suggested Great Pirio. Kevin, sword drawn, sighed that he was sick of tackling Jian's lousy naming sense and wondered how Sagittarius put up with it. Jian laughed, asking what Hugo could do even if he didn't want to play along. Kevin, caught up in a moment, laughed and agreed. The monster roared, clutching its face in agony as its humanity was erased. Jian burped loudly, breaking the tension. He looked at his hands, puzzled by the overflow of power he felt from the physical strengthening. A notification indicated his progress had exceeded 80% and side effects were occurring. He realized that a light swing he made earlier had possessed immense power. He wondered aloud what would happen if he tested out a heavy swing. The creature let out a thunderous roar of pain as Jian charged forward, his massive axe cleaving through the air. A vertical beam of pure, concentrated energy shot upward, bisecting the air. Jian paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. The scene cut to the exterior of the Virgo sanctuary. A massive, jagged mountain of ice and crystal had erupted from the building, piercing the sky. A man in a suit stood at the base, staring up in shock. He muttered that he came because Li Jian asked him to, but he hadn't expected this. The man, an appraiser, adjusted his hat nervously. He wondered if this destruction was what Jian meant by a huge fight, and questioned if Jian was fighting the Celestial Lord. Suddenly, the crystal structure exploded outward. The appraiser was blown back, screaming as debris rained down. He ran for his life as the shockwave tore through the courtyard. He stammered that the whole palace had been blown away. He bumped into a woman, asking for confirmation that the exploding building was indeed the Virgo sanctuary. The appraiser adjusted his monocle, recognizing the woman standing before him. Back in the ruins, Pirio lay defeated on a pile of rubble, eyes rolled back in his head, completely unconscious. Jian stomped his foot in frustration. He complained that he couldn't control his power at all, wondering just how much his physical abilities had been strengthened. Jian stood atop the unconscious traitor, posing triumphantly. He mused that if this was only 85%, he couldn't imagine 100%. He guessed he would have a hard time getting used to it. In the corner, Kevin Ajar trembled in sheer terror. Kevin stuttered, staring at the devastation of his palace Jian had caused with a single swing. He screamed internally, calling Jian a crazy bastard. The Virgo sanctuary completely obliterated, reduced to a crater. A system notification solemnly announced, "Virgo has become homeless." A voice coldly summarized the situation Pirio lost. The ambush failed, the wedge between saints failed, and the internal betrayal failed. The speaker called it a ridiculous and pathetic state. Jean-Louis Morin stood in the shadows, apologizing to his superior. He explained they never expected Li Jian to defeat the undefeatables so easily. Jean-Louis Morin smiled mockingly. He reminded the speaker that they were the one who asked to defeat Li Jian, and that he simply did the best he could. A woman's hand with gold mana snapped her fingers. The Libra's saint, Giselle, asked if he was kidding her right now. Chains of light materialized, binding the hymn to the floor in front of her throne room. The man bowed his head in submission. He assured her that he wouldn't dare kid in front of her. Giselle sat on her throne, looking down imperiously. She hoped his sarcasm came from a certainty that he would succeed next time. She raised 2 fingers, asking where he thought the heroes were heading right now. Jean-Louis Morin sweated nervously. He deduced that Kevin Ajar would insist on his innocence, which meant the next place they would go was Scorpio. Back at the ruins, Jian and Hugo looked confused as Kevin pointed the finger at the Scorpio saint. Hugo asked if Scorpio was really the one who brought harm to Jian. Kevin, now homeless but looking serious, confirmed he was sure Scorpio was behind this. Hugo immediately defended Haley, the Scorpio saint, saying he was certain she wouldn't do that. Hugo began violently shaking Kevin. accusing him of trying to wrong an innocent person. Kevin arguing back. He told them not to be too quick to conclude just because they got help with the blood fog. He questioned why he would go to the trouble of secretly stabbing Jian in the Demon Tower when he would prefer to defeat him publicly. Kevin declared he would show them evidence. He ordered his subordinates to open the way to the divine artifact storage. He explained that the unknown civilization dagger Jian used as evidence was something he was familiar with as well. He led them to a hidden door underground. He admitted that he had looked into various divine cadres secretly before, in order to find internal enemies hidden among the saints. He opened the heavy wooden doors, revealing the contents to Jian and Hugo. The room was filled with weapons and artifacts emitting a purple aura. Kevin explained that these were items he found when he looked into Scorpio 5 years ago, and they were all related to the unknown civilization. Kevin asserted that Scorpio was dangerous, calling them a threat to humanity. Jian looked at a covered object on a table. Footsteps echoed on the stairs. A voice called out, disagreeing with Kevin's assessment. Cheon Yuha walked down the stairs, looking serious. Hugo cried out her name in surprise. In the dim light of the secret underground storage, Kevin Ajar, the Virgo saint, stood before an open doorway. He presented his discovery to Li Jian and Hugo Otters, his expression grave as he revealed the hidden cache he had unearthed. Inside, a table was laden with weapons and artifacts emitting a sinister purple aura. Kevin explained that these were items he had found when he secretly investigated the Scorpio territory 5 years ago. He emphasized that every single one of them was related to the unknown civilization. Kevin's voice grew urgent as he looked at the artifacts. He declared that Scorpio was dangerous, going so far as to label them a threat to humanity itself. Behind him, Jian stood shirtless and unimpressed, while Hugo looked skeptical. Yuha descended the stairs, her demeanor relaxed despite the accusation. She countered Kevin's theory, stating simply that she didn't think that was the case. Kevin looked back, confused by Yuha's dismissal of the evidence. Cheonya, the daughter of
Mira.